You, as the top genius of Qingcheng, ignored your family's objections and got engaged to a useless girl. Everyone laughed at you and called you a big fool, but only you knew that this girl was actually the chosen one of this world. For her sake, you not only gave all your cultivation resources to her but even stole your family's greatest treasures to help her strengthen her body. With your help, the girl soon became the sect's favored daughter. Just when you thought you could comfortably lie down and reach the peak of life, unexpectedly, on your wedding day, the girl brought the sect elders to your home to cancel the engagement. Hearing this news, your sky collapsed. Damn, this beast actually burned bridges after crossing. While you felt angry and helpless, suddenly a voice echoed in your ears, ding. Congratulations host, you have successfully activated the Great Villain system. At the same time, many memories appeared in your mind. After reading these memories, you were shocked and fully awakened. Unexpectedly, you had another identity. You were originally the son of the clan leader from the Upper Realm's Earth clan, sent to the Lower Realm for training since childhood. You also possessed the strongest physique in the world, the Taishu sword body, but it was currently sealed. To unlock it, you had to spend 100,000 villain points. And these villain points could only be earned by stealing luck from people with great fortune. The corners of your mouth curled upward, people with great fortune? There's just one beside me. Immediately, you slapped your servant girl Suehua's butt. Suehua, lead the way. I want to see what's going on. Young master, you're so bad. Suehua instantly blushed and ran out of the door. Ding. You teased a servant girl who secretly loves you, villain points increased by 500. Hearing this, you were stunned. Damn, this can also give villain points? So the system was a comrade in this field too. Soon, you arrived at the Su family's main hall. At this moment, your fiancé Liu Xueyan was confronting your family head, Su Hanshan. Su Hanshan's face was gloomy. Niece Liu, my Su family just gave you the bride price a few days ago, yet now you want to cancel the marriage? Liu Xueyan sneered, this marriage isn't something your Su family can decide. After saying that, she glanced at Chen Lifeng, the steward from the Xiantian sect. Chen Lifeng stepped forward and said, Master Su, don't be angry. This is the order from our Xiantian sect's Daozi. You wouldn't dare disobey Daozi's will, right? The Su family members were shocked, never imagining this matter would involve the Xiantian sect's Daozi. Liu Xueyan looked proud, but at this moment you strode forward and said loudly, Father, don't get angry. We don't reason with dogs. Liu Xueyan couldn't believe what she heard. Before, you never dared to speak to her like that. You looked at her with disdain, calling you a dog is an insult to dogs. After all, dogs at least know gratitude. Ding. Host verbally insulted his fiancé, villain points increased by 500. Liu Xueyan stared at you in anger, speechless for a moment. You took the marriage contract from Su Hanshan's hand. You want to break off the marriage, right? Then let's do it now. Saying this, you immediately destroyed the marriage contract. Now that the marriage is cancelled, return the bride price. Also, the spiritual jade pendant and Dao treasures I've given you over these years, return them too. Oh, right, your phoenix bone body was enhanced by the treasure from my clan. Taking your bone marrow as repayment isn't too much, is it? The entire hall instantly fell silent. The Su family's expressions were very interesting. They were happy for you, but also afraid of offending the Xiantian sect. Liu Xueyan opened her mouth in shock. Su Fan, I misjudged you. I never thought you'd be this kind of person. Chen Lifeng also accused you of being petty. You directly cursed back, fuck your mother. Does someone who acts like a dog have the right to speak to me? Chen Liefeng's face turned bright red with anger, and he drew his sword to attack you. Su Hanshan quickly blocked him, their attacks fierce and sharp, drawing the attention of all the guests at the Su residence. The guests first felt shocked that someone dared to cause trouble on the Su family's wedding day. Then, seeing the troublemaker was from Xiantian sect, they felt even more shocked. It seemed the Su family was in danger this time. Liu Hailong, the Liu family patriarch, quickly arrived. Liu Xueyan immediately ran to him, crying and complaining that you bullied and extorted her, wanting to ruin her. Hearing this, Liu Hailong didn't listen further and swung his sword at you. Su Hanshan tried to block him but was stopped by Chen Lifeng. However, you remained calm, because after mocking Liu Xueyan earlier, your villain points had reached 10,000. The system informed you that you could now unlock 10% of your Taishu sword body. You decisively chose to unlock it. Boom! A powerful force surged from your body, dispersing Liu Hailong's sword energy and locking his sword with invisible force. You casually drew your sword and swung. Your Taishu sword energy collided with Liu Hailong's sword, shattering it instantly and sending blood spraying everywhere. Liu Hailong flew back several meters. Ding! Congratulations, host, you defeated a half-step Moon Mansion cultivator. Villain points increased by 3,000. Everyone present was stunned. How could a mere bodybuilding cultivator defeat someone near Golden Core? What kind of sword technique was that? I must immediately inform the Daozi, Chen Lifeng thought, his smile frozen on his face. Even Su Hanshan was stunned, wondering if you were really his son. Suddenly, he remembered you weren't actually his biological son, but someone he had accidentally picked up 18 years ago. Su Hanshan swallowed nervously, but soon smiled with relief. Liu Xueyan finally came back to her senses, shouting, Su Fan, have you gone crazy? Attacking my father, aren't you afraid the entire Su family will hate you? You suddenly realized something. Oh right, I was so busy beating your father, I forgot to beat you. Your cold gaze met Liu Xueyan's, making her shiver. She immediately swung her sword at you, but you laughed lightly and flicked the sword aside with your finger. Instantly, you grabbed her collar at lightning speed, lifted her up, and smashed her heavily onto the ground. Then, your fists fell like rain, hitting Liu Xueyan until she screamed miserably, begging for mercy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you severely injured the chosen girl and destroyed her phoenix bone body. Villain points increased by 20,000. Current villain points reached 34,000. Taishu's sword body can be unlocked up to 50%. Do you wish to unlock it? You excitedly nodded. The next second, your eyes closed, and you instantly entered a profound and mysterious state. Stop. Just then, Xiantian Sect's Daozi, Xuan Bubai, appeared, riding the wind. Liu Xueyan crawled desperately to Xuan Bubai's feet like he was her last hope. Bubai, save me. He shattered my phoenix bone and even took my bone marrow. Xuan Bubai frowned slightly, looking over Liu Xueyan carefully, his expression quickly turning cold. He originally thought sending Liu Xueyan with Chen Lifeng to cancel the marriage would be easy, but never expected it would turn out like this. He made a promise to Liu Xueyan, not out of love, but to nurture her and later use her for his own benefit. She was the carefully chosen furnace, and now she was ruined. And it was ruined by a worthless nobody from a tiny place. This was simply unforgivable. Dare to take what is mine, ants, are you looking for death? As he spoke, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire Su residence. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone present was filled with fear. Xuan Bubai. It's him? That's right, at such a young age, he already has the strength of the transformation embryo realm. Truly worthy of being the top of the younger generation in the Xianling sect. Is the Su family doomed? Did they really provoke this person to personally come here? It is said that this person has a violent temper and a bloodthirsty nature. Su Yu might be facing the risk of extermination. Amidst the gossip, Su Hanshan, under immense pressure, silently walked step by step towards Su Yu. Holding his sword in both hands, he stared seriously at Xuan Bubai. Although his legs were trembling, he showed no hesitation. Although there was no blood relation, Su Yu was still his son. As long as he was alive, he would never allow anyone to harm a single hair on Su Yu's body. Ha ha ha. Su family, what are you still struggling for? Wouldn't it be better to just die obediently? Liu Xueyan, covered in blood, still struggled to stand up. She wanted to see the miserable end of the Su family members with her own eyes to calm her anger. Detected that a person with great fortune has appeared near the host. Name, Xuan Bubai. Cultivation, late stage of transformation embryo realm. Physique, sword spirit body, earth grade, Note, son of the Sect Master of the Xianling sect, once hailed as the rare genius of the Xianling sect in 100 years. His father, the Sect Master of Xianling, even claimed, my son has the potential to become a saint. Oh. So, he is actually a wild child with great fortune. At this moment, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with excitement. Father, leave this to me. Upon hearing this, Su Hanshan shook his head without thinking, no. You are only in the bodybuilding realm, reaching the golden core realm is your limit, and that person is a Daozi of the Xiantian sect, the transformation embryo realm is not something you can face. Is that so? Su Yu sneered, a mere Xiantian sect, a mere Daozi in the transformation embryo realm, in front of me, they are no more than dogs and chickens. Not only the first sect of the eastern wilderness, but the entire lower realm was nothing but a drop in the ocean in his eyes. Insulting the first sect of the eastern wilderness, insulting the Daozi of the Xiantian sect, obtaining plus 3,000 villain points. Liu Xueyan, Su Yu, you're crazy. It's one thing to bully a weak woman like me, but to insult the Xiantian sect? Haha, even if a great Luo immortal descends today, they can't save you. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Xuan Bubai was initially stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Laughing out of extreme anger. A mere Xiantian sect? A mere transformation embryo? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are a peak expert or a reincarnated immortal? You're just a bodybuilding realm ant, and you dare to challenge the Xiantian sect? As soon as Xuan Bubai finished speaking, he swung his palm. Boom! A loud sound echoed throughout the entire city, and the terrifying force swept in all directions. With just a casual strike, the world seemed to change color. Who said I'm just in the bodybuilding realm? Looking at the giant palm descending from above, Su Yu's mouth curled into a calm smile, and instead of retreating, he advanced, walking step by step towards the sky, hands behind his back. With each step, a sword lotus blossomed beneath his feet. Step by step, lotus flowers bloom? Xuan Bubai's pupils constricted, as if he had thought of something, but he couldn't believe it. How could such a legendary phenomenon appear on an ant? Thinking of this, he no longer held back and unleashed his full strength, intending to strike with one palm to kill Su Yu and destroy the entire Su family. Ha! But at this moment, he suddenly realized that this palm couldn't land. How is this possible? Looking closely, a gigantic, indescribable long sword appeared behind Suyu. The sword's shadow flickered, almost solid, radiating an overwhelming sharpness. The sword aura spread in all directions, like countless stars gathering together. A golden pill swallowed. From this moment on, my fate belongs to me, not to the heavens. Sword pill, complete. Boom. In an instant, the void trembled. A pitch-black sword of nothingness flew behind Suyu, merging with the vast giant sword. Using the power of the Tai Su sword body to condense the sword pill, causing widespread chaos, the son of fate's heart is unstable, and the daughter of destiny's heart completely collapses. Congratulations, host, for gaining 20,000 villain points. Is this stepping into the Dan formation realm? Unbelievable. Which Dan formation realm has such power? I would believe it if you said he broke into the Ascension realm. The people below were stunned, their faces full of horror, constantly guessing. Liu Xueyan's originally excited face instantly stiffened, like she had fallen into an ice cave. What happened? He was clearly a useless person who could only flatter himself. Why did he suddenly show such a dazzling side? Did I really make a mistake? No, I am not wrong. It's all fake, everything is fake. Meanwhile, as Suyu began to form the Dan using the power unlocked from the Tai Su sword body, in a corner of the Sanqing realm, a figure seated in the void abruptly opened its eyes. Oh no! The young master's Tai Su sword body has actually unsealed 50%? It's over, which blind fool dared to attack the young master? Fortunately, I have successfully gathered enough void power, and can retrieve the Tai Su ancient scripture. Otherwise. At this moment, Jiuge, who was known as the nine-hell demon saint in the upper realm, was panicked and full of regret. As a protector of Suyu, he should always guard around Suyu, eliminating all risks. Although the Su family's rules required their people to train, they wouldn't let them fend for themselves. However, before coming, Jiuge had been entrusted by the Su family's leader, who was also Suyu's father. While protecting Suyu, he also went to a relic in this realm to find the most suitable technique for the Tai Su sword body, the Tai Su ancient scripture. It is said that this supreme technique was refined by the ancient Void Emperor in his later years, consuming the last bit of his imperial thoughts, and contains the power of time and space. One scroll of scripture can open up the heavens and the earth, reverse yin and yang, control time and space, and achieve the impossible. I have gone through so much trouble to finally get my hands on this supreme ancient scripture. But right after that, I sensed the news of Suyu unsealing the Tai Su sword body ahead of time. Unsealing the Tai Su sword body early is not a bad thing, but this indicates that Suyu is in trouble. The clan leader has just had a son, and he's the only heir. If anything happens. Jiuge shuddered suddenly and dared not think deeply. The next moment, she immediately operated her great power, forcibly storing a dark void hole in front of her. In an instant, the void exploded. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth suddenly spread out, causing the void to shake unceasingly. Her great saint realm cultivation made everything around become incredibly dim. Only Jiuge's dazzling eyes shone with brilliant light. Between her hands was an ancient scripture as black as night, heavy and ancient, exuding the weight of endless time. It was indeed the Tai Su ancient scripture. After carefully storing it away, Jiuge took a step forward and instantly crossed countless miles, rushing madly towards the Su family. Chapter 4, Your sword is good, and now it is mine. Heaven and earth were one color, and thousands of swords sang in unison. Suyu stood above the sky, with his hands clasped behind his back. As he broke into the Dan formation realm, the grand phenomenon behind him slowly began to dissipate, ultimately returning to nothingness. With a slight thought, a phantom panel appeared before Suyu. Name, Suyu. Cultivation, Early Dan Formation Realm. Physique, Tai Su Sword Body, 50% unlocked. Innate Divine Powers, Tai Su Sword Chi, True Understanding of Sword Dao, Sword Control Technique. Villain Points, 20,000. Indeed, worthy of being a supreme physique. Suyu's eyes flashed as he felt the tremendous power surging continuously within him. The Tai Su Sword Body had only unsealed half, yet it once again granted him 2 innate divine powers. The true understanding of Sword Dao greatly increased his comprehension of the sword, and Suyu was certain that no one in this realm understood the sword better than he did. The sword control technique, another divine power, placed him in an undefeated position against any sword cultivator of the same level. As long as their cultivation is not 3 great realms higher than his, then the opponent's sword can be forcibly enslaved by him. 18 years old and forming his core. This child has a peerless talent. It is not an exaggeration to say he is the best in the Eastern Wasteland, even surpassing Xinjiang. Such a young age and already at this level of cultivation, it truly is a pity. Heavenly jealousy towards the talented. Clearly a world-shocking genius, yet his opponent is none other than the Daozi of Xuan Bubai, Xuan Bubai. Everyone looked at Suyu with eyes full of regret. Xuan Bubai, 12 years old and forming his body, 20 years old and forming his core, 28 years old and transforming into an infant. Now, he has already reached the late stage of the infant transformation. And Suyu, although talented, has only just broken through to the core formation stage. His realm has not yet stabilized. How could he possibly compete with Xuan Bubai? Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted, shaking the entire sky. Everyone looked up, only to see a terrifying sword light erupting from the center of Xuan Bubai's brow. That sword light was so dazzling that it stung everyone's eyes painfully. Yet at this moment, the shock in everyone's hearts was even greater. Not only does he have the cultivation of an infant, but he even possesses a spirit sword body. This Xuan Bubai truly is the undefeated Daozi. Hearing the exclamations around her, Liu Xueyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Undefeated, cut him down and take back everything that belongs to me. Humph. So what if it's core formation? It's still a matter of one sword from this Daozi. Boom. Immediately, Xuan Bubai moved. His figure flashed, heading straight for Suyu in the clouds above. Xuan Tian slash. Xuan Bubai shouted furiously. His aura surged, gathering infinite sword energy, striking down towards Suyu. Not good. Seeing this scene, the Su family members below changed their expressions, filled with worry. The spirit sword body can convert the world's spiritual energy into sword energy, although Xuan Bubai's sword body is not fully formed. With this strike, even someone in the spirit realm cannot underestimate it. At this moment, facing the thousands of sword shadows, Suyu remained calm, his expression still indifferent. I told you, swinging your sword in front of me is like showing off your skills in front of an expert. With his words falling, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, instantly engulfing the entire area. Puff. Almost without any resistance, those sword energies shattered upon touching the pressure, turning into nothingness. Easily shattering the attack of the Child of Destiny, causing significant mental damage to the opponent, gaining villain points plus 2000. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Xuan Bubai's eyes gradually widened, his pupils shrank suddenly, filled with disbelief. He thought his strength was unbeatable among his peers. But this strike was easily resolved by a useless person who just broke through to core formation. The opponent hadn't even drawn his sword. He can actually withstand Xuan Bubai's sword? Liu Xueyan was stunned as well, staring at Suyu with confusion in her eyes. How could this happen? Clearly one is the radiant Daozi of Xuantianzong, while the other is just an ordinary person from a small family. The disparity is so great, why is it a stalemate? Liu Xueyan was unwilling but more filled with doubt and hatred. Well done. Su Hanshan was overjoyed, unable to restrain his clenched fists in high cheer. The other members of the Su family also showed excited expressions. I want you dead. Xuan Bubai roared, his eyes red with fury. He frantically urged his sword body, and in an instant, even more sword energy gathered, forming an ocean of sword energy. As Xuan Bubai formed the last sword seal, the ocean of sword energy crashed down, as if the heavens were collapsing. Suyu stood stationary, showing no response at all. His gaze was as if he were watching a child throwing a tantrum. Boom, boom, boom. The torrential rain of swords enveloped Suyu. Xuan Bubai could not help but reveal a smile. Crack. Crack. But soon, the smile gradually faded. Replaced by horror, extreme horror. The ocean of sword energy crashed against Suyu but was halted by an invisible barrier. Under the coverage of the rain of swords, gradually, that invisible barrier revealed its boundary. It turned out to be a giant sword without a shadow. Roughly speaking, it was thousands of meters long. What is this? A sword technique? Or, some kind of sword body? The crowd below stared with wide eyes. It is hard to believe. Could it be that Suyu's sword body is stronger than Xuan Bubai's? Break for me. At this moment, Xuan Bubai let out a fierce shout. His entire body surged with spiritual power, detonating all the remaining spirit swords, creating a destructive offensive. Break your sister. Die for me. Suyu gave a low shout. Boom. In the next moment, Suyu reached out, grasping nothing, and pulled up the 3,000-meter giant sword. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you run 2,999 meters first. With this shadowless giant sword locked onto him, Xuan Bubai nearly wet himself. Caused a huge psychological trauma to the child of luck value plus 10,000. What the hell? Whoosh. The shadowless giant sword slashed across the sky, producing a violent sonic boom, and in the blink of an eye, it had already caught up to Xuan Bubai. No! Xuan Bubai screamed, never imagining that one day he would be this pathetic. Boom! 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 The sword chi rampaged like the apocalypse. That ocean of sword chi was torn apart in an instant, and endless shockwaves swept in all directions. Xuan Bubai was directly blasted into the ground, and his life or death was unknown. Damn it! Seeing this scene, everyone gasped, their minds going blank. Xuan Bubai lost. One move. He was defeated with just one move. This completely overturned their perception, it was too unbelievable. After all, he was the Daozi of the Xiantian sect, known as the once-in-a-century genius of the eastern wilderness region. But in front of Suyu, he was like a worthless chicken, easily crushed. No match. Liu Xueyan's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate body trembling lightly. How could this be? Suyu had only just broken through to the Dan formation stage, so why was he so terrifying? Could it be? Did I truly make the wrong choice? No. Liu Xueyan shook her head violently. I'm not wrong. Even if Suyu shows such shocking power now, so what? The Su family is just a small family in Xinjiang. No matter how monstrous Suyu is, under the immense power of Xiantian sect, no matter how talented he is, he must kneel. Liu Xueyan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. At this moment, Suyu did not care about others' words, just glanced at the deep pit beneath his feet. Inflicted heavy injuries on the child of luck, villain value plus 20,000. Only heavy injuries? Suyu lightly shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. Damn it! Damn it! You deserve to die. Below, Xuan Bubai slowly rose from the ground. His face was covered in blood, and his Dao robe was filthy, far from the graceful image he had before. Seeing Suyu's displeased expression, Xuan Bubai was about to go mad. Was he dissatisfied because the sword didn't kill him? I will kill you, kill you. Xuan Bubai roared, today, I will make your entire Su family bury you with me. With his roar, a rich golden light appeared around him, and his aura soared. A dazzling golden sword emerged from above his head. This is a divine weapon. Someone exclaimed in shock. It's a divine weapon that only those in the divine ability realm can wield. How could he, a person in the transformation stage, hold such a heavy weapon? This must be the sword of Xuan Yuan, the Sect Master of Xiantian sect. An older generation cultivator recognized it. Hiss. Didn't expect that Xuan Bubai has a divine weapon to protect him. Now it's over. Not only will Suyu die, but the entire Su family will be destroyed today. Everyone's expression turned serious. Xuan Bubai's strength was already terrifying, and with the divine weapon, it was enough to crush the spiritual realm. It could even fight back against the ascendant realm. Ha, you forced me to use this divine weapon, dying wouldn't be a shame. Die. Accept death. Go to hell. Xuan Bubai was almost mad, his eyes bloodshot, holding the divine weapon, slashing down at Suyu. But even though his momentum was terrifying, Suyu remained calm like water, a mocking smile on his lips. I've told you so many times, don't use a sword in front of me. The next moment, Suyu extended his index finger and beckoned toward the golden sword. Sword slave technique. Whoosh. In the next moment, the divine weapon instantly flew out of Xuan Bubai's hand, hovering above Suyu's fingertip. Although this divine weapon, the golden sword, was of high quality, the one using it was not 3 realms higher than Suyu, so the sword slave technique still succeeded. Impossible, this is impossible. Xuan Bubai stood frozen in place, looking at the divine weapon that was incredibly close to Suyu, and felt a little green on top of his head. What is going on? So strange. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. The divine weapon, actually betrayed? Chapter 5, a belated apology, not even a dog would want it. Forcibly enslaving the divine weapon of the Son of Destiny, villain value plus 20,000. Current villain value has reached 72,000, the Taisu sword body is 100% unlocked, would you like to unlock it? Suyu's eyes flickered, thinking for a moment before shaking his head slightly, not choosing to fully unlock his body yet. He vaguely had a sense. If his body were unlocked now, he might miss out on some huge opportunity. Suyu gripped the sword handle and gently stroked the sword's body. Every time he touched it, the divine weapon slightly trembled, seeming to resist escaping, but couldn't help but draw closer to Suyu, emitting a pleasant sword hum. Playing with the resplendent golden sword in his hand, a playful smirk appeared on Suyu's lips. As expected of the Daozi of Xiantian sect, your sword is truly excellent. Verbally humiliating the Son of Destiny, causing his Dao heart to collapse, villain value plus 5,000. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone fell silent. They had thought Suyu would be easily crushed by Xuan Bubai. But now it seemed that the result was completely opposite. Not only was Suyu's hard strength overwhelming, but now even the trump card divine weapon was snatched by him, and even mocked brutally. Most importantly, this is really frustrating. How could anyone not get mad with this guy as an enemy? Even if they don't get killed, they'd be killed by anger. Everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. Some people already foresaw that no matter what, from today on, Suyu's name was destined not to be stuck in the small eastern wilderness domain. Xuan Buhai's face turned red from holding his anger, his fury almost bursting out. His fists clenched tightly, his forehead bulging with veins, wanting nothing more than to rush over and fight Su Yu. His heart beat violently, his chest felt like it was about to explode. This bastard. He actually dared to desecrate Master's sword. He deserves to die 1,000 times. Xuan Buhai gritted his teeth, his heart filled with overwhelming killing intent. However, he didn't release his anger on Su Yu. Instead, he suddenly turned toward Liu Xueyan, shouting angrily, "It's all your fault, you." Ha! Liu Xueyan was also confused. You were humiliated but you don't go to Su Yu for revenge, and you come to blame me? She was about to speak, but Xuan Buhai was already in front of her. Slap! The sound of a palm striking a cheek was crisp and clear. Liu Xueyan covered her face, her eyes full of disbelief. You actually dared to hit me? Liu Xueyan screamed, so you ruined my constitution, and took your divine weapon. Now you don't go to him but hit me? Ha! Xuan Buhai's face darkened. If it weren't for saving you, would I have lost Master's divine weapon? Just a furnace cauldron, and you dare to talk back? Furnace cauldron. Liu Xueyan's eyes widened suddenly, her head felt like it was about to explode. Her whole face twisted and distorted as emotions of anger, humiliation, and more flooded over her. So, I was just the furnace cauldron he selected? No wonder from the beginning, Xuan Buhai had been so cold to me. At first, Liu Xueyan thought Xuan Buhai was naturally aloof and thought such men were especially charming. She even gave him the treasures Su Yu had given her. The more Su Yu treated her well, the more he saw her as lowly, especially rejecting any interaction with her. Every cold response from Xuan Buhai made her feel he was incredibly charming. She even went to great lengths to compete to be that furnace cauldron. Now it seems, I was completely the fool. The man I thought was inferior was actually the true peerless genius. Is it too late to regret now? Liu Xueyan suddenly turned to look at Su Yu. Are these two dogs biting each other? Looking at the two suddenly turning against each other, Su Yu raised an eyebrow. As expected, these two are of the same kind, no wonder they ended up together. The Son of Fate and the Destined girl turned against each other, villain value plus 20,000. Congratulations to the host for achieving Enemy of Destiny. Congratulations to the host for receiving achievement reward, Breaking Void Death / Breaking Void Death / Heaven / Earth / all living beings, annihilate destiny. Su Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. This reward was exactly what he wanted. Breaking Void Death / could consume lifespan to gather a sword of annihilation. The more lifespan consumed, the stronger this sword became. The words death not only mean taking the life of the opponent, but first, one must be willing to sacrifice their own life. This was a life-risking killing move, just right for the unmatched attack of the Void Sword body. Combining the two, so you couldn't imagine what the scene would look like when this sword was unleashed. He shook his head slightly. Su Yu turned to look at the two who were still arguing. The sword tip pointed diagonally at Xuan Bubai and Liu Xueyan. Without a word, this sword was about to strike down. In an instant, Xuan Bujai's face changed dramatically. Damn! This guy is so decisively murderous, not giving him a chance to delay. Stop! Just as Xuan Bubai was about to use forbidden techniques to fight desperately, a loud shout came from below. It was Liu Hailong, who had just vomited blood and fainted, somehow woke up and pointed at Su Yu, shouting, "Young man of the Su family, do you know who this person is in front of you? He is the heir of the Xiantian sect. The future master of the Xiantian sect. Moreover, Xueyan's relationship with him is not ordinary now." Hearing this, Su Yu stopped his movement and turned to Liu Hailong. "Oh? Looks like you know these two have been together for a long time?" Liu Hailong placed his hands on his hips, proudly saying, "Of course. He is the heir of the Xiantian sect, and your Su family together isn't even worth a hair of his. In front of such a figure, do you think you are worthy of Xueyan? Su Yu, I advise you to stop entangling here. I will never marry Xueyan to you." Liu Hailong's words made Su Hansan furious. "You old beast. At first, it was you Liu family who begged me to agree to this marriage, but now, knowing Liu Xueyan has a promise, you still indulge her to fool around with others?" Upon hearing this, Liu Hailong suddenly laughed, his gaze becoming arrogant. So what? In his view, the Su family only had a bit of status in this little piece of Xinjiang, while the Xiantian sect was indeed the ruler of the entire eastern wasteland. Who is strong and who is weak? One glance is enough to tell. So what if he is treacherous? As long as he kills everyone who knows the truth, history would still be written by him, right? However, Liu Hailong completely failed to notice the cold stares of the others around him. This old man just woke up, probably didn't see what just happened, huh? Everyone had guessed what would happen next and stepped back, afraid of being splattered with blood later. Though the Xiantian sect was strong, only Xuan Bubai appeared now. "Are you scared?" The retreating behavior of everyone made Liu Hailong even more proud. Then he continued arrogantly, Suyu, shouldn't you quickly return the divine weapon and kneel to the air to apologize? If you do this, perhaps I can plead for you out of my long-standing relationship with the Su family, striving for only to cripple your cultivation and not harm the Su family. Swish! Brilliant sword light flashed again. Liu Hailong's words stopped abruptly, his pupils dilated, and a huge gash appeared on his neck. Finally, he stopped shouting. Suyu scratched his ear, feeling a sense of relief as if he had finally emptied a long-held bladder. He had been too kind, letting this old dog bark for so long. You, kill, me. Liu Hailong clutched his throat, slowly raising his arm to point at Su. Tears slid down her beautiful face. She never imagined that things would evolve into this situation. Suyu was too strong, and too ruthless. No, she had to endure for now. Liu Xueyan bit her lower lip tightly, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming sorrow and resentment in her heart. She barely squeezed out a smile and said in a pitiful tone, Suyu, everything I did to you before was instructed by my father. Now that he's gone, I just want to say that I actually have feelings for you. Facing the beautiful woman's confession, Suyu frowned deeply. What a great filial daughter, able to endure even when her father dies in front of her. If it were the original owner, that dog-like person, he would probably have already jumped and pulled Liu Xueyan into his arms. But alas. He. A woman only affects the speed at which I draw my sword. Suyu's eyes were cold, and a low chuckle escaped his lips. Such endurance, this person must not be kept alive. Swish! A terrifying sword light reappeared. Liu Xueyan's face was filled with horror and disbelief. How could he be so heartless? In the past, as long as she slightly beckoned, Suyu would act like a dog, wagging his tail and rushing to offer her treasures. But now, even when she begged so lowly, and did not even mention the revenge of her father's death, Suyu still wanted to strike at her? Chapter 6, Reverse Time Body, the Taisu sword body fully unsealed. Put! A head flew into the sky, blood splattering and staining the sky red. Liu Xueyan's headless body fell to the ground, completely lifeless. The entire arena fell into silence. Everyone stared at the flying head, their eyes blank, their hearts pounding, unable to calm down for a long time. This young master of the Su family not only had incredible talent and strength, but his decisive style of action was also shocking. As long as he survives this time, his future achievements will likely be unimaginable. Kill the fated daughter once, earn 20,000 villain points. Seeing this prompt, Suyu's smile slightly froze. Once? Does that mean Liu Xueyan isn't completely dead yet? Before Suyu could think deeply, a piece of crimson text appeared in front of his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the ultimate task. The fate's end, the fated daughter Liu Xueyan has revived through a secret treasure in the Liu family's ancestral land. Please go to the Liu family and eliminate the roots. Completion reward, Supreme Physique, Reverse Time Body. In an instant, a brilliant light flickered in Suyu's eyes. The Reverse Time Body was a supreme physique related to the Great Law of Time, also known as the Immortal Body. Once this physique reaches full development, one's lifespan becomes almost endless. But what Suyu cared about wasn't that. You see, the Taisu sword body corresponds to the law of space. If he were to gain the law of time, what would happen when time and space are combined into one? Would it result in an even stronger physique, or? Suyu smiled brightly, almost wishing to rush to the Liu family's ancestral land right now. However, now he still had to deal with this Xuan Bubai in front of him. Your lover is dead, now you can go join her on the road. Suyu glanced at him indifferently, then made a hand seal. The next moment, the divine sword flew out. Whoosh! Xuan Bufai's face changed wildly, his figure retreating explosively. However, compared to the divine weapon, his speed was still too slow. The power of this divine sword in Suyu's hands was terrifying, far beyond Xuan Bufai's strength, it even had the power to threaten the heavens. Boom! The sword's roar shook the heavens, brilliant golden light erupted. But just as the golden sword was about to pierce through Xuan Bufai's body, it suddenly stopped, floating in midair. You little beast, how dare you! At this moment, a roar came from a distance. Then, a mighty, overwhelming aura suddenly descended, turning into a tidal wave that rushed towards Suyu. Suyu's face slightly changed, caught off guard and sent flying several dozen yards away. Father! Xuan Bufai suddenly opened his eyes, the dead silence in his eyes quickly fading, replaced by a wild joy of having escaped death. Ha ha ha! You little waste, daring to strike at me, today I will wipe out your entire family. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, all things bowed down. A towering figure slowly descended from the sky. He wore a Taoist robe, and his hair and beard were both white. A terrifying aura emanated from his entire body. Divine Realm. Suyu's pupils suddenly contracted. The identity of the newcomer was clear. It was Xuan Bubai's father, the Sect Master of Xiantian Sect, Xuan Yuzuan. Father. He just killed the furnace I struggled to find, and almost killed me. I want to kill this little bastard and destroy the Su family, leaving not a single one alive. Xuan Bubai quickly hid behind the elder, pointing at Suyu and shouting angrily. Upon hearing this, the elder snorted coldly, his eyes shooting out two beams of cold light. People of Xiantian Sect, are you lower beings even worthy of offending us? Kneel. An overwhelming, boundless aura was released without reservation. In an instant, countless people were struck by this pressure and immediately knelt to the ground. Suyu only felt as if the world was collapsing in front of him, unable to help but groan, blood spilling from his mouth. Let alone the fact that his Taishu sword body had only been unsealed halfway. Even if it were fully unsealed, it would still be impossible to cross 4 major realms to face such an enemy. Yet, even in the face of such a terrifying opponent, Suyu did not retreat an inch. That figure stood firm like a stabilizing needle in the sea, eyes burning with intensity, staring at Xuan Yuzuan, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. A mere Xiantian sect, dare to call themselves superior? A huge sect like that, and not a single mirror in sight? Insulting the Sect Master of Xiantian Sect to his face, mocking the sect of the Son of Luck, villain points plus 5,000. Before the words had even finished, everyone was stunned. What kind of courage was this? He actually dared to openly provoke Xuan Yuzuan? Was he not afraid of death? Presumptuous. Insulting my Xiantian sect, you deserve to die. Xuan Yuzuan was furious. When had the mighty Sect Master of Xiantian Sect ever been insulted like this? This little waste, not only failing to kneel and beg for mercy upon seeing him, but also daring to speak rudely? Little bastard, I will extract your soul and light the heavenly lantern. An even more vast aura erupted. The people lying on the ground were terrified. Xuan Yuzuan was truly enraged now. Suyu, don't worry about us, you must escape. Su Hanshan's eyes were filled with fury as he shouted. He stood in front of Suyu with everyone from the Su family, buying him time. The originally good situation had completely reversed with the arrival of Xuan Yuzuan. Why did the Su family offend him? They deserved to die. Yes. That Suyu thinks he's invincible just because of his talent. Does he think he's unbeatable? Please, Sect Master Xuan, take action and punish this fool. The forces that had planned to ally with the Su family now all spoke out against them, fearing they would suffer the collateral damage. After all, this was the ruler of the East Wilderness domain. The divine realm, already possessing the qualifications to ascend to the upper world. In this East Wilderness domain, Xuan Yuzuan was the uncrowned king, the true ruler of life and death. Escape? None of you will escape. Xuan Yuzuan spoke coldly. Blue spiritual energy surged out, directly enveloping a 100-mile radius. Father, let me do it, I want to personally kill this little bastard. Xuan Bubai raised his chin, no fear left on his face, only a smug and sinister smile. His blood-stained white robes fluttered in the wind, like a demon returning from hell. Xuan Yuzuan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. It seemed that Bubai had a deep obsession with this person. Fine, let that little bastard play his part before he dies. In the next moment, chains of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air, shooting from the void to sweep through everyone in the Su family. Young master, run! Chuehi cried out in alarm, quickly pushing Suyu away, only to be swallowed by the chains herself. Don't harm our young master. The Su family guards desperately stood in front of Suyu, but were easily suppressed. Damn it! Su Hanshan exploded with his infant realm cultivation, but had no strength to fight back, as the chains tightly bound him. His tiger-like eyes were filled with tears as he struggled desperately, trying to break free to protect his son, but it was useless. I'm sorry. Father. I'm useless. Hearing these words, Suyu's heart shook violently. Although he was a traveler, Suyu had deeply accepted this father, and accepted the Su family. Now, the other party wanted to destroy his clan, and he refused to agree. Staring at the tall figure in the sky, Suyu made a certain decision in his heart. Damn it, I'll fight him. Suyu closed his eyes, letting the chains bind him. An invisible and intangible aura began to brew inside him, like a dragon trapped in a cage, ready to break free and destroy the world. A mere ant dares to offend the true dragon? Xuan Bubai grinned hideously, walking towards Suyu with immense pleasure. Even if you somehow defeat me, what then? Blame your lowly status, you should never have provoked someone like me. Tell me, how should I punish you and your family? Killing you directly would be too easy on you. Before his words even finished, Xuan Bubai reached out and grabbed Chuehi's chin. Since you killed my furnace, let's replace it with something else. You seeking death. At that moment, the spirit-binding chains that bound Suyu broke apart with crisp sounds. Following that, Suyu's figure swayed and appeared in front of Xuan Bubai, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Xuan Bubai, caught off guard, took a heavy punch to the chest, flying backward, blood spraying. How could this be? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe it. This was the method of a God Realm expert. How did he break free? At the same time, Jiuge, who was rushing desperately, suddenly froze. This is bad. In the next moment, her face changed drastically as she began burning her essence blood to increase her speed. Because she sensed that Suyu's Taishu sword body had completely unlocked. Chapter 7, One Sword to Death. Jiuge arrives. He actually broke free from my dragon binding lock. Xuan Yuzuan looked at Suyu suddenly unleashing his power, first shocked, then a wild joy appeared in his eyes. That's it. This child must possess some kind of holy body. His voice trembled with excitement. In the Azure Green Realm, physiques are divided into mortal body, spirit body, king body, emperor body, and the most supreme holy body. Those with the holy body possess godlike, unimaginable powers. When a holy body reaches full maturity, they can easily move mountains, fill seas, and pluck stars. Such beings are rare even in the entire Azure Green Realm, and every time one is born, it causes a huge uproar. It can be said that every person with a holy body will become a giant in the future. Even when ascending to a higher realm, they will not be overshadowed by others. However, such a physique is extremely rare, existing only in legends. But today, Xuan Yuzuan has personally witnessed the appearance of a holy body. This is no joke. Just with a core formation cultivation, he was able to easily break free from the dragon binding lock simulated by divine abilities. Even the most top-tier emperor body could not do that. If this kid is not a holy body, I'll twist his head off and kick it like a ball. Haha, heaven helps me. This holy body is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. With it, my breakthrough is within reach, within reach. Xuan Yuzuan was so excited that he almost went mad. He had been in the God realm for hundreds of years. The reason he didn't choose to ascend to the higher realm was because he knew his limits. With his talent, going to the higher realm would only make him mediocre, so instead of being suppressed by others, it was better to stay in the Azure Green Realm and be a local emperor. But now, if he could seize the foundation of the holy body, he could completely break the shackles and escape the constraints of the Azure Green Realm. Imagining that wonderful picture, Xuan Yuzuan felt a surge of heat in his heart. Cough, cough. Xuan Yuzuan did not let his desires cloud his judgment, but instead, cautiously brought Xuan Bubai before him, asking, Bubai, is this child truly just a native of the Eastern Wilds? Xuan Bubai, who had almost been knocked unconscious by Suyu's punch, was about to counterattack when he turned and saw the vicious expression on his father's face, shivering in fear, and quickly answered. Father, I swear on my life, this child is just from the Su family, with no other background. Xuan Yuzuan had no more worries. Good child, you have helped your father a great deal. I have stayed in the realm of divine power for over 800 years, and now I am finally going to break through. Once I refine the holy body, you can absorb the remaining foundation of the holy body, and at that time, you will at least elevate your physique to a king's body. Hearing this, Xuan Bubai was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Below, Suyu's eyes were cold as he listened to the exchange between father and son, and he couldn't help but sneer. Do you really think you have me cornered? He said lightly, his gaze filled with disdain. Xuan Yuzuan raised an eyebrow, looking at Suyu with sarcasm, a proud curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. What? Do you really think that with your mere core formation stage, you can rival my divine power? Have you ever heard that divine power cannot defeat destiny? Suyu ignored Xuan Yuzuan's ridicule and slowly extended his right hand, which was long and strong, slightly bending in the air as if holding something. Buzz. As this action unfolded, the surrounding space trembled violently. Immediately, invisible forces rapidly gathered in Suyu's palm. His hair was visibly turning white at a rapid pace. A normal core formation stage has a lifespan of around 300 years. But Suyu, possessing the Taishu sword body, condensing the sword core with the power of the sword body, had a lifespan of up to 3,000 years. Yet now, he directly burned away 2,999 years of his lifespan in one breath. In less than a breath, his black hair had turned completely gray. But the power gained from such a cost was truly terrifying. Gradually, a blood-red long sword appeared in Suyu's hand. That sword was crystal clear and emitted an eerie glow, as if it were crafted from blood. On the hilt, a pure black character shone brightly, continuously releasing an aura that exterminated everything. In an instant, the temperature around dropped sharply, bone-chillingly cold. Feeling this aura, Xuan Bubai suddenly shrank his pupils, turning pale with fright. He had never imagined that a core formation stage could unleash such a terrifying attack. He had only felt this kind of pressure from his father and other mighty divine powers. You are. Su Hansan looked at Suyu's back, his gaze fixed on his head full of white hair, feeling immense pain. Although they were not blood relatives, after years of raising him, he had long regarded Suyu as his own son. What father can bear to see his son standing in front of him, fighting for his life against an enemy? His nails dug deeply into his palm. He was angry. angry at his own lack of power. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xian Yuzun laughed as if he saw the biggest joke in the world, just a frog at the bottom of the well. So what if you sacrifice your lifespan to cast a forbidden technique? Just a mere core formation, even if you temporarily gain divine powers, what difference does it make? Divine power cannot defeat destiny? As an ant, how could you understand the mystery of divine power? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a 3-year-old child swinging a big knife. I will just stand here and let you strike. If you move even a little, it counts as my loss. Xian Yuzun's profound spiritual power surged, like a raging torrent, overwhelming and vigorous. He slightly spread his arms, as if planning to completely suppress Suyu head-on, not giving him any chance to escape. Ha! In the face of Xian Yuzun's contempt, Suyu coldly laughed. Guess what I call this sword? Xian Yuzun frowned. What do you call it? Suyu's mouth curled upward, the sword of slaying dogs, specifically for slaughtering old dogs like you. Insulting the favored son of fate and his father, villain value plus 2,000. Xian Yuzun was furious. All you can do is boast. Once I capture you, I will slowly torment you. He stomped heavily on the ground, and with a thunderous roar, he soared into the air. Behind him appeared a gigantic phantom, a golden flood dragon. The flood dragon was over 1,000 feet long, its scales glimmering with golden light, exuding an imposing aura. As the flood dragon emerged from the sea, it stirred up great waves. Suyu's expression remained unchanged. He walked slowly through the air, approaching Xian Yuzun in a calm and deliberate manner. His steps were light, without the slightest trace of dust, as if he were simply strolling through a garden. However, as the distance grew shorter, the pressure emanating from him also grew stronger, suffocating those around him. Boom! Every step Suyu took was as if thunder itself had exploded, deafening in its intensity. At this moment, the clothes on Suyu's body fluttered violently, and he appeared like a war god, awe-inspiring and overwhelming. Father, Cui He, and both grandfather and second uncle. Suyu slowly brought the absolute sword in front of him, turning his head with a smile. Pay close attention, this sword is called Absolute Death. Swish! As his words finished, he suddenly swung his sword. In an instant, the heavens and earth were torn apart, and all was silent. No one saw how the sword was struck. They only saw. In that moment, the dragon behind Xian Yuzun vanished like a fleeting illusion. Fear appeared on everyone's face. This was too terrifying. The power of one sword was enough to break through even the life force of a godly realm practitioner's innate divine ability. Some couldn't help but wonder, was Suyu really only in the core formation realm, just a holy body? Put. Xian Yuzun's face changed drastically. He poured all his energy into it, even burning his innate divine ability, just barely shifting his body an inch, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. But even so, he paid an extremely heavy price, with half of his shoulder severed at the root. Blood sprayed out without restraint. How is this possible? Xian Yuzun was in disbelief. He was a peak practitioner in the godly realm. And yet, he had used his innate divine ability. How could he be defeated so utterly? This completely shattered all common sense. But after a brief shock, Xian Yuzun suddenly started laughing wildly. Good. 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 Kid, the stronger you are, the happier I am. Because, everything of yours will sooner or later belong to me. Since Suyu's sword had not killed him, then the one to die next must surely be Suyu. Suyu's expression remained calm, as if he had accepted his fate. However, just as Xian Yuzun grinned wickedly and approached, intending to peel Suyu's skin and break his bones. Boom! The void trembled, and the sound was even more terrifying than when Suyu struck that sword earlier, like the thunder from the ninth heaven, shaking the heavens themselves. At this moment, everyone's minds trembled as they looked up to the sky, their faces filled with terror. In the eyes of the crowd, the very fabric of space suddenly cracked open. A demonic figure slowly walked out from the fragments of the shattered void. The person smiled slyly, but for some reason, it made everyone's spine chill. Anyone who dares to harm the young master, I will destroy their entire lineage. The ants of the Tsunching realm, do you understand? The voice was light and airy, as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with an indescribable evil aura. Everyone's hearts twitched violently, feeling as though their souls were being ripped from their bodies, soaring into the sky, pulled by an unimaginable force, completely out of their control. All the cultivators of the Tsunching realm were trembling in fear. Some ancient and reclusive monsters screamed in shock, it's someone from the upper realm. This person's cultivation is likely already at the saint realm. The word saint caused everyone to be stunned. In the Tsunching realm, the godly realm was already the obvious limit. At most, there were only a few old monsters in the divine mansion realm. As for the saint realm, that was a being who could command the winds and rains even in the upper realm. A saint has descended to the lower realms. What is this person trying to do? I remember, people from the upper realm cannot casually descend to the lower realms. Doesn't this person fear being punished by the will of heaven? The crowd murmured. The higher their cultivation, the more anxious and uneasy they became. Dark clouds gathered, and darkness enveloped everything. A terrifying sense of oppression made it feel like everyone was suffocating. Xian Yuzun, who was about to strip Suyu of his constitution, suddenly stopped, his face filled with terror. I am invincible in this world, how can I suddenly feel fear? And what is this aura, what exactly is it? Xian Yuzun's face changed dramatically as he abruptly turned his head to look at the sky. In a chaotic blend of time and space, a towering figure of darkness became increasingly clearer. An unimaginable killing intent swept across like a tidal wave. This power seemed ready to destroy heaven and earth, as if it would swallow everything whole, dominating all. Not good. It is the demon lord from the higher realm piercing through the boundary. What does she want? To use the beings of this realm to cultivate her dark arts? Xian Yu's body trembled continuously, his expression extremely complicated. He wanted nothing more than to turn and flee. But where could he escape to? The other party was a true ruler of all beings, easily able to wipe out an entire realm. In just a brief moment, that dark figure had solidified to the utmost degree. Her skin was as white as frost and snow, cold and emanating a ghostly light, like dark night cold jade, giving off a chilling air. Her beauty was unparalleled, every glance and every smile could dim the heavens. Her slim waist seemed to contain endless power, twisting like a dragon's tail, mesmerizing all who gazed upon her. Her long black hair was tied with blood coral, several strands danced wildly in the dark aura, resembling a demon stepping into the world. Simply standing there, she seemed to become the center of the universe, making others feel utterly insignificant. It was true. The demon lord from the higher realm had indeed descended. Senior, you. Xian Yu tremblingly spoke. However, before he could finish, Su Jiuge's ice-cold gaze fell directly on him, immediately making him feel as if he had fallen into an icy pit, trembling and panicking deep within his soul. That glance was too terrifying. Even from hundreds of yards away, Xian Yu still felt a violent shiver, like falling into the hell of Avicii. Fortunately, Su Jiuge's gaze did not linger on him. Instead, it fixed directly on Su Yu. Her previously cold and dominating eyes froze upon seeing Su Yu's white hair. Young Master Yu. Boom. In an instant, Su Jiuge was filled with rage, unleashing the great might of a Saint King without reservation. This overwhelming pressure caused the space around to start collapsing. Xian Yu felt his blood flow backward, his organs shifting, and his soul nearly shattered from the shock. You all dare to bully my young master like this? Su Jiuge's beautiful eyes were blood-red, rushing to Su Yu's side and lifting him off the ground in a tight embrace. In almost an instant, she sensed that Su Yu was in a dire situation. Not only had the Tai Su sword body been unsealed prematurely, but even his lifespan was nearly exhausted. The young master must have been pushed to the brink. Su Jiuge's beautiful eyes turned red as she hurriedly lifted the corner of her robe and took out various divine materials to shove into Su Yu's mouth. Young master, this is the star fruit, containing the essence of the stars. Eating it can extend your life by 1,000 years. Hurry and take it. This is dragon blood grass. And the phoenix rebirth flower. Here, drink a bit of chaos spirit milk, don't choke. Before Su Yu could even comprehend what was happening, his mouth was forcibly stuffed with all kinds of heavenly materials. His consumed lifespan was instantly replenished, and even his cultivation began to rise rapidly. Initial stage of foundation establishment. Middle stage of foundation establishment. Late stage of foundation establishment. Boom. Half-step transformation into an infant. Seeing this, Xian Yu's head buzzed and nearly fainted, his legs went weak, dropping him to his knees. He had just been planning to align himself with the demon lord to betray the Songqing realm. But now, what had he heard? This terrifying demon lord who had crossed realms actually called Su Yu young master? This. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on Su Yu even if it cost him his life. Unfilial son. Is this what you call having no background? Xian Yu was terrified beyond belief, unable to help but slap Xuan Bubai. Slap. Xuan Bubai held his face. No. This is impossible. He is just a waste of the Su family. How could he have any relation to the demon lord from the higher realm? Xuan Bubai was so scared his guts twisted, his face pale, and he retreated desperately. The other cultivators present were also dumbfounded, staring at the scene, unable to comprehend it for a long time. Is the sky of the Songqing realm about to change? Chapter 9, Regaining the Supreme Physique, Tai Bai Tian Gang Body. Young master, do you feel better? Su Jiuge was full of anxiety, gently shaking Su Yu's shoulder. However, no matter how she called, Su Yu showed no signs of waking up. Stop feeding him. Su Hansan looked at Su Yu's bloated belly, regretfully saying, This young lady, Yu's breath is already stable, it seems he has been fed until he has fallen into a deep sleep. Ah. Su Juge's small mouth opened slightly, suddenly realizing that the treasures she carried were all of Holy Realm level. Anyone below the Holy Realm would explode and die after having even a bit. Fortunately, the Master's Taishu sword body was completely unsealed, otherwise the enemy wouldn't have been able to harm him, she would have sent him away first. Thinking of this, Su Juge cursed in her heart. It's all this group of bastards' fault. If it weren't for them, how could I be this reckless? Su Juge immediately laid Suyu flat, and unleashed a holy power to help him refine the medicinal effect. Then, she slowly turned around. Boom! A violent aura surged again. For thousands of miles around, everything uncontrollably knelt to the ground. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Xuan Yuju grabbed Xuan Bubai and knelt down, banging their heads desperately. But Su Juge completely ignored them. Not even a word was spoken from beginning to end. Her lotus steps lightly moved. With a single step, she came to Xuan Yuju's front. Without a second thought, she directly began to search his soul. As a dignified demon lord, her style was thus domineering and rough. Cut. The moment the holy power entered the body, blood splattered everywhere. Xuan Yuju's body ruptured, covered in blood. Ah, ah, ah. The heartbreaking screams echoed through the sky, making the surrounding cultivators tremble with fear. Indeed, the gentle side just now was a facade, this was the true face of the demon lord. He. As the soul was forcibly extracted, scenes of memories appeared vividly in Su Juge's eyes. She let out a cold laugh, her fingers slowly tightening. Thinking that my young master has no background, you want to occupy his physique and wipe out his entire clan? Su Juge's eyes were deep. I've heard you wanted to exterminate the Su family, I am also a member of the Su family, why don't you try to exterminate me? She grew up in the Su family, dedicating herself to the imperial family for nearly 10,000 years, and only then was she granted the Su surname by the clan leader. And now, there are actually people who dare to threaten the Su family? Ron. Xuan Yuju's features twisted in pain, continuously howling for mercy. You do not know what is wrong, you only know that you are about to die. Bang! In the next moment, Xuan Yuju's flesh exploded, turning into a pile of dust. And that's not all. Su Juge casually pulled. A phantom was forcibly drawn out from the void by her. Vaguely, there were black and white shadows flickering beside Xuan Yuju's true spirit. However, upon seeing Su Juge's face, they turned and fled without looking back. Damn it! The demon Lord Jiuge actually appears in this realm? Forget it, this true spirit does not matter, the authorities will surely understand our intentions. Seeing this scene, the people present were terrified to the extreme. They seemed to have underestimated the demon lord in front of them. Even the ruler of death dared not provoke her, who exactly is she? Moreover, such a terrifying character referred to Suyu as young master. What could his true identity be to be so noble? You once said you would extract the young master's soul and light the heaven lamp. Now, I will fulfill your wish. A cold voice echoed in all directions. Buzz. Above the sky, cold white flames suddenly appeared. The flames appeared eerie gray and white, as if they came from the netherworld below. While the white flames burned, the surrounding temperature decreased instead of increasing. Ah! A mournful wail came from the true spirit of Xuan Yuju. First, I will put you into the time gourd and burn you for 3,000 years, and then wait for the young master's judgment. Su Juge's expression was indifferent, waving her hand, as the white flames were all drawn into a jade gourd. This is the time gourd, where the flow of time inside differs from the outside by tens of thousands of times. Moreover, Su Juge had even stored a strand of holy power inside, to ensure Xuan Yuju's true spirit would not perish, enduring the eternal pain of soul burning. She looked around and finally fixed her gaze on Xuan Bubai. No! Don't! Don't come near me! Xuan Bubai was scared out of his wits. The invincible Daozi before was now trembling like a little chick, where was his pride? Damn Liu Xueyan! It's all her fault. It's all her fault. He cried in panic, Senior, there are reasons for hatred and debt, this matter started because of that stinky bitch Liu Xueyan. I was harmed by her too. Su Jiuge frowned. The memories of Xuan Yuzun were incomplete, and she hadn't seen what happened before this. So, the soul-searching continued. In the midst of Xuan Bubai's screams, Su Jiuge finally learned everything. And learned about the experiences Su Yu had faced over the years. Ha! Su Jiuge smiled with angry laughter. The young master was the only son of the current head of the Su family, the sole heir of this forbidden imperial clan. Before descending to the lower realms, he was the center of countless affections. Held in hands afraid he might fall, and cherished in mouth afraid he might melt. At 2 years old, just casually mentioning he wanted to eat melon seeds, his soon-to-be emperor grandfather directly stormed into the ancient forbidden area and destroyed the demon sunflower garden. And now? He actually suffered such grievances in the lower realms. Since when could an ordinary girl from the lower realms use an imperial son as a dog? If Liu Xueyan were still alive, Jiuge wouldn't mind letting her know what it meant to live worse than death. Like to bully the weak? Jiuge tightened her grip on Xuan Bubai's neck, her voice cold as ice. It's fine to battle a core formation with a transformation realm cultivation, but even after losing, you still want to use your power to oppress others. Like to bully the powerful? Today, I'll let you know what true bullying is. With a cold snort, Jiuge was about to repeat the same method and give Xuan Bubai a set of heavenly lights. Wait! But at that moment, an urgent shout came. Jiuge suddenly turned her head. In an instant, her cold face changed, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Young master, you've woken up? She tossed Xuan Bubai aside like trash and rushed over, cradling Suyu in her arms. Young master, let me check your body. A wave of fragrance hit her face. Immediately, Suyu felt two soft things pressing against him, and he heard a series of tingling sounds by his ear. Cough cough. Sister Jiuge, hurry and put me down, I'm not a child anymore, do you understand that men and women shouldn't be too close? Suyu's face turned red, struggling to escape from Jiuge's grasp. Seeing his familiar appearance, Jiuge felt a little relieved. It seemed the young master's memories had also been unlocked. She had a teasing glint in her eyes, covering her mouth with a light laugh. All right, as you wish, young master. Jiuge obediently stepped aside. Suyu did not have time to reminisce with her and hurriedly ran up to Xuan Bubai. You're not dead, right? Hearing this concerned question, Xuan Bubai's previously grey face suddenly froze. Then, joy surged in his heart. This means the situation has turned? He doesn't want to kill me? Looking at the still lively Xuan Bubai, Suyu felt much more at ease. He glanced again at the system notification that had appeared earlier. Your protector Jiuge has forcefully appeared, suppressing the father of the Luck Sun, plus 3,000 villain points. Your protector used soul-searching technique on the father of the Luck Sun, causing his physical body to collapse, plus 10,000 villain points. Your protector forcibly imprisoned the true spirit of the father of the Luck Sun and tortured him with senso bone flames, plus 10,000 villain points. Your protector suppressed the Luck Sun and conducted soul-searching on him, causing the Luck Sun's Tao heart to completely collapse, falling to the brink of death, plus 30,000 luck points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate mission, please personally kill the Luck Sun Xuan Bubai. Completion reward, Supreme Physique, Tai Bai Tiangang Body. Suyu's lips curled up, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's good you're not dead, good that you're not dead. Chapter 10, Slaying Xuan Bubai, Great Opportunity. Tai Bai Tiangang Body, one of the top 10 supreme physiques in the upper realms. When it comes to offensive abilities, it's second only to the Taishu sword body. Tai Bai, the extreme of Gungjin, the utmost of strength and yang, nothing is unbreakable under its power. Once fully developed, it can effortlessly tear apart the void with bare hands and shatter stars. Even in the upper realm, it is as difficult as climbing the sky to achieve the Tai Bai heavenly gang body through postnatal cultivation. The bodies of ordinary cultivators simply cannot bear the chi of Tai Bai Gungjin. But now, as long as Suyu slays the son of fate, he can easily obtain it. Moreover, it would be the innate supreme body, not the postnatal version. Thinking of this, Suyu's gaze became fiery. However, he did not rush to act. After learning from the previous experience with Liu Xueyan, he understood that the son of fate is not so easy to kill. Such an existence is protected by great fortune, and if one acts hastily, many coincidences could turn a crisis into safety. So, Sister Jiuge, help me keep a close watch on him. Today, even if the sky falls, he must not escape. After speaking, Suyu unleashed the Tai Su sword body to its maximum potential. The surrounding void began to shake. As the Tai Su sword body moved, countless sword energies from the void crazily condensed. Jiuge smiled and nodded. She too had noticed Xuan Bubai's uniqueness and knew that such a person, with great fortune, is extremely hard to kill. She had once encountered a similar existence, and after killing 3 great realms, she finally chased that person down and killed them. Rest assured, young master. If the heavens want to protect him, then I shall slay the heavens of this world today. Jiuge slowly stood up, her long hair dancing. Her aura suddenly rose to its peak, like a chaotic demon god. Hearing their conversation, Xuan Bubai completely broke down. You want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Ha ha ha. The woman I coveted was killed by you, my father was killed by that woman, and now you still want to kill me? He screamed hysterically, shouting madly. Suyu and Jiuge didn't bother to respond, letting him roar in madness. Finally, Suyu exhaled deeply, void condensation sword, form. Clang. The surrounding space was forcibly condensed into tens of thousands of void swords by Suyu. This was the innate divine power unlocked after fully unleashing the Tai Su sword body. Each void sword was equivalent to his full-strength strike, extremely terrifying. As Suyu opened his eyes, tens of thousands of void swords immediately flew toward Xuan Bubai. Xuan Bubai's pupils contracted sharply, and he used all his strength to resist. However, no matter what techniques he used, even burning his blood to use forbidden arts, those void swords easily shattered everything. Buzz! Buzz! Just as Xuan Bubai was about to be pierced by 10,000 swords, a sudden, special fluctuation came from the void. A large hand suddenly reached out from within, grabbing Xuan Bubai, trying to save him. Dare to stretch your claws in front of me? Jiuge did not expect that someone would actually dare to save him under her watch. Who gave you the courage? In an instant, blood splattered. That large hand was instantly cut into pieces, only leaving a severed hand that fled in panic. At the same time, a voice full of anger and surprise came from deep within the void passage. A person from the upper realm? Dare to ignore the will of this world's heaven, are you not afraid of divine retribution? Jiuge raised an eyebrow, heaven's will? Don't mention the will of a small world. Even if it's the great Tao of the upper realm, it would still give some face to our young master, let alone the will of a small world? Upon hearing this, the existence on the other side fell silent. It seemed to be contemplating the truth of Jiuge's words. He had seen many arrogant people, but this was the first time he encountered one so audacious. The great Tao, that's not something to discuss lightly. Even if it's just talking, one could be killed on the spot. But just as Jiuge and the mysterious being were at a standoff. Senior, save me. Xuan Bubai, as if grasping at a life-saving straw, cried out in joy. Poof. The existence on the other side snorted coldly. Then, a token suddenly flew up from Xuan Bubai's waist. It was an ancient jade, crystal clear, emitting a soft glow. At the center of the jade pendant, a character was clearly written. Immediately, the jade pendant actually broke free from Xuan Bubai's control and flew directly towards Suyu. He is one of the chosen ones from the land of inheritance. Since you want to kill him, then bear his karma. Slap. However, before the jade token could reach Suyu, Jiuge slapped it away. The jade token tumbled on the ground, and the already dim surface showed a small crack, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. My young master is destined to be the future emperor. What kind of broken inheritance does he have to do with my young master? Jiuge sneered, completely disregarding the mysterious figure. Damn. Do you know what kind of opportunity you have rejected? Don't think that just because you're a great sage, you can ignore everything. Such an opportunity would even make the holy kings from the upper realm jealous. The mysterious figure's face turned ashen, furious to the extreme. As the guardian of the land of inheritance, the qualification to inherit has always been fiercely fought for, even causing father and son to turn against each other, or brothers to harm each other. This has been the case for countless ages. He had never encountered such a situation before. He had eagerly offered a great opportunity to others, only for them to refuse it? He wanted to explode in rage, but when he looked at his bare right hand, he forced himself to endure. There are millions of small worlds, yet this great sage had to come to the Tsunching realm? The mysterious figure's face turned green and red, barely containing his anger. Forget it, since you don't want it. Wait. Who said I don't want it? Suyu smiled, picked up the jade token, and waved it in front of Xuan Bubai. Although he wasn't interested in that so-called inheritance, he seizing the great opportunity of the Child of Destiny, villain points plus 50,000. A large amount of villain points were earned, and Suyu was satisfied as he put the jade token away. Ah! Little beast, I'm going to kill you. Xuan Bubai was so enraged that he vomited blood, completely losing his mind. Watching his last hope taken by Suyu, he had lost all rationality, screaming wildly, "Today, either you die, or I live." His whole body erupted with blood-red light as he started burning his own Tao foundation. But even if he risked his life, in front of Suyu now, he was still as weak as an ant. Too bad, no matter how much you give, you can never dance before me. Boom! 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 The sword of void gathered into a massive and directly engulfed Xuan Bubai. Congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate task, killing the Child of Destiny Xuan Bubai. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme physique, Tai Bai Tian Gang physique. You die, I live? That's a nice thought. But without fate on your side, you're nothing. Suyu said indifferently. Boom! The next moment, a dazzling and blinding white light suddenly erupted from Suyu's body. The sharpness of the light made even Jiuge squint his eyes. In an instant, Jiuge was stunned. Then, his body began to uncontrollably tremble. Young master, this is... Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling white light shot straight into the sky, reaching an unimaginable brightness. This ray of light. Vast, magnificent, majestic, grand, and imposing. No words could describe the shock of that moment. What is this kind of phenomenon? How can it be so incredibly beautiful? Could this light be the light that guides one to the upper realm? Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, forgetting to breathe, forgetting to think. The mysterious figure, through the spatial passage, stared blankly at Suyu, who was enveloped in the light. His eyes were first filled with shock, then quickly turned into ecstatic joy. It's actually the supreme physique. I never thought that such a small lower realm would have a supreme physique. That's right, this aura seems to be the Taibai Tiangang physique, the one most suited for the ancient emperor inheritance. The mysterious figure suddenly gasped, his breath becoming heavy for a moment. His gaze toward Suyu had completely changed. If before, he was just completing a task, then now. Ahem. The mysterious figure cleared his throat, then after a moment of consideration, looked at Su Jiuge and said, Taoist friend, this child's talent is indeed extraordinary. The matter of inheritance. Su Jiuge slightly frowned, and without hesitation shook her head to refuse. My family's young master already has his path paved ahead, why do you need your mysterious inheritance? Mysterious? Do you know what level of inheritance this is? This is the inheritance of the ever-ancient emperor. Su Jiuge smiled dismissively, ever-ancient emperor? Just a mere quasi-emperor dares to call himself an emperor? Impudent. A quasi-emperor is still an emperor cannot be insulted. So what if I insult you? Want to fight it out? Being quarreled at by Su Jiuge, the mysterious person felt a burning pain on his cheeks. Unable to fight back and not able to win an argument, it was simply frustrating. He wanted to stomp off in a huff, but he couldn't bear to leave. As the guardian of the inheritance site, his duty was to find a successor for the ever-ancient emperor. This was a responsibility, and also a heavy shackle, binding him for endless years. For eons, no one had successfully obtained the ever-ancient emperor's inheritance at the site. But today, he saw hope, a hope for liberation. With the Taibai Tiangang physique, Suyu was undoubtedly the one most likely to obtain the inheritance. But ironically, others looked down on him. Boom! At that moment, a huge thunderclap suddenly erupted from the sky, as if thousands of horses and troops were galloping by, deafening. Heavenly tribulation? Is he transforming into an infant? How long has it been? Did he not just enter the core formation stage? He's breaking through to transformation now? Hiss. I suddenly thought of a saying, a golden scale is not a creature of the pond, once it meets wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. But, Suyu is only half a step into infant transformation, how can he withstand the heavenly tribulation? The mysterious person's brows furrowed tightly, even at infant transformation there is a heavenly tribulation, could this child be a forsaken child of heaven? How can his fortune be so scarce? Su Jiuge also secretly clenched her fists, planning that if Suyu encountered an accident during the tribulation, she would forcefully intervene to dispel it. In principle, the heavenly tribulation can only be passed by the destined person, if others interfere, it would only double the intensity of the disaster. But now, the principle was under Su Jiuge's control. At worst, I'll sink the azure sky realm. Boom! The moment the thunder roared, Suyu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the heavens, and calmly said, Tribulation? What qualifications do you have to bring me tribulation? Boom! A more violent aura erupted from Suyu's body, sweeping through heaven and earth. In an instant, the world dimmed, sun and moon lost their light, and the void surged. The tribulation clouds in the sky had not yet gathered, and were forcibly shattered by this momentum. Streams of spiritual power gathered from all directions, crazily rushing towards Suyu. In less than a breath, he successfully transformed into an infant. Ha! Everyone looked bewildered. They were originally thinking of watching a difficult tribulation scene, but now what was happening? Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, and he shattered it with a single glance? Su Jiuge's beautiful eyes sparkled, as expected of the young master. I didn't expect after his trials in the lower realm, he would benefit from disaster, awakening a second physique. This kind of achievement is probably already comparable to the family head. The mysterious person rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things. Breaking through to infant transformation so quickly? A successful tribulation in a second? This is unreasonable. Could it be that he possesses some holy weapon? Wait. The taste of space power. As if sensing something, the mysterious person suddenly looked up to the heavens. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he saw countless invisible sword energies in the still-forming thundercloud. Could it be the Taishu sword body? You possess dual physiques? And both are supreme-level physiques? The mysterious person took a deep breath, unable to contain his inner excitement, and asked in a trembling voice. Suyu slowly stood up, standing with his hands behind his back, nodding, just a bit of good luck, no need to make a fuss. A supreme-level physique only appears once in 100 million people, and you have two. Is this just a bit of good luck? Saying it out loud would probably infuriate a whole bunch of talented people in the higher realms, right? The mysterious person's heart was filled with mixed emotions. With dual supreme physiques, plus a seemingly formidable background, this kid truly has the right to look down upon the inheritance site. Just as the mysterious person was about to give up and leave quietly, Suyu called out to him, asking, "When will this treasure land open?" "Ha? Have you changed your mind?" The mysterious person was overjoyed. "Changed my mind? I don't remember ever refusing you," Suyu replied with a strange expression. He was not interested in that treasure, but normally, such mysterious places were where great fortune gatherers congregated. Killing a Xueyan might grant him a supreme physique, let alone other rewards. That treasure, in his eyes, was just excellent bait. Catching a child of fortune would be a huge win. Jiuge frowned slightly but didn't interfere with Suyu's decision. After all, as a protector, she had no right to meddle in every choice Suyu made. "This treasure land will open in about 3 months. Do you have time?" the mysterious person asked in a negotiating tone. Suyu pondered for a moment before nodding. "I can make time." "Ha ha. Good. Good. Good." The mysterious person exclaimed good several times, his face filled with intense excitement, then it settled. 3 months later, I will wait for you to claim the legacy of the Eternal Emperor." The spatial passage slowly closed. Below, hearing the conversation, the people of Qingcheng felt a bit dizzy, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Am I dreaming? Emperor level? What level is that? Isn't the highest cultivation just the divine power realm? No, can someone tell me what identity the young master of the Su family has? Name, Suyu. Cultivation, early stage of transformation realm. Physique, void sword physique tie by celestial body. Innate divine power, void sword intent innate gunmetal chi. Villain points, 95,000. In mid-air. Suyu's eyes scanned the panel, his gaze flickering. After using the villain points to completely unlock the void sword physique, several smaller divine powers had merged into one, turning into the void sword intent. But they did not disappear, instead, they had been strengthened and were easier to wield. And that innate gunmetal chi was the divine power attached to the tie by celestial body. This divine power was extremely powerful. When used, it could enhance the power of the next strike by 10 times. It was simple yet brutal. Just now, Suyu had used the void sword intent in conjunction with the innate gunmetal chi to break through the heavenly tribulation with one strike. Breaking through 2 major realms at once is still a bit overwhelming. I need to refine my foundation. Moreover, an old score needs to be settled. Suyu calmly looked toward the city. That was in the direction of the Liu family's ancestral land. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the surging spiritual power within him. Then, he slowly descended from the sky. In the eyes of the Su family, some were joyful while others were fearful. Suyu smiled slightly. What's wrong, everyone? Don't you recognize me? Young master? Chuihe widened her eyes in curiosity and stepped forward, tilting her head to examine Suyu's face. Stop looking, there are no flowers on the young master's face. Suyu skillfully gave her a light pat on the backside. The familiar feeling. Teasing the maid who has had a crush on you for years, villain points plus 500. Young master, you're still the same young master. Chuihe blushed, but this time she didn't run away. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she gazed affectionately at Suyu. Chapter 12. A single finger. All these years, I've wronged you. Su Hanshan's eyes crinkled with wrinkles, his face filled with complexity and emotion. He glanced at Jiuge and then at Suyu, sighing, but since your true kin has arrived, it seems the suffering is over. From now on. Suyu interrupted him. From now on, we are still one family. Dad, you don't think I'm leaving, do you? Su Hanshan was taken aback. Since you come from the upper realm, why do you linger in such a barren place? Suyu shook his head slightly. Though you are not my biological father, your kindness to me outweighs the heavens. You raised me from nothing, so how about I repay you with the first family of the Tsunching realm? Suyu's gaze was fiery, his spirit soaring. He could not forget the moment when Su Hanshan stood before the entire Su family, protecting him. If he abandons the Su family like this, his heart will waver. Su Hanshan was momentarily speechless, his tiger-like eyes filled with tears, choking a little. Years ago, by the banks of the Xianchuan River, the scene of a big hand touching a small hand was still vivid in his memory. Over the years, Suyu had done foolish things and had quarreled with him a few times. But no matter what, he had always treated the other as his own child, never once neglecting him. Su Hanshan lightly coughed. Forget about being the number one in the Tsunching realm. As your father who has wandered this realm for many years, I know this realm is not as simple as it looks. Your relative may be a demon lord at the divine mansion level, but if he really wants to conquer a realm, he would likely involve many upper realm families, and at that time. Divine mansion level? Did you misunderstand something? Jiuge had a surprised look on his face. Su Hansan froze. You're not a demon lord at the Divine Mansion level? Almost instinctively, he thought the other was a demon lord. But it seems now that this is not the case? If you haven't even reached the Divine Mansion. Su Jiuge chuckled lightly. Divine Mansion. I reached that thousands of years ago. Su Hanshan's pupils constricted, thousands of years ago? Esteemed elder, then what is your current realm? Su Jiuge's brows were smiling. People all call me the Nine-Nether Demon Saint. Saint? Add a great in front. Great Saint? Su Hansan felt a tingling all over, his head spinning, nearly unable to stand. The Saint realm was already a legendary level, existing only in the ancient myths of the Tsunqing realm. What kind of extraordinary existence was the Great Saint? He couldn't even dare to imagine. Only, Su Hansan was very happy now, genuinely thrilled for Su Yu. With such a presence protecting him, Su Yu should not encounter the same suffering again, right? With red eyes, Su Hansan talked with Su Yu for a long time. After the father and son finished their conversation, Su Jiuge pulled Su Yu aside alone. Then, he took out the Great Void Ancient Scripture. Buzz. As soon as the Great Void Ancient Scripture appeared, it caused the surrounding void to twist. What is this? Su Yu's breath quickened, and at the instant he saw this ancient scripture, an intense desire suddenly arose within him. This is an imperial law, called the Great Void Ancient Scripture. Su Jiuge said seriously. Imperial law? Su Yu's brows jumped. Yes. Su Jiuge explained, young master, I didn't appear for 18 years in this realm, just to find this imperial law for you. The Great Void Ancient Scripture is the life-sustaining imperial law of the former Void Ancient Emperor, and in his later years, he even deduced this imperial law to an unimaginable level. However, after the Void Ancient Emperor fell, the Great Void Ancient Scripture was so powerful that it actively escaped from the imperial will of the Void Ancient Emperor and entered the various heavens. Fortunately, ancient scripture itself cannot absorb spiritual power, otherwise, this imperial law might even be able to cultivate on its own, transcending the heavens. After she finished her detailed narration, Su Yu also looked astonished. This ancient scripture could even communicate with spirits? It could almost cultivate on its own? Indeed, in the myriad worlds, there are wonders beyond imagination. Immediately, Su Yu became interested in this ancient scripture. What effect would a cultivation method that can communicate with spirits have? Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but ask, Sister Jiuge, how do you cultivate this Great Void Ancient Scripture? Hearing this, Su Jiuge's eyes dimmed slightly. Before, I wanted to assist you in entering this scripture when your Great Void Sword body was unsealed. But now, your Great Void Sword body has been completely unsealed, and it may be quite difficult to enter the scripture now. Su Jiuge tossed the Great Void Ancient Scripture into Su Yu's arms. Try it out. As long as you can enter this scripture before we return to the upper realm, it will be good. However, it may be very difficult. Even with the Great Void Sword body, it may take about 100 years to enter this Great Void Ancient Scripture. Of course, young master should not feel too much pressure. It doesn't matter if you can't enter, you can let the clan leader help later. Su Yu nodded. No wonder his Great Void Sword body was sealed. It turns out there was this deeper meaning? However, for me, it doesn't seem to matter. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he asked in his heart. How much villain value is needed to enter the Ancient Sutra of the Void? Ding! According to system calculation, consuming 100,000 villain value will allow perfect entry into the Ancient Sutra of the Void. Only 100,000, isn't that simple? Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. 100,000 villain value can save me a century of hard work, why not seize the opportunity? Others toil painfully in their training, with weak foundations. But I can strengthen my base little by little, solid and stable. The difference is obvious. He glanced at the night sky. Su Yu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. I originally planned to take a rest overnight before visiting the Liu family, but it seems this raid cannot wait until the next day. At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the Liu family, inside the ancestral hall, the coffin at the highest position slowly opened. Crack! A soft sound came from inside the coffin, followed by a slender, delicate hand reaching out. Bang! The coffin lid was directly thrown aside. Liu Xueyan's pallid face looked extraordinarily terrifying under the candlelight, as if she were a ghost. Su Yu. I will kill you. Liu Xueyan gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. The intense hatred displayed in her eyes was almost tangible. The hatred for my father's death is unforgivable. I never expected that an innocent act during my childhood would actually save my life. Liu Xueyan looked at the fragments of the red coffin in her palm, lost in thought. When she was young, she had stumbled into the Liu family's ancestral grounds while playing, accidentally dropping a drop of blood onto this red coffin. Little did she know, it was this drop of blood that allowed her to come back to life and awaken inside the red coffin. Do you want revenge? Do you want a chance to avenge yourself? With your current strength, you can't defeat that man, you know. Suddenly, a cold and strange voice echoed from all around. Liu Xueyan suddenly turned around, looking deep into the darkness. Who? Come out! She shouted fiercely, unleashing a burst of sharp spiritual energy that blew apart the walls. He. I'm here to help you, little girl. Why repay kindness with enmity? In the darkness, a red figure danced in the wind, stunning and enchanting. She walked out slowly, her features exquisite, like a dream. It was an incredibly beautiful woman. Her breathtaking beauty made even Liu Xueyan feel a pang of inferiority. The woman sniffed lightly, as if catching the scent of Suyu on Liu Xueyan. The aura of the upper realm, but faint, indicating a banished exile. After pondering for a moment, she licked her lips and chuckled softly. I am the Red Lotus Demon Lord from the upper realm. If you help me with a task, I'll help you get your revenge. Your enemy comes from a powerful background, but compared to me, he's nothing. That mere exile, I could easily kill him countless times with just one finger. Chapter 13, Did I wipe out my own clan? Demon Lord. You are actually the Demon Lord? Liu Xueyan's eyes lit up, and she quickly lowered her stance. Although she had never been to the upper realm, she had learned some basics from Xuan Bubai. Typically, once cultivators reach the Divine Passage realm, they can ascend. However, in the upper realm, the Divine Passage realm is only the very bottom. Without backing, they become laborers digging for spiritual mines. But reaching the Divine Palace realm is different. It allows one to enter a regular family as a guest elder. The Divine Palace realm is also revered, referred to as the Divine Palace Master, signifying a true identity as a human. And once reaching the Divine Platform realm, cultivators may call themselves Divine Platform Masters, with a high status. Further up, upon reaching the Divine Palace realm, one is honored as Ancestor. The strongest members of ordinary families or sects are usually Divine Palace realm venerables. With a living Divine Palace realm demon lord before her, how could Liu Xueyan not be excited? Senior, since you saved me, you must help me take revenge. Liu Xueyan grasped the Red Lotus's hand, her eyes flashing with venomous hatred. Suyu dared to kill her. She had been willing to let go of her hatred and accept him, yet he still turned against her, which was utterly unforgivable. Indeed, men are no good. Thankfully, she hadn't accepted his pursuit back then. Red Lotus's eyes flickered with disdain as she subtly pushed Liu Xueyan's hand away. I have already said, as long as you are willing to help, revenge or anything, it's as easy as flipping a hand. Liu Xueyan was overjoyed, quickly nodding. Senior, you just give the orders. As long as I can kill that bastard Suyu, I am willing to do anything. Good. Honglian smiled in satisfaction, nodding in approval. She was indeed a demon lord from the upper realm. But that was already a thing of the past. Her sect was destroyed, and she had to flee to the lower realm. However, when passing through the Tsangqing realm, she discovered something unusual. Liu family, you destroyed my sect, but never thought that one day, I would return to your old home, did you? Honglian raised her eyes to the sky, her gaze filled with the satisfaction of imminent revenge. That's right, hidden within the Liu family's ancestral land in the Tsangqing realm, there was actually the ancestral hall of the great Liu family from the upper realm. The Liu family of the upper realm was extremely warlike, making many enemies. Thus, they hid the ancestral hall, which carried the family's fortune, in the lower realm. Unexpectedly, after her sect was destroyed and she fled everywhere, Honglian accidentally found the trace of this ancestral hall. Senior, what should I do now? Liu Xueyan felt that Honglian in front of her was a little strange, but for the sake of taking revenge on Suyu, she couldn't care less. Honglian smiled brightly. It's simple, you just need to smear a drop of your heart's blood on that door. After saying that, Honglian even kindly pointed the way for Liu Xueyan. It was a stone door that looked unremarkable. On the stone door, intricate patterns were carved, emitting a faint glow. This. Liu Xueyan frowned, hesitating. The Liu family's ancestral teachings had only one rule: never open the stone door. But now. Forget it, I will follow Senior's instructions. Liu Xueyan turned her head and added, but I have one small request, I wonder if Senior can agree. Speak. Honglian said impatiently. Liu Xueyan smiled slightly, slowly saying, I wish to take you as my master. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Honglian's eyes, but she smiled on her face. She patted Liu Xueyan's shoulder and smiled, you are smart, let's do this, once I finish what I need to do, I will take you as a disciple. Disciple greets master. Liu Xueyan was overjoyed beyond measure. She never expected that she would turn misfortune into a blessing. With a demon lord from the upper realm as her backing, who in the Tsangqing realm would be her opponent? Su family, just wait for me. Liu Xueyan whispered a curse and walked towards the stone door. Senior. She wanted to say something. But Honglian could no longer hold back, slapping out a palm to take Liu Xueyan's drop of heart's blood. Buzz. Buzz. The moment the heart's blood touched the stone door, the entire stone door suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, a dazzling light burst from within, as if some kind of restriction was slowly being lifted. Boom! Boom! A muffled roar echoed across the sky. The entire Xangqing realm trembled violently. Crack! At the same time, a light sound suddenly came from the depths of the earth below the Liu family's ancestral land. In an instant, the entire land shook violently, mountains quaked, and the earth trembled. No! At that moment, a loud exclamation suddenly came from the Liu family residence, and then an old man with white hair shot up into the sky, heading straight for the stone door. Xueyan, the ancestral hall of the family cannot be opened. The Liu family's old ancestor was frantic. He was nearing the end of his life, about to die, but upon hearing the movement from the ancestral land, he suddenly sat up in shock, as if recovering from a serious illness. Why can't it be opened? At this moment, Liu Xueyan frowned slightly. Ancestor, you've been bedridden for so long, you don't know how dire the situation is for the Liu family now. I'm trying to save the Liu family. If we don't do something, the Liu family will be wiped out. Hearing this, the Liu family's old ancestor became frantic, shouting, You unfilial daughter, what do you know? Even if the entire Xangqing realm is destroyed, the Liu family will never be wiped out. The upper realm will. Before he could finish, it seemed like the old ancestor saw something terrifying, and suddenly shut his mouth, his face filled with horror. You are Hong Lian from the upper realm. Humph. Hong Lian snorted coldly, stretching out her jade arm, and the void cracked open. Thousands of red threads shot towards the Liu family's old ancestor. Boom! The red threads struck the old ancestor of the Liu family, directly blasting him into a mist of blood. Not only that. After killing the old ancestor of the Liu family, the countless red threads suddenly scattered, instantly slaying all the remaining members of the Liu family. In a moment, a drop of crystal-clear blood slowly floated before Liu Xueyan. Hong Lian coldly spoke, I originally did not intend to create unnecessary trouble, but you all insisted on seeking death. Old ancestor. The Liu family. Liu Xueyan's expression was complex, but there was not a shred of sadness in her eyes. Old ancestor, you are too old. The Liu family is also too weak. She shook her head and showed a smile towards Hong Lian. Thank you, Master, for helping me sever my ties to the mortal world. From today onwards, Master is my only family. Since Master won't kill them, the Su family won't let them go either. Master is helping them end their suffering early. They should thank Master. After thinking for a moment, Liu Xueyan added, the Liu family treasury still has many cultivation resources. Master can take them all later as a gift for my apprenticeship. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad, you really are a natural at demonic cultivation. Hong Lian couldn't help but laugh at Liu Xueyan's words. She truly was a filial daughter. Her ruthlessness could easily be compared to the most wicked Shura clan of the upper realms. Thank you for the praise, Master. Liu Xueyan, however, did not hear the sarcasm in Hong Lian's words. Holding the blood droplets of the Liu family members, she proudly walked towards the stone gate. Meanwhile, above the ancestral land of the Liu family. Well, we don't even need to make a move, the Liu family has destroyed themselves. Suyu stood in the air, hands behind his back, smiling. Su Jiuge stood behind him, also smiling, watching Hong Lian with intrigue. Just a tiny ant in the divine mansion realm dares to say a finger can poke our young master to death? Chapter 14, The Demon Lord is stunned, you call him the young master? The chosen daughter Liu Xueyan generates heart demons, villain value plus 5,000. The chosen daughter Liu Xueyan is tempted by the demon lord, villain value plus 10,000. The Liu family is annihilated, falling into darkness, villain value plus 20,000. Ding. Detecting a great fortune location, Liu family ancestral hall. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task, please enter the Liu family ancestral hall and destroy the Liu family's fortune weapon. Completion reward, record of fortune destruction. In midair, Suyu quietly appreciated this dramatic scene. If he had peanuts and melon seeds in hand, he would have really liked to sit down and brew a pot of tea to watch slowly. Doing nothing and just accumulating villain value, where else can you find such good fortune? After watching for a while, the villain value had already accumulated enough to enter the ancient text of Taishu. It was simply delightful. However, Suyu was not in a hurry to cultivate. The level of the ancient text of Taishu requires an appropriate environment to properly comprehend. It's almost time, perhaps Liu Xueyan can extract the last wave of villain value. Seeing the stone gate in the Liu family ancestral land about to open, Suyu's expression changed slightly as he slowly descended. Earlier, Su Jiuge had already explained to him. The ancestral land of the Liu family was the Liu family's shrine in the upper realms, meant to suppress the family's fortune. That demon Lord Hong Lian probably came for the Liu family's fortune. But why compete with him for it? Ha! Suyu sneered. Creak, creak, creak. At this time, under the influence of the Liu family's bloodline, the stone gates slowly opened to both sides.
Honglian was full of excitement, unable to contain her anticipation.
As long as she could seize the Liu family's luck, then in such a back and forth, not only could she rebuild the heavenly demon sect, but she would also have the opportunity to counterattack the Liu family.
Who? But just then, a discordant sound of footsteps suddenly jolted Honglian awake from her fantasies. The entire Liu family had already been wiped out by her. How could there still be living people?
She turned her head abruptly,
only to find two figures standing behind her without her noticing.
One man and one woman, both exuding remarkable presence. Especially the woman, although dressed plainly, radiated a faint prestige that made one's heart tremble.
Why go to such lengths to join the festivities? Isn't it better to be alive? Honglian stared intensely at the two.
Countless red lines were already brewing in the palm of her hand.
Su.
You. Hearing Honglian's voice, Liu Xueyan froze for a moment, then her beautiful face turned pale in disbelief as she looked at Su Yu and screamed out loud.
Master! He is Su Yu. It was him who killed my father and me not long ago.
Liu Xueyan's expression twisted horribly in an instant, and dark energy began to faintly appear between her eyebrows, clearly showing signs of being possessed by evil.
As soon as these words were spoken, Honglian raised an eyebrow. This person is the bitter enemy of her chief disciple?
At such a young age, he has already reached the infant transformation realm.
No wonder he was able to easily kill her once. But what a pity!
In this resource-poor lower world, he managed to reach the infant transformation at the age of 18.
Even in the upper realm, such talent is considered exceptional. But it's a pity, since he has come before her, his fate is sealed. No matter how high his talent is, he will fall here.
Liu Xueyan pointed at Su Yu, her eyes full of mockery. Su Yu, I didn't come to find you, yet you came knocking on my door.
After becoming Honglian's disciple, Liu Xueyan dreamed of bringing the demon lord with her to the Su family, and in front of Su Yu, torturing everyone in the Su family to death one by one. The useless Xuan Bubai couldn't defeat Su Yu, that was forgivable. But she wanted to see how long Su Yu could last before the demon lord of the upper realm. You really are asking for death.
There is a road to heaven, yet you don't walk it, and there is no gate to hell, yet you barge in.
Today, you won't be able to escape. Master, please capture him immediately. Liu Xueyan stopped pushing the door and looked steadily at Honglian. The meaning was clear: if Su Yu wasn't killed, she wouldn't cooperate. Honglian furrowed her brow, gazed deeply at Liu Xueyan, and almost gritted her teeth as she said, "Good disciple, I will naturally do what I promised you." With that, she turned to look at Su Yu, coldly saying, "Kid, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. If I make a move, you won't even have a complete corpse. A mere infant transformation ant isn't worth my wasting spiritual energy." Puchi. However, just as the demon lord Honglian made her domineering proclamation, Jiuge suddenly smiled. Her smile was dazzling. This smile made the flowers on the mountains lose their brilliance. The demon lord Honglian was already one of the rare beauties of the world, but in front of Jiuge, she was still a step behind. What are you laughing at? Honglian's eyes flickered. She suddenly realized that she couldn't quite figure out the woman in front of her. How could this be? As a being of the divine mansion realm, was there really someone in this small sanctuary realm she couldn't see through? I'm laughing at your overestimation of yourself, like a frog at the bottom of a well, watching the sky from the well. Jiuge shook her head and said faintly, "A mere little demon lord in the divine mansion realm dares to be so arrogant? Do you even know who you're standing in front of? The so-called ants in your mouth are far more distinguished than you can imagine." Ha ha ha. Honglian, in a fit of rage, laughed back coldly, "I walk through the heavens. Which great clan hasn't seen me? But I don't know the so-called noble person you speak of, and I don't know you." Ha! Upon hearing this, Jiuge scoffed, "The reason you don't know us is not that we lack status, but because your status is not enough." Su Yu slightly nodded, "Though we're a bit lacking, it's enough in this realm. Come serve me as a maid." Arrogant. Upon hearing these words, Honglian could no longer hold herself back and took the first strike. Boom! Endless red mist suddenly surged through the sky, sweeping across the heavens, covering the entire sky. Immediately afterward, the red mist condensed and seemed to take physical form, turning into an endless storm of sharp blades, frantically shredding everything. A powerful, earth-shaking aura erupted from her body, like a volcanic eruption, shocking the surroundings. Seeing this shocking scene, Liu Xueyan felt her whole body tingle, a thrill running through her. Yes, this is it. Smash that little beast to death. Su Yu's gaze remained as calm as a still pond. This is your last warning, miss this opportunity, and there won't be another. You should know, not everyone has the privilege to be my maid. Humiliated the Heavenly Destiny's daughter master, villain value plus 5,000. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. Is this really called humiliation? Boom!
Hong Lian was completely enraged, ignoring her old injuries, and directly urged the sea of flame swords to press toward Su Yu and the other.
Inferno Hell Sutra? What a pity, you only learned the basics, and you practiced it incorrectly.
Su Jiuge smiled lightly, elegantly raising her jade hand.
Suddenly, a deep red flame appeared out of thin air, hanging in the sky, like stars falling, dazzling and blinding. Sizzle!
The flame descended, and in an instant, the raging fire swept everything away, including the storm of sharp blades, all turning to ashes.
How is this possible?
Why do you also possess the forbidden techniques of my heavenly demon sect?
And, it's even more profound than mine?
Seeing the red flame, even Hong Lian's pupils shrank, her heart filled with horror.
Something is wrong.
This red flame contained a hint of the true meaning of the demonic path. Such demonic rhythm could not possibly be possessed by this remote lower realm. Unless this woman in front of me also comes from the upper realm.
And, her cultivation is even stronger than mine. Su Jiuge blinked. Is it strange? This Inferno Hell Sutra is a technique I created in my spare time, isn't it normal for me to use it?
After saying this, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Hong Lian and turned to look at Su Yu.
Master, should I kill her? You called him, what? Hong Lian trembled all over.
The being across from her was at least a saint level, but she called that person master?
1-5. Chapter 15, The Ancestral Grave is great, we must dig it up. Master?
Hearing Su Jiuge's words, Liu Xueyan was also stunned. The pride in her eyes quickly turned into fear. She mumbled unconsciously.
How is it possible? You're just that useless young master of the Su family, just a bit lucky, how could it be?
She shook her head and turned to run outside. However, before she could take 2 steps out.
Bang! A dull sound echoed. Immediately afterward, she was pulled back by an invisible force. Who gave you the courage to insult my master?
Su Jiuge's eyes were filled with rage as her fingers slowly tightened. It was this woman whom the master treated exceedingly well before the awakening of his memories. He even risked everything to help her achieve her wishes. Before her, he was like dust, utterly humble. But what about her? She shamelessly accepted the master's sacrifices, took the resources he provided, and after achieving her goals, stabbed. She did not want to escape, but every time the thought just arose, Su Jiuge's gaze would land perfectly, making her dare not overstep even a little. That gaze was too terrifying. Compared to Su Jiuge, she, the demon lord, was nothing but a clown. Ordering the guardian to slap the heavenly fate girl into a pig's head, villain points plus 5,000. Watching this scene, Su Yu felt no pity at all, only a sense of comfort throughout his body.
Alright, Night Sister, don't really kill her.
Seeing that Liu Xueyan was already breathing more out than in, Su Yu immediately called to stop.
The Liu family's fortune hasn't been harvested yet. This tool person can't die yet.
Su Jiuge immediately stopped her actions and casually threw Liu Xueyan to the ground. Liu Xueyan rolled a few times on the ground, dust and blood mixing together, looking utterly miserable. At this moment, Su Yu slowly walked up, grabbed her collar, and dragged her to the stone door.
Push open this door. Hearing Su Yu's words, Liu Xueyan gave a tragic smile. Push it open, will you spare me?
Su Yu shook his head. After killing Liu Xueyan, he would gain another supreme physique.
How could he let her go? Then why should I do as you wish? Su Yu, let me tell you, even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. Liu Xueyan screamed. Hong Lian also spoke at this moment. The Liu family ancestral hall can only be opened by a bloodline relative's willingness. Otherwise, the moment it opens, it will trigger the restrictions and alert the upper Liu family. After saying this, she looked at Su Jiuge. You are at the saint level, but facing the entire Liu family, you might not have much chance of winning, right? Hong Lian's eyes flickered. We can cooperate. After opening the Liu family ancestral hall, I only need 2/10 of the fortune.
Liu Xueyan, hearing Hong Lian's words, seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw, and quickly interrupted. I can help you open that stone door, but you must swear that after opening it, you'll let me go. The two of them were working in unison, as if they thought they had Su Yu's lifeline in their hands. At this moment, Su Yu, however, had a strange look on his face. I thought that if the door wasn't opened according to the usual process, the things inside would self-destruct.
I didn't expect it would only trigger the restrictions?
Su Yu shook his head slightly and gave Su Jiuge a glance. Su Jiuge understood and raised her right arm, with a dark long sword appearing in her hand. Then, she held the sword blade with one hand and gently slashed the half-open stone door.
Put!
The sword's edge passed, and the exceptionally strong stone door was instantly split apart like tofu.
Hong Lian's pupils constricted sharply, showing an expression of horror. Crazy. You're really crazy. She never expected that Su Yu and the others would be so crazy, daring to forcefully break into the Liu family's ancestral hall. Don't forget, this is the Liu family's reverse scale.
Once touched, it will summon a large number of powerful Liu family members. By then, even she would probably be held accountable. This time, they had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Boom! A dull, loud sound suddenly erupted. The stone door that Jiuge had split apart instantly shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Inside the stone door, it was pitch black. Faintly, it seemed that a ball of black mist was floating, mysterious and unfathomable. Suyu's gaze slightly narrowed, filled with doubt. This Liu family ancestral hall is quite strange. Why does it look like a tomb? Moreover, there doesn't seem to be much incense, but instead, there's a sinister, eerie aura. Ninth sister, let's go in and take a look. Suyu was quite excited, feeling a strange sense of opening a treasure chest. He couldn't wait to step forward and enter the ancestral hall. Digging up someone else's ancestor's tomb? This is just too cool. Jiuge grabbed the escaping Hong Lian back with one hand, holding Liu Xueyan in one hand and Hong Lian in the other, and stepped inside. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as they stepped into the stonehouse, Jiuge's eyes suddenly froze. This is. In her sight, in the center of the stonehouse, there was a 3-meter-high stone coffin. The coffin was dark red, emitting a cold and eerie light. The intricate carvings on it resembled ghostly totems, vivid and lifelike. Ritual world coffin? Meanwhile, in the upper realm, the Liu family. Inside the council hall. The head of the Liu family, Liu Tianyuan, suddenly stood up. Not good. The ancestral prohibition of the Tsangqing realm has been triggered. Someone has entered our Liu family's ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, the faces of the elders turned pale. The Tsangqing realm is a small world among the countless realms of the cultivation world. Their Liu family's ancestral hall is hidden within it, housing the spirit tablets of their ancestors and past family heads. But that is not the main issue. The key point is that within the ancestral hall lies the sacrificial coffin. This ancestral weapon possesses the power to refine a realm. Every time it is activated, it brings unimaginable harvests to the Liu family, serving as the most important foundation of the family and the key to their growth to this day. Now that outsiders have invaded, this undoubtedly shakes the very foundation of the Liu family. Liu Tianyuan's face was shrouded in gloom. Send a message, all Liu family members with cultivation at the Divine Palace realm and above, immediately head to the ancestral hall. No sooner had he finished speaking than. Boom! The entire council hall trembled. 12 elders of the Divine Mansion realm swiftly moved, their auras shaking the heavens. What's happening? Is the Liu family going to attack another sect again? TSK, the momentum of the Liu family's rise in recent years is simply too fierce, continuously absorbing hundreds of medium and small sects, and not long ago even exterminated the top-tier sect, the Lian Tian demon sect. Do they really think no one can deal with them? Around them, many onlookers began to whisper. But soon, as glimmers of light shot out from the Liu family's grounds, the surroundings instantly turned eerily cold. Humph. Dare to speak recklessly about the Liu family, I will settle the score with you later. Liu Tianyuan held a secret treasure, directly crossing through the void, leading the charge toward the lower realm. On the other side. In the Tsangqing realm, inside the Liu family ancestral hall. Suyu strolled leisurely, as if wandering in a backyard, exploring the Liu family ancestral hall. After a round, he unearthed several grave mounds but only found a few pieces of trash. Is this all the burial goods of a great upper realm family? In front of the destined daughter, unearthed the Liu family's ancestral grave, villain points plus 10,000. Current villain points, 145500. In the end, Suyu stopped in front of the red coffin, observing it with great interest, a faint smile on his lips. Young master, this coffin is called the sacrificial coffin, possessing the power to refine a realm. As long as a specific ceremony is completed, it can unleash its sacrificial power and devour the entire Tsangqing realm. Jiuge frowned, quickly explaining to Suyu. At the same time, a hint of fear surged in her heart. Fortunately, this coffin has not yet completed the preliminary ceremony, its sacrificial power is still gathering. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If this coffin had activated its sacrifice a few years ago, while I wouldn't be devoured by the sacrificial power, the young master would. Thinking of this, Jiuge's anger surged, her eyes blazing with fire, and she raised her hand to strike the coffin with her sword. Stop! Suyu hurriedly intervened. If Jiuge struck down with her sword, wouldn't his reward be gone? Young master, what are you doing? Jiuge was confused as to why he was stopping her. For a special ancestral weapon like the sacrificial coffin, even if the young master took it back, how could he use it? This coffin is already bound to the Liu family's fate, so what use would the young master of the Su family have for this little fate? Suyu did not explain, only reached out to Jiuge. Sister Jiuge, may I borrow your sword? Jiuge was taken aback, although she was puzzled, she still handed her sword over to Suyu. Young master, this sword is called Jiuyo, it is my life weapon. If you wish to unleash its power, I'm afraid.
Before Su Jiuge could finish her sentence,
a sharp brilliance suddenly ascended into the sky, the sound of the sword echoed through the heavens.
Afraid of what?
Su smiled sideways.
And nothing. Feeling the joyous emotions transmitted from the Joyo demon sword, even Su Jiuge found it a bit inconceivable.
Her sword is known for its ferocity. On ordinary days, if it sees little blood, it might even backlash against her, its master.
How come today, in the hands of the young master, it behaves so obediently?
Buzz. The sword sang and trembled as Su gently stroked his long sword. The Tai Su sword body possessed the ability to control swords.
And the Tai Bai Tian Gang body could master the innate gunmetal energy. Gunmetal is extremely sharp.
With the combination of the two, he was naturally endowed with great dominance over the sword as a weapon. Moreover, the nine-nether demon sword was Su Jiuge's weapon, making their connection even stronger, allowing for such smooth manipulation of the nine-nether demon sword.
Honglian and Liu Xueyan watched the scene, a hint of despair flickering in their eyes. Even a sacred weapon could be temporarily controlled. Just how strong had Suyu become? A trace of unwillingness gradually appeared in Liu Xueyan's eyes. If she had made a different choice back then, would the outcome have been different?
Suyu, along with the forces behind him, should have all belonged to her.
Clang clang clang.
Accompanied by a series of clear sword rings, that ritual coffin suddenly shook violently, as if sensing danger, and it actually floated in midair.
Who dares to disrupt the luck of the Liu family? An illusory human face slowly emerged.
Immediately after, a luck heavenly blade swiftly slashed down at Suyu.
Liu Tianyuan's spirit was actually able to attack over endless distances through the family luck within the ritual coffin.
Oh.
Interesting.
Suyu's eyes lit up. Sister Jiuge, help me with protection, don't let anyone get close. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu jumped into the air, stepping off the ground with one foot. Swish! He waved his fingers, and countless void swords gathered in the air, surrounding the ritual coffin. Little tricks. The luck heavenly blade shook slightly and easily shattered the void swords into shadows.
Liu Tianyuan sneered, I thought it was some great master, turns out it's just a trivial character.
Kid, breaking into my Liu family's ancestral temple is the stupidest decision of your life.
Liu Tianyuan's voice rumbled, resonating like thunder.
Honglian shouted in her heart, let them fight.
Let them fight.
As long as these two sides fought each other, she would have a chance to escape. Liu Xueyan's eyes filled with hope again as she desperately shouted toward Liu Tianyuan's illusion, ancestor.
Save me.
The Liu family in the Tsongqing realm has already been wiped out by these two thieves. I swear to defend our Liu family's ancestral temple, but they still broke in forcibly.
Please, ancestor, be our judge. Upon hearing this, the cold light in Liu Tianyuan's eyes intensified.
That luck heavenly blade flickered and instantly appeared above Suyu's head.
No way, the gap in raw power is too great.
Suyu frowned. He originally wanted to gain some combat experience, but unfortunately, his realm was too far apart from the opponent, and his attacks would have no effect at all.
Forget it, let's just end this battle directly. At the moment the luck heavenly blade was about to strike down.
Suyu waved his right hand, and the nine-nether demon sword suddenly unleashed a streak of black light. This black light was extremely fine, as if it could cut through heaven and earth.
Sizzle!
The black light flashed, and the luck heavenly blade shattered in response. Not only that, but the surface of the ritual coffin also developed a huge crack. The crack spread and instantly expanded to the entire coffin lid. Then, with a crack, the coffin lid shattered. This ancestral weapon was easily crushed by Suyu without any resistance. Without the ritual coffin to carry the luck, the Liu family's luck instantly scattered. How is this possible? What kind of weapon is that? A sacred weapon? Fear filled Liu Tianyuan's face. Suyu's sword startled him, nearly scaring his soul out of him. How could the sword in this kid's hand be so terrifying? Could it be a sacred weapon? Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, the Fate Annihilation Record. Fate Annihilation Record, a tool born from the chaos at the start of creation, capable of peering into heavenly secrets and altering fate, with supreme miraculous uses. An ancient scroll appeared in Suyu's hand. Its material was neither metal nor wood, neither silk nor cotton, as if it was condensed from the principles of heaven and earth. The cover of the scroll was adorned with a mysterious pattern, resembling a star map or the veins of fate, emanating a faint ghostly light. Suyu held it in his palm, and his eyes grew brighter. This treasure had no specific rank, but its power was incredibly defiant. To absorb the fate and glimpse the future, one can defy the heavens and change their destiny. At such a young age, you can manipulate the sacred weapon. Even if the Liu family's luck is exhausted, I will still kill you. At this moment, the Liu family's luck suddenly gathered together, transforming into a gigantic sword that pierced towards Suyu. Young master! Seeing this scene, Su Jiuge's pretty face changed drastically, and she rushed forward, shouting, "Young master, retreat quickly."
The entire family's luck retaliated, even Su Jiuge dared not confront it head-on.
This was an attack on the level of fate. If struck by the Liu family's luck, the lightest consequence would be a collapse of one's own luck, and the heaviest would be death and disappearance of the soul.
It's alright, just in time.
Su Yu waved his hand, not retreating, but instead moving forward on his own. Facing the sharp sword's edge, he slowly unfolded the Fate Eradication Scroll.
Chapter 17, Do you want to kill my whole family? Nice idea, I support it.
A golden scroll slowly rose, bursting with brilliant light, within which various images could be vaguely seen, like a chaotic world. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
As the Fate Eradication Scroll unfolded, the Liu family's luck suddenly froze in the air, as if encountering some kind of natural enemy, violently trembling. Immediately after, under the dazed gazes of the crowd, a massive amount of luck was directly swallowed into the scroll. How is this possible? Liu Tianyuan was horrified.
This was a large portion of the Liu family's accumulated luck over thousands of years. Even a saint would be knocked down a level when facing such a direct assault.
Now, it was actually being devoured by a strange scroll? In the back, Honglian was completely dumbfounded.
She knew Su Jiuge was strong, with her cultivation above that of a saint, the Liu family wouldn't pose much threat. But she didn't expect that even Su Yu, who was in the transformation stage, was so outrageous.
In a sense, this kid was far more defiant.
Just entering the transformation stage and already possessing such means.
If he were to reach the saint stage, wouldn't he be invincible in the upper realms? Who on earth is this person? How terrifying is the force behind him? Boom!
Without waiting for everyone to think deeply, the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from the Fate Eradication Scroll. A golden star emerged from within the scroll, radiating a mysterious power straight towards Su Yu's forehead.
Boom!
In that instant, Su Yu felt his head swell violently.
His mental realm seemed to undergo a tremendous transformation.
The originally chaotic sea of consciousness suddenly became clear, filled with colorful light, forming a high platform.
Good.
I didn't expect the feedback from the Fate Eradication Scroll after refining luck to be so powerful that it directly helped me open the Purple Palace.
Su Yu was overjoyed.
The Purple Palace was something only those at the peak of the spirit opening stage could access. And he had just entered the transformation stage not long ago but successfully opened it.
Opening the Purple Palace ahead of time brings immeasurable benefits.
Not only does training speed up several times, but it also enhances comprehension, making the cultivation of techniques and combat skills much more effective. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Su Yu's eyes.
In an instant, fortune and opportunity arrived in his heart.
After giving Su Jiuge a meaningful glance, he directly took out the ancient Sutra of the Void and then communicated with the system.
Villain points minus 100,000. Understanding Ancient Sutra of the Void in progress.
Detecting that the host is in a special state, villain points consumption decreases by 50%, comprehension speed increases by 200%, understanding level increases by 200%. In an instant, a gray mist surrounded Su Yu.
Endless smoke and clouds intertwined, forming a mysterious pattern. This is... Seeing this, Su Jiuge's eyes were filled with undeniable shock. What level has the young master grown to now? He is about to master the Ancient Sutra of the Void so quickly. Such comprehension is simply stronger than the Supreme Body ranked first.
The Ancient Sutra of the Void is indeed a genuine imperial law. Even she, with the Void Sword body, would find it hard to grasp it without decades or even hundreds of years of understanding.
But now, Su Yu had only obtained the Ancient Sutra of the Void for a few days and was already about to master it? Thinking of this, Su Jiuge was extremely excited. It seems that in this golden age, the Su family can continue to suppress the heavens.
Before ascending to the higher realm, Su Yu's performance was already enough to rival the emperor's sons of other imperial families. It is important to know that this was under the circumstances of incomplete rules and scarce resources in the lower realm.
At this moment, Liu Tianyuan's divine sense suddenly moved in the sky. This kid. Could it be that my Liu family's fortune has backfired on him?
Seeing Su Yu frozen in place without moving for a long time, Liu Tianyuan's expression became increasingly subtle.
His eyes shifted, and he sneered, saying, "Heh, how could the fortune of my Liu family be so easily swallowed? With such a big appetite, isn't he afraid of choking to death? I thought you were pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but it turns out you're just an insatiable fool." Liu Tianyuan sneered, the corner of his mouth curling up in mockery.
In his view, the mist surrounding Su Yu was growing thicker. This was clearly the sign of being backfired by the fortune, a sign that he would soon die and disappear. Over the years, the Liu family had used the ritual coffin to devour the lower realm, but not every time was it flawless. Situations like this, where they were discovered, were not uncommon. But every time, it was the same, just use the power of fortune to attack, and you could easily kill the enemy without a trace.
Lu Tianyuan snorted coldly, breaking my Lu family's ritual coffin and trying to destroy our fortune, just dying like this, you're lucky. He wanted to strike and kill this scourge to vent his hatred. But unfortunately, the family's fortune was already out of control and could no longer bear his power. After thinking for a moment, Lu Tianyuan gritted his teeth and condensed a dagger with his divine sense. Then, he sent the dagger to Liu Xueyan's side. Junior, quickly bring me his blood. I don't have much time left. This kid may be about to die, but it doesn't resolve my hatred. I want to use his blood to perform the bloodline reversal technique, capture all his relatives, and torture them day and night, never to be reborn. Liu Xueyan trembled when she heard this. The bloodline reversal technique? Such a malicious method still exists in this world? This is great. She took a deep breath, excitement rising to its peak. No matter how capable you are, you're still going to die, aren't you? This time, not only will you die, but your family behind you will also be doomed. You want to kill me? You think you're worthy? Liu Xueyan quickly nodded and replied, yes, ancestor. I will bring his blood to you right away. As soon as the words fell, she immediately rushed toward Suyu, holding a short dagger and slashing at Suyu's neck. You worthless thing, I can finally take my revenge. Liu Xueyan's heart was filled with immense satisfaction, her eyes bloodshot, looking as vicious as ever. Honglian, seeing this, shook her head and sighed, foolish. His aura is growing stronger and stronger. How could he be backfired by the fortune? Sure enough, the next moment, just as the dagger was about to strike, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, an indifferent voice reached Liu Xueyan's ears. As expected, a dog can't change its nature. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you to meet Xuan Bubai. It's just right, you'll have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. With these words, Suyu lifted his right foot and stomped heavily on Liu Xueyan's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the sky, followed by a poof as Liu Xueyan's once proud chest caved in, leaving a huge hole. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, her face twisted, filled with disbelief. You're not. Bang! She didn't even finish her last sentence before her entire body collapsed to the ground, motionless. Boom! 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 Countless virtual swords rained down on Liu Xueyan's lifeless body, bombarding it until her bones were turned to dust before finally stopping. Killed Liu Xueyan, the destined woman, plus 50,000 villain points. Crushed the bones and scattered the ashes of the fiancé, plus 50,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the supreme body, reverse time will body. Detected multiple physical attributes in the host. Would you like to undergo the inheritance of these attributes now? Suyu carefully confirmed that the other party would not be resurrected before shaking his head slightly, not yet. He was at a critical moment of comprehending the ancient Void Sutra, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. This scene happened so quickly. The thought made Liu Tianyuan's heart suddenly tighten. Can it really backfire on the fate and kill? Is it because his kin from this lower realm is too weak, or is it? A sense of ominous premonition rose in Liu Tianyuan's heart. This trace of divine thought, the power it carries is still too little, unable to fully see through Suyu's true form. Damn it, how could this ant from the lower realm be so monstrous? He cursed inwardly, his eyes cold with a murderous gleam. Boy, no matter how monstrous you are, you will definitely regret what you did today. Liu Tianyuan stared at Suyu gloomily, his figure flickering as he retrieved the short dagger. Although Liu Xueyan was useless, she still completed the task before dying, using this dagger to get a drop of Suyu's blood. I will make sure that the rest of your life is filled with endless regret. Your relatives, your bloodline, everyone connected to you, they will all die. Liu Tianyuan finally spoke his cruel words, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. From beginning to end, Jiuge just silently watched, without any intention of making a move. Clearly, this was Suyu's instruction. From the start, Liu Xueyan, and even the entire Liu family, were all in Suyu's calculation. My relatives, huh? Suyu nearly couldn't hold back a laugh. He exchanged a glance with Jiuge, both of them smiling slightly. Suyu really wanted to know, what expression would Liu Tianyuan have when he storms into the Su family and sees the groups of saints and great saints? That drop of blood on the dagger was intentionally stained by Suyu. Otherwise, with Liu Xueyan's skills, she wouldn't even have been able to touch a single hair of Suyu. Even servants are above the saint realm in this family, this kind of terrifying forbidden existence, everyone else avoids it, yet your Liu family chose to provoke them? Hong Lian gazed at the direction in which Liu Tianyuan left, her face full of gloating. Although the process didn't go as she had planned, the outcome was right. The Liu family is doomed to perish. Buzz buzz. At that moment, Hong Lian suddenly trembled, her face showing wild joy. But soon, she forcibly suppressed that joy. I didn't expect, I too have such luck? Hong Lian lowered her head, the corners of her mouth slowly rising.
At the moment Liu Xueyan died, she felt as if she was being gazed upon by a supreme presence. Then, whether it was cultivation, talent, or even the intangible fate, everything started to surge madly. I, Hong Lian, have I been favored by the heavens, becoming the chosen one of destiny? Chapter 18, Enlightenment of the Great Void Ancient Sutra, Entering the Spirit Awakening. In mid-air, Suyu sat quietly cross-legged. Without using a single bit of spiritual power, his body strangely floated, surrounded by mist that floated up and down. Massive amounts of information exploded in his mind. Every moment, various profound truths and mysteries rushed into his mind, bringing him immense benefit. Time. Cause and effect. Reincarnation. The gate of life and death. The Great Void Ancient Sutra seemed to contain the ultimate mysteries of the world. It didn't just describe the supreme path of space. More importantly, it encompassed everything, including all kinds of paths. I see, so this is the great Tao that the Void Ancient Emperor comprehended in his final moments? Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three gives birth to all things. Starting with the void as the foundation, gradually integrating the 3000 great Tao, returning to the origin, building the human body world. Once perfected, one person is equivalent to a whole world. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Suyu gradually sank into the deepest state of Tao comprehension. During this time, system prompts appeared several times, but he selectively ignored them. At this moment, nothing was more important than comprehending the Great Void Ancient Sutra. Young master, you must succeed. Jiuge's face was serious as she guarded beside Suyu with full concentration. What Suyu was doing right now was too critical, she couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Meanwhile, in the void domain, a flash of light suddenly stopped. A colorful spiritual energy barrier slowly dissipated, revealing Liu Tianyuan's gloomy face. Stop. We won't go to the Tsangqing realm for now. Master, what is it? The others asked in confusion one after another. Upon hearing this, Liu Tianyuan's already gloomy face was about to drip with water. The ritual coffin of the Tsangqing realm has been broken, and my Liu family's luck has dissipated by a whole 80%. Going there now is useless, by the time we arrive, that little beast will have already run who knows where. Hearing this, everyone in the Liu family gasped in shock. 80% of the family luck. This meant that the Liu family would face uncontrollable decline in the short term. The Liu family has many powerful members, but luck is something that doesn't play fair. Now that 80% of their luck has vanished, the impact on the family will be enormous. If not handled properly, it could lead to the extinction of the clan. Damn it! Who dares to touch my Liu family's ritual coffin? Clan leader, have you investigated this clearly? How could they cause such a huge loss to my Liu family without a sound? Is it the Li family's scheme? I suspect it's the Wang family. After all, we recently targeted the Wang family's heir. Everyone spoke up, expressing their own guesses. None of that is correct. Liu Tianyuan took a deep breath and said coldly, it's a stranger, not from any major family. This person might be a rogue cultivator or a hidden gem from some fallen family. However, this is no longer important. Saying this, Liu Tianyuan took out a bloodstained dagger from his robe. Follow me back to the clan, I will activate the bloodline trace array and slay all of this child's blood relatives. Liu Tianyuan's tone was as cold as ice, filled with rich killing intent and brutality. The Liu family had been strong in the upper realm for many years, but they had never suffered such a big loss. As you command. The many elders' eyes turned crimson, clearly maddened. The accumulated foundation over the years had been suddenly drained, who could tolerate this? Heh, daring to provoke my Liu family, this unfortunate soul has kicked a steel plate. On the other side. In the ancestral grounds of the Liu family in the Tsangqing realm. Suyu remained seated in midair, his surroundings shrouded in a mist that had thinned greatly. His eyes were slightly closed, completely oblivious to the passage of time. He was solely focused on immersing himself in his inner world. Uncertain of how long passed. Boom! Suyu's eyes suddenly opened wide. A streak of colorless radiance shot out from his brow. The sharpness of that light even split the void in half. Suddenly, the void shook, and golden lotuses began to appear from thin air. Moonlight fell, and sounds of celestial music echoed. Such a shocking phenomenon caused Su Jiuge and Honglian to exclaim in awe repeatedly. Honglian's eyes flickered as she thought, this kid really is a genius, but I'm not bad either. With great fortune backing me, I will probably break through soon and become extraordinary. Hoof. She looked at Su Jiuge, secretly estimating the other side's true ability. If it was just a saint level, she might soon escape and even turn the tables? A family with a saint serving could not lack wealth and treasures, right? If I hold Suyu hostage to extort them. Break! At this moment, accompanied by a low shout, Suyu's aura began to rise sharply. His cultivation level jumped from the early stage of transformation to the peak of transformation. It seemed that cultivation bottlenecks did not exist for him at all. The next second, Suyu's nascent soul suddenly flew out, sitting cross-legged above Suyu's head, releasing a terrifying attraction that caused countless spiritual energies to gather. Buzz! The nascent soul opened its mouth to breathe. In an instant, spiritual energies from all directions surged into the nascent soul's body. Streaks of radiant clouds flickered, dazzlingly beautiful. On the surface of the nascent soul's body, dense runes shone brightly. Suyu's aura surged again. Only when he reached the limit of this stage did the nascent soul stop absorbing. Suyu's brow once again glowed. This time, from that radiance came a tremendous pull that directly drew him in. Nascent soul settles at the Purple Palace. Open the spirit, and succeed. Chapter 19, Take on the Divine Mansion's sword? Are you kidding me? Thousands of radiant clouds shone in the 9 heavens. In the end, they all converged into one point, landing on Suyu's brow. Open the spirit, gaining spiritual wisdom, from now on, obtaining the ability to comprehend the origin of the world. At the moment Suyu successfully broke through. The destruction of fate suddenly flashed, resonating with the light spot on Suyu's forehead. Suyu's expression changed slightly, and a future scene appeared before his eyes. It was a vast land, as if from ancient times. On the desolate earth, a gigantic sword thousands of feet long pierced a corpse into the continent, blood flowing like a river. And this corpse was shockingly Suyu himself? How is it possible? Suyu's mind shook, unable to believe it. Upon careful examination of the corpse, Suyu realized that this scene might not be too far in the future. It was quite likely to happen soon. Because the corpse was wearing exactly the same clothes as he was now. This made Suyu even more puzzled. With Jiuge protecting him, who would dare to kill him? Who could kill him? Since I've seen it, perhaps this scene in the future won't happen? Suyu murmured. After pondering for a while, Suyu still couldn't figure it out. Things related to time are the hardest to decipher. He could only set it aside for the moment. He looked at the system panel. Name, Suyu. Cultivation, first level of opening spirit realm. Physique, void sword body tie by heavenly gang body time reversal body, not inherited. Innate divine ability, void sword intent innate gunmetal chi. Villain value, 155000. Ha! Suyu let out a long breath, dispelling the gloom in his eyes. After stepping into the opening spirit realm, the surrounding world seemed much clearer. Suyu could even see the spiritual energy and various elements drifting in the air. This feeling of steadily increasing strength was simply refreshing to the extreme. At that moment, Suyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Detected a figure of great fortune near the host. Name, Hong Lian. Cultivation, perfected divine palace realm. Physique, karma fire red lotus body. Note, Deputy Sect Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect of the Upper Realm, fled to the Lower Realm after the sect's demise, later chosen by the Heavenly Daozi as the Destiny Girl after the death of the Lady of Destiny Liu Xueyan in this realm. Looking at the system prompt that just appeared, a smile curved at the corner of Suyu's mouth. He was worried about where to find a great fortune bearer to harvest villain value, but unexpectedly, one came to him. What are you staring at me for? Hong Lian felt a bit uneasy under Suyu's gaze and asked warily. Perhaps with the identity of the Destiny Girl, she didn't feel as lowly as before, her tone carrying a hint of questioning. Oh? Suyu chuckled lightly, but his gaze did not shift. At this moment, Hong Lian was draped in a red robe, her skin like snow, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her figure curvaceous and alluring, incredibly captivating. After being suppressed by Jiuge, there was a hint of pitiful charm in her eyebrows, making one unable to help but want to hold her and cherish her. It's a pity that no matter how charming she was, in Suyu's eyes, she was just a walking villain value. Kneel. Suyu said coldly. Why should I? Hong Lian's eyes flashed, surprisingly retorting. At this moment, she was full of confidence. As the Destiny Girl imbued with great fortune, as long as her luck was sufficient, she was almost impossible to kill. This was her confidence, she believed she would surely turn danger into safety. So, since she couldn't be killed, why endure this humiliation? Suyu was just a mere ant who had just entered the opening spirit realm. What qualification did he have to demand the demon lord to kneel? Suyu's expression was calm as he signaled to Jiuge with his eyes. Jiuge understood, and an aura of might erupted like the collapse of heavens and earth. Kneel. Jiuge shouted, her authoritative voice resonating, shaking the entire world. Forcibly compelling the Destiny Girl to kneel, villain value plus 5,000. The same two words suddenly changed Hong Lian's complexion. Her legs bent sharply, about to kneel on the ground. But at that moment, a faint red light suddenly spread from her body. In an instant, she forcibly stood up against Jiuge's gaze. Karma fire red lotus body? ?
Quite something, but not much. Su Jiuge crossed her arms, tapping her fingers on her shoulder, and said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, just a mere holy body, is this your reliance? Boom. The next moment, a pressure several times stronger than before descended. Ka ka ka. Within Hong Lian's body, the sound of bones cracking continuously echoed, as the powerful aura of the great sage suppressed her, causing her immense pain. Thin strands of crimson seeped out, dyeing her red dress even more enchanting. But even so, Hong Lian still gritted her teeth, stubbornly resisting. You want me to kneel to you? Do you think you deserve it? I have roamed through the heavens for thousands of years, what do you count for? You can kill me, but to insult me, that is impossible. She proudly held her head high, her face full of determination. Good. Very good. Su Jiuge's eyes turned cold. If you want to die, then I'll help you. Boom, boom, boom. Su Jiuge slapped out, a terrifying palm wind sweeping Hong Lian's dress and hair swirling. A strong aura of death rushed towards her. The alarm bells rang loudly in Hong Lian's heart. If that palm struck her, she would definitely die. How is that possible? Am I not a master of great fortune? How could I? Hong Lian panicked. Logically, shouldn't a master of great fortune turn misfortune into fortune, becoming stronger with more setbacks? Why does the situation she faced feel so wrong? Sister Jiuge, don't act yet, I have great news for her. Just as Hong Lian was in a panic, Su Yu's voice rang out softly. Hong Lian felt relieved in her heart, her legs went weak, and she collapsed to the ground. But even so, she did not glance at Su Yu once. Give up, don't think this will make me submit. Su Jiuge frowned, looking at Su Yu in confusion. Although this woman is stunning, as the young master, as long as you speak, I guarantee I can bring you a new batch every day. This ungrateful woman, you might as well have her killed. Cough, cough. Su Yu coughed awkwardly, what I meant by use is not that. Waving his hand, he stepped decisively in front of Hong Lian and said slowly, I'll give you a chance, strike me with a sword. If I can't take it, then you will be free. Strike me with your sword? You? Just you? Upon hearing this, Hong Lian trembled lightly, her eyes full of disbelief. Asterisk asterisk. This guy truly thinks he is useless. A mere opening spirit realm thinks he can take a strike from someone in the divine. Good. I agree. But you cannot use those strange treasures, you can only rely on yourself to take my sword. Su Yu nodded directly, no problem. Young master. You. Su Jiuge wanted to say something, but was stopped by a glance from Su Yu. Humph. Hong Lian coldly glared at Su Yu, I want to see what you will use to block this sword. After speaking, she drew her sword directly, giving Su Yu no chance to prepare. Inferno fire burns the sky. She shouted angrily and swung her sword out. Whoosh. The temperature in the air suddenly rose, baking the void, and a faint red glow blossomed, making the entire sky as beautiful as flames in the clouds. This was the power of Hong Lian's sacred body combined with the swordsmanship. The first move was the strongest one. Even ordinary saints would have to be on high alert and dare not be reckless. Young master. Su Jiuge's eyes were filled with worry. She was already prepared, if Su Yu couldn't take this sword, she would forcibly intervene. What was the worst that could happen? Forcefully suppressing Hong Lian? A hard-pressed fruit may not taste sweet, but it quenches thirst. However, the next scene shattered even Su Jiuge's calm. Chapter 20, the demon lord cries out, the weeds not fully cut? Su Yu not only did not dodge, but instead charged forward, heading straight for the raging inferno. His speed was extremely fast, in an instant, he rushed to the front of the inferno, his right fist smashing out. Boom! This punch collided with the inferno. Blinding flames exploded, creating violent ripples, like surging waves, churning endlessly. Hong Lian's beautiful eyes widened, revealing disbelief. This is impossible. Her voice trembled. The inferno was one of the strongest flames in the world. And her prison-severing swordsmanship was also singularly powerful among the divine palace realm. Combined, their power was beyond mere multiplication. But at this moment, that seemingly weak young man actually blocked her attack. Thunderous! Hong Lian felt as if she heard a deafening roar. Then, the void suddenly collapsed. Endless inferno and sword energy were all returned to nothingness, swallowed by the sudden darkness. How about that? Are you convinced now? Su Yu spread his arms and laughed heartily. The destined woman, Hong Lian, has her heart shattered, villain value plus 10,000. Hong Lian trembled all over, her long sword falling from her hand. Then, she collapsed to the ground, soul lost and disoriented. She lost. The opponent, with a spirit awakening cultivation, directly took her sword. No tricks, no treasures used. Just like that, humbly achieving it. This was a fatal blow to her heart. You must know, she was the demon lord of the upper realm. This young man, no matter how extraordinary his background or talent, was only at the spirit awakening stage. To achieve this before fully growing, Hong Lian couldn't bear to imagine. If Suyu stepped into the divine palace realm in front of him, she might not even count as an ant. Suyu retracted his hand, glanced at the fallen Hong Lian, and did not rush forward. Instead, he stood still and slowly closed his eyes. A sword from the divine palace realm is not something one can easily take. With his inner vision opened, Suyu saw that his inner world was now filled with endless raging flames. Within it, countless sword energies crisscrossed. The entire inner world resembled a purgatory, seeking to destroy everything. However, no matter how these sword energies crashed, they couldn't damage this inner world in the slightest. Moreover, as time passed, this inner world seemed to absorb the power of the inferno, gradually becoming more stable. Suyu nodded slightly, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, as expected of the demon lord of the upper realm, this sword is indeed powerful. Just a little more, and the power of this sword would exceed the limits of what the inner world could hold. But fortunately, as long as the inner world doesn't collapse, the inferno and sword energies will continuously be weakened, absorbed as nourishment by the inner world. Suyu's smile deepened. This is the power after entering the great void ancient scripture. In the face of Hong Lian's sword, Suyu did not use any techniques. Martial skills were simply a matter of opening a corner of the inner world and then putting the sword inside it. Of course, this was also clever. If Hong Lian didn't use such wide-range remote attacks, Suyu really wouldn't be able to compete with her. After all he could do was place the entrance to his inner world in front of him. If Hong Lian had directly gotten close and launched a sneak attack from behind, Suyu would undoubtedly be dead. However, even so, this achievement was already terrifying enough. Facing a divine sword head-on in the spirit-opening realm would be regarded as a fantastical story even in the upper realm. Young lord, are you alright? Jiuge quickly noticed Suyu's abnormality and hurried over to ask. At the same time, a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared in her arms, ready to be fed at any moment. Don't worry, Sister Jiuge, I'm fine. Suyu quickly waved his hand. He hadn't even digested the effects of his last medicine, and if he was fed again now, his foundation might collapse. Refusing Su Jiuge's offering, Suyu turned to look at the stunned Hong Lian. What's wrong? Aren't you going to kneel before your master? Hong Lian's face was pale, her pretty lips biting down, her beautiful face filled with complexity and struggle. In the end, she sighed softly and slowly bent over, kneeling at Suyu's feet. Hong Lian pays respects to her master. Wager and lose. As the demon lord of a generation, she could still afford to lose. Endure, endure. Hong Lian repeated in her heart. After all, it was just being a maid, not a bed warmer. As long as she held on for a while longer, once her great fortune gradually took effect, there would definitely be a day when she could step on this annoying guy. Just wait, once she broke through to become a sage, no matter how great the other's background was, so what? A scene appeared in Hong Lian's mind. She, noble and cold, wearing a phoenix robe, stood under the gathered stars, looking down at Suyu. Once she breaks through, all problems would be easily solved. You change your clothes first. At that moment, Suyu suddenly said. Jiuge casually threw a set of robes in front of Hong Lian. Ha! Hong Lian was startled, then followed Suyu's gaze down, and suddenly felt humiliated and furious, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. Her clothes were in a disarray in front of her chest, her snow-white skin half-covered, incredibly tempting. Just now, because of that one sword strike, her dress had been torn by the aftermath, revealing spring. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and change. Suyu frowned and urged. Oh. Hong Lian replied softly, her cheeks flushed, lowering her head and hurriedly leaving. Stop, change right here. Suyu called out to her. Hong Lian shot Suyu a fierce glance, her eyes filled with shame and anger. Forcing the destined girl to change in front of oneself, villain points plus 20,000. Oh. Indeed, the system is not serious, just changing clothes and already so many luck points? But I like it. What the young lord says is destiny, do you dare disobey? Seeing Hong Lian hesitating to act, Jiuge was very dissatisfied and raised her hand to condense spiritual power into a whip, striking out. Swish! Hong Lian's right hip instantly split open. Whipping the destined girl, harming her self-esteem, villain points plus 20,000. Ah! Hong Lian cried out in pain, her delicate body trembling violently. Not obeying yet? Jiuge snorted coldly. Hong Lian's eyes were filled with tears, cursing Suyu 1,000 times in her heart. But it was helpless, she had to squat down and start loosening her clothes. Forget it. Since she had decided to endure, she could only endure to the end. Soon, a graceful body appeared before Suyu. Suyu looked straight without any ripples in his heart. Seeing him like this, Hong Lian felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Quickly, Honglian was dressed properly and stood next to Suyu. A blush still lingering on her cheeks. Why, young lord? Line. The figure looked about 7 or 8 years old, with tear stains still fresh on the face. It seemed like he had cried for a long time. In a pair of star-like eyes, there was nothing but hatred. The Su family, the blood feud must be avenged. The child glanced back 3 times, incredibly reluctant to leave the Liu family. However, he had not realized that a Su character on the back of his neck was shining brightly. Chapter 21, Su's great knife does not cut the young or the old, but unfortunately, Su has never needed a knife. In the wilds. A child was struggling to walk in the wilderness. The dangers of the night in the wild were numerous, a slight mistake could lead to no place for burial. But Liu Yun did not give up, he tried hard to avoid danger, even eating wild grass to survive. Hatred supported him to move forward. He vowed that when he grew up, he would surely take revenge for this family extermination. Having survived a great disaster, there must be good fortune. This is written in the stories, those villains will surely be killed by me. Liu Yun murmured to himself. However, he did not notice. In the sky. 3 people were watching him the whole time. Suyu quietly observed this scene, frowning slightly. The only survivor after the family's destruction, plus me, the great villain, eyeing him closely. Shouldn't this scenario be a standard setup for the child of destiny? Indeed, Suyu intentionally spared this child because he wanted to see if he could artificially create a child of destiny. After all, resources like the child of destiny were too scarce. And killing one means losing one. It was too difficult to obtain villain points and excellent physiques in bulk. The heavenly way chooses the child of destiny, as if it has its own criteria for judgment. Being so cautious even against a child. Honglian standing beside him couldn't help but complain. That Liu Yun thought he had escaped death, but little did he know, several marks had already been placed on him by Suyu. This style of caution was simply more terrifying than her as a demon lord. I can't help but shiver. The feeling of being against Suyu was truly terrible. After a moment of silence, Suyu's figure flashed and appeared right in front of Liu Yun. The sudden appearance startled Liu Yun, almost causing him to fall. The fear that followed instantly consumed him. Liu Yun raised his eyes and looked horrified at Suyu. Bad guy. You devil. What do you want? Help. Help. Someone save me? Suyu remained expressionless, pointing his fingers like a sword. Since he couldn't manually create a child of destiny, he might as well kill him directly. This way, he could avoid future problems. Although he wasn't afraid of revenge, the Qingcheng Su family would be. What if something happened to the Su family in the future? Wouldn't that be like lifting a rock to smash his own foot? At the same time, as Suyu drew his sword, 3 cultivators in Taoist robes suddenly appeared from nowhere. 2 men and 1 woman, all with righteous aura. They should be cultivators from a nearby sect coming down the mountain for training. Hey! What do you want, you devil? He is just a child. Exactly, how can you be so heartless as to kill a child? Liu Yun, seeing the 3 suddenly appear, hurriedly rushed behind them, crying while shouting, "Big brothers and sisters, please protect me, okay? Woo woo." His voice sounded extremely wronged, as if he had been through tremendous suffering, as if Suyu were a monster intent on ripping him limb from limb. Kid, don't be afraid. With us here, he can't hurt you. That's right, just stay safe, and leave everything to us. After saying this, they turned toward Suyu. Devil! You harm mortals, we must slay you here today. Humph. You villains deserve to be slain, you will die here. The 3 cultivators shouted angrily. What are you talking about? Su's great knife has never cut the young or the old. Suyu calmly swept a glance at the 3, showing no fear. Hearing this, the 3 were suddenly confused. Huh? So you are. Unfortunately, Su's great knife has never needed a knife. After saying this, he gave a light wave of his hand. Swish. An invisible sword aura swept through. Retreat. 1 cultivator's face changed dramatically. Hastily reminded. But it was too late. Humph. The sword energy from the void instantly killed 4 people, blood flowing all over the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the semi-fortunate son, Liu Yun, gaining 10,000 villain points. Oh? Suyu's eyes flashed. It seems that creating a man-made son of fortune might really be possible? Looking at the 2 halves of Liu Yun on the ground, Suyu slightly nodded. His idea was not wrong. However, he was a bit too impatient. If he had waited a few more days, this guy might have really become the son of fortune. By the way, if I hadn't intervened, this Liu Yun should have been picked up by these 3 cultivators and started his cultivation journey, right? Suyu seemed to have realized something, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Next time, when encountering a similar situation, he would definitely be able to manually create a son of fortune.
Beside him, Hong Lian looked at Su Yu's terrifying expression and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Why do I feel like this guy is getting more and more terrifying? Su Jiuge looked at the bloody scene in front of him and silently nodded.
The young master is indeed extremely intelligent.
He didn't kill this person earlier to use him as bait, drawing out other potential enemies to wipe them all out, right?
As expected of the young master. Su Yu, facing Su Jiuge's admiring gaze, felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat, but did not explain. Soon, the three of them set off again and returned to the Su family.
The small interlude with Liu Yun didn't delay much time.
Before dawn, the three of them had already returned to the Su mansion. At this time, Su Hanshan was gathering the Su family's forces. Seeing Su Yu and the others return, his expression showed slight surprise.
How long has it been? And such a large Liu family is gone? Dad, the Liu family has been destroyed.
Su Yu cupped his hands and said.
Su Hanshan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and asked, was it completely cleaned up?
At times like this, you must not show mercy, even the women, children, and elderly should leave none behind.
Don't worry, Dad, it's clean and thorough.
Su Yu smiled. Hearing Su Yu say this, Su Hanshan finally felt at ease. Good work, Yuer, who is this?
Su Hanshan looked at Hong Lian and asked. A newly recruited maid.
Su Yu casually replied.
Not bad, but she doesn't seem very honest. Should we put some restrictions on her?
There are already quite a few.
That's good. This whole family is no good.
Listening to the conversation between father and son, Hong Lian silently lowered her head. She felt that if she had the chance to escape Su Yu's grasp, she would definitely change her title and be called the Saint Lord from then on, no longer calling herself the Demon Lord. The daughter of destiny, Hong Lian, develops a psychological shadow towards the host, villain points plus 10,000.
Su Yu glanced at Hong Lian with a playful look. He thought this Demon Lord was really ruthless, but now it seemed like she was nothing special?
After entering the Su mansion, Su Yu returned to his residence.
He sat cross-legged on his bed, silently adjusting his inner energy.
When his state reached its peak, Su Yu finally communicated with the system and said slowly, System, begin the inheritance of the time reversal wheel body.
Ding!
The inheritance of the time reversal wheel body begins.
Buzzing. Su Yu's whole body trembled, feeling as if a flash of light opened a gate in his mind.
Endless time energy rushed towards him. At this moment, it felt as though he had been thrown into the river of time, glimpsing both the past and the future.
Is this the time reversal wheel body?
His thoughts quickly turned, countless images spinning in front of his eyes like a revolving lantern.
The time reversal wheel body, also known as the longevity body.
A person with this constitution could almost transcend the flow of time, remaining eternal in the world.
However, the only flaw of this constitution was that besides immortality, it did not provide any other enhancements.
Therefore, most people with the time reversal will body could only endure for thousands of years before gaining the strength to protect themselves. Of course, for Su Yu, this was not a problem. Using the power of time from the time reversal wheel body will perfectly aid my cultivation of the ancient void scripture, improving the world inside my body. Not knowing how long had passed.
Boom!
A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Yu's body, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the weather within 1,000 miles changed color, dark clouds enveloping the sky.
Thunder roared and rolled.
Crack! A loud thunder shattered the sky. In an instant, the strong within the entire Sanqing realm seemed to sense something, and they all turned their gazes toward the eastern wilderness. Nearby, Su Jiuge's eyes gleamed with excitement, shocked beyond words.
Is this another supreme-level constitution? How many secrets does the young master hold that I don't know about? Is this the family rule that the Su family has upheld for millions of years? There must be a reason for its existence.
In stark contrast to Su Jiuge's joy, Hong Lian's face was filled with pain. This guy, Su Yu, was already a monster.
Now, with the awakening of another supreme-level constitution, will she ever be free in her lifetime?
In the room, Su Yu's breath gradually stabilized.
Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, Opening Spirit Realm Level 1. Body, Void Sword Body, Tai Bai Heavenly Gang Body, Reversed Wheel of Time Body. Innate Divine Ability, Void Sword Intent, Innate Gung Metal Chi, Longevity Vision.
Villain points, 210000. Sensing slightly, the reversed Wheel of Time body actually added a lifespan of 100,000 years. 100,000 years if all used for the Void Severance Strike, how powerful would that be?
Su Yu suddenly thought. However, it was just a thought. In the entire Sanqing realm, there probably wasn't an enemy who could enjoy such a privilege.
You see, even achieving the Great Sage realm, one's lifespan is just barely 100,000 years.
Using so much lifespan for a single strike is absurdly extravagant.
Unless pushed to a true dead end, Su Yu would never do this.
But right now, it seemed no one could push him to that extent. Ding.
Detecting that the host possesses both the Void Sword body and the Reversed Wheel of Time body, do you wish to spend 1 million villain points to merge the bodies?
Oh. Suyu was taken aback. Supreme bodies could actually merge?
This surprised him somewhat.
Could it be that above supreme level bodies, there are even higher levels? Taking a deep breath, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. It seems his opportunities in the Tsunching realm were just beginning. As for the upper realm, Suyu knew little. But he also knew that it was a world filled with talents and monsters, where unmatched strong ones walked everywhere. To suppress all the gifted talents, perhaps this is the chance. What kind of body would appear from merging the Void Sword body representing space with the Reversed Wheel of Time body representing time? Suyu was very expectant. However, his villain points were still far from enough, needing still around 800,000 more points to reach 1 million. The mysterious person's words about the opening of the inheritance ground are still far off. To find more lucky ones, it seems I can only cast a wide net. After pondering for a moment, Suyu shook his head, walked out the door, and flicked Honglian on the forehead. Humiliation of the Daughter of Destiny, Honglian, villain points plus 3,000. Honglian? Are you human? The next day,
when Suyu woke up, he saw Su Hansan gathering the Su family members on the martial arts field.
Everyone, it's time for reckoning. Su Hanshan's indifferent gaze swept over everyone.
The Liu family bullied our Su family, so the Liu family was annihilated yesterday. The other families in Xinjiang, in the face of disaster, not only showed no compassion but also pushed us further into trouble.
What do you say we should do? The Su family members looked excited.
Kill. They shouted in unison, their momentum overwhelming.
Since that's the case, very well. Today, our Su family will visit each one personally.
Just as Su Hansan was preparing to lead the team to create trouble, Suyu waved his hand, and a large number of spiritual weapons flew out, hovering in the air.
Dad, how can we go out to do business without taking the tools?
He grinned, showing his white teeth.
Everyone was stunned. Whoa! So many spiritual weapons? Does the young master want to unify Xinjiang?
They were indeed right. Then Suyu continued, Dad, since the Lord of Xinjiang is like a piece of paper, I think you can completely act on behalf of heaven and take his place.
Su Hansan. Other Su family members.
What? They originally just wanted to extort benefits from the various families in Xinjiang.
But now, it seemed that the situation was a bit off? Young master, rest assured.
With you personally leading us, we will surely win effortlessly. Push through all the enemies, make them roll in fear, someone shouted in the crowd.
Kill. Unite Xinjiang, change the day and night.
The people of the Su family were filled with enthusiasm, yelling loudly.
At the same time,
in the Lord's mansion, in the courtyard paved with blue stones, the Lord of Xinjiang, Yinanshan, was smiling, sipping fragrant tea, while playing chess with someone. Opposite him sat a young man in white, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome in appearance, seated in a stone chair.
This person was named Xiao Xian.
He was a young talent from outside the region, traveling to this place. At just 30 years old, he had already reached the peak of the opening spirit realm. He came this time to seek a chance for breakthrough in the eastern wilderness. Lord Ye's chess skills are extraordinary, and his power is impressive. I admire you, Xiao Xian said with a light smile.
Yi Nanshan waved his hand and smiled lightly, it's just a small skill. Xiao Xian paused briefly and suddenly said, why did the Xiantian sect come yesterday? Yi Nanshan looked unconcerned, who cares? It has nothing to do with me.
You are indeed carefree.
Ha ha.
Those families in the city have gotten used to good days, they need to be shaken up occasionally. The two continued their game, with several beautiful women and maidservants standing by, serving them, quite pleasing to the eye.
Lord, it's not good.
Suddenly, a guard rushed in, stumbling, his face pale.
What are you panicking for?
Yi Nanshan shouted coldly, his tone quite severe.
Lord Yi, something big has happened. The guard panted heavily, sweating profusely. Speak slowly, what big thing happened? Last night, the Su family attacked the Liu family and the Zhou family. Attack? Were there any deaths? Yi Nanshan frowned.
If it were a simple conflict, he could just turn a blind eye. But if it escalated too much, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Lord's mansion. The guard was drenched in sweat, to be precise, it was a massacre. Those two major families were directly exterminated by the Su family. Before the guard finished speaking, Yi Nanshan suddenly raised his head, his gaze icy. What did you say? The Su family is so bold, isn't this provoking me? The Su family has such great courage. He was furiously angry. I will go there immediately with people. Brother Yi, wait. But Xiao Xian suddenly stopped Yi Nanshan. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. Xiao Xian, you must not interfere in this matter, the mere Su family is not worth your effort. Yi Nanshan waved his hand. However, before he could find trouble with the Su family, Suyu had already arrived first. Boom! Before he reached there, the sword arrived first. An invisible sword aura broke through the gate of the Lord's mansion, slicing through like a bamboo. Everything along the way was split in half by this sword. The power of the sword was terrifying beyond compare. Chapter 23. Never have I heard such an absurd request in this lifetime. What's going on? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Which little thief dares to invade the Lord's mansion and is looking for death? Inside the Lord's mansion, chaos reigned. The various nobles of Qingcheng were filled with despair, deeply frightened by this sudden sword strike. They were originally enjoying a lively gathering, some even planning to meet the guest from outside the region, Xiao Xian. But now, they all lay on the ground, blood flowing like rivers. What great courage! A figure appeared in the main hall. Yi Nanshan looked at the scene in front of him, furious and distressed. Oh, isn't this Lord Yi? After a few days, you've become so useless? Suyu stood outside the Lord's mansion, symbolically knocking on half of the door. This action made Yi Nanshan's forehead throb, he almost wanted to cut him with a sword. Suyu frowned, what? Looks like Lord Yi doesn't welcome us? After the words fell, Suyu coldly glanced around. This was an extravagant mansion occupying over 10,000 acres. Rock gardens, ponds, pavilions, and towers were all present, reaching the height of luxury. However, all these things were acquired by exploiting the families and common people in the city. Yet, the rulers who enjoyed so many benefits were utterly helpless when the Su family faced this disaster. Even if he had come to ask once symbolically back then, Suyu wouldn't have to go through this. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanshan's brow twitched, forcibly squeezing out a smile. No. There is nothing, the city lord's mansion naturally welcomes the Su family's visit. Seeing Su Jiuge behind Suyu, Yi Nanshan's heart was alarmed, originally intending to question them a bit. Well, with this upper realm demon lord backing them, the Su family can be considered small people rising to power. However, Yi Nanshan did not take it too seriously. The upper realm demon lord is powerful, but he is not without his own backing. Thinking of this, Yi Nanshan scoffed, as the saying goes, there are always people better than you in heavens beyond the heavens. Some people may seem to dominate everything now, but in reality. In reality what? Suyu blinked, stepping into the city lord's mansion and accidentally stomping down the threshold. With a crunching sound, the grand door of the city lord's mansion, standing for hundreds of years, fell down with a crash. This is a sentence I should say. You don't know what it means to say there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Boom! A turbulent and vast aura surged out. The buildings already damaged by a sword began to collapse one after another. Wails echoed around once more. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Nanshan could no longer hold it in. He knew the Su family had come looking for trouble today. Logically, since the Xiantian sect invaded the Su family in the city, as the city lord, he should have intervened. At the very least, he should have tried to mediate. However, Yi Nanshan did not take the small Su family seriously at that time. He was certain the Su family would be destroyed. Thus, there was no need to take action. But, the development of events far exceeded his expectations. The Su family not only did not perish, but instead began to soar. Now, they were here to seek revenge. Yi Nanshan, I ask you. Su Hansan stepped forward, stepping on the glazed tiles on the ground, coldly said, has my Su family's tribute been little? Why didn't you show up when my Su family was in trouble? Yi Nanshan's mouth twitched. This. The head of the Su family misunderstood. I didn't realize that Xiantian sect people entered Qingqing at that time. Yi Nanshan nervously lowered his head and continued to argue, sigh, it was all my subordinates' negligence. How about this, I'll drink 3 cups by myself, can we let this matter go? As he spoke, Yi Nanshan smiled and raised his wine cup, looking indifferent. Su Hanshan's expression grew even colder, word by word, Yi Nanten, you don't think my Su family came here today just to scold you, right? With the Longguang dynasty backing you, you won't be able to stay safe. Your backing is not enough. Hearing this, Yi Nanshan finally couldn't hold back anymore, leaping from his chair, blaring fiercely at Su Hansan, you lowly commoners, what do you know? He pointed at Su Jiuge, sneering, your Su family's backing is this demon lord from the upper realm, right? He. Saying this, Yi Nanshan lifted his chin, full of pride, that I must say, the Longguang dynasty's name in the upper realm is the Qian Koan Dragon Kingdom, how will you deal with that? Qian Koan Dragon Kingdom? Su Jiuge seemed to ponder. Exactly. Yi Nanshan said triumphantly, my Longguang dynasty is one of the branches of the Qian Koan Dragon Kingdom in the upper realm, since you come from the upper realm, you must have heard of the Qian Koan Dragon Kingdom's name. I advise you to be sensible, don't wreak havoc in my city lord's mansion. Otherwise, your Su family along with this demon lord from the upper realm cannot escape punishment. Yi Nanshan declared with conviction, completely disregarding everyone from the Su family. As soon as Yi Nanshan finished speaking, a crisp and pleasant female voice came through.
Qian Kuan Dragon Kingdom. Sounds familiar. Hong Lian frowned in deep thought, then suddenly realized, isn't that the previous affiliated celestial kingdom of my Liantian demon sect?
As she spoke, Hong Lian rubbed her forehead and said helplessly to Yi Nanshan, this kind of small celestial kingdom background, how could you be so bold as to mention it? Although she didn't like Su Yu either, she recognized Su Yu's strength and background. In her eyes, Yi Nanshan's actions were simply too ridiculous.
Small celestial kingdom? Say it again if you dare.
Yi Nanshan flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. A mere Su family dares to insult the Qian Kuan Dragon Kingdom?
That is an upper realm celestial kingdom.
There are at least 9 divine palace realm experts. And you guys only have 1 divine palace.
Hong Lian frowned slightly. Only 1 divine mansion? Could this guy really think of Su Jiuge as a divine mansion? It's truly like talking about ice to summer insects.
Let alone she isn't a divine mansion. Even if she were, divine mansions have their ranks, and with a weak divine mansion like the Qian Kuan Dragon Country, I could kill them all with 1 sword. After saying that, Hong Lian shook her head and stopped speaking. She was afraid that talking to such a fool would lower her intelligence. Hearing Hong Lian's words, Su Jiuge seemed to have been awakened. Oh, so it's that little fairy kingdom. When I passed by, their emperor insisted on making a statue for me and even gave me a gift. Truly ridiculous.
The Qian Kuan Dragon Country is something you can casually criticize?
Yi Nanshan was furious.
The Su family actually dared to despise the Qian Kuan Dragon Country.
Because for years, the Long Guang Empire had put in great effort to return to the Qian Kuan Dragon Country.
However, the upper realms Qian Kuan Dragon Country looked down on them completely.
But now, that existence regarded by themselves as a supreme fairy nation was insulted by these few people with the words, Little Fairy Kingdom. This was simply unforgivable. Everyone, I will remember what happened today and report it to the upper realm exactly as it is. I hope you won't regret it. After saying that, Yi Nanshan waved his hand and issued an eviction order. I have important guests today, please leave.
Hearing this, Su Hanshan had a strange expression, leave? No need. From today, this place belongs to the Su family. Where do you want us to go? What?
Yi Nanshan's heart sank, looking at Su Hanshan with disbelief.
Do you dare to rebel?
Su Yu shook his head slightly. Dad, why waste words with him?
Just chop him up.
As he spoke, Su Yu waved his hand casually. Buzz. The void immediately twisted, forming a black long sword that appeared in his palm. I am the city lord of Long Guang Empire, at rank 6, I am standing right here. Do you have the ability to kill me? Whoosh. With a flash of dark light, a head shot up into the sky. Su Yu scratched his ear. I've never seen such an absurd request in my life. Thump. Yi Nanshan's body fell to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. Yi Nanshan's eyes were wide open, unable to understand until his death why this happened.
The Su family, how dare they kill him? Doesn't he fear the upper realms fairy kingdom's revenge? Stop. In the Lord's mansion, the high-ranking members of the Qingqing families waited anxiously. The Su family dared to kill the city lord. If this young master Xiaoxian could not turn the tide, then they were truly doomed. Amid countless gazes, Xiaoxian stepped forward slowly. His face was like a crown jade, eyebrows like green dye, eyes like lightning, exuding a hint of detachment. His hair was like black clouds, cascading to his shoulders, his garments fluttering, as if he were a celestial being. Tall and slender, his steps light, like flowing clouds and rushing waters, his temperament carefree and unruly, radiating charm that made others involuntarily feel awe. At this moment, Xiaoxian's gaze lingered on Su Yu, Su Jiuge, and Hong Lian, his brow furrowing. In terms of background, I may not be as good as you. But for the grudge against Brother Yi, I, Xiaoxian, cannot rest easy without taking revenge. I see you are also at the opening spirit realm. Why don't we have a battle, to determine victory or defeat, life or death left to fate? Don't worry, I will suppress my realm to the 3rd level of the opening spirit realm, I won't bully you. A cold voice came from Xiaoxian's mouth, calm in tone but filled with an undeniable intent. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. They had long heard the rumors of this young master Xiaoxian. He had been undefeated since his debut, considered invincible at the same level. Moreover, he had quite a record of cross-border victories. I didn't expect there was actually a son of fortune hiding here. Su Yu raised the corner of his mouth, not paying much attention to Xiaoxian's invitation to battle. At this moment, his attention was completely drawn to the recently received system prompt. Detected the presence of a great fortune bearer around the host. Name, Xiaoxian. Cultivation, half-step to the pinnacle realm. Physique, clear wind and bright moon body, holy body,
Note, of humble origins, he unexpectedly awakened the legendary holy body, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. After enduring hardships, he frequently encountered fortuitous events, rapidly advancing in cultivation. In an accident, he obtained an ancient inheritance, taking an ancient sage as his master, starting on a path to defy fate.
Tip: this son of fortune is rich in destiny, please handle with caution. Rich in destiny, which means, he's a plump sheep.
After reading the system information, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy is in a completely different level compared to the previous Liu Xueyan and Xuan Bubai. He belongs to a son of fortune who has already reached a certain level of growth. Reaping his fortune points wouldn't be like before, quickly drained after a few tries.
Suyu's expression brightened up instantly.
He was just troubled about where to find the villain points missing for his fusion physique.
Hey! Kid, are you not listening to me?
Seeing Suyu lost in thought, Xiaoxian frowned slightly and coldly shouted. For so many years, it was the first time someone dared to ignore him.
You want to challenge me? Suyu frowned in contemplation. Such a great fortune bearer shouldn't be so easily killed, right? Challenge? No, I think you misunderstand something.
Xiaoxian shook his head slightly. I just want to fight for justice for Brother Yi. Such a character as Brother Yi shouldn't just die like this, it's too regrettable.
Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Character? You call him a character?
Forget it, less nonsense, since you want to seek suffering, I'll satisfy you.
Suyu waved his hand, unwilling to waste more breath. Such a hypocrite could only be made to see reality with fists.
Xiaoxian squinted. Before this, I have a condition. If you lose, you must kneel 3 times to Brother Yi, apologize to him in front of all citizens of the city, and finally give Brother Yi a grand burial. Upon hearing Xiaoxian's words, everyone around Xinjiang was deeply moved. Just from a brief acquaintance, to do this for the city Lord Yi, this young Master Xiao is truly chivalrous.
To have friendship to this extent, what more could one ask for? If City Lord Yi knows from beyond the grave, he can rest in peace now? Suyu had an awkward expression. Is this guy a fool? Or does this great fortune bearer have a mental issue?
Seeing Xiaoxian about to say something else, Suyu directly interrupted. Stop with the nonsense, beat me before talking about anything else. Very well, hope you keep your word. Xiaoxian's lips curved into a cold arc. I am 6 levels higher than you. Let me show you 3 moves first. As he spoke, he sprang forward like a dragonfly touching the water, landing at the edge of the square with a confident demeanor.
Can't you just be honest?
Suyu took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to strike this guy with a sword.
Seeing this scene, Honglian couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Although you do have some strength, acting so arrogant in front of him, you're in for some trouble. Xiaoxian smiled confidently. What the young lady said is incorrect.
Just based on.
Just.
Help! Master, save me.
Chapter 25, Give me a favor, spare him. The vast sky dimmed suddenly. Then, the void twisted and transformed, gathering into a giant sword over 10,000 meters long. The giant sword in the void pressed down like the heavens collapsing, as if the entire world was trembling violently.
What is this thing?
This sword, so terrifying, is he going to shatter the entire world? At this moment, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They looked up at that indescribable terrifying radiance in the sky, feeling a strong sense of shock surge in their hearts. Beneath the giant sword, Xiaoxian was enduring an even fiercer impact.
Master!
Xiaoxian didn't have the courage to swing his sword, he was just continuously calling out in his heart. Suyu's sword had far surpassed his imagination.
This kind of might, perhaps, had already touched the edge of divine power? Boom! However, Suyu seemed unaffected, calmly bringing the sword down.
As this sword fell, the already violently shaking ground instantly exploded into a dense spiderweb of cracks.
Run!
Inside the city lord's mansion, everyone's faces changed wildly, fleeing like madmen.
Bang 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 bang! The entire city seemed to be ruthlessly hammered down, resonating with dozens of loud booms.
Everything vanished, leaving only a scene of devastation.
Huff!
In the ruins, Xiaoxian lay weakly on the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat and blood, looking extraordinarily feeble. Just now, he was merely half an inch away from death. If it weren't for the last moment, where Xiaoxian desperately activated the great sage's divine consciousness within his purple palace, he would have turned to ashes by now.
How could this be?
I, Xiaoxian, traverse the world, have I ever been this miserable? Fortune's child Xiaoxian is seriously injured, villain points plus 20,000.
He actually didn't die? But that was to be expected.
Suyu smirked slightly. After all, this guy is of great fortune, it's understandable he wouldn't die so easily.
That's fine, it allows for more villain points to be squeezed out.
In the next moment, Suyu's will moved slightly, and the surrounding void trembled again.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. That last sword was not even his limit? He thought Suyu was at his peak from the start, launching into a killing move. But it seemed this kid was only casually swinging his sword? Impossible. He must be cheating. We both are in the spirit awakening realm, how could he possess such strength? Xiao Xian's eyes turned crimson, looking completely mad. At this moment, he no longer had that carefree demeanor looking down on the world. No way. He absolutely cannot lose to him. He cannot be worse than anyone else.
In the next moment, a strong soul power suddenly appeared within Xiao Xian, continuously flowing from his purple palace into his limbs.
In an instant, a phantom appeared behind Xiao Xian. It was an old face, and just the gaze directed towards him gave a sense of inexplicable pressure. This aura?
Suyu's pupils contracted, and his movement to swing the sword paused.
This is calling for outside help? His expression darkened immediately. As expected of a hypocrite, saying to me for a fair fight, yet now using such outside force?
Hearing Suyu's words, the madness in Xiao Xian's eyes grew even fiercer. Stop flipping the script.
Clearly, you, this scheming little man, cheated first, otherwise, how could you have nearly killed me with one sword? Suyu was stunned for a moment. Me, cheat? He truly hadn't expected Xiao Xian would turn it around on him. Humph. Even if it's just the ordinary ascending spirit realm, I, Xiao Xian, still have the strength to fight. Who would believe that you haven't used any external help? Right now, I'm relying on Master's divine sense to fight you. It's just so we can have a fair duel.
Upon hearing this, the surrounding survivors crawled out from the ruins, their faces filled with realization. No wonder, I was wondering how this little brat from the Su family became so powerful all of a sudden. Turns out, he used external help to slash out that sword? Despicable, it's simply too despicable. If young Master Xiao hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been killed by that sword. I really don't know what kind of nonsense the Su family teaches to produce such a wicked person. Young Master Xiao truly deserves to be a model of the righteous path. He'd rather take the sword head-on than resort to sneak attacks. The crowd around them pointed fingers and expressed their anger. At this moment, Suyu, who was being criticized by everyone, didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, he looked at Xiao Xian with great interest. I was planning to see just how much potential you, the great fortune child, really have. Now, since you say I used external help, then I'll really use it. Suyu completely stopped channeling his internal energy and turned his head to look at Su Jiuge. Jiuge, cripple him. He finally understood, to deal with someone who always stands on the moral high ground, one cannot use conventional methods. Since you say I'm despicable, then I'll truly show you what despicable looks like. As long as I have no morals, I'm not afraid of being morally bound. Yes, young master. Su Jiuge nodded in approval. Suyu's pragmatism made her feel very pleased. After all, this world is not one where the loudest mouth wins the argument. The real truth is always fought for with fists. Immediately, Su Jiuge stepped forward and slapped her hand. Smack! The crisp sound echoed across the battlefield, leaving everyone stunned. They saw that the once imposing Xiao Xian was slapped into the ground by Su Jiuge, and his life was uncertain. Crippled the fortune child's cultivation, villain points plus 50,000. How dare a mere remnant of the great saint challenge my young master? Xiao Xian's eyes were bloodshot. His Dantian and purple mansion were completely shattered under that slap. Years of cultivation, lost in a single moment. This is too much. Simply too much. Xiao Xian's voice, filled with hatred, echoed from underground, 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River. If today's grudge isn't avenged with blood, I, Xiao Xian, swear I'll never be human. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Xian immediately activated a forbidden technique, turning into a streak of blood as he fled in the distance. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This guy must be out of his mind, how dare he still threaten me? He sneered, 30 years? You probably won't live long enough to wait that long. Boom, Su Jiuge moved. In an instant, she shattered space, crossing endless distance to appear before Xiao Xian. How is this possible? This is the blood escape technique passed down by Master, how could? In the past, Xiao Xian had never encountered a life-threatening crisis. Every time, he had relied on the blood escape technique to escape. Unfortunately, this time, he was facing Su Jiuge. She was a true peak great saint, and not even the blood escape technique, no matter how powerful, could save him. Boom! Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the sky red. Xiao Xian was once again slammed into the ground. However, this time, no sound came from him for a long time, as if he had already died. Su Jiuge withdrew her hand and took out a handkerchief to wipe it, slowly stepping back to Suyu's side. Xiao Xian still had a breath left, but without Suyu's orders, she would not continue to attack. Not bad, not bad. Suyu smiled with satisfaction. This guy, although disgusting, is able to give me villain points.
Do you have any last words?
Suyu slowly walked up to Xiao Xian's side. Save the threats, I'm not interested in hearing them. At this moment, Xiao Xian's eyes were dull, staring blankly at the sky. Memories appeared in his eyes, and he mumbled, Junior sister is still waiting for me, I can't die. After a round of flashes, a bright light suddenly flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes. The body that was once nearly exhausted suddenly surged with a new strength. Watching this scene, Suyu fell silent. This is too classic, isn't it? A desperate situation leading to a power surge, truly a protagonist template without a doubt. If it were anyone else in this world doing what he did, this guy might actually turn the tables on them. Buzz. In the next moment, Xiao Xian suddenly stood up. However, all his energy shifted, and his tone of speech no longer resembled that of a young man, but rather had a sense of twilight. Gentlemen, spare those who deserve mercy. Today, for the sake of this old man's face, how about letting my disciple go? Chapter 26, If you lack dignity, I will help you gain it. Sorry, your face doesn't hold much weight here. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. At this moment, Jiuge slowly took a step forward, standing firmly behind Suyu. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the remaining soul of the Aokong great sage within Xiao Xian instantly fumed. Yet, he didn't lose his calm, he just gravely said, Young man, I advise you to think clearly. It's not worth it to fight to the death with us at such a young age. After speaking, Aokong fixed his gaze on Suyu, clearly ready to lash out at any moment. After all, regardless of the circumstances, he had once been glorious. As a great sage, he controlled the beginnings and ends of 3,000 small worlds. Now, although he had fallen, his body shattered and his soul fragmented, he was not someone anyone could easily subdue. Xiao Xian was his favored disciple, with a talent so rare in the upper realm, his hope for a comeback rested on Xiao Xian. How could he allow others to destroy that? Fish dead, nets broken? Hearing this, Jiuge frowned. What a deluded dream. With your mere remnant of a great sage, you dare say that you could fight my young master to the death? Upon hearing Jiuge's scolding, a cold light flashed in Xiao Xian's eyes. He turned to look at Jiuge and coldly laughed. Who is this little girl that she speaks such bold words? Although I am wounded now, if I burn my soul without hesitation, killing you would still be as easy as pie. Is that so? As soon as Jiuge's voice fell. Boom! A vast and deep pressure suddenly erupted from her, instantly enveloping the entire space. Feeling the fierce energy radiating from Jiuge, everyone in the city lord's mansion fell to the ground without any power to resist, their faces filled with terror. Xiao Xian's face, on the other hand, showed intense shock. This presence. The might was too terrifying, even his great sage remnant soul became ethereal. You how could? You are also a great sage? The remnant soul of the Aokong great sage asked with difficulty. At first, he thought Jiuge merely had the cultivation of a sage realm, just a bit tricky. But now. A great sage? Hearing the term great sage, even Hong Lian jumped in fright. It's over, it's over. Hong Lian felt the future was bleak. Originally, she wanted to try breaking into the sage realm and escape. But looking at it now, that seems a bit naive. Moreover, Hong Lian suddenly thought of a terrifying thing. Even the great sage had to refer to Suyu as young master. His true background was simply terrifying to the extreme. Great sage? That realm is merely one of my least presented identities. Jiuge shook her head indifferently, sneering, I have already told you, in front of my young master, you are simply not qualified to challenge. Do you think with your fragmented great sage law and a wisp of soul, you can threaten me? Put. With just a glance, Aokong spat blood, kneeling on the ground, his face filled with horror. Jiuge's eyes shone like two bright stars, filling him with despair. Who is this girl? Even at my peak, I might not be her match. Aokong desperately tried to recall, but could not associate Jiuge with any great sage he knew. Severely injure the Destined one, Xiao Xian's master, villain points plus 5,000. Master. Xiao Xian stammered. At this moment, he finally understood, he and Suyu were like clouds in mud. The great sage master he relied on was utterly no match in front of the other. And this terrifying great sage was merely the servant of the other party? What an exaggerated gap this is. A phantom figure slowly floated out from Xiao Xuan's body. As soon as Ioku appeared, he immediately knelt down on the ground. Senior, as long as you spare my disciple, I will agree to any conditions. Any conditions? Yes. Suyu smiled slightly. Today, only one of you and your disciple can live. Either you kill him, or he kills you. Ioku's body stiffened upon hearing this, and then he bitterly spoke, can we change the conditions? He was on the brink of survival with just a wisp of soul remaining, all because he didn't want to die yet. But to kill Xiao Xian would undoubtedly be severing one of his own arms, making a return to the pinnacle nearly impossible. There is no room for negotiation. If you lose face, I will help you save face, Su Yu said coldly.
Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself.
If he were defeated, Su Yu did not believe Xiao Xian would be kind enough to spare him.
Xiao Xuan's face revealed a complex expression as he glanced at Su Jiuge, then at Xiao Xian. He understood that if one of them didn't die today, this matter couldn't end well.
Master, master. Xiao Xian trembled all over, unable to help but take a half step back. Seeing this scene, Aoku felt a chill in his heart. His disciple, whom he had fully devoted himself to nurturing, was actually afraid? Xiao Xian, what are you afraid of? Do you think your master would kill you to save my own life?
Aoku's eyes widened as he shouted.
He couldn't accept it. All his teachings and efforts, only for this disciple not to trust him? Master, you've lived so long, and now you're only in a residual soul state, can't you just fulfill your disciple's wish? After saying that, Xiao Xuan's face was pale, turning his head away, unwilling to make eye contact with Aoku. You! Seeing Xiao Xian like this, Aoku felt even more heartbroken. Fine, since I have brought you to this point, today should be your time to repay your master.
As he spoke, Aoku slowly walked toward Xiao Xian.
The prodigal son and master turn against each other, villain points plus 10,000. Master, don't. Looking at Aoku continuously approaching, Xiao Xuan's face turned pale, constantly retreating. However, just as Xiao Xian was about to be crushed by Aoku, a sudden change occurred. Let go of senior brother Xia. A clear shout rang out. Immediately, an ancient war chariot appeared in the void. A petite and exquisite figure leaped out from the chariot, blocking in front of Xiao Xian.
Chapter 27, I am very angry right now. With me, Yi Lanxin, here, who dares to bully senior brother Xia? Boom!
The golden chariot streaked across the sky with a hot wave, roaring in from afar, causing the earth to shake. On the chariot stood a graceful and stunning woman, her features like a painting, her demeanor looking down upon all, and her starry eyes shining with fiery light. Following behind the chariot were 18 ancient bronze beasts, the display grand to the extreme. Upon arrival, Yi Lanxin shielded Xiao Xian behind her, her face full of concern. Senior brother, who hurt you like this? Junior sister. At the moment he saw Yi Lanxin, bright light burst forth in Xiao Xuan's eyes. He was saved. Once, he and Yi Lanxin had met in a small sect, only to later discover that she was the daughter of a hidden royal family. Now, with Yi Lanxin present, even if the opponent were a great saint, they would have to bow their heads. The royal family's princess from the Yi family? Aoku's face changed slightly, and he withdrew his hand discreetly, then awkwardly said. Good disciple, it was wrong of me just now. Humph. Xiao Xian coldly snorted, interrupting him, Master, it's too late to regret now. Junior sister, leave this old man and those over there to you. Upon hearing this, a cold glint passed through Yi Lanxin's beautiful eyes. Senior brother, don't worry, today, no matter what, I will make them pay. After saying that, she turned her gaze towards the chariot. Please, Aunt Tian, assist me in killing the enemy. From the chariot, a beautiful woman in golden armor slowly stepped down. Her aura was extremely fierce and domineering, as if an ancient demon mountain had descended to the mortal realm. With one step forward, the entire world trembled for 3 parts. Lower realm ants, daring to offend Miss Lanxin's, No, wait. Yi Fengtian was about to reprimand a few words. Unintentionally, I caught a glimpse of Su Jiuge in the crowd, and suddenly shivered. This can't be right? How could the one from the Su family appear in this realm? Aunt Tian? Seeing Yi Fengtian stop, Yi Lanxin furrowed her beautiful brows. These scoundrels dare to bully my senior brother Xiao, don't you hurry and take them down. Yi Fengtian took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in her heart. Miss, be quiet. Upon hearing this, Yi Lanxin raised her brows and was about to explode. But just before she could speak, Yi Fengtian grabbed her by the neck. Then, Yi Fengtian, like picking up a chick, lifted Xiao Xian and Yi Lanxin right in front of Su Jiuge. She knelt on one knee first and loudly said. Yi Fengtian of the Yi family greets the 9-nethered demon saint. Yi Fengtian lowered her head, already drenched in sweat. Su Jiuge, one of the demon guards from the forbidden imperial family Su. In the Su family, she is a demon guard, but in the outside world, she is revered as the 9-nethered demon saint, who once single-handedly charged into a royal family, killing their clan leader amidst thousands of troops. Moreover, she has stirred multiple path wars alone, killing her peers until no one dared to claim superiority. Thinking of this, Yi Fengtian trembled even more violently. Lanxin, Xiao Xian, do not bow your heads. She hurriedly turned her head and scolded. If this master gets angry, not only will she and Yi Lanxin be doomed, but even the Yi family won't be able to escape. Kneel? Why should we kneel? However, Yi Lanxin did not understand Yi Fengtian's good intentions and arrogantly said, They are the bad guys who bullied Brother Xiao, I will not kneel.
"And Tian, if you are afraid, then call my father here."
Upon hearing this, Yifeng Tian's heart sank, nearly unable to resist slapping Yilan Xayan's face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Miss, even if the clan leader comes, we must kneel." Hearing these words, a trace of doubt flashed in Yilan Xayan's beautiful eyes, but soon she seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation, and her expression changed slightly. However, just as she finally made up her mind to kneel with Yifeng Tian, it was already too late.
"The royal family Yi?"
Heh, it seems the Sect has not made the royal family bleed for too long, causing them to forget their surname. Jiuge looked down from above, her cold gaze sweeping over Yifeng Tian and Xiaoxian and others. Yifeng Tian was shocked and immediately pressed Yilan Xian and Xiaoxian down to kneel, hurriedly explaining.
"Senior, don't be angry.
The child doesn't understand," she spoke carelessly, "please don't take it to heart."
He, it doesn't matter that you offended me."
Yifeng Tian's eyes lit up. "Senior, you have a generous heart." However, before she could be happy for long. In the next second, Su Jiuge's lips curled into a cruel arc, her voice cold as ice.
"But you offended my young master, and that is a capital crime."
"Why young master?"
Boom!
Hearing these two words, Yifeng Tian felt as though thunder exploded in her mind, and her blood turned cold. She stiffly turned around, struggling to raise her head, bitterly looking at the silent Suyu.
You are the one, from the Su family?"
Suyu looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile, but did not respond. But just with this glance, Yifeng Tian confirmed his identity.
Damn!
If it were just offending Su Jiuge, with the Yi family's foundation, they might still find a way to turn it around. But this time, the young lady had offended the imperial son. That is the only son of the current great emperor, the last scion of the supreme imperial family Su. It can be said that he is the most noble existence in all realms of heaven and earth. If he made his identity known, anyone beneath the supreme would have to bow and greet him.
"Junior Yifeng Tian greets young master Yu."
Thud. Yifeng Tian, heart shattered, no longer hesitated, and kept knocking her head towards Suyu. And beside her, Yilan Xian's pretty face turned pale, her delicate body shaking violently. She never thought she could cause such a huge disaster.
"Su, the one from the Su family?" "He is actually the one from the Su family."
At this moment, the ancient sage also froze. Even his soul showed signs of dissipating. This was out of fear, extreme terror causing his soul to waver. You. This word, combined with the surname Su, I should have thought of it long ago.
The great sage Aoku smiled bitterly again and again. "Heaven and earth are profound and yellow, the universe is vast and primitive. The universe represents space, representing the four poles of heaven and earth." With that distinctive Taishu sword body, Suyu's identity could be said to be already obvious. However, before Yifeng Tian arrived, he never thought about it at all. Because it was simply too shocking. Just a person he met in a small world, who would link him to the son of the supreme imperial clan. Unfortunately, when he learned the truth, it was too late. Buzzing. In the next moment, the great sage Aoku's spirit actually dispersed voluntarily, disappearing into the world.
Seeing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts.
A dignified great sage was actually scared to death.
At this moment, even though Xiaoxian didn't know what the imperial clan was, he could feel the seriousness of the situation from everyone's reaction. Even a great sage, who had such a strong desire to survive, chose death. Didn't that mean he was also doomed to perish? Forcing the heir of fortune to death, villain points plus 2,000.
So little?
It seems that the bond between master and disciple has really faded.
Suyu pouted.
Then he didn't pay attention to the stunned Xiaoxian, but looked at the war chariot and bronze giant beast behind several people with great interest.
Yi family, what a grand display.
As he spoke, he stepped forward, curiously pinching Yi Lanxin's chin. This woman's beauty was so captivating, her skin was snowy and delicate, as smooth and tender as fine jade. Such beauty was only slightly inferior to Honglian. Especially those lively and watery Danfeng eyes, which were even more enchanting and soul-stirring.
I am very angry right now. Chapter 28, Refining the Sacred Body, Breaking Through Madly. Xiaoxian, let your little lover accompany me once, and I'll let you go, how about it?
You. Hearing Suyu's words, Xiaoxian trembled all over, the veins on his forehead bulging fiercely. It was evident that he was angry to the extreme. But now, he could only be powerless with rage.
Pa! How dare you think so?
Yi Lanxin slapped Suyu's hand away, then looked as if she was prepared to die. Even if it's you, I will not accompany you. My body only belongs to senior brother Xiao. Lanxin, promise him. However, before Yi Lanxin could finish speaking, Xiaoxian had already stood up and said, Lanxin, for the Yi family and for me, please make a small sacrifice. Seeing the hypocritical expression on his handsome face, Yi Lanxin's heart suddenly surged with a strong sense of grievance. She bit her lip, her eyes reddening, her voice carrying a sob. Senior brother Xiao, how can you say such things? Yi Fengtian was also enraged, pointing at his nose and scolding, if it weren't for the young lady saving you, why would she be in this situation?
Now you dare to say such things, are you even human?
But Xiaoxian simply ignored Yi Fengtian and continued to persuade, junior sister, don't act like a child at this time.
As long as you nod, we can all live. As long as you satisfy that elder's request, you can save the Yi family and me. Afraid that Yi Lanqin would shake her head, Xiaoxian gritted his teeth and added, Lanqin, I promise you, as long as you agree to the elder Su, I will surely marry you afterward, how about it?
Yi Lanqin stared blankly at Xiaoxian's face, feeling that those eyes had never seemed so strange. Since knowing Xiaoxian, she had helped him deal with numerous strong enemies. Every time Xiaoxian caused trouble, it was she who rushed to clean up the mess, without a word of complaint. Not only that, she also took care of his pride, repeatedly giving him treasures from the clan to make him think they were accidental gains, sparing him from any psychological burden. However, she never expected that when she needed help the most, Xiaoxian would actually want her to sell her body for his own survival.
Pa! Suddenly, a loud slap resounded as it struck Xiaoxian's cheek fiercely.
Yi Lanqin's pretty face turned pale, her body trembling with anger. She glared fiercely at Xiaoxian, her gaze extremely cold, get lost.
Get out of my sight this instant.
Kicking Xiaoxian away, Yi Lanqin looked at Suyu with tears streaming down her face. I'm doing this not for Xiaoxian, but for my Yi family.
As long as I do this, will you guarantee to spare my Yi family?
She step by step walked to Suyu and knelt in front of him, about to undo his pants belt. The son of luck and his girlfriend break up, villain value plus 50,000.
Ding.
Detected that Xiaoxian's luck has been completely depleted, triggering the ultimate mission, please kill Xiaoxian. Completion reward, Supreme Physique, Central Prison Body. Suyu looked at Yi Lanqin in front of him with interest, his mood finally improving a lot. And when the ultimate mission appeared, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. As expected, the trigger condition for the ultimate mission was when the luck of the son of luck was about to disappear.
Alright, get lost. Do you really think your looks are enough to catch my eye?
Suyu shook his head slightly, bypassed Yi Lanqin, and stepped forward to slap Xiaoxian on the top of his head. With a slight exertion of force, Xiaoxian's skull gradually shattered. Xiaoxian, you're nothing but a hypocrite, pretending to be virtuous to the extreme. You said you wanted to stand up for Yi Nantian, whom you only met once, but in reality, you just wanted to show off in front of others, maintaining your image of righteousness, right? Clearly, I am not a mere small general, yet you slander me for using outside help, unwilling to accept someone surpassing you, right? Before dying, you even muttered your little girlfriend's name, pretending to be so deep in love, but when it came to saving your life, you let your girlfriend sell her body. Xiaoxian's Dao heart completely shattered, going mad, villain value plus 50,000. Hearing Suyu's words, Xiaoxian froze for a moment, then his face became extremely embarrassed, and immediately, he became furious, his eyes bloodshot, roaring, you tricked me.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Boom.
However, just as he raised his fist, his whole body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist.
Xiao.
Miss, think of the Yi family.
Don't do something foolish.
Seeing Xiaoxian being killed, Yi Lanqin almost couldn't resist rushing over. Although he had betrayed her, she had once loved him. If Yi Fengtian hadn't pulled her back, she might have really rushed over. A line of blood tears ran down her face. Yi Lanqin grabbed her robe and cut off a corner. Xiaoxian, now that you're dead, everything between us is cleared. No more love or hatred. Saying that, Yi Lanqin knelt before Suyu, lowered her head, and remained silent. Successfully killed the son of luck, Xiaoxian, villain value plus 100,000. Congratulations, host, for completing the ultimate mission and gaining the Supreme Physique, Central Prison Body.
Do you wish to undergo the physique inheritance now?
Suyu shook his head slightly.
Now was clearly not the right time to inherit the physique.
He ignored Yi Lanqin, that silly woman. Looking at the blood mist lingering around, he smiled slightly and began to activate the Tai Su ancient scriptures.
At least it's a saint-level physique, might as well make use of it.
Buzz. Buzz. As the technique ran, the nearby saint energy quickly gathered and rushed toward him, eventually condensing into a half-moon-shaped crescent above Suyu's palm. Suyu's fingers slowly closed. When he opened them again, the crescent moon had disappeared. Suyu closed his eyes slightly and began his inner sight. In the sky of his inner world, a half-moon had already hung there, though he didn't know when. The Qingfeng Mingyue body was actually refined into his inner world. Suyu had successfully refined the body. Boom. 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 The moment the inner world was perfected, Suyu's cultivation began to soar. Fourth layer of the opening spirit realm. Fifth layer of the opening spirit realm. It continued soaring until the ninth layer of the opening spirit realm, where it finally stopped. It wasn't that he couldn't break into the Dao-seeking realm directly. It's just that, before stepping into the Dao-seeking realm, one must first establish the heart furnace. And the central prison body was a supreme earth-level physique, which would greatly benefit the establishment of the heart furnace. So, Suyu planned to break through after inheriting the central prison body.
He turned around.
Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give the Yi family a chance.
Take my sword.
Saying that, Suyu closed his eyes and gathered his strength, not even waiting for the other side to respond. Now, he had gained a new understanding of the Tai Su ancient scriptures, and he was eager to try it out. Chapter 29, Extracting Opportunities, the Sword of God Burial.
Take your sword? Yi Fengtian was first stunned, then he was overjoyed.
He had thought that today, both she and the young lady would not survive. Even the Yi family will face a disastrous fate.
But now it seems this young lord of the Su family has quite a kind heart. He just needs to take one sword hit, let off some steam. With my Saint Realm cultivation, am I afraid of a mere open spirit?
However, before Yi Fengtian could be happy for long, she saw Suyu draw out the 9-nethered demon sword.
The great sage's life-bound sacred weapon? Gulp. A heavy swallowing sound echoed. Yi Fengtian's heart dropped, suddenly filled with a bad premonition.
Don't blame me for bullying, it's just that I don't have a suitable sword at hand, so I have to borrow Sister Jiuge's sword. Suyu gently stroked the 9-nethered demon sword, a warm smile on his face. But this gentle and refined smile made Yi Fengtian shudder. In that instant, her eyes turned extremely serious.
Her intuition told her.
If she couldn't take this sword, she would die. Though Suyu's own cultivation was not high, the weapon he wielded was too terrifying. It was a demon sword that had once tasted the blood of a sacred king. Suyu raised the sword, adopting an unusual starting posture, his eyes deep in thought. Though the Taishu ancient scripture is powerful, the recorded offensive techniques are quite limited, mostly discussing the principles of heaven and earth. Previously, Suyu had relied on his physical strength to fight and hadn't used sword techniques. But now, he had a different realization. Taishu is boundless, Guanghuan is non-existent, vastness, it exists, from the depths of ancient time. As he recited the Taishu ancient scripture softly, Suyu immersed himself in a mysterious realm. He slowly thrust the long sword out, as flowing as clouds in water, like a gazelle's graceful leap, leaving no trace at all. Yet, Yi Fengtian felt the surrounding space seem to freeze. Moreover, this freezing force grew stronger. This was not like an ordinary sword move, it felt like a world was pressing down upon her.
9 phoenixes back to heaven.
Yi Fengtian could no longer hold back, she unleashed her strongest ultimate skill that she had comprehended after becoming a saint.
Boom!
9-headed phoenixes flew out from behind Yi Fengtian, soaring toward the demon sword with incredible momentum. However, when the demon sword struck the illusion of the phoenixes, it simply shattered them like dry weeds.
In an instant, the heavens shook.
Countless people were awakened, staring in awe at the sky above. They saw the sky collapsing, endless starlight pouring down, illuminating half the heavens. And in the center of that sky, a pitch-black long sword spanned the heavens. Hiss! Honglian was transfixed, unable to help but gasp in shock, her whole body frozen in place. This sword, this sword. She muttered unconsciously, her fear of Suyu magnified to the extreme. Looking at the thin figure beneath the vast giant sword, Honglian's gaze was incredibly complex. Gradually, her hatred for Suyu lessened considerably. His astonishing talent unexpectedly made her admire him. If I were a few thousand years younger, could I have a different encounter with this young man? Thousands of thoughts ultimately turned into a trace of regret, a touch of inferiority. That young man's dazzling brilliance would make anyone feel unworthy. At this moment, even Su Jiuge couldn't help but be captivated under that sword, her eyes sparkling. The profound rhythm contained in Su Yu's sword made even her heart race, somewhat infatuated, unable to extricate herself. Boom! As the giant sword fell, Yi Fengtian was blasted away, blood spurting like a kite with its string cut, falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Suyu retracted the demon sword, standing firm in midair. He rejected me. Perhaps he's not as terrible as he seems? Indeed, in the beginning, I was clearly at fault. Yi Lanqin murmured. Her beautiful eyes kept wandering over to Suyu. She once thought that Xiao Xian was one of the few exceptional talents in the world, shining brightly. But now, compared to Suyu, he was simply like a firefly to the bright moon. Miss, what are you saying? A nearby maid asked in confusion. Yi Lanqin gave a bitter smile and shook her head. Aunt Tian clearly took that sword strike. The Yi family and I have clearly escaped a disaster, but why do I feel so uncomfortable? Is it because he rejected my offer to share the bed, or is it? Suyu reached out and tossed the 9-hell demonic sword back to Su Jiuge, then waved his hand lightly. Not bad, since this sword has been received, this young master will naturally not go back on my word. Get lost. Yi Fengtian struggled to stand up from the ground, a sweet taste suddenly flooding her throat, but she still endured and swallowed the blood down, kneeling on one knee and cupping her fists. Thank you for sparing my life, young master. If the young master is fortunate enough to visit the Yi family in the future, we will certainly sweep the floor to welcome you, and we will be eternally grateful. As soon as the words fell, Yi Fengtian suddenly turned around, dragging her injured body to shove Yi Langxin into the war chariot, and quickly vanished from sight. Su Yu's sword strike was received by her, but she was also seriously injured. Although Su Yu let them go, it could not guarantee that others would take advantage of their misfortune, so it would be better to return to the Yi family's territory sooner. Glancing at Yi Fengtian and the others' departing figures, Su Yu suddenly looked at the ground beneath his feet, deep in thought. Just a small eastern wilderness, yet there are traces of multiple great families from the higher realms. Reporting to the young master about the details of the Tsunching realm, Jiuge knows a bit. Su Jiuge stepped forward slowly, offering Su Yu a cup of clear tea, and took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the sweat from his forehead. Su Yu accepted the teacup, comfortably enjoying Su Jiuge's service. Young master, this Tsunching realm was originally not an ordinary small world, but a fragment of the higher realm, shattered during the Imperial War and fallen to the mortal realm. In this realm, many strong individuals left behind their legacies, even that quasi-emperor Honggu was the same. Including Emperor Void, who chose to transform his path here before his death, thus creating some of the remarkable qualities of this realm. Therefore, now and then, people from the higher realms come here to explore. Hearing this, Su Yu narrowed his eyes. So the Tsunching realm has an extraordinary origin. A great emperor and a quasi-emperor died here. Could it be that besides imperial-level inheritances, this realm also hides other secrets? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completely eliminating 3 great fortune-bearers, achieving the achievement, Fortune Nemesis. Ding! System unlocks function, Opportunity Extraction. After completely killing great fortune-bearers, the host can extract the greatest opportunity of the fortune-bearer in this life. Current extractable, Xiaoxian, Contract God Burial Sword in the Burial Ground. Oh! Su Yu's eyes lit up, quickly checking the new function of the system. Soon, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. As great fortune-bearers, these children of destiny will receive many opportunities throughout their lives. And the opportunity extraction function is to extract the opportunities that the children of destiny have not yet obtained and display them in the form of information. As long as Su Yu follows the same steps to the opportunity location, he can gain the same opportunity. To visit the burial ground, kneel 3 times before an unnamed ancient stele, and then I can obtain a god burial sword embryo? Su Yu's expression was somewhat strange. Kneeling? Is there anything in this world that can withstand my kneeling? Even a living quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to be bowed to by me, right? Chapter 30 Bloodline Sorcerer, the Liu family wants to seek trouble with the imperial family? Su Yu picked up the storage bag that Xiao Xian dropped after his death, then looked at Su Jiuge and asked, Sister Jiuge, do you know where the burial ground is? I need to go there. Burial ground? Why does the young master suddenly want to go to that ominous place? Su Jiuge frowned slightly, not expecting Su Yu would suddenly ask this question. Su Yu did not answer directly, only smiled mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that. Hearing this, Su Jiuge didn't press further, just pointed to the place where the Yi family's battlefield had departed, and said with a smile, the burial ground is where the royal family Yi family resides. That is an ominous place where the ancient gods were once buried, and the Yi family, as a rising star, has a close relationship with the burial ground for its development. The burial ground opens every 7 days, It's just 3 days from now. Since the young master wants to go, we shall set off in 3 days. After Su Jiuge finished speaking, she looked at Su Yu and suddenly teased, the young master wouldn't really have taken a liking to that Yi Lanqin, would he? Su Yu's face darkened. Does your young master seem like such a tasteless person? Nonsense. That deserves punishment. As he spoke, Su Yu hugged Su Jiuge around the waist and poked her several times on her willow-like waist. Why, young master, spare me. Su Jiuge wrapped her arms around Su Yu's neck, pressing her body tightly against his chest, begging for mercy in a delicate voice. Honglian stared blankly at this scene, then hurriedly lowered her head, too scared to look more. No one would have expected that this devil saint, powerful enough to stop a child's night cries in the upper realm, could also have such a weak and charming moment. Honglian only wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in, fearing that Su Jiuge might silence her. Fortunately, after this playful moment, the two did not trouble her but returned directly to the Su family. Upon returning to the Su family residence, Su Yu hurried back to his quarters to enter closed-door training. This time, he would not only inherit the central realm suppressing body but also begin his breakthrough into the pinnacle realm. The pinnacle realm is a watershed, measuring a normal cultivator's potential. Reaching this level allows one to begin to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth and manipulate greater powers. If one doesn't reach the pinnacle realm, they are ultimately like ants, unable to shake the laws of heaven and earth. Once a cultivator breaks into the pinnacle realm, the number of laws they can manipulate depends on the size of their heart cauldron. Ordinary cultivators can usually establish a heart cauldron of 3 inches, communicating with the laws within a 10-meter radius. While characters like sect geniuses often establish a heart cauldron of 1 foot, or 10 inches, allowing them to communicate with laws within a 100-meter radius. Very few prodigies can possess a heart cauldron of 1 yard. According to Jiuge, even the absolute prodigies of the upper realm have a limit of creating a heart cauldron of 1 yard, communicating with the laws within a 1,000-mile radius. Of course, such cases are rare. After all, those with extraordinary talent appear only once every few thousand years. Thus, anyone who possesses a heart cauldron of 1 yard is respected and referred to as a hegemon.
Suyu had long been well aware of this information.
After returning to his room, Suyu sat down cross-legged and adopted a 5-heart towards heaven posture. Then, he communicated with the system, beginning the inheritance of the physique. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he must pursue perfection. A heart cauldron of 1 yard is just the starting point of Suyu's pursuit.
Buzz. As the earth suddenly shook, an endless stream of earth vein essence began to surge toward Suyu's residence. Young master, is he really going to break through again? Moreover, this aura, could it be another supreme physique? The young master's secret must be astonishing. Jiuge quickly looked in Suyu's direction, her mouth slightly agape. She realized that since descending to the lower realm, her heart had never calmed down again. The shock she felt from Suyu was even greater than all the years in the upper realm, hundreds or thousands of them. Just as Suyu began his closed-door training. In the upper realm.
The royal family, the Liu family. To build the bloodline trace array, the Liu family pulled out all the stops, vowing to trace and eliminate everyone related to Suyu. And tonight, the head of the Liu family, Liu Tianyuan, summoned all the high-ranking members to activate the bloodline trace array.
At a strange altar, Liu Tianyuan sat at the head seat.
He was thin, with graying hair at the temples and deeply wrinkled eyes. But that pale face exuded a hint of ferocity, giving a chilling feeling.
Everyone, after eliminating this child's family, be sure to bring back their ashes.
I have sought help from a devil saint and borrowed a fateful magic orb.
It can forcibly strip that little beast's fortune via bloodline kin.
In doing so, we can also recover some of the losses. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Liu family all nodded in agreement.
Alright, now listen to my command, start the bloodline trace array.
As Liu Tianyuan's voice fell, the entire altar suddenly flickered with eerie light, and the surrounding space twisted. Vaguely, a blurry shadow slowly appeared. This shadow was semi-transparent, floating like a ghost, its whole body pitch black, emitting an eerie, cold aura.
A yellowed map was thrown out by Liu Tianyuan. The longevity ghost searches the pulse, done. Soon, dozens of coordinates were marked on the map of the upper realm. Seeing so many coordinates, Liu Tianyuan was not surprised but instead delighted.
Good. This little beast actually has so many blood relatives in the upper realm, this is truly wonderful. The others in the Liu family also had joyful expressions on their faces.
Wonderful. When that dog destroyed our Liu family's fortune, did he ever think of this day? So many relatives in the upper realm, how dare he do this? Ha ha ha. Don't stop me, I'm going to be the first to slaughter his blood relatives. The women will be killed, and the men will be captured to warm my bed. Ha? Brother, did you get it wrong? Cough. Looking at the jubilant appearance of the Liu family, the eldest elder, Liu Xueyan, for some reason, did not feel happy. I hope it's just my illusion. Liu Tianyuan waved his hand, silence. Hear my orders, those at the divine power realm and above, follow me into battle. We must capture them all. Not a single one left.
The Liu family members shouted in unison, not a single one left. The next moment, under Liu Tianyuan's leadership, nearly 10,000 Liu family members rushed out of the Liu family estate like locusts.
Seeing this terrifying scene, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but sigh. The mad dog family of the Liu family is moving again. I wonder which unlucky soul they have set their sights on this time. The Liu family is the most brutal.
Once they are targeted, even bones will be crushed. Their bloodline tracing array is practically a violation of the heavens.
Who starts a war with the intent to exterminate a whole family?
Sigh, I hope this unlucky soul can hold on a little longer this time.
Chapter 31, this kid should have some background, but not much. In the northern domain of the upper realm, in Chaos City. The nearest mark to the Liu family is actually in Chaos City? Liu Tianyuan's eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment.
Behind him, the Liu family members also wore cautious expressions, their breathing slightly weaker. Chaos City holds an extremely special position in the upper realm, serving as the barrier to prevent the invasion of evil spirits from beyond. The ruler of Chaos City is an ancient quasi-emperor. Although he rarely appears in front of people, once he becomes angry, the entire upper realm will tremble 3 times. Forget it, let's go quickly and return quickly. Once we find the person, we'll capture them immediately. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Tianyuan gritted his teeth and led the Liu family into Chaos City. Buzz. The moment they entered the city gate, the entire Chaos City strangely shook for a moment.
However, they didn't pay it any mind.
After all, Chaos City borders the outside realm, and everyone assumed it was just a normal fluctuation. However, no one noticed that the face of a general on the city wall gradually became serious.
Liu Tianyuan, unaware, immediately took out the map and looked at it with an amused expression. Hee, let me see where your closest relatives are.
Inside Chaos City, the buildings were scattered, with pavilions, towers, and palaces, all exuding a vast aura. At the center of the city stood a magnificent palace, the residence of the ruler of Chaos City. The palace was resplendent with golden and jade decorations, imposing and majestic, radiating endless majesty. At this moment, inside the palace, a tall figure sat slanted on the throne, his gaze deep and far-reaching, as though he could see through everything. Opposite him, a palace-dressed woman wore a worried expression.
I wonder how Yor is doing in the lower realm. Sigh, I shouldn't have sealed his memories back then. Although it was for his training, was it really necessary to go that far? His father is also unreliable.
Those Forbidden Zone masters only shouted a few words, and he was ready to exterminate other families.
I always have a bad feeling. Should I bring Yor back?
Nearby, the mist on the throne parted, and an elder with white hair and beard, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile and speak.
Xian, I think you are just overthinking. My grandson is the emperor of this generation, the hope of our Su family. How could anything go wrong? Taking a light sip.
Then, looking at his daughter-in-law, he comforted her.
It's only a matter of sealing memories and physique.
I believe you will return after his training, forging an invincible force, sweeping away the young talents of his generation, and like his father, suppressing everything to achieve greatness.
Speaking, Su Tian shook his head with a smile. Alright, isn't Su Jiuge there with him? A mere Xingqing realm, could there really be anyone who can harm him? Rest assured, old man bets his life on it. If anything happens to you, I will bring my head to you.
That's right, what the father-in-law said makes sense.
Listening to Su Tian's comforting words, Mo Xian clearly relaxed a lot. Su Tian, as the Lord of Chaos City, is revered as the sword god of the ages. With one person and one sword, he has defended the entire upper realm for countless years.
Although he isn't at the emperor level, he is still an exceptional pathwalker, a being that can challenge the great emperors of the age.
With Su Tian's guarantee, Yu's journey to the lower realm for training must at least be safe, right? Not good.
At that moment, hurried knocking on the door suddenly sounded from outside.
Sword god, matriarch, something big happened. Bang.
The palace door was directly smashed open. A maid rushed in, stumbling.
Seeing her in such a state, Su Baidian angrily reprimanded, "What a mess. Where are your manners?" Hearing this, the maid quickly stopped, hastily explaining, "Lord, it's not that I acted recklessly, it's a real emergency." Su Tian's face showed disbelief as he picked up his teacup, leisurely saying, "An emergency? What could be more urgent than my guarding the Imperial Gate? The young master's blood has appeared in Chaos City. Moreover, those people are using bloodline tracking techniques. They want to wipe out the entire Su family." Crack. The teacup in Su Tian's hand instantly shattered. What?
Mo Xian's smile instantly froze, and her eyes burst with overwhelming killing intent. The two exchanged glances, and Su Tian suddenly shivered. He abruptly stood up, his life sword suddenly unsheathing. In an instant, a vast sword intent pierced through the heavens of the upper realm. "Oh, did you not bet your head that you would definitely be fine?" Mo Xian squinted her eyes. Su Tian felt a prickling behind him. Not only had he just bragged in front of his daughter-in-law. Moreover, he had promised Su Jiuxiao, before he stepped into the Forbidden Zone, that he would help look after Su Yu. Now it's bad, his only grandson seemed to have run into a major problem in the lower realm. He abruptly turned to the maid. "What realm are they at? When did such a powerful being appear in the upper realm? How dare they touch my grandson and use his blood to trace kinship, wanting to annihilate my Su family? No, Yu's blood isn't just about the Su family, but even the Imperial Missouri family is being traced." Hearing this, the maid trembled all over, her calves quaking, unable to answer Su Tian's questions. This causality is truly enormous. Involving two great imperial families, that means countless powerful beings and forbidden existences. Swish. Mo Xian's figure flickered, directly appearing in front of the maid, calmly saying, "Don't be afraid, tell me clearly what happened, and I will ensure your safety." The maid's legs went weak, nearly kneeling down. "Why yes, it's like this. A stick of incense ago, the Great Formation in Chaos City sensed something, suspected that someone from the Su family or the Mo family entered the city. But as the guards were just about to greet them, they found no trace at all. The chief steward used the Kunwa mirror to investigate, then discovered a bloodline tracing image, and a drop of young Master Su Yu's blood." Mo Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to directly shatter the void and descend to the lower realm. "Alright, I understand. After dismissing the maid, Mo Zian remained silent for a long time before looking at Su Tian, solemnly saying, "Old man, prepare to fight. The other party has planned this targeting at our two families. If we must fight, then fight, who's afraid of whom?" Su Tian's face was dark. "I'm not afraid to fight, but I worry about you." He never expected that his grandson would encounter such a great problem so soon after descending to the lower realm. "An accident has befallen. Let's go and meet those people first. Others have come knocking, we cannot lose face for the Imperial clan." Mo Zian's beautiful face was icy cold. Su Tian was also on high alert. One was the sword god of the realm. One was the matriarch of the Imperial family. The Su family and the family, two major Imperial clans of the upper realm. At this moment, they were fully prepared to face the strong enemies approaching. At this moment, Liu Tianyuan was looking left and right with a map in hand, scratching his head. Looking at the terrifying sight of heavily guarded inner city, he wondered, how did that guy's blood relative get such a good life? He's even working in the inner city of Chaos City? Humph. But so what? Do they really think having a casual job in the inner city can save them? Chapter 32, is this kind of trash going to wipe out my Imperial clan? Phew. I finally sneaked in. Liu Tianyuan wiped his sweat. The management in the inner city of Chaos City was very strict. Without residency qualifications, it was nearly impossible to enter. But this was not difficult for him. The Liu family had been dominant in the upper realm for many years, how could they not have some connections? After bribing an old acquaintance with 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, he successfully brought in a dozen or so powerful Liu family members into the inner city. However, when Liu Tianyuan pulled out the map again to check, he was directly stunned. How is that possible? Why does the map show that guy's blood relative is still ahead? Further ahead is the residence of the city lord of Chaos City. Could that person be close to the city lord? Impossible. If they had relatives in such a place, how could they have fallen to that kind of place in the lower realm? Liu Tianyuan was sweating profusely, unable to figure it out. Behind him, the Liu family members were also showing anxious and fearful expressions. What do we do now? Should we go back? If we are discovered, we might be thrown into the chaos prison, worse than death. Liu Tianyuan's heart was twisted. He was indecisive. At this moment, a magnificent palace came into view not far away. Liu Tianyuan bit his teeth resolutely. We've come this far, let's take a gamble. After all, that Chaos City Lord hasn't shown up for hundreds of years, perhaps the palace is empty? Holding on to this lucky thought, Liu Tianyuan took out a cloak of concealment, covering all the Liu family members with it. At this moment, Su Tian narrowed his eyes and quietly observed the area outside the palace. There, under a tattered cloak, dozens of lewd figures were walking towards him. Is this some sort of scheme? Or is it? Su Tian stroked his beard, his eyes full of suspicion. Among these people, the strongest is only at the level of the Divine Palace, and that ragged cloak is merely a Divine Palace artifact. So, these people are going to wipe out my Su family? Mo Zian also frowned. Elder, let's wait a bit longer, I'm afraid it's a trap. Better to observe a little more. Even though she was anxious in her heart, Mo Zian forced herself to remain calm. After all, this concerned the survival of the two great imperial clans, they could not afford to be careless. Su Tian was strong, but what if the enemy was a resurrected ancient emperor? What if underestimating them led to disaster? They wouldn't have time to cry then. Su Tian slightly nodded. His gaze swept over Mo Zian and then looked at the increasingly close figures in black. His eyes slowly closed. He couldn't care less about that for now. Facing unknown enemies, Su Tian had no intention of being cautious. He immediately entered the realm of unity of man and sword, preparing to unleash his strongest killing move. As soon as Liu Tianyuan and the others entered the city lord's residence, they saw a white-haired old man standing in front of them with his eyes closed. You must be that guy's blood relative, right? Liu Tianyuan took out the map for comparison and quickly confirmed Su Tian's identity. I thought you were something great, turns out you're just an old man guarding the door? Phew, you scared me. Ha ha ha. This old man is still asleep. Why not just kill him? The Liu family members also relaxed, pointing and mocking Su Tian. At this moment, an old man guarding the door? So you're from the outer world demons, no wonder you look so weak. Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. I have not drawn my sword for hundreds of years, do you really think I have grown old? Once, those foreign demons often mocked Su Tian as an old man guarding the door. Now, hearing the familiar nickname, Su Tian almost instantly confirmed the identity of the other party. In the next moment, he raised his hand and made a grasping motion. An ancient sword appeared in his palm, its sharp edge piercing the air, causing the surrounding void to shatter in an instant. Boom! Boom!
The entire Chaos City trembled violently. The surrounding void cracked. It seemed unable to withstand this force, ready to collapse at any moment. What the hell is going on?
The members of the Liu family shouted in surprise and hurriedly stepped back.
Liu Tianyuan and 2 other Divine Palace realm experts were drenched in sweat, their hearts nearly stopping.
They gasped in horror, at least a great sage, even a Holy King level expert.
Damn it, who is this old man, and why is he so terrifying? We're done for.
The members of the Liu family all showed a look of despair.
At this moment, various strong figures in Chaos City were also shaken by this terrifying aura. Figures of light shot up into the sky. The aura of the Annihilation sword, is the sword god of the world making a move? After 800 years, he has drawn his sword again. Are the foreign demons restless once more?
Heavens! This aura is too terrifying. He is using all his might with this sword.
Is an emperor-level demon crossing over? At this moment, it wasn't just inside Chaos City.
Even the foreign demons lurking outside Chaos City were startled. Many foreign demons were so frightened that they fled in blood escape, creating a chaotic scene.
The sword god of the world?
You are the lord of Chaos City. The Liu family members, hearing the remarks from the outside world, had their eyes wide open like bells, stirring up huge waves in their hearts.
Especially Liu Tianyuan.
Comparing with the origin map, he ultimately accepted this extremely terrifying reality.
That kid's blood relative is actually the lord of Chaos City. In an instant, he lost all his strength and means. He had provoked a supreme being, an invincible existence guarding Chaos City. Thud.
Liu Tianyuan knelt on the ground, knocking his head and pleading, "Please spare my life, it was my fault for not recognizing the great mountain and offending you."
But Su Tian couldn't be bothered with these things.
He even closed off his 5 senses as soon as he confirmed the other party was a foreign demon. At this moment, his fighting spirit boiled, holding the ancient sword, he transformed into a radiant celestial sword, slicing through the 9 heavens. Whoosh! As the sword was drawn from its sheath, the world suddenly turned white and misty.
Sword light flickered, illuminating the ancient times.
The might of the sword was enough to obliterate everything. When everyone regained their sight, they were horrified to discover this sword had actually erased the laws of the world. Wherever the sword mark was, time and space did not exist, causality was absent, nothing remained, even the great Tao was extinguished. This is the sword god of the world. Known for severing reincarnation with a single sword, a super powerhouse capable of reversing time and space.
Countless people displayed admiring looks.
But at this moment, Su Tian furrowed his brow tightly.
Why did it feel like using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Those who dared to come seeking revenge with the blood of the prince seemed only to be at the Divine Palace realm? Divine Palace. To be honest, Su Tian was a bit unfamiliar with this realm.
Clearly, they were ants that could die from a single breath, yet they managed to withstand his full-powered sword. To die under his sword was truly a bargain for this group of trash.
Fine, let me have a good look at what exactly happened in the lower realm.
Su Tian shook his head slightly, extracting the soul of Liu Tianyuan, which he had intentionally left behind, and then began to search his soul.
Liu family. The sacrificial coffin. And the already unsealed void sword body of Yu Heir. Chapter 33, The 100 Zhang Heart Cauldron, Seeking the Cauldron. This kid, isn't he just digging a pit for me? With Liu Tianyuan's memories extracted, Su Tian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Turns out these little brats had no idea who they were dealing with? Mo Ziyang learned the truth and became also ridiculous. No wonder. So the Liu family was tricked here to Chaos City by you? At first, she thought a powerful person was disguising as a divine mansion realm to confuse others. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? I told you that little brat was definitely fine. Su Tian stroked his white beard and laughed. Although it was a misunderstanding, it was good to know that Suyu was safe, so it turned out to be just a false alarm. Mo Ziyan covered her mouth and chuckled, this kid is indeed naughty, just like before. However, the early unsealing of the Tai Su sword body also indicates that he had indeed faced some significant trouble before. After thinking for a moment, Mo Ziyan still felt a bit uneasy. How about this, old man, you can take the trouble to take a peek from a distance, just to confirm that you is safe. Hearing this, Su Tian nodded slightly and did not refuse the request. If it were just now, he would certainly not agree. But now that such a thing happened, he felt he couldn't continue to be indifferent. In the Su family's generation, there was only this one heir. What if something really happened? What would they do? Therefore, Su Tian took a step forward, his figure flashing and appearing above Chaos City. Then, his eyes suddenly burst into brilliant swordlight, like 2 shining rivers, breaking through endless space. All around, everyone looked at this scene with shock. What is the old sword god looking at? Who did that sword just cut down? TSK. Today's events will once again be added to the list of unsolved mysteries of the upper realm. Meanwhile, inside Sanqing Realm, Su Mansion. Suyu sat cross-legged on a cushion, his aura steady and continuously rising. After 3 days, he had successfully forged a 3-zhang heart cauldron and was about to step into the questioning cauldron realm. The 3-zhang heart cauldron had surpassed the average upper realm talents by 3 times and was sufficient to communicate the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of 3,000 miles. Although this heart cauldron was already very powerful, Suyu still felt it was not enough. With 4 supreme body types, his ambitions were far greater than that. But these 4 body types cannot work together. Suyu frowned slightly. Taisu sword body, time reversal body, Tai by heavenly gang body, and central suppression body. These 4 body types could be summarized in one sentence. Scattered, they are a sky full of stars, together, they are a lump. Suyu found that as his realm increased, his body types not only did not work together but also conflicted, hindering each other. The cultivation realm of Taisu Ancient Classic is still not enough, otherwise, this technique could completely harmonize the body types. Or, accumulating villain points to use the system to merge the body types is also a solution. Suyu's breathing became increasingly rapid. Both of these methods could perfectly solve his current problem. But unfortunately, time does not wait. Now it has reached a critical moment, it's like an arrow on the string that must be fired. Sigh. With a light sigh, Suyu shook his head slightly, planning to break through first. Let's make up for the lack gradually in the future. Buzz buzz. But just as Suyu was about to take that final step, strange fluctuations suddenly came from the surrounding void. Suyu felt it and looked up at a certain direction. As their eyes met, that feeling of blood relation suddenly became clear. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a brilliant smile appeared. Hee. Old man, why do you have time to see me? Su Taiyan sneered, little brat, still not at ease in the lower realm? That Liu family was tricked by you, right? Suyu straightforwardly nodded. What can I do, old man? At that time, that guy personally said he wanted to wipe out my blood relatives, so what could I do? I had to fulfill his wish. You brat. Su Taiyan shook his head and laughed. Alright, being clever went out is a good thing. He paused and continued, hurry up and cultivate to the divine mansion realm and return to the upper realm. Your father is also not an easygoing character. My father? Suyu blinked, about to ask further when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Su Taiyan's 2 gazes surprisingly merged into one, turning into a small sword that pierced into Suyu's body. Inside Suyu's purple mansion, a small white sword suddenly appeared. A supreme and majestic aura radiated from the small sword. Soon, with the help of this small sword, his various supreme physiques within his body instantly became obedient, blending 4 powers into one. The heart cauldron, once stuck at 3 zhang, began to swell continuously. 5 zhang. 10 zhang. 30 zhang. Suyu was overjoyed and sincerely said, Thank you, Grandpa. Hearing this, Su Taiyan couldn't help but smile broadly. Although it was against the rules to help clan members who were training in the lower realm, he didn't care about that now, he was the rule. You little brat, practice well. With so many supreme physiques, your future achievements will far exceed your father's. Got it, Grandpa, hurry up and go, don't delay my training. Humph. Unappreciative. Su Taiyan snorted, and his gaze gradually faded. Boom. In that instant, Suyu's whole body shook and stepped into the realm of questions. Crack crack. His entire being made crisp sounds like frying beans, his skin crystal clear, shimmering with a mysterious luster like jade. So comfortable. He couldn't help but stretch lazily. At this moment, there was a towering giant cauldron in the center of his dantian. 100 zhang. 100 zhang heart cauldron. Not to say there would never be another, but certainly, there has never been one before. Suyu's figure flashed, appearing above the Su mansion. Looking at the vast earth, he moved his thoughts slightly. The laws of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000,000 miles became clear. He frowned slightly. Rumble. The sky above the area of 1,000,000 miles was shrouded in gloom. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The gloom in the sky completely dissipated, revealing the sun. Throughout the process, Suyu did not use a single bit of spiritual power. Merely a change in his mood caused the heavens and earth to change their colors. Every move and action carried the might of heaven. Every word and sentence was the will of heaven. This. Inside the Su mansion, everyone stared blankly at the scene, their faces filled with astonishment. Especially Hong Lian. In the past, she thought Suyu was only a lowly ant and didn't pay him any mind. But now, it seemed like Suyu was about to catch up with her? What kind of joke is this? How long has it been? How can this kid cultivate so fast? Moreover, not only fast, but also fierce. fierce to the point of being exaggerated. Which realm of questions can communicate with the laws of heaven and earth within a million miles? This is simply ridiculous. Hong Lian even had a feeling that even if Su Yu did not use the nine-nethered demon sword, she might not be able to defeat him. After all, this guy had space methods. If he wanted to escape, there really was no way to catch him. Young master, you've become stronger again. Just now, that aura was from the old master? Su Jiuge gazed intently at Su Yu with beautiful eyes. At that moment, Su Yu's will was connected with the heavens and earth. To be his enemy is to be an enemy of the entire heaven and earth. From now on, his enemies would not only have to endure his terrifying attacks but also constantly be excluded by the heavens and earth. The talents of this generation in the upper realm would probably suffer. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, Realm of Questions, First Level. Physiques, Void Sword Physique, Tie by Heavenly Gang Physique, Reversing Time Physique, Central Suppressing Prison Physique. Innate Divine Powers, Void Sword Intent, Innately Metal Chi, Longevity, Rich Virtue. Villain Value, 500000. Still have to go? Glancing at the system panel, Su Yu nodded slightly. Then, his figure suddenly disappeared. Like teleportation, he appeared behind Hong Lian. Smack! Smacking the butt of the fate daughter Hong Lian, villain value plus 5,000. Hong Lian's pretty face immediately turned crimson, a mix of shame and anger, gritting her teeth and saying, "You." After explaining a few words to the Su family and the others, Su Yu took Hong Lian and followed Su Jiuge to break through the boundary and leave. Chapter 34, Kneeling in Seconds, How did he get here? Endless black earth, as far as the eye can see. Burial ground. This place is the final resting place of the dead, the end of all souls, mysterious and eerie. The three of them followed the spatial passage and soon arrived at the burial ground. Stepping into the burial ground, the ground beneath their feet was soft, like walking on clouds. Looking around, they saw towering gravestones standing like soldiers, neatly arranged, guarding this silent land. On the gravestones, various strange runes and patterns were carved, emitting a faint glow, as if telling the stories of the deceased. Within the burial ground, mist lingered, like smoke and threads, obscuring the path ahead. Occasionally, a gust of cold wind swept by, bringing chills that sent shivers down the spine. In the mist, vague and indistinct shadows could be seen, some resembling ghosts, others like strange beasts, wandering through the burial ground as if searching for something. Continuing forward, they arrived before a massive tomb. This tomb stood 100 feet tall, majestic, towering like a peak in the burial ground. The grand door of the tomb was tightly shut, engraved with mysterious runes and patterns, the meaning of which was impossible to understand. At this moment, several groups of people were already waiting in front of the tomb, all with solemn expressions. A rough glance revealed that almost all were pathguarders leading 2 or 3 young people, clearly here to enter the burial ground for training. Another group has arrived. A voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, instantly showing expressions of astonishment. You think a mere martial realm could enter the burial ground for training? Dozens of pairs of eyes focused on Su Yu, all filled with skepticism. While there are many opportunities within the burial ground, there are even more dangers. Generally speaking, only those above mid-stage divine ability realm would dare to try, and they must also possess sufficiently powerful abilities. After all, the burial ground is unpredictable, and no one can guarantee they won't encounter unexpected situations. This guy before them was merely at the first level of martial realm but wanted to risk entering the burial ground. It was simply beyond his capabilities. Not only that, but he even brought 2 pathguarders. How afraid of death could he be? Su Yu ignored the gazes of others and walked directly toward the ancient door. Little brother, what are you trying to do? One of the pathguarders quickly spoke to stop him. Knock on the door? Su Yu replied as if it were a matter of course. He came to the burial ground with a strong purpose, just to obtain the burial god sword, and would certainly not waste time elsewhere. But this action in the eyes of others turned him into a fool. Is this your first time on the burial ground, little brother? The earlier pathguarder gave a wry smile and shook his head, then pointed at the big door. This door is called the Heaven and Earth Gate, connecting to the burial ground's death tomb and can only be opened by the royal family of the Yi family. We need an invitation to be qualified to enter the death tomb of the burial ground. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and looked at Su Yu strangely. You don't have an invitation, do you? Su Yu shrugged, no. Before coming, he had no idea an invitation was needed to enter the burial ground. No wonder. Hearing his words, those around shook their heads. So he is truly an ignorant second-generation heir who foolishly rushed to the burial ground. Not only is his cultivation insufficient, but he also has no invitation. It's like playing around. Someone kindly advised, since you don't have an invitation, I suggest you leave quickly. The Yi family isn't easy to deal with. You wouldn't want to risk your life over training. Su Yu nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Boom. After saying that, he kicked the heavenly and earthly gate with one foot, producing a loud rumble. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Is this what it means to know what he's doing? With this behavior, it clearly looks like seeking death. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Exactly, the Yi family is notoriously eccentric. You died, it doesn't matter, but if the anger spills over to me and others? Forget it, let's keep our distance, I'm afraid it will splash blood all over me. The crowd whispered curses, stepping back a few paces, creating distance from Suyu. Bang, bang, bang. Suyu raised his leg again and kicked furiously at the heavenly earth gate. Boom. 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 The deafening sounds echoed in everyone's ears, shaking their hearts until they ached. The noise lasted for a long time, and everyone kept their distance from Suyu like they were avoiding a calamity. Boom. Just when everyone thought their eardrums would burst, suddenly, an overwhelming reverence surged from the heavenly earthgate, causing everyone's faces to change drastically. At the same time, a dignified and weathered female voice rang out in everyone's minds, "Who dares to offend the Yi family?" Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned as pale as death, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. I knew it. This kid is finished. The Yi family is not so easily provoked. To offend the Yi family right after arriving in the burial lands is definitely asking for death. Heh, I've seen many reckless fools like him, and they all ended up terribly. The crowd looked at Suyu with pity and regret. That kid is doomed. Even though he comes from the royal family, facing the Yi family in the burial lands is useless. Oh, it's only been a few days, and you no longer recognize me? Didn't you say you would warmly welcome me? Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Fengtian almost wet himself, shivering suddenly. How is this possible? Wasn't that guy in the Tsunqing realm? Why is he here? Does he still want to make trouble for the Yi family? Yi Fengtian trembled, her hands shaking, meeting death with courage, slowly opening the heavenly earth gate. She wanted to blurt out some grand words. Slap. But at the moment she locked eyes with Su Jiuge, her legs went weak, and she knelt down. The Yi family respectfully welcomes young Master Su. Chapter 35, The Son of Fortunate Fate, Yi Feng, a rebellious monster? Ha! Seeing Yi Fengtian kneeling in respect, everyone outside the heavenly earth gate was left dumbfounded. What's going on here? They must be seeing things. Once, even if the royal family's eldest grandson came, Yi Fengtian would not bother to speak a word to him, yet she performed such a grand gesture to a mere kid. And it seemed, she was secretly afraid of him? How is this possible? Heh, there's no need to go that far, I'm not here to cause trouble today. Suyu said calmly. Well, that's good no, I mean, young Master Su's arrival is an honor for my Yi family. Yi Fengtian quickly got up, wiping the cold sweat off her forehead, smiling as she said, since young Master Su wants to enter the Yi family's burial ground, I will arrange it now. After finishing, Yi Fengtian looked around, you all step back. Elder Yi, this might not be appropriate, right? Upon hearing her words, the faces of the people nearby changed slightly. They had invested heavily to open the burial ground this time, with some even waiting here for several days. But now, Yi Fengtian just told them to leave? Yi Fengtian knew their thoughts, and even facing the hostility of many forces, she remained firm. I said, step back. For entering the burial ground, please wait until 7 days later. Her voice contained a holy power that made the air explode with a bang, instantly making everyone tremble, not daring to question her any further. The crowd could only stifle their anger and slowly retreated. At the same time, they speculated about Su Yu's identity. To make the Yi family act this way, and he has the surname Su. Could it be? Someone seemed to realize something, their expression changed, and they hurriedly led their people away. After clearing the area, Yi Fengtian turned and respectfully said, Young Master, please follow me. Suyu lightly nodded, following behind Yi Fengtian, slowly walking towards the back mountain. The deeper they went, the more airy it became, as if stepping into another world, the air radiating a chilling and spine-tingling cold. Young Master, this burial ground was established by the ancestors of the Yi family at the cost of their lives in the burial lands, a safe haven, and the foundation of my Yi family in the burial lands. In the tomb of the dead, although the environment is not as harsh as the outside world, there are still many dead spirits. Killing these spirits can yield some insights into cultivation and the memories of the spirits before their deaths. Therefore, the tomb of the dead is also an excellent place for training in the higher realm, attracting a large number of talented young people to come here every year for experience. However, since you have arrived, this training in the tomb should be yours alone to enjoy. As Yi Fengtian walked, he introduced Su Yu. He subtly flattered him. Not bad, the Yi family is quite clever. Su felt quite pleased and nodded in appreciation. Soon, the group passed through a low passage, and their vision gradually opened up. They arrived at a vast hall where hundreds of people appeared before Su Yu. Seeing Su Yu and the others arrive, the head of the Yi family, Yi Yuan, hurried over to greet them. I didn't know young Master Su would honor us with your presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, I hope you can forgive us.
Suyu waved his hand, signaling it was no trouble. Then, like stars surrounding the moon, he was served and seated at the head position, while Yi Yuan personally sat to his left. The rest of the people stood in 2 rows, looking stiff, not daring to move.
Although the Yi family is royal, they do not hold much weight in Suyu's eyes.
Whether the Yi family can continue to stand firm in the tomb depends on this young ancestor's opinion. Therefore, Yi Yuan kept a very low profile. You must know that when this ancestor was 3 years old, his casual desire for sunflower seeds almost caused the nearby demon Kuei garden to be destroyed. Frankly, the Yi family was able to quickly establish itself in the tomb partly thanks to Suyu's favor.
Young Master Su, the tomb will open in half an hour. Please be patient.
As he spoke, he pointed to other young disciples of the Yi family. These are the younger generation of my Yi family. They just returned from outside and are not very familiar with the rules.
If they offend you, I hope you will not hold it against them.
Hearing this, the group of Yi family disciples became tense. We, the younger generation of the Yi family, respectfully greet young Master Su. This group all knelt on one knee and shouted. However, there was one person who stood still in the center, doing nothing.
Yi Feng? What is this kid doing?
Yi Yuan furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, Fenger, aren't you going to pay your respects to young Master Su?
I'm sorry.
Yi Feng's expression was calm as he cupped his hands towards Suyu. Young Master Su, what I cultivate is the invincible Tao, my fate is too strong to bow.
Boom!
Before the words fell, Su Jiuge suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura.
The entire hall of the tomb shook.
Yi Yuan was alarmed and hurriedly scolded, Yi Feng.
Are you trying to destroy the Yi family?
Forget your so-called invincible Tao, hurry up and kneel down to young Master Su and apologize.
Yi Yuan was truly scared.
His liver trembled. Although his cultivation was at the same level as Su Jiuge, both in the great sage realm and of similar strength, he knew that Su Jiuge was just one of the Su family's demon guards. There were still 2,999 others like her, each more terrifying than the last. If this young lady was displeased, the Yi family might not exist anymore today. Sister Jiuge, don't rush. Suyu smiled slightly, raising his hand to stop Su Jiuge. He squinted, looking at the system notification that had just appeared. Detected the presence of a person with great fortunes around the host.
Name, Yi Feng. Cultivation, minor completion of divine powers.
Physique, ancient primordial mixed origin body, great sage body. Note, an outcast of the Yi family, whose fate has been tumultuous, yet due to the awakening of his bloodline, he was chosen by the family as a vessel to revive their ancestor. Unwilling to be manipulated by fate, Yi Feng received guidance from the remnants of a quasi-emperor in the tomb and unexpectedly obtained the quasi-emperor's inheritance. From then on, he reversed his fate, transforming the power of the Yi family's ancestor into his own. Warning, this son of fortune possesses extremely abundant luck, the host should respond carefully.
Quasi-emperor inheritance, and he even turned the tables to seize the power of the Yi family's ancestor?
Suyu was more and more amazed. This guy truly deserves to be a child of fortune among the great families in the higher realm. Such a monstrous opportunity is simply remarkable.
However, with such strength, he should be able to extract a lot of villain points, right?
Suyu stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his face. Feeling Suyu's gaze, Yi Feng couldn't help but shiver. He felt he had completely exposed himself in front of Suyu. He had a feeling that if he didn't hurry to escape, he would definitely not survive even a stick of incense. But he had cultivated an invincible path.
Even if the enemy was terrifyingly strong, how could he escape at such a critical moment? Yi Feng, won't you kneel before young Master Su?
At this moment, Yi Yuan shouted again.
Yi Feng, what are you so proud of?
Yi Lanqin stepped forward and shouted, in front of young Master Su, everything about you is insignificant. Don't ruin yourself and the Yi family for a moment of pride.
Lanqin, even you say this?
Yi Feng shuddered,
looking at Yi Lanqin in disbelief.
The Yi family had always been cold to him, treating him merely as a tool to resurrect their ancestor. It was Yi Lanqin who had once shown him kindness, which was why he hadn't left the Yi family directly. But now, that warm-hearted moonlight had suddenly become strange to him.
Is that Su family really so terrifying? Yi Lanqin gritted her teeth, yes.
Yi Feng shook his head bitterly, forget it, since you all think I'm arrogant, then I'll show you just how arrogant I can be. He stared straight at Suyu, speaking every word with strength, suppressing others with power is nothing. If you have the ability, let's have a fair fight.
I will let you know.
There's no need to resurrect the ancestor, I will surpass the ancestor.
Chapter 36, Even Monsters Must Kneel. A finger to teach you how to live. Yi Feng, are you looking for death? Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically, about to make a move. But before he could act, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Jiugao, enveloping the entire graveyard. Lord Demon Guardian, what are you doing? Yi Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Su Jiuge to intervene. Su Jiuge's expression was calm. Without the young master's order, no one is allowed to act rashly. Hearing this, Yi Yuan was both angry and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Now, the situation seemed to have slipped beyond his control. Damn! If I had known, I wouldn't have let Yi Feng come to pay respects. You want to fight me? Su Yu slowly stood up, gazing at Yi Feng. Clearly just a realm of ascension, yet it made Yi Feng's face change several times, feeling as if he was being suppressed all over. Moreover, the other person's eyes seemed able to see through his soul, leaving him nowhere to hide. This feeling was terrible. Yi Feng frowned and said, "What? Afraid?" Hearing this, Su Yu's smile became even more pronounced. Not everyone has the right to battle with me. If any stray cat or dog could challenge me, wouldn't I be busy to death? Yi Feng laughed, shaking his head dismissively. If you're scared, just say it. We can enter the life and death platform and fight within the same realm. Su Yu shook his head. No, you don't understand my meaning. Oh? Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback. Immediately after, Su Yu revealed his true intention. If you want to fight me, show me some stakes. Yi Feng frowned, taking out a holy pill from his storage bag. Not enough. Su Yu looked at Yi Feng indifferently. Yi Feng's face darkened. This holy pill was the most valuable thing he had, if it wasn't enough. What else do you want? Su Yu narrowed his eyes. If you lose, tell me how you stole the strength of the Yi family's ancestors. Boom. How do you know? Having his biggest secret exposed, Yi Feng's expression instantly changed, no longer calm and collected as before. Yi Feng. After Su Yu's words, Yi Yuan could no longer control himself and exploded with anger, questioning, you dared to steal the power of my Yi family's ancestors? Yi Feng. Tell me, is what young Master Su said true or false? At this moment, Yi Yuan completely disregarded what Su Jiuge had said, unleashing a great saintly pressure to lock Yi Feng in place. The entire upper echelons of the Yi family were thrown into chaos, all looking to Yi Feng for the answer. There was no way. What Su Yu said was simply too terrifying. The Yi family was stationed in the burial grounds just to resurrect their ancestor, that ancient being who had achieved quasi-emperor status in primordial times. Yet now, everything the Yi family had devoted countless years to prepare could be taken away by Yi Feng, this vessel? The members of the Yi family could not accept it. As long as Yi Feng dares to nod, no matter who steps forward today, it will be useless. This child must die. He. Facing the thousand-pointed fingers, Yi Feng laughed. Narrow-minded. Ignorant. He was not afraid of Yi Yuan's murderous gaze, and retorted sharply, I already said, no need to revive the distant ancestors, I will surpass the distant ancestors. Everyone, the times have changed. This golden era belongs to me, Yi Feng. Distant ancestors? He was only at the semi-emperor realm. As long as I am given time, becoming a great emperor is not impossible. Yi Feng's pride soared, not caring at all about the Yi family or anyone else. You. At this moment, even someone as strong as Yi Yuan was so angered by Yi Feng that his chest violently rose and fell, unable to speak for a while. This wretch, actually saying he would surpass the distant ancestors? This is simply insane. You should know, the distant ancestor was once a step away from becoming a great emperor. If the distant ancestor could be revived, maybe they could break the Su family's suppression over all the heavens. Once the distant ancestor returns and seizes the opportunity, when the Su family's lifespan ends, he could ascend to the emperor position, and then the Yi family could rise like the Su family, becoming a supreme imperial family. But Yi Feng, he broke this beautiful vision. Not only does he refuse to serve as the vessel for the distant ancestor's revival, but he is even stealing the power left behind by the distant ancestor. This is simply unforgivable. You deserve to die. Yi Yuan couldn't care about anything else, he raised his hand and slapped down. Old man, I've long been displeased with you. Facing the enraged attack from the great sage, Yi Feng had no fear at all. Didn't I say, no one should act recklessly? However, just as Yi Yuan's slap was about to land, it was directly kicked away by Su Jiuge. Boom! Yi Yuan's entire body was embedded in the wall of the dead tomb, his face filled with shock and indignation. He couldn't believe it. How is this possible? He and Su Jiuge had almost the same cultivation level, and this was his own territory. How could he be crushed? Shut up! Su Jiuge's expression was cold, and she directly cast a seal to restrain Yi Yuan. If it had been before, she wouldn't have been able to suppress Yi Yuan so easily. But when she took the ancient sutra of Tai Su from the lower realm, it became a great opportunity for her. Alright, let's talk. Yi Feng, are you still going to fight? Su Yu crossed his arms casually, looking completely at ease. Yi Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and calmly said, I've shown my stake, what about yours? Su Yu grinned, no need, because you can't win. Heh, everyone says I'm arrogant, but I think you're even more arrogant. Yifeng snorted, if I win, will you lend me your protector for 10 years? How about that?
Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes turned cold. You have quite the guts. Su Jiuge's expression also changed slightly, clearly not expecting Yifeng to make such a condition. Although she knew Suyu couldn't possibly lose, if Suyu really used her as a bet, Su Jiuge couldn't help but feel uncomfortable.
My protector, you're not worthy.
Suyu took out the destroying fate record. If you win, you can take this.
Yifeng was about to haggle some more, but when he saw the destroying fate record in Suyu's hand, his face changed instantly, and a greedy look appeared. All right. In the next moment, he suddenly moved. Roar. A vast dragon's roar echoed through the entire dead tomb.
Then they saw Yifeng transform into a giant dragon, filled with rolling killing intent, charging at Suyu.
He was going to crush the opponent with an invincible force. True dragon battle technique. It's actually the signature killing move of my Yi family's distant ancestor. Yifeng. You really stole the power of the distant ancestor. Bastard.
Yi Yuan was filled with grief and indignation, shouting angrily, but it was all in vain.
At this moment, he couldn't even make a sound. Boom.
Yifeng's enormous dragon body slammed into Suyu, who grunted and was sent flying backward.
Ha ha ha. Is that all you can do? You're no match for me.
Seeing this, Yifeng howled in the air, feeling completely exhilarated. What Su family young master, in front of me, you must bow down.
Boom.
The true dragon's claw struck towards Suyu's forehead. But at that very instant, a trace of sarcasm flashed in Suyu's eyes suddenly.
Your speed is too slow. Yifeng was stunned. In the next second, Yifeng's pupils contracted like pinpoints.
Suyu extended his right hand, his fingers like a sword, and slashed into the air at him.
Whoosh! It was as if the space around Yifeng had frozen, his body froze in midair, rigid as a statue. Put!
Suyu's finger cut off Yifeng's right arm, blood splattered everywhere. This scene shocked everyone, even the many experts of the Yi family were stunned.
Hiss! Yi Yuan gasped in surprise. Space laws! This sword slash actually shook the space laws. Chapter 37, he actually has dual supreme bodies? Cut off the arm of the son of luck, villain points plus 20,000. Suyu smiled faintly. What if you're a true dragon? I will still cut you down.
Yifeng's face turned ugly as he endured the intense pain and pressed his severed arm back into place.
With a dragon's roar, the severed arm reattached.
However, even though it was reattached, his face remained pale, and his aura had weakened considerably. Especially the invincible force he once had, which was shattered by Suyu's sword, no longer had the earlier momentum.
He stared at Suyu fiercely.
In this world, there truly are countless heroes. I thought I had already reached the pinnacle of my tier, but I didn't expect someone like you to exist.
The Taishu sword body. It was actually the legendary supreme body.
His eyes were filled with terror. He possessed the ancient chaos body, practiced the innate Tao scriptures, and externally practiced the true dragon battle technique, yet he was still disarmed by someone surpassing his level. At this moment, Yifeng no longer dared to underestimate Suyu, his entire demeanor turned extremely serious.
The unique ability of the Taishu sword body to control space? But what if I disrupt this space, how will you deal with it?
With that, Yifeng continued to swing his fists, sending out one after another of dragon-shaped energy waves, fiercely pounding the surrounding space. Honglian frowned. This kid has rich combat experience, he knows how to deal with opponents who practice space laws. The space twisted and changed under the dragon punches.
Though it didn't shatter, it was already in utter chaos.
At this point, controlling the space laws became extremely difficult, and if one wasn't careful, they could suffer a backlash.
A hint of worry appeared in the eyes of the crowd. With the strongest methods restricted, can Suyu still maintain his overwhelming advantage?
The Taishu sword body is indeed powerful, but it is notoriously a late-stage physique. Only upon reaching the Saint Realm can the true power of the Taishu sword body be fully unleashed. Forming a sword from nothing, one sword, one world, it is said to be invincible in offense. But in the early stages of cultivation, the Taishu sword body can only provide sword insights and basic spatial abilities.
Yifeng laughed self-deprecatingly. I never thought that one day, my advantage would be my age.
I admit you are strong, but true battles are never decided solely by combat skills.
Let me give you a lesson on the importance of combat experience.
With that, his eyes widened sharply, his muscles bulging, and dazzling golden light erupted from his body.
Boom! Each of his punches seemed to tear through the void. One punch after another, each punch heavier than the last. Finally, with another punch, the space in front of Yifeng shattered, and he instantly disappeared. The next moment, when he reappeared, he was already behind Suyu. I won.
Yifeng grinned, his right fist filled with unmatched dominance, heading straight for Suyu's head. His move was so fast that no one could react in time.
Even the Taishu sword body, once he closed the distance, the outcome was already decided. However, Suyu remained motionless, as if he hadn't reacted at all. Boom! The heavy punch struck, creating waves of sound, but a look of astonishment appeared on Suyu's face. Because this punch didn't seem to hit a human body, it felt like striking a sacred weapon. With a bang, an unimaginable immense force came from the punch, sending Yifeng flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Wah! What's going on? In midair, Yifeng looked dumbfounded. Some kind of protective magic weapon? No, wait. This is... The next second, his pupils contracted, and he looked up in horror. A yellow dragon slashed through the long night right beneath his eyelids. Roaring, it charged toward him. This... Central Town prison body. You actually possess the dual supreme body. Yifeng screamed in terror, but it was already too late. The dragon's shadow pounced on him, instantly transforming into scalding magma, engulfing him. No! A miserable roar echoed through the sky. Yifeng's body was burned and melted, gradually turning black. The magma quickly solidified, mixed with terrifying sealing power, directly pressing him down firmly. Yifeng was horrified. He never expected that Suyu actually possessed the Central Town prison body. If the Taisu sword body is the top offensive body, then the Central Town prison body could be called the top defensive body. With the power of the Central Wu Earth, the flesh can rival a holy weapon. This offense and defense, it's simply a perfect combination. Yifeng's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Why? Supreme physiques, billions of people may never awaken even one. A fully developed supreme body even has the qualification to challenge an emperor. Why is it that he alone possesses two supreme bodies? Yifeng was furious and unwilling, despair rising in his heart. Is this a gift from heaven? Why him? I hate it. Yifeng's invincible momentum was completely shattered, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Severe injury to the Child of Fate, villain points plus 50,000. Breaking the Child of Fate's invincible momentum, villain points plus 100,000. Is that it? Suyu cracked his knuckles, his face showing indifference. Talking about surpassing the ancestors, turns out you're just a candlehead with a silver spear. With a wave of his hand, the rock enveloping Yifeng slowly cracked. Yifeng was tossed on the ground like a dead dog by Suyu. The people around looked at this scene, all falling into silence. Is this the worth of the Su family's imperial son? Yifeng not only had a higher realm than Suyu but also stole the power of his ancestors. Yet he was so easily defeated by Suyu? And looking at Suyu, it seems he didn't even use his full strength? The onlookers now looked at Suyu with different eyes. This person was not just the second generation relying on family power to bully others, but a true monstrous genius. Looking through history, there are only a handful of geniuses with two supreme bodies. Young master, please have some tea. Su Jiuge's face was full of tenderness as she presented the fragrant tea. A smile spread across her lips. She knew Suyu wasn't just a dual supreme body. He was a terrifying for supreme bodies. Still, Jiuge is good to me. Suyu slightly nodded, lifted the teacup, and took a sip, immediately feeling refreshed. This tea is nice, but the person who made it is even better. Su Jiuge's face flushed red. Her tea-making skills were indeed top-notch, considered the best in the upper world. But such a compliment made Su Jiuge overjoyed. Many people looked at Suyu enviously. Not only was he powerful, with unmatched talent, but he also had such a beautiful woman by his side. A winner in life, what could be better than this? Not far away, Yilanqin looked at Suyu, her expression extremely complex, and regret surged in her heart. If she had known, why did she bother with that Xiao back in the lower realm? If she had met Suyu earlier, perhaps she would have been another one of his companions? Alright, stop spacing out. The so-called dead tomb should be able to open now, right? Suyu finished the tea in his cup and asked faintly. Of course. Yi Yuan climbed out of the ground, smiling awkwardly as he approached. He first ordered people to bind Yifeng with the god-binding lock, then led Suyu and the others to the entrance of the dead tomb. The dead tomb was not a grave, but a small world. It was created by forcibly stripping a part of space where the ancestors of the Yi family had buried earth. The spiritual energy inside was extraordinarily rich, almost 3 times that of the upper world. Yi Yuan raised his hand and drew, and a swirl of spiritual energy gathered to form a portal. Young Master Su, please. However, the great saint of the 9 nether should wait outside. The dead tomb has a cultivation restriction, and if a saint enters, it could cause a space collapse. Suyu nodded slightly, before turning back and glancing at Yifeng. Don't die, I'm still waiting to hear your secret. Yifeng gave a miserable smile and nodded. I'll accept my loss. You win this time. But don't get too proud, next time. Yifeng's words were interrupted before he could finish. His tone was calm, as if stating a fact. The gap between you and me will never close, it will only widen with time, until you can no longer even see my back. Arrogant, you're even more arrogant than me. Yi Feng's expression was complicated. He wanted to say something harsh, but he realized that Suyu had already turned and left. Just wait. Don't think that having extraordinary talent, an imperial family background, and an invincible physique makes you truly unbeatable. These are just external forces. Yi Feng kept speaking, but found himself speechless. Damn it! This bastard took everything good for himself, how is anyone supposed to live? Chapter 38, The Ancient Saint's Tomb, The Nameless Ancient Monument, The Burial Sword Embryo. As Suyu stepped out from the passage, the scene before him made him pause, his breath catching. Before him was a vast, desolate land. The ground was covered with all kinds of tombstones. The entire world was gray and dim, as if he had entered the legendary underworld. Buzz, buzz. Just as Suyu was about to move forward, a figure emerged from the passage behind him. In a dazzling red dress, with a stunning face. It was none other than Honglian. Why is young master in such a hurry? Not waiting for me? Honglian chuckled softly, her jade finger hooked onto Suyu's collar, pulling him closer to herself, her breath like orchids, with a scent that filled the air. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, why the sudden change? This devil woman had become too gentle, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The main thing was, it was hard to provoke her for villain points now. Heh. Honglian smiled seductively, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. Young master is so exceptionally talented, how could a girl like me not be moved? Not possible, I don't like older women. Suyu responded coldly. Words have caused the Destiny daughter's Dao heart to waver, villain points plus 5,000. Older? Where am I old? Haven't you heard the saying? Women 3 years older, embrace a golden brick. Women 3,000 years older, they reach the immortal class. Honglian immediately lost her composure, grabbing Suyu's hand and pressing it against her face. Look at this flawless face, you say I'm old? Look at these hands, slender like green onions, smooth like jade, where am I old? And this chest, this ass. Honglian became frantic, grabbing Suyu's hand and rubbing it all over herself. This series of actions left Suyu speechless. He had never seen this little woman so bold before. Seeing Suyu remain silent, Honglian grew even more pleased. She puffed out her ample chest, proudly saying, so, how about it, I don't lose to those young girls, right? Ahem. Suyu cleared his throat. Enough with this act. Just do your maid duties well, stop dreaming of climbing straight to the top. Oh. Honglian stretched her tone, her beautiful eyes fixed on Suyu, secretly plotting, since I can't openly ride on top of him, then I'll find another way to ride him, right? Suyu had no idea about Honglian's little scheme and turned, stepping forward. The two of them walked one behind the other, not knowing for how long. Along the way, many lonely souls and wild ghosts blocked their path, but all were vanquished by Suyu with a single glance. After entering the peak ascendant realm, his divine sense had greatly increased, to the point where he could kill with just his eyes. Finally, after passing a large tombstone, the scene before Suyu's eyes suddenly changed. Here, the tombstones were no longer low and broken, but each one was taller than the last, towering like mountains, piercing the clouds. Moreover, the surrounding area was no longer desolate. With a glance, he could see many people walking back and forth. Newcomers again? First time entering the dead tomb and heading straight to the ancient saint's tomb? Either a rookie or an expert. But, entering the dead tomb with a protector? This guy is really scared of death. Doesn't he worry the protector will take away his chance? Who knows? Maybe they're just here to gain some experience, not interested in any opportunities. Whatever, as long as they don't compete with me for it. Seeing Suyu and Honglian arrive, the surrounding people turned their gaze towards them. However, most didn't approach to converse, but were busy contemplating in front of a giant mountain. Clearly, there was a greater interest in the opportunity. The ancient Saint Tomb Garden. Looking around, a trace of reminiscence appeared in the red lotus-like beautiful eyes. After a moment, she gently parted her crimson lips. Young master, this should be where the greatest opportunity of the death tomb lies. Those giant tombs are the inheritances left by the ancient saints of the imperial fall era. As long as the secrets inside the tombs are unraveled, one can gain their inheritance. Suyu slightly nodded, taking a step forward. At the same time, he also began to recall. He recalled the opportunity extracted from his mind. Bow 3 times before the nameless ancient stele in the ancient Saint Tomb Garden, and one will obtain the god burial sword embryo. While thinking, Suyu began to walk through the tomb garden. His gaze swept over one giant tomb after another. However, so far, he had not yet discovered the trace of the nameless ancient stele. Around him, the young talents standing in front of the giant tombs all watched him vigilantly, afraid that Suyu would rush up to snatch the inheritance they had painstakingly searched for. Get lost. However, some people had a bad temper. Seeing Suyu approach, one immediately shouted loudly. "Whom?" Hearing this, Suyu slightly furrowed his brows, glanced at the young man, and a mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slowly shook his head. This young man had reached the small success stage of the divine ability realm, and in the upper realm, he could be considered a top-tier genius among first-class forces. But in front of him, he seemed as small as an ant. Suyu didn't even bother to look at him properly. "Little bastard, you're seeking death." Sensing Suyu's attitude, the young man became enraged, drawing his sword to strike. Clang! A cold light streaked through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere, emitting a sharp and ear-piercing sound. "Get lost." Suyu's words contained the heavenly constitution, as if thunder rumbled with each word. Boom! The sword light shattered, turning into starlight that scattered across the ground. The young man groaned and immediately kneeled on the ground. Put! Blood splashed from his mouth, dripping onto the earth beneath the giant tomb. Boom! In the next moment, before the young man could react, a giant crimson hand shot out from beneath the giant tomb, dragging him directly into it. Crack! As soon as the young man was pulled in, the surface of the giant tomb began to crack. Then, the giant tomb slowly moved aside, forming a deep and dark tunnel. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept through, and everyone saw a yellowed ancient book slowly floating towards Suyu. The ancient book was yellowed and wrinkled, covered in dust, but from the faint aura it emitted, it was surely extraordinary. The ancient book hovered in front of Suyu, motionless. Suyu raised an eyebrow, reached out with one hand, grabbed the ancient book, and gently flipped through it. Star plucking and changing the Big Dipper? So, it's a sword move? Not bad. Suyu nodded slightly and stored the sword manual in his storage bag. So, the condition to crack the ancient tomb of the great Saint Tokai is a blood sacrifice? The people around looked at Suyu with envy, some of them itching to act. They didn't expect this person to have a gain as soon as he arrived, his luck was truly beyond belief. However, due to Suyu's powerful combat strength, no one dared to act, only watching helplessly, hoping he would leave soon. Suyu's gaze swept around, shaking his head slightly, continuing forward. As for the so-called ancient saint inheritance, to him, it was nothing special, not worth much effort. Here, only the burial god sword embryo was worth paying attention to, as for the others, they didn't even spark his interest. Suyu continued forward, passing by a huge stone door. The stone door towered into the clouds, about 100 meters wide. It was initially narrow, just enough for a person to pass. After walking dozens of steps, it suddenly opened up. On the vast plain, everything could be seen at a glance. Here, there were no giant tombs. The only thing present was a nameless ancient stele. Chapter 39, Su Tian makes his move, he's actually the grandson of the supreme sword god? No one expected that this person came to the ancient Saint Tomb Garden for the nameless ancient stele? Seeing Suyu walking toward the nameless ancient stele, everyone had a complicated expression. All the people present, without exception, had tried in front of the nameless ancient stele. But they had gained nothing. It was rumored that a monstrous genius from a great family once obtained a great opportunity in front of the nameless ancient stele. But no one knew how he cracked the secret of the nameless ancient stele. Because, after gaining a chance, that prodigy ruthlessly struck, slaughtering everyone in the cemetery. Thinking of this, someone couldn't help but tremble. If that person obtained a chance, would they also start a killing spree? Buzz. As Suyu approached, the nameless ancient stone tablet that had remained unchanged for thousands of years suddenly began to shake. A shadow, like an immortal from the heavens, floated out from within. At the same time, a line of ethereal characters appeared in the void. The immortal caresses my crown, promising eternal life. Hiss. So that's the inheritance left by the immortal touching sovereign. It's actually this ancient sovereign, no wonder the great saint inheritances in the ancient saint's cemetery must avoid him. Everyone looked at each other with envy, but they understood that such inheritance was not something ordinary people could accept. The immortal touching sovereign had white hair and a transcendent aura. He smiled at Suyu, raising one hand slightly. The meaning was clear. He wanted Suyu to kneel before him. Are you sure you want me to kneel before you? Suyu was not anxious or angry, instead, he had a playful expression. He was the son of the Su family, although he had not returned to inherit the family's fortune, the bond on him was incredibly significant. This kneel, aside from those taboo supreme beings who had self-destructed, who could withstand it? However, when the immortal touching sovereign heard Suyu's words, he merely shook his head and smiled, as if he didn't care at all. But in the end, he seemed to sense something and slowly said, "Your talent is good, rare in 10,000 years, you need not kneel. Step forward, I can grant you a chance." Suyu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. He stood firm in front of the immortal touching sovereign. "Young man, what do you wish for?" The immortal touching sovereign had a kind and gentle look, seemingly just a benevolent old senior, asking Suyu. Suyu blurted out, the burial god sword. Ha ha ha. The immortal laughed wildly towards the sky, not too old, but with quite an appetite. However, in an instant, the expression of the immortal touching sovereign changed, his eyes filled with greedy ruthlessness. His ethereal presence scattered completely, like a hungry wolf, staring intensely at Suyu, his voice cold and filled with deathly intent. The burial god sword can be given to you, but trade your body for it. After saying this, he fiercely pressed down his palm. He aimed to seize Suyu's body. Bad. Honglian's expression changed drastically as she aggressively intervened. The flames of Honglian surged into the sky, transforming into a giant dragon descending. Boom. However, the immortal touching sovereign merely waved his hand and extinguished the flames. A mere protector of the divine mansion dares to be rampant before me? With a sarcastic smile on his lips, the immortal pointed down. Honglian grunted and was directly sent flying 1,000 feet away. It's over, it's over. The other talents in the cemetery sensed the danger and understood the dire situation. They seemed to realize why that ancient prodigy wanted to kill so ruthlessly. The nameless ancient stone tablet was a trap. A huge trap specifically targeting exceptional geniuses. That prodigy back then killed everyone in the cemetery after being seized. And now, is history about to repeat itself? Some people had already started running wildly, hoping to escape. The immortal touching sovereign coldly laughed, do you think you can escape? He looked at Suyu, his excitement palpable. The genius I met back then was not as good as you, he could only bear a small part of my divine soul. But you are different. With your young age, possessing 4 supreme bodies, it's just the heavens assisting me. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he pressed his palm against Suyu's forehead. The divine soul surged directly into Suyu's purple mansion. Young master. From afar, Honglian roared in despair. She couldn't imagine what would happen if something happened to Suyu. After spending days together, she had learned of Suyu's true background. He was the only heir of the imperial Su family in this generation. No, even if I die, I must save him, huh? As Honglian was about to risk everything, she saw Suyu suddenly waving at her. Young master, everything is fine? At that moment, Suyu's smile was at its peak. Inside his purple mansion, a miniature version of the immortal touching sovereign's divine soul was trembling and staring at a little white sword. What is this thing? The immortal touching sovereign was terrified, his divine soul almost collapsing. His face was full of disbelief. Why does such a terrifying thing exist in the purple mansion, when it's only a young one at the ascending realm? You must know, in his lifetime he was at the Saint Emperor realm, at the peak of the entry into the holy stage, and with one more step, he could reach the supreme. Could it be that this sword before me was left behind by a supreme? You little brat, you really know how to cause trouble. At that moment, the little sword transformed into a speck of light, which then condensed into a face. Su Taiyan smiled, but his eyes were extremely cold. Suyu, grandfather, this time it can't be blamed on me. He insisted on seizing my body. Su Taiyan's expression changed drastically. Seizing? Boom. 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 An immense pressure descended. The divine soul of the ascending Saint Emperor instantly exploded. After a moment, the divine soul recondensed. However, it had already weakened to the extreme. The sword god of the underworld, Su Taiyan. The ascending Saint Emperor trembled as he spoke Su Taiyan's name, recalling Suyu's title for this sword god. His face turned completely pale. You are actually his descendant. In the entire upper realm, the ascending Saint Emperor could say that 99% of the powers were not afraid. But it just so happened that he ran into the most terrifying one. My grandson, is he something you ants can covet? Su Taiyan's tone was indifferent. Die. Boom. 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 A dazzling lightning bolt struck down, directly shattering the ascending Saint Emperor. Suyu shrugged. He was still planning to ask this ascending Saint Emperor for the god burial sword embryo. But it didn't matter now. Grandfather, this guy promised to give me the god burial sword embryo, now that he's gone, you take the burden? Su Taiyan glared at him and saidly, only this once, no next time. Then thank you, grandfather. After a moment, a massive giant hand suddenly descended from the sky. It violently broke open the burial earth, reaching the ancient saint tomb. Then, this giant hand hammered down on an unnamed ancient monument, forcefully taking from countless corpses a sword embryo that was pitch black all over. Su Taiyan, you dare. Shut up. If you're not satisfied, come to battle. It was your burial earth that struck first against my grandson, I didn't go looking for trouble with you guys. At the deepest part of the burial earth, an unmatched existence shouted in anger, but was directly refuted by Su Taiyan. Instantly, the depths of the burial earth fell silent.
There was nothing they could do. Forget about being in the wrong. Even if they were right, the master of the burial earth couldn't do anything to Su Tian. After all, Su Tian was known as the #1 sword god across all realms, let alone that his son was the current emperor, Su Wudao.
And it seems this grandson is not simple either.
A current emperor, an alternative supreme sword god, and a young genius with multiple supreme physiques.
Could it be that the Su family is going to have 3 emperors?
Little brat, cultivate and return to the clan as soon as possible. Su Tian dropped a sentence, then transformed back into a small sword, returning to Su Yu's sea of consciousness. Su Yu's eyes moved slightly. This was already the second time Su Tian urged him to speed up his cultivation.
Could it be that the Su family is hiding something from him?
No matter, let's absorb the soul power of this ascending saint emperor first.
Su Yu took a deep breath.
Then, he operated the ancient void scripture, continuously refining the soul power released after the ascending saint emperor's death. At the same time, Su Yu's cultivation began to rapidly rise.
Chapter 40, Ascending to the 9 Heavens. Boom! 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 As the immense soul power was refined into his body,
Su Yu's aura began to rapidly rise.
Ascending to the 2nd heaven. Ascending to the 3rd heaven.
Until he finally reached the 9th heaven, then it barely stopped.
Great!
Su Yu let out a long howl, feeling ecstatic. His body stretched casually a few times, and the violent strength of his flesh was such that it twisted the void. With the continuous improvement of his realm, the terrifying aspects of possessing 4 supreme physiques began to gradually emerge. Now Su Yu could kill Yifeng with a single punch. He looked down at the god burial sword embryo. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, carefully examining this special weapon. The original god burial sword embryo was pitch black all over, like rough iron, with no divine aura. But at this moment, in Su Yu's hands, it exuded an extremely rich killing aura. The killing aura rolled, forming strange runes. The sword embryo on the surface shimmered and flashed, like a dream, like an illusion.
Quite clever, huh? You actually took the opportunity to absorb quite a bit of soul power.
Su Yu's lips curled slightly. The god burial sword embryo trembled lightly, as if responding. The more Su Yu looked at it, the more he liked it. He couldn't help himself and picked up the sword embryo, slashing it towards the sky. Swoosh! A terrifying sword light tore through the clouds. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. A crushing, destructive pressure descended upon everyone's hearts. The power of this strike had already surpassed the scope of ordinary combat techniques. What was even more astonishing was that this was merely a casual strike. Su Yu's eyes brightened, muttering to himself, such a strong killing intent. The god burial sword embryo was different from ordinary weapons. This was a unique type of Dao weapon. After a brief moment of realization, Su Yu confirmed that this was a weapon of the Dao of killing. The more enemies it killed, the faster the god burial sword embryo would grow. Until it reached its limit, and then it would undergo a transformation. It would completely evolve from a sword embryo into a peerless killing sword. Not bad, follow me, and there will be no shortage of blood to drink. After storing the god burial sword embryo in his dantian, Su Yu squinted his eyes and gazed at the vast sky, deep in thought.
How dare you seize my body? Tongxian Holy Emperor?
If it weren't for the old man's sword soul protecting me, I'm afraid I'd have a hard time dealing with you. Su Yu snorted coldly. He had heard the surrounding discussions earlier. He knew that someone had once gone to the nameless ancient steel and gained a chance. In other words, the Tongxian Holy Emperor was not completely dead. A part of his soul had seized the body of that genius and was still stirring up trouble in the outside world.
Well, let you cause a little more chaos for a while.
After thinking for a moment, Su Yu shook his head and chuckled lightly. Anyway, he was only 2 steps away from reaching the Divine Mansion realm. He could deal with that guy after returning to his clan.
Young master, are you alright?
Han Lian arrived late, her face filled with worry. Su Yu flicked his finger and tapped her forehead.
What could be wrong with me? On the contrary, you seem to have been seriously injured?
After Su Yu tapped her head, Han Lian didn't get angry as she usually did. Instead, she lowered her head, a faint blush appearing on her face. Thank you for your concern, young master.
It's just a minor scratch.
The daughter of destiny has developed feelings for you, villain points plus 50,000.
Ha!
Seeing this prompt, Su Yu showed a strange expression.
This is possible too?
He had taken Han Lian in only to bully her and get some villain points.
But now, it seemed there was an unexpected benefit? Having a daughter of destiny or a son of luck might also be a viable path?
Su Yu rubbed his chin, thinking.
Maybe this could be worth a try in the future.
Of course, only the daughter of destiny, he certainly didn't have any interest in other things. Han Lian shyly lowered her face, her eyes blinking as she looked at Su Yu. Although Su Yu was a bit younger, he was extraordinarily handsome. Especially the calmness he displayed when facing the ancient Holy Emperor earlier, it was simply so cool. She wished she had met him earlier. Having greatly improved his cultivation and obtained the God Burial Sword embryo, Suyu had no reason to stay there any longer.
Under the fearful gazes of many young talents, Suyu took Hong Lian and left the death tomb. Su, young master, are you alright? As soon as they stepped out of the death tomb, Yi Yuan hurried over, cautiously asking. Suyu glanced at him. Yi Yuan was so frightened that he immediately bent over and apologized. Su, young master, everything inside the death tomb has nothing to do with my Yi family. Please, do look carefully. He was so startled that he quickly knelt and bowed his head. Earlier, the scene where Su Tian had struck from afar had almost scared him out of his wits. Yi Yuan had thought that the palm was aimed at his Yi family, and for a moment, his mind went blank. Fortunately, the terrifying hand had broken through the burial soil and went straight into the death tomb, without stopping at the Yi family. Suyu sneered. This Yi Yuan was really pathetic, a single glance had him scared out of his mind. What holy clan, is this all they've got? Suyu couldn't be bothered with him and walked straight out. Please, take care, young master. Seeing Suyu about to leave, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter what Suyu just did, as long as he doesn't vent his anger on the Yi family, that's fine. Pack He Feng for me. As Suyu walked out, he said. Understood. Yi Yuan's spirit brightened, and he hurriedly stood up, rushing to Yi Feng's side, tying him up tightly and dragging him towards Suyu. Dad! Yi Feng wailed in despair, struggling desperately against Yi Yuan, but he couldn't escape Yi Yuan's grasp at all. Slap, 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 slap. The slaps were loud and dense. I don't have a dad like you. Pa! I don't have a son like you. After unleashing dozens of slaps, Yi Yuan said fiercely, from now on, you have nothing to do with the Yi family. After speaking, he handed Yi Feng directly to Su Jiuge. This troublemaker almost caused the Yi family to be ruined. If it weren't for Suyu specifically requesting him, Yi Yuan would have killed him on the spot. Su Jiuge expressionlessly took Yi Feng away. Leaving the burial ground, Su Jiuge opened a spatial passage to the lower realm. Several hours later, they finally returned to the Su residence. Suyu took out the wine and beast meat he had obtained from the Yi family, arranging for a grand feast. The Su residence was brightly lit, filled with laughter and joy. Su Hanshan got drunk and kept talking to Suyu about his visions for the future of the Su family. Now, the Su family had encompassed the whole of Qingchang. Though the Longguang dynasty was dissatisfied, they didn't dare to make a move against the Su family. They only sent several envoys to visit, hoping to win over the Su family. But Su Hanshan firmly rejected them. Next, Su Hanshan wanted to launch an offensive against the surrounding cities and sects to take control of the nearby forces. Suyu raised both hands in agreement. He wasn't afraid of Su Hanshan's great ambitions, he just feared that his vision was too narrow. It's just at Sanqing realm, just go all out. After the feast, Suyu returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on a mat. Now, he had reached the peak of the asking for the crown realm, and it was time to consider breaking through to the divine channeling realm. The divine channeling realm, as the name suggests, requires one to comprehend their own divine channel. Suyu already possessed 4 types of divine channels, so he was not unfamiliar with this. However, these divine channels were all brought about by his physique. To cultivate his own divine channel, he must understand his true heart and spend time quietly contemplating. After thinking for a moment, Suyu stood up. He instructed, bring me the Yi Feng. Chapter 41, Secrets of the Yi family's ancestors, fusion of 2 supremacy physiques. If you have the guts, let me go. Let's fight fairly 3 years later. As soon as Yi Feng entered, he said dissatisfied. He admitted that Suyu was strong, but if given time to grow, he might have a chance to defeat him in the future. Suyu just glanced at him indifferently, not engaging, and asked himself, tell me about you, the Yi family, and that ancestor of the Yi family. Yi Feng felt like he was hitting cotton, utterly frustrated. Since I promised you these secrets, I will naturally tell you, but shouldn't people like us fight fiercely on the vast stage of the upper realm, alongside other talents? Why do you want to bring me to this desolate lower realm? Yi Feng gritted his teeth. Hoof. Suyu chuckled disdainfully, don't confuse me with you. Boom. As Suyu stood up, the realm of asking for the crown at the 9th level was fully revealed. Yi Feng's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? In just one day, you've actually reached the 9th level. Yi Feng could hardly believe it. He had originally thought that even if the other party was temporarily stronger than him, he still had an advantage in realm. After all, the higher the realm, the greater the difference. Especially after the Divine Palace realm, even a small difference in realm can be like heaven and earth. But now, this guy seemed to be on the verge of entering the divine channeling realm? What's even more terrifying was, judging from the aura, Suyu was definitely not relying on external force to forcibly elevate his realm. His depth and strength even surpassed that of Yi Feng, who was already in the divine channeling realm. This guy must be a monster, right? You don't need me to repeat myself, right? Suyu gradually lost his patience. Speak your secret. If it is fascinating enough, I might consider sparing your life.
Yifeng's face changed unpredictably as he stared at him, seemingly realizing that the gap between them was far too enormous.
Suyu had already entered a level that he could not comprehend. Well, since you want to listen.
He sighed and slowly said, the ancestor of the Yi family is named Yifan, an existence from ancient times, once revered as the ancient Ming emperor, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-emperor. However, as he was about to merge with the great Dao imprint to ascend to emperor, he was jointly targeted by several quasi-emperors and ultimately fell. Although Yifan fell, he left behind a wisp of remnant soul, sealing all his life insights and techniques in the Yi family's ancestral land before he died. As he spoke, Yifeng suddenly chuckled coldly. However, the descendants of the Yi family did not use this wealth but made it their goal to revive this ancestor. From that generation on, each head of the Yi family has been working hard to find a way to bring Yifan back to life, firmly believing that once Yifan is revived, he can lead the Yi family back to glory. Finally, they found a forbidden method. As long as they continuously sacrifice their close bloodlines to nourish that wisp of remnant soul of Yifan, supplemented by 9 supreme treasures that can reverse the universe, and finally find the most suitable container within the Yi family, Yifan can be revived. For the first two conditions, the Yi family has spent countless years and consumed all their foundations to finally achieve it. However, the Yi family has also fallen into decline because of this. They are now gambling everything. And if you take me as this container, the Yi family will probably not let it go easily. Yifeng's tone was filled with strong sarcasm, even inciting discord, making Suyu feel as if he wasn't even a member of the Yi family. Hearing this, Suyu fell into deep thought. This Yifan. Just by the name, he is the son of fortune. Even after countless years, there is still a chance for revival. The fortune on him must be extremely strong. I need to find an opportunity to visit the Yi family again. After a moment, Suyu's heart had a plan. Looking at Yifeng, he smiled and asked, if I gave you an opportunity to take revenge on the Yi family, what would you do? Me? Yifeng was slightly stunned and then coldly snorted, of course, I would kill every living person in the mausoleum. So ruthless? Aren't you also a Yi? When Yifeng heard this, anger surged from his heart. Though I was born in the Yi family and am the son of the head, from the moment I was born, they never regarded me as a person. In my childhood, I was constantly submerged in icy water and then bound to a fire pillar to be roasted, all to stimulate my bloodline power so that the ancestor could have a better body to use. To make it easier for the ancestor to reside in my body, he even killed my mother in front of me and forced me to eat the remains of all my familiar servants. The goal was to break my will, to turn me into a soul-fragmented madman. Yifeng's eyes burst with overwhelming hatred. Do you know? I can't wait to kill them all right now, but unfortunately, with my current strength, I cannot confront the Yi family head-on. Yifeng clenched his fists, the veins on his body bulging. I see. Suyu nodded. He did not know these circumstances. For Yifeng to have grown up in such a hellish environment until now, it seems that it is not solely due to the fate of being the son of fortune. Or perhaps it is precisely because of his indomitable will that he becomes the son of fortune. Exactly. However, as a condition for the exchange, you need to submit to me. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle. He had once stepped into the path of invincibility, condensing an invincible aura. But it was easily shattered by Suyu. And now, if he submitted, he would no longer have the chance to continue condensing the invincible aura. Seeing this, Suyu smiled. What's wrong? You don't want to? I'll submit. Yifeng gritted his teeth, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head to Suyu. After all, even if he re-entered the path of invincibility, it would be difficult to break through to the sacred realm within 100 years. By submitting to Suyu, he could still use the other's strength to take revenge. The fate-bearing child Yifeng's primary path is shattered, villain points plus 50,000. The fate-bearing child Yifeng submits to the host, villain points plus 100,000. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Master of Destiny. Master of Destiny, inflicting damage on great fate-bearers grants additional villain points. Ding! The host's current villain points have reached 1 million. Would you like to proceed with body fusion? Ha ha ha! Suyu couldn't help but burst into loud laughter, feeling extremely pleased. He never expected that the submission of the fate-bearing child would yield so many villain points. Calculating it, he even gained more than directly killing the fate-bearing child. It seems that in the future, whenever he encounters some slightly agreeable fate-bearers, he should find a way to recruit them. Suyu waved his hand. Go find Honglian outside, she will arrange things for you. After sending Yifeng away, Suyu took a deep breath and communicated with the system in his mind. Start fusion. What kind of change would occur when two supreme physiques fuse together? Chapter 42, In the Universe, I Am Supreme. As his words fell, an extremely hot power suddenly erupted in his mind. Immediately after, his entire body began to emit a golden radiance. The golden light illuminated the room. Not only that, his body suddenly became as transparent as glass, radiating brilliant gem-like light. The powers of time and space flowed around him, gradually gathering and merging into one. Yu refers to space, Zhou refers to time. The unity of the two is the universe, is time, and space, is the world. The world physique? Suyu's eyes revealed a look of realization. The ancient sutra of the Great Void began to operate on its own. The area of the inner world started to continuously expand and became increasingly stable. Suyu's momentum began to rise sharply, directly breaking through the pinnacle realm and stepping into the divine passage realm. His innate divine passage formed in an instant without Suyu exerting any effort at all. Name, Suyu. Cultivation, early divine passage realm. Physique, world physique, imperial level, Tai by heavenly gang physique, supreme level, central town prison physique, supreme level. Innate divine passage, world sword intent cosmic universe eternal life innate metal chi abundant virtue carries all. Villain points, 200. Above supreme level is imperial level? Suyu's gaze flickered, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. With the imperial body, he felt an endless strength coursing through him. The Tai Void sword intent underwent transformation, becoming world sword intent. This meant Suyu's methods were no longer limited to condensing void into a sword but could condense all things in the world into a sword. Eternal life also advanced to eternal immortality. Not only could it grant him nearly endless lifespan, but it also had the strange ability of blood rebirth. Not just these two innate divine passages underwent transformation. The moment world physique condensed, Suyu also comprehended a terrifying divine passage cosmic universe. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly turned dark, clouds gathered, thunder rolled, and fierce winds blew. Someone has broken through to the divine passage realm. At this time, everyone in the Su mansion changed their expressions. The divine passage realm is the most important, dangerous, and difficult barrier for every cultivator on their path. Because, starting from this realm, cultivators will face tribulation when breaking through major realms. Tribulation is the test of heavenly will and is extremely terrifying. A slight misstep can lead to death and soul dispersal. Of course, if one successfully crosses the tribulation, they will gain great benefits. Within Su Mansion, Su Jiuge and Hong Lian suddenly turned their heads to look in the same direction. At this time, the realms of the Su family's members were still relatively low. Inside the Su Mansion, the only existence that could break into the realm of divine powers is one, Suyu. The young master's lightning tribulation this time. Su Jiuge lifted her gaze toward the direction where Suyu was. She saw that Suyu's head was surrounded by shocking purple arcs of lightning, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. Hong Lian also furrowed her brows, muttering, how could a young master just breaking through to the realm of divine powers attract such a terrifying lightning tribulation? After saying this, her beautiful eyes narrowed, instinctively moving toward Suyu. Don't go. This is not an ordinary breakthrough lightning tribulation. At this moment, Su Jiuge suddenly realized something, her face filled with horror. This is the purple sky lightning tribulation. It is a calamity sent down by the Tao. What? Hong Lian's delicate body trembled violently at her words. Generally speaking, the lightning tribulation after a breakthrough for cultivators is determined by the location. So, logically speaking, the lightning tribulation Suyu faced would not exceed the limit of the Zhongqing realm. But the purple sky lightning tribulation is different. It is a calamity that ignores space and time, directly sent down by the Tao, and it is useless for cultivators to hide anywhere. It is said that even the strongest beings at the Saint Realm struggle to escape its downfall. What should we do? Hong Lian looked urgently at Su Jiuge, filled with anxiety. Su Jiuge took a deep breath and calmly said, don't worry, although the purple sky lightning tribulation is dangerous, the young master has deep foundations, and he should be fine. What we need to do is protect him, preventing any living beings from approaching. Otherwise, if the purple sky lightning tribulation senses a foreign aura nearby, it will increase its power. All right. Hong Lian nodded solemnly. Su Jiuge waved her jade hand lightly. Swish. In an instant, countless formations intertwined outside the Su residence, forming a massive barrier that enveloped the entire Qing city. His growth speed is so fast. Feeling the vast pressure from the heavens, Yifeng swallowed hard, his face serious. In such a lightning tribulation, he questioned whether he would have even a 10% chance of surviving. Is this the foundation of the imperial family, the true extraordinary genius? Yifeng suddenly felt that his decision to pledge loyalty was correct. Crack! At that moment, a purple sky lightning dragon appeared out of thin air, towering 1,000 feet, coiling in the void, exuding a destructive aura. It gazed down at Suyu, its gigantic eyes flashing with brutal killing intent. Roar! The purple sky lightning dragon let out a furious roar, then charged down towards Suyu. Boom!
In an instant, a dazzling burst of fire exploded, shaking the heavens.
The place where Suyu stood instantly collapsed and shattered, turning into countless fragments scattering across the sky.
Young master! Jiuge was startled, unable to help but shout. So fast.
The speed of this lightning was simply at its peak, making it hard to react. But as the firelight dispersed, the scene that appeared left everyone speechless. They saw that Suyu, who had been standing, was completely unharmed, still suspended in the air, even his clothes were not disheveled, clearly that terrifying strike had not harmed him. His hands were steadily holding up the purple sky lightning dragon. Moreover, as time passed, the purple sky lightning dragon began to shatter and reassemble, eventually transforming into a purple lightning sword.
Jiuge was dumbfounded. What kind of battle technique is this?
No, this should be a type of divine power.
The young master's comprehended divine power is so terrifying that he can forcibly rob the purple sky lightning tribulation for himself? Honglian's expression also became extremely brilliant, secretly sighing in her heart. No wonder Suyu directly broke through without making any preparations. Just this single divine power technique could probably directly obliterate a common divine power realm lightning tribulation, right?
This type of divine power not only possesses the breadth of the laws of time and space but also contains the ultimate sword Dao's mystery. Yi Feng's heart raced wildly, looking at Suyu with eyes full of shock. So it turns out he wasn't simply focusing on the laws, but was actually a sword cultivator. It turns out that during their previous battle, Suyu never used his true power, not even his sword.
He. A light laugh echoed through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the thunderous roar of the skies was completely overshadowed.
Suyu held the thunder sword forged from the purple cloud thunder tribulation, pointing it diagonally at the sky, and smiled faintly.
In the universe, I am supreme, with a single sword, I will obliterate all. Chapter 43, Huh? You say the Shantian sect is coming? As soon as the words fell, Suyu stepped into the void, taking a step forward. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent spread around. At that moment, he transformed into an indestructible sharp sword, radiant and looking down upon the universe. Buzz!
The void trembled, the thunder sword, forged from the purple cloud thunder tribulation, seemed to sense Suyu's disdain and burst into furious rage, slashing down wildly. Swish swish swish.
Thunderbolts poured down like rain striking banana leaves.
However, Suyu was undaunted, wielding the purple cloud thunder sword, he swept through the 8 directions. With a crisp sound, the thunderbolt from the purple cloud thunder tribulation was actually shattered by a single strike.
This scene, however, only made Jiuge and Honglian even more anxious.
The purple cloud thunder tribulation was a type of great tribulation, it was always faced passively by cultivators, and no one had ever heard of anyone actively attacking the thunder tribulation.
In this case, Suyu's thunder tribulation power would surely increase dramatically. Boom!
At that moment, another bolt of purple cloud thunder fell. This thunder was a light golden color, containing immense power like the vastness of the thunder sea, carrying the force of destruction across time.
Hiss, this thunder calamity actually contains a hint of holy might? This is not good.
Below the Holy Realm, everyone is like ants, with the aura of the Holy One, the thunder calamity will be even more powerful. This time, the young master is in trouble.
Everyone gasped, all sweating nervously for Suyu.
Jiuge was no longer calm at this moment, taking out a red jade token, ready to call for help at any moment. Although Suyu displayed unbelievable potential, he was still young, having just reached the Divine Passage realm, it was nearly impossible for him to withstand such a calamity.
However, the next moment, what happened once again exceeded their expectations. Break for me.
Suyu looked up at the thunder, his eyes bursting with brilliant light, his aura suddenly soaring. Then, he took a step forward.
Rumble. In an instant, the entire sky of thunder let out a wail and directly vanished between heaven and earth.
Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, gazing intensely into the void. This. Everyone's hearts raced, their faces filled with shock.
What happened? Why did the thunder calamity vanish in an instant?
This.
Jiuge's mouth opened slightly, her mind blank. This was the purple cloud thunder tribulation, so you actually extinguished it directly?
Such a sight completely shattered her understanding.
No, just now that was.
She closed her eyes, carefully sensing. At the last moment, it seemed a mysterious light blossomed from the center of Suyu's brow. It was this glint of light that extinguished the countless thunderbolts. This guy really can't be measured by common sense. Yi Feng exhaled deeply, gazing at Suyu with a complex look. After Suyu broke through, he stood on the same level as him. However, Yi Feng estimated that with a mere flick of Suyu's finger, he could easily eliminate himself, right? With a light sigh, Yi Feng completely accepted his fate. Working under such a genius didn't seem too bad after all? The universe is so powerful, how did it get so fierce? At this moment, Suyu was also in complete shock. Originally, he thought he would have to struggle with the purple cloud thunder tribulation for a while.
After all, this thunder tribulation was indeed extraordinary. But unexpectedly, the moment the holy might descended from the purple cloud thunder tribulation, the divine passage he just comprehended actively surged. The universe's power began to operate on its own, directly expelling all forces that did not belong to this realm. Suyu quietly experienced the feeling just now. This divine passage of his had an extremely special effect. Once activated, it could eliminate all external forces. As an outsider, the Great Thunder Punishment was the first to be expelled from the Azure Green Realm. If Suyu had hesitated even a moment longer, those like Su Jiuge and Yifeng, who were from the Upper Realm, would have also been directly expelled from the Azure Green Realm. Only this divine passage would not affect himself. Otherwise, Suyu would probably find himself thrown back to the Imperial Clan Su family the moment he regained his senses. What an unreasonable outcome. Suyu smirked, suddenly having an idea. If I can cultivate my inner world to the point of external release, and then combine it with the cosmic Jinkuan, wouldn't that form an absolute defense? At that time, any attack will be considered external force, forcibly repelled from the inner world by divine powers. Once the thought opened up, countless methods of applying divine powers surged in Suyu's mind. I have to say, the cosmic Jinkuan is indeed an incredibly dominating divine power. Good stuff. The more he thought about it, the more his eyes sparkled. In the future, if I encounter a formidable enemy, activating this divine power would be unbelievably satisfying. What's going on? Suddenly, Suyu's brow furrowed as he looked up at the sky, a strange expression on his face. In the depths of the sky, a stream of crystalline lightning liquid slowly descended. Each droplet of this lightning liquid seemed to contain endless truths of the universe, with mysterious runes faintly appearing. This lightning liquid didn't spread out in all directions, but instead gathered above Suyu's head, eventually forming a small lightning pool. Splash! As Suyu absorbed these droplets, stars gradually appeared in his inner world, shining brilliantly. Is this the benefit of overcoming the purple sky lightning tribulation? Yifeng murmured, his eyes filled with envy. These droplets not only had a strong body tempering effect but, more importantly, they contained the truths of the universe, greatly benefiting future cultivation. However, after solidifying his cultivation, Suyu stopped absorbing the lightning liquid. He could not continue to improve in a short period, otherwise, there would be a risk of an unstable foundation. So, Suyu waved his hand, turning the remaining small portion of lightning liquid into a shower of light. The entire Su family was enveloped in this rain. Everyone's physical strength, cultivation, and other aspects received a tremendous boost. Even Su Jiuge used the lightning liquid to heal some hidden injuries in his body. Thank you for the young master's gift. Young master is truly a celestial being. The members of the Su family all knelt on the ground, bowing in gratitude. Su Hansan wore a proud smile, raising such a son was worth it. In the following days, Suyu fell into a brief silence, comprehending the divine power while also guiding the disciples of the Su family in their training. Yifeng was assigned the position of elder in the martial arts hall, responsible for teaching the younger generation of the Su family combat skills. Both the Su family and Suyu had made significant progress in a short time and needed to pause to digest their gains. However, as the saying goes, when the tree wishes to be still, the wind does not stop. Just as Suyu was calming down, an unexpected piece of news spread throughout the entire Qingcheng. What did you say? The ancestor of the Xiantian sect has arrived? In the Su residence, Su Hansan suddenly opened his eyes, a surge of killing intent bursting forth. During this time, the Su family had nearly emptied their nest, continuously swallowing nearby forces. In this momentum, it was good enough that the Su family wasn't looking for trouble with the Xiantian sect. How dare they take the initiative to attack? Isn't that seeking death? Chapter 44, What is a jumping clown? Hand over Suyu, or the city will be destroyed. Outside Qingcheng, dark clouds rolled in, black mist pressing down on the city. The ancestor of the Xiantian sect, Xian Mingji, surrounded the entire Qingcheng with thousands of sect experts and tens of thousands of demon beasts. Beside him was a young man with a feminine appearance, holding a folding fan, smiling scornfully as he looked at Qingcheng. It's just a native city, is it necessary to make such a big deal? Xian Mingji frowned and cupped his hands, saying, Young Master Li, do not underestimate the Su family. My disciple Xian Yuzuan was a being of divine power, and he quietly perished here a month ago. I observed from a distance that the Su family actually had a ruler from the upper realm assisting them, so I forcefully endured, just to capture them today. Li Shaoqing snorted coldly, what can an upper realm ruler do? You ignorant natives are truly foolish. Only a mere divine palace realm ruler. What could scare you like this? Xuan Mingji's face turned red, filled with extreme anger in his heart. But thinking of the other party's background, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head, saying, this old man naturally does not have the courage to question young Master Li. Li Shaoqing glanced at Xuan Mingji lightly, then waved his hand, saying, Alright, since we're here, let's get straight to it. Remember not to forget what you promised this young master. I will follow young Master Li's orders. Xuan Mingji bowed and retreated. The next moment. Booming.
Firelight filled the sky, turning into raging flames that engulfed Cheng City.
The members of the Xuantiangong flew into the air. Kill.
The ancestor of Xuantiangong charged towards Cheng City, his arm reaching out in front of him.
Suddenly,
endless thunder and fire rained down from the sky, converging into a thick bolt of lightning that struck fiercely on the city defense formation of Cheng City.
Crack.
The city defense formation shook violently, as if it was about to shatter.
Immediately after.
Swish, swish, swish. A dense rain of arrows pierced through the air, breaking through layers of defenses and striking the formation, causing it to tremble once again, the surface revealing strands of fine cracks.
What a bunch of useless trash, can't even break a city defense formation.
Seeing this, Li Shaoqing's face was filled with disdain. If it weren't for the rumored inheritance of the Eternal Emperor, he wouldn't even set foot in such a remote and wild place as the Sanqing realm.
Damn it! Open for me.
Seeing the city defense formation on the verge of collapse, the ancestor of Xuantiangong looked extremely ugly. He pointed out, and a massive force instantly shattered the city defense formation, completely blowing it apart.
Whoosh! Wild wind rushed in. Dust filled the air. Inside Cheng City, countless houses were destroyed and burning, wails echoed everywhere. Ha ha! Su family, you killed my disciple, slaughtered my grandson, did you ever think of today?
Xuan Mingji laughed wildly, then his gaze turned cold, staring at the fleeing commoners, roaring, "Mortal ants, kill them all.
Leave none alive." In an instant,
a sea of monsters and cultivators pounced towards the commoners, engaging in a crazy massacre.
Li Shaoqing stood at the back, hands behind his back, looking at the sky.
I wonder how to obtain the qualification for the inheritance of the Eternal Emperor. He muttered to himself, his gaze icy. At worst, I'll wipe out all living beings in this realm and search slowly.
Boom! Suddenly, the sky exploded, sword lights flashing. Endless majesty descended from the heavens above.
Following that, a cold light tore through the void and descended. Swish! The sword light swept across, blood spattering. Countless heads soared into the sky. Xuan Mingji's sinister smile abruptly stopped, turning in shock to see Su Hansan charging with a sword, killing one with each step.
In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Xuantiangong cultivators were slain. Xuantiangong? My Su family didn't even seek you out, and you dared to come looking for trouble?
Su Hanshan's eyes glinted fiercely, his body covered in blood, like a god of slaughter. Kill! 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 Su Hansan roared repeatedly, every swing of his long sword resulted in a life falling.
Ah! Don't, save me! The miserable cries echoed.
How dare the Su family appear before me, you are truly seeking death.
Xuan Mingji's face turned ashen.
Just as he was about to make a move to kill Su Hansan himself, he felt a vast aura emanating from inside Cheng City.
Then, boom! An image of a giant dragon appeared out of nowhere, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens.
Yi Feng moved at incredible speed, operating the true dragon battle technique, transforming into a shooting star cutting through the sky.
Bang 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 bang!
Dragon claws descended, hundreds of cultivators along with countless monsters were smashed into meat patties.
Who dares meddle in Xuantiangong's affairs? Are you tired of living?
Xuan Mingji's eyes burned with fury, his figure suddenly disappearing from the spot. What thing dares to offend the Su family? Die! Yi Feng's gaze hardened, spiritual power surged within him, and he threw a punch, terrifying energy crashing in all directions.
Bang!
Xuan Mingji, in a disgraceful state, crashed into a towering tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking up in horror.
You, who are you? Why do you aid the Su family? He didn't recognize Yi Feng at all, but the other party's power filled him with dread. Although they were both in the divine ability realm.
But this young man could easily crush himself.
Moreover, the battle technique he displayed was extremely terrifying, almost like nothing from the Azure Blue realm could produce. Could it be that this person also came from the upper realm?
Ha! Yi Feng sneered, the dead do not deserve to know the truth. Before his voice fell, he rushed toward Xuan Mingji again, activating the true dragon battle technique to its limit, sweeping his dragon tail and creating a wave of blood.
Stop!
At that moment, Li Shaoqing suddenly moved. His right hand gestured slightly, and flames filled the sky, rapidly gathering into a red long spear, piercing straight towards Yi Feng's chest.
Whoosh! The spear tip pierced through the void, its speed beyond imagination.
Humph! Yi Feng's expression was cold as he stomped down hard, his body rising 3 inches to dodge the attack. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands, flicking his fingers. A dragon-shaped sword light howled out, swelling in the wind and instantly transforming into a 1,000-foot giant dragon, crashing towards Li Shaoqing with unbeatable intent. Li Shaoqing's face suddenly changed drastically, hurriedly trying to dodge, but unfortunately, he was still grazed by the giant dragon on his shoulder. Puff! His clothes were torn, a half section of the sleeve ripped open, revealing his pale white skin. Hiss! Li Shaoqing gasped in disbelief, looking at the person before him. Even in the divine ability realm, how could you injure this young master? Could it be you also come from the upper realm? Li Shaoqing's gaze darkened. Though it was just a skirmish, it was clear that Yifeng on the opposite side already possessed the ability to threaten his life. Meeting an enemy from the upper realm here undoubtedly made him very cautious. What? Do you want to find a backer? Yifeng stood proud in the void, looking down at Li Shaoqing with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. This person was inferior to him by more than a few levels, let alone compared to Suyu. Although he had severed ties with the Yi family now. But to say finding a backer, who could be a greater backer than Suyu? So, Yifeng was not afraid at all. Humph. Li Shaoqing sneered, I am the third prince of the Biling Li family. What power do you belong to? Li family? Never heard of it. Yifeng raised an eyebrow, your level is too low, you have not qualified to see this young master die. Having said that, he charged towards Li Shaoqing again. Damn. You'll see. Li Shaoqing roared in anger, turning to leave. However, at that moment, the situation suddenly changed. Outside Xinchang, dark clouds rolled, and a huge battleship came sailing in from the depths of darkness, its flag displaying the two big characters Biling. Who dares to move my family's third young master? Chapter 45, Wrong? No, you are just going to die. On the deck of the battleship stood a middle-aged man, clad in heavy armor, holding a long spear, exuding a strong murderous aura, obviously a divine mansion realm cultivator. The battleship of the Biling Li family. Xian Mingji was overjoyed. Originally, he thought he would return empty-handed, but unexpectedly, reinforcements came so quickly. Seeing this, Li Shaoqing also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since coming to this realm a few days ago, he had directly dispersed his companions to subdue nearby indigenous forces, just to quickly find the legacy of the Eternal Emperor. After all, the local natives must be very familiar with this realm. In his view, there couldn't be a threat to him in the Azure Blue realm. But reality had heavily slapped him in the face. In a mere Xinchang of the eastern wilds, a Yifeng had emerged. If not for the timely arrival of the protector Li Daoyan, he would have been in danger. Uncle Li, you came just in time, crush this place for me. Li Shaoqing said with cold eyes. Li Daoyan nodded with a smile, of course, mere savages dare to offend the young master, 10,000 deaths are not enough to atone. As soon as he finished speaking, countless black-armored warriors rushed down from the battleship. Among them were several holding bows and crossbows, aiming down at Xinchang to shoot, the sound of arrows cutting through the air filled the space. Boom! Boom! The entire world began to tremble. The already breached city walls were directly blown to pieces, leaving not a trace. Li Daoyan nodded in satisfaction, and then scanned around, suddenly frowning, his gaze fixed on Yifeng's face. Yifeng? Buried in the dust, Yi family, Yifeng? Hearing Li Daoyan's exclamation, Li Shaoqing's heart sank, and he quickly asked, buried in the dust, Yi family? Could it be that sacred clan? Li Daoyan nodded and then smiled, young master need not panic, the buried in the dust, Yi family has announced a month ago that Yifeng has been expelled from the Yi family. Furthermore, they issued a bounty, anyone who brings Yifeng's complete corpse to the Yi family will receive a generous reward. Upon hearing this, Li Shaoqing immediately burst into laughter, a mocking expression appearing on his face. You startled this young master, turns out this fellow is no longer related to the Yi family. When he first heard the name of the buried in the dust, Yi family, Li Daoyan almost lost his balance and fell. That was the Yi family, a sacred clan with powerful great saint-level figures. However, this shock had now turned into joy. Then, Li Shaoqing's gaze darkened as he stared below, his killing intent boiling as he said, Uncle Li, since he no longer belongs to the Yi family, let him keep his complete corpse, we will take it for the reward. Li Daoyan smiled faintly and nodded, of course. Hearing their conversation, Yifeng felt a strange sadness rise in his heart. The Yi family not only expelled him from the family but also issued a bounty? Were they so eager to cut ties with him? Yifeng took a deep breath. Well then, with this, when he breaks into the Yi family in the future, he wouldn't feel any guilt, right? A stray dog, still not coming to accept death? Li Daoyan showed an excited expression, he never expected that this trip to the lower realm would yield unexpected gains. After all, the Yi family had offered a hefty price to reclaim Yifeng's body. Booming. At this moment, Li Daoyan's eyes were only on Yifeng. He maneuvered the battleship beneath his feet, heading straight towards Yifeng. Meanwhile, dozens of war chariots charged forward, riders brandishing spears and galloping like a tide. Little beast, today I shall send you on your way. Li Daoyan grinned savagely as he thrust his spear forward. Swish! A dazzling silver light tore through the void, about to pierce Yifeng's heart. Facing this extremely fierce attack, Yifeng remained calm and unhurried, slowly turning to kneel on one knee. He said softly, "This subordinate is incompetent, I ask young master to punish me." Hearing this, Li Shaoqing showed disdain. What use is kneeling now? Don't think that begging for mercy. Boom! A brilliant, blazing fire descended, instantly turning that spear into ashes. How dare you? Is young Master Su's person someone you can touch? Hong Lian, controlling the pure world fire lotus, crossed through the void. Her beautiful eyes stared angrily at Li Daoyan and the others. What are you? How dare you call yourself young master? Sensing the intense heat, Li Daoyan's expression changed slightly, and he halted the battleship. At this moment, Li Shaoqing frowned tightly. What was happening? This woman's words felt so familiar. Were they not the very words Li Daoyan had just spoken? This senior, why do you protect Yifeng? Do you not know that the Yi family has expelled him? Li Shaoqing said solemnly. Li Daoyan fell silent. He felt that Hong Lian's face looked very familiar, but for a moment he couldn't recall who she was. Hong Lian chuckled. What is the Yi family? Haven't you heard me say, he is now under young Master Su? After saying this, Yifeng lifted his head to gaze at Li Shaoqing and the others, coldly stating, Yi family, do not mention it again, I will surely exterminate it in the future. Ha ha ha. I thought who it was, turns out it is another stray dog. Li Daoyan stared at Hong Lian, finally recalling her identity, just a fish that slipped through the net of the heavenly demon sect. What a worthless young Master Su, daring to behave wildly in front of my Li family. Saying this, he fiercely waved his arm and shouted, everyone, listen. Stubborn. Li Shaoqing had a wicked smile, watching the beautiful face of Hong Lian. Soon, I will see if your mouth can stay stubborn. As he spoke, countless black-armored warhorses had already stormed into Qingchang. Yet, the battle cries that filled the sky suddenly vanished as they reached deep inside Qingcheng, as if sinking into the sea. Li Daoyan sharply noticed this and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Could it be that this Hong Lian demon lord has helpers? Step step. Clear footsteps echoed from the inside of Qingcheng. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. He held a dark red long sword, with sword-like brows, starry eyes, and a face like a chiseled knife, exuding an icy cold aura as if he were a grim reaper crawling out from the abyss, striking fear in anyone who looked at him. Good, your blood is just right for feeding the sword. Suyu's mouth curled into a faint smile, but his eyes were filled with endless iciness. Fortunately, your helper is just at the divine power stage. Li Daoyan sighed in relief upon seeing Suyu's rank. He thought that Hong Lian's helper was also at the divine mansion stage. If that were true, things would indeed become troublesome. Su family's brat. You've finally shown up. At the sight of Suyu, Xuan Mingji laughed loudly, his eyes filled with flames of hatred, grinding his teeth in a roar. Li Shao, kill him, and take revenge for me. It's because of this little beast that my disciple and grandson died. However, Suyu didn't even glance at him, walking straight ahead to help Yifeng up. Not dead, right? Yifeng smiled, thank you for your concern, just some surface wounds. Loyalty of the destined son Yifeng increased, villain value plus 20,000. Humph. Just an extra divine power stage small fry, do you really think you can win? Li Daoyan snorted coldly. But soon, with a graceful figure appearing behind Suyu. Li Daoyan's pupils shrank, his whole body stiffened, disbelief written all over his face. N9 Nether Demon Saint? He cried out in a daze, his head buzzing. Though he had never seen Su Jiuge, he had seen her portrait. At this moment, the black-robed woman who appeared behind Suyu was actually the demon guardian of the supreme imperial clan Su family, Su Jiuge. It was said that this demon guardian was an abandoned child of the demon clan, raised by the Su family, with immense power and a cold, ruthless nature. Once she set her sights on someone, there would be no escape. How could she appear here? Could it be that? Young master, do you need me to make a move? Su Jiuge quietly asked. Upon hearing this, Li Daoyan felt a chill run down his spine, boundless fear rising in his heart. He guessed right. The person in front of Su Jiuge was indeed the Su family's imperial son. Thud. Li Daoyan disregarded the endless karmic fire from Hong Lian and kneeled in front of Suyu. His skin was burned, cracking loudly, even giving off a burnt smell. Young Master Su, spare my life. Young Master Su, forgive me. I only came to capture the abandoned son of the Yi family, Yifeng. I have no grudges with you, please, young Master Su, see clearly. Thud thud thud. Around them, the black-armored warhorses, including Li Shaoqing, all knelt down at once. Their faces were filled with fear, trembling in panic. Li Shaoqing even soiled his pants in fright. The Su family, the imperial son. What terrifying words were these? Damn it, how could this lower realm be so terrifying? Abandoned son of the Yi family? Suyu slightly shook his head. Now, he is just my subordinate, having nothing to do with the Yi family.
Upon hearing this, both Li Daoyan and Li Shaoqing were dumbfounded.
They exchanged fearful glances, filled with dread. "We didn't know this loss. This Yifeng is already taken under your wing. We have been rude, please forgive us."
Li Daoyan kept wiping sweat, bowing his head to beg for mercy.
On the other side, Li Shaoqing quickly kneeled down, trembling as he said, please spare young Master Su's life.
"We didn't know Yifeng was your man, otherwise, even with 1,000 lives, we wouldn't dare to touch him."
Suyu smirked sarcastically, coldly looking at Li Shaoqing. "You were quite arrogant just now, not only wanting to kill my person but also planning to break the city.
Are you going to destroy the Su family? And also, you called me a lowly fish?" At first, these two were arrogant and overbearing, feeling invincible. But when they saw Suyu's real identity, where was their arrogance now? "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We have offended young Master Su," Li Daoyan said in panic. "We were wrong, we were so wrong."
Li Shaoqing lowered his head, his voice becoming even more humble. Suyu shook his head slightly. "You don't realize your mistake, you just know you are going to die." As soon as the words fell, Suyu casually tossed the god-burying sword. World Strangulation.
In an instant, the god-burying sword transformed into millions, gathering into 4 sacred beast forms in midair.
They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise.
The 4 beasts separated, each suppressing the 4 poles.
Gradually, the shape of a world slowly unfolded. This was a world made purely of sword energy, sharp and overwhelming, filling the air and making Li Daoyan and Li Shaoqing almost suffocate.
What kind of sword technique is this? Is it truly something that can be used by someone in the divine realm? Crack!
Then, a sword cry resounded through the sky. The sword energy world crushed the heavens, sweeping down with a destructive force. Li Shaoqing stared wide-eyed, showing horror and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do to escape.
Boom! A huge sound exploded.
The void was torn apart, dust whirled, and a vast wave of energy spread out. Li Shaoqing was completely annihilated, turned into nothingness by the sword energy world.
Third young master.
Li Daoyan cried out in despair, his eyes turning red as he looked at Suyu. All of this came too suddenly. He never imagined that in a mere barbarian world, an imperial son would appear. If he had a chance to start over, he would never step close to the Tsangqing realm in this life. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world.
I will fight you to the death.
Li Daoyan roared, his spiritual power surging wildly as he attacked Suyu. After all, he was going to die anyway, so he might as well see if he could trade one life for another. Even if he could injure the Su family imperial son, it wouldn't be a loss.
A firefly dares to compete with the bright moon? Suyu sneered. Reversal. He pointed with his hand.
Suddenly, the sword energy world rapidly collapsed into a point.
Endless sword energy was all condensed into a tiny black hole. But this black hole gave off an extremely dangerous aura, causing Li Daoyan to feel a chill down his spine and a deadly thrill surge inside him. Bang!
A huge suction force came, pulling the spiritual power within Li Daoyan's body like a tide, finally dispersing his countless rays of light.
Ah!
Li Daoyan screamed in pain.
He felt his spiritual sea shake, his veins snap.
This was the spiritual power of the peak of the Divine Palace realm. Yet before this move, he had no power to resist.
However, this was just the beginning.
As the black hole expanded further, the suction power grew terrifying. Soon, it swallowed the Li family worship along with all the war mounts, grinding them to dust.
No!
Li Daoyan screamed in despair, but nothing could change the predetermined outcome. Before long, outside the Xinjiang was completely cleared, there was not even a piece of grass left, all swallowed by the sword energy black hole. The Su family members were all dumbfounded, staring at this scene, speculating about Suyu's true strength at this moment.
In an instant kill against the Divine Palace realm, could his limit be not the Holy Realm?
Jiuge narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on that sword energy black hole.
The combination of time and space laws?
The young master has actually reached this point.
Release! Suyu pressed his hands together and shouted. However, that sword energy black hole showed no response, still continuously swallowing everything around it.
Suyu gave an awkward smile, looking at Jiuge. Sister Jiuge, I'm still not very skilled with this move. Hearing this, Jiuge smiled lightly. The young master need not worry, your years of cultivation are still short, and you haven't had enough time to slowly comprehend the sword technique. In the future, when your strength increases and your control over the laws strengthens, and you refine it further, this sword energy world,
it will surely shake the upper realm with fame. After saying this, Jiuge raised his hand to disperse the dark hole of sword energy.
The sword of the god of burial slowly fell to the ground. After devouring the members of the Li family, the dark red sword body became even more enchanting, as if it would come to life at any moment.
What Sister Jiuge said makes sense. Hearing this, Suyu nodded.
This move, World Strangle, was a killing move he realized after comprehending his own powers and the laws of time and space, and its power was terrifying. Under the Sage level, it could almost kill in seconds. Unless encountering a force of laws that matched the level of time and space. After retrieving the sword of the god of burial, Xuyu gently tapped the sword body. Immediately, a fragment of divine soul slowly emerged. This was a fragment of Li Shaoqing's memory. Anyone slain by the sword of the god of burial would have their soul devoured, with no chance of return. Therefore, extracting memories was a simple task. So that's how it is. The emergence of the ancient emperor's inheritance in the Xingqing realm has already spread in a small range in the upper realm? Suyu's eyes flickered. Without thinking, he knew who spread this news. Just wait. I will settle this score with you once I enter the inheritance site. At that moment, a mysterious person in the ancient emperor's inheritance site suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? Suyu turned and walked into the city, murmuring. The arrival of people from the upper realm is not necessarily a bad thing, I just hope more lucky people come. If too few come, it won't be enough to reap. Chapter 47, Where do you want to go? Suyu slowly descended from the sky. His gaze swept across Qing City. After the remnants of the Xiantian sect made such a ruckus, the already dilapidated houses outside Qing City had completely collapsed, leaving behind a vast amount of ruins. I intended to gradually unify the Xingqing realm, but since you all are so eager to court death, then I cannot be blamed. After saying this, Suyu called Humiliating and Yifeng to come forward and instructed, later, you two go inform all major forces in the Xingqing realm. Within 3 days, if they do not submit to the Su family, they will be punished. Also, let them send envoys to meet me. Upon hearing this, both of them showed a change of expression. Young master? Could it be that you plan to? Yifeng's heart stirred, he seemed to understand something. Suyu smiled and nodded, exactly. 3 days later, the Su family will declare war on the entire Xingqing realm. At that time, there will be only one voice in this realm. Little Yu, won't this be a bit too fast? Su Hanshan's breathing became rapid, and his heart raced. To dominate the Xingqing realm. Such a thing, he had only dared to dream about before. Even when Suyu previously said he would lead the Su family to glory, he hadn't felt such a strong sense of it. Suyu shook his head slightly, Father, it's not that I am in a hurry, it's that others are too eager. Suyu pointed to the fragments of the Li family's worship and coldly said, Look, even just any random cat or dog dares to bully us. If I hadn't been in Qing City today, what would have happened? Upon hearing this, Su Hanshan felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, if those people had come a few days earlier, Suyu, Honglian, and Su Jiuge would not have been in Qing City. The highest combat power in the city would only be Su Hanshan at the spirit opening realm. At that time, the entire Qing City and the Su family would probably have been directly flattened, right? Looking at the ruins in front of him and then at the giant pit in flames in the distance. A sense of pride suddenly surged in Su Hanshan's heart. With such a son, what's so difficult about ruling nearly a realm? Taking a deep breath, he solemnly said, Little Yu, the ancestor of the Xiantian sect is dead, the eastern wilderness is now in our Su family's hands. So today, let's give those fallen dogs a beating, and then without hesitation, directly charge into the Xiantian sect to raid their home. After annihilating the Xiantian sect, we will also destroy the Dragon Light dynasty. Su Hanshan seemed extremely excited, as if he had returned to the age when he was flamboyant and mighty. Father has great insight. Suyu smiled slightly, looking into the distance, his eyes thoughtful. It seemed like it was time to go out for a walk. A moment later. After arranging the matters of the Su residence, Suyu and his party headed straight for the Xiantian sect. Meanwhile, outside the Xiantian sect, a woman in black stood in the air. She had a tall and graceful figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face, exuding a sense of coldness all around her. Li Shaoqing is dead. Mu Qianxue narrowed her eyes slightly and calmly revealed a shocking piece of news. What? How could Li Shao have fallen in this realm? Impossible. He was protected by a god's realm guardian, how could it be? Fairy Qianxue, is this true? Outside Xiantian sect, several extraordinary young men questioned. They all came from the upper realm in search of opportunities, with the leader being Wang Daojun, the direct descendant of the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Daojun's expression was calm, he did not join the discussion but stared intently in one direction. Mu Qianxue snorted coldly, her tone chilling as she said, Li Shaoqing's life token shattered at the same time as that of his guardian. Is there any doubt? Could there be other secrets in this realm? Perhaps it was another family's genius who set up an ambush to kill Li Shaoqing? Everyone frowned. They had thought that such a small place as the Xingqing realm wouldn't have any dangers. But now it seemed that the dangers here were no less than those of some ancient forbidden places. They all came from second-rate families or sects in the upper realm, originally wanting to try their luck, but unexpectedly.
At this moment, Wang Daojun suddenly turned around and walked away from Xiantian's sect without looking back. Hey! Mu Qianxue raised an eyebrow and asked, Brother Wan, where are you going? Wang Daojun did not stop, nor did he look back, indifferently saying, our fate has ended. Take care everyone. Hey, are you just leaving? Aren't we going to cooperate? Brother Wang, wait for us. A few people's faces changed, they hurried to catch up. But no matter how fast they ran, the distance to Wang Daojun only grew larger, and in the end, they could only watch him disappear. Do you think Brother Wang has calculated something in advance, which is why he left so quickly? Someone speculated. The Wang family had a close relationship with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion in the Upper Realm, and Wang Daojun was regarded as the successor of this generation of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Such an unusual action could very well mean he had foreseen a crisis and decisively retreated. For a moment, everyone felt a chill down their spine. Li Shaoqing died silently outside, along with Wang Daojun's indifferent escape. Could it be that the entity that harmed Li Shaoqing would continue to target them? What should we do now? Should we continue cooperating with Xiantian's sect, or? Everyone's faces showed panic, momentarily hesitant. Mu Qianxue clenched her fist tightly, gritting her teeth as she shouted, First, let's retreat from the eastern wilderness. It's too strange here. We should take control of the other areas of the Tsanqing realm and explore step by step. Okay. Everyone glanced at each other and ultimately agreed. Let's go. Go? Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a sinister voice suddenly echoed in the void. Then, a figure stepped through the air, blocking everyone's path. Everyone looked up. It was a young man dressed in white, handsome in appearance. He wore a smile, holding a folding fan, his lips curled into a sinister arc that made one's heart tremble. And beside him were two stunning beauties accompanying him. Chapter 48, how could he just say exterminate the clan and do it? Who are you? Mu Qianxue's delicate brows immediately stood up. Suyu shrugged slightly, why do you care who I am? If you know what's good for you, just surrender quietly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Arrogant. A mere indigenous person in the divine ability realm dares to speak so wildly. The crowd angrily rebuked. Mu Qianxue also revealed a cold look. As a fellow woman, Su Jiugao and Honglian's aura suppressed her, making her feel extremely displeased. A good dog doesn't block the way. While we don't have time to deal with you, just retreat quickly. Suyu smiled but said nothing, seeming not to care about Mu Qianxue's rudeness, only observing the light curtain before him with great interest. Detected the appearance of a great fortune user around the host. Name, Mu Qianxue. Cultivation, minor success in divine ability realm. Physique, extremely cold sacred body, but. Remarks, a young lady from the Mu family in the upper realm, but since childhood, she has been lost outside. Suffering every hardship in the world. Later, I was found by the Mu family and brought back, yet I was suppressed in the clan, only because my parents favored my sister more. Hearing that the legendary Great Emperor's inheritance appeared in the lower realm, I took the excuse to leave the Mu family and came to the Azure Blue realm. Interesting. Suyu murmured, intrigued by this newly emerged destined daughter. Submit to me, and I can make the Mu family regret it, how about that? Submit? Just because of you? Mu Qianxue's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. You know I come from the Mu family, yet you dare to say such words, truly reckless. Her identity was noble, how could she willingly accept being beneath others? Moreover, Suyu's strength was too low, he was just a native from the lower realm. He really thought too highly of himself, wanting to make her a servant? What a pipe dream. Kid, are you dreaming? Exactly, how could someone of Qianxue's stature ever be touched by you? If your words reached the higher realm, the entire Azure Blue realm would be buried with you. The people around Mu Qianxue were filled with righteous indignation. They usually treated Mu Qianxue as a treasure, how could they tolerate others insulting her? Though Mu Qianxue was stunningly beautiful, her pride and cold nature had rejected many suitors, showing little interest even in a glance, which left countless talented young men troubled. Even the Taoist from the Wang family received no favorable treatment from Mu Qianxue. Ha ha ha. So that means no, huh? Suyu shook his head and sighed softly. This young master never likes to force others, but there are always some who like being forced, don't you think? Suyu winked at Hong Lian. Hong Lian's face blushed, rolling her eyes in response. Young master is annoying. Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed heartily. Then, he raised his right arm, slowly clenching his 5 crystal-clear fingers into a fist. Rumble. A terrifying force erupted instantly, sweeping the entire arena like a collapsing mountain. Crack, crack. The space trembled and twisted, the ground cracked open with fissures, rocks flying and dust rising within a few dozen feet. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces, stunned in place. A tremendous pressure descended, making them stiff all over, their very souls trembling. How is this possible? Mu Qianxue was shocked and pale. Such power had completely exceeded her understanding. Could it be that the person before her was not just a native from the lower realm? That's right, those from the lower realm were inherently lacking, typically 2 ranks weaker than the higher realm's cultivators of the same level. How could someone like Suyu be so terrifying? Don't kill me. Heavens! Is this aura really from a divine power realm? Could it be he killed Li Shaoqing? This is over. I should have run away with Wang Daojun. At this moment, everyone felt regret, their insides turning green with remorse. This is boring, and you are already scared? Suyu glanced at everyone indifferently, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Some people just don't shed tears until they see their coffins. Please let us go. Voices pleading for mercy rang out as they knelt down in desperation. These were once the proud young elites from the higher realm, but after Suyu showed just a glimpse of his power, they were terrified and begging for mercy one by one. Only Mu Qianxue stood her ground, her beautiful face darkening, her chest heaving violently. May I ask where you are from, brother? Why are you calling me brother now? Didn't you just call me a native? Suyu smiled, neither laughing nor scowling. Yin Yang destined daughter, making her embarrassed, villain points plus 3,000. Mu Qianxue's face flushed, but she did not retort. Instead, she shifted the topic directly. You came to the Azure Blue Realm, could it be for the great emperor's inheritance? Who said I came from the higher realm? Suyu still smiled. You are a native of the Azure Blue Realm? Mu Qianxue asked in surprise. Hearing Suyu's words, the others' expression shifted, and some even stood up, watching Suyu with a teasing stare. Suyu remained unfazed. Anyway, I am different from you. Once she received a confirmed answer, Mu Qianxue sighed with relief, but her gaze flashed. Since you are not from the higher realm, then. Just another native with no background. Since that's the case, why don't you hurry up and leave? Some people immediately shouted arrogantly, giving orders with an air of superiority. One person even showed a greedy expression, glaring at Suyu and scolding. A person from the lower realm has such power. Could it be that he has obtained some kind of opportunity? If you're smart, hand it over quickly. Otherwise, your entire family will be destroyed. Interesting. Suyu raised an eyebrow lightly. It had been a long time since he had heard someone threaten to destroy his entire family. The last person who did that, it seemed his entire family had been destroyed, right? Bang! An invisible fist imprint suddenly struck out. You dare! Ah! Everyone stared, and they saw that the person who had just been the most arrogant now had his teeth completely knocked out, his face a bloody mess. It was the person who had been shouting the loudest. Ah! You dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? The person screamed in agony, his appearance extremely miserable. Hiss! The others all sucked in a cold breath. This is too brutal. Without a word, a heavy punch was thrown. How pitiful. Didn't your mother tell you who your father is? Suyu lightly tapped his folding fan, his expression playful. Everyone fell into silence. Good heavens, this person not only has great power, but his mouth is also not to be underestimated. Damn it! You dare insult the Bai family. Kid, you're in big trouble. Our Bai family is extremely influential in the western region of the Upper Realm. Even if you run today, you will face our Bai family's insane revenge. If you surrender obediently, I can plead for you, and leave you with a complete corpse. Bai Yuntian clutched his chest, shouting viciously. Suyu laughed dumbly and shook his head. He turned around and looked at Su Jiugao, saying calmly, Sister Jiugao, have the brothers from the Demon Guard handle it. Destroy the Bai family and bring me his father's head. Su Jiugao nodded slightly, as ordered. Young master is as merciful as always. Upon hearing this exchange, Mu Qianxue and the others exchanged looks. Who are these two? They dared to speak so arrogantly, threatening to destroy the Bai family. Moreover, they spoke of exterminating an entire family, and they still call this mercy? What they didn't know was that once the Demon Guard moved, not even a blade of grass would survive. Let alone an entire family, even those with distant relations would be killed. As Su Jiugao infused a spell into the token. In the next moment, a brilliant column of light shot up into the sky, disappearing after entering the clouds. Bai Yuntian, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, now suddenly seemed a bit panicked. Beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on his forehead. He had only threatened to destroy Suyu's entire family verbally. But he never expected that the person in front of him was serious about destroying his entire family. Wasn't he supposed to be from the lower realm? Kid, stop pretending, the Bai family is not something you can destroy just by saying it. Saying this, Bai Yuntian took out a mirror that could communicate across realms.
This mirror had two sides and could ignore the barriers of time and space, receiving images from the upper realm while being in the lower realm. Humph. I'll inform my father now, just wait. Ha! As soon as Bai Yuntian held the mirror to his eyes, all he saw was a scene filled with blood. The Bai family head, his father Bai Jinyue, was supposed to appear, but at this moment, only a severed corpse was visible, and his head was missing.
Didn't you ask me if I knew who your father was?
Well, I found your father for you.
Bai Yuntian trembled and turned his head. He saw Suyu watching him with a half-smile. In Suyu's hand, he was holding his father's head. Chapter 49, You are actually an imperial son?
Plop. Bai Yuntian's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, nearly fainting.
It's over, everything is over.
Not only was this person unbelievably strong, but his background was also terrifying. He only mentioned something casually, and his entire family was destroyed. Even his father's head could cross the realm wall and appear directly in this person's hands.
You, who exactly are you? My surname is Su.
Suyu shrugged his shoulders, replying leisurely, then casually threw the head into Bai Yuntian's arms.
Su. Su. The Su family. The Supreme Imperial Family, the Su family?
That's right, he just mentioned the Demon Guard. It must have been the Su family's Demon Guard that destroyed the Bai family. Upon hearing this, everyone present was deeply moved.
The rumored existence has truly arrived. You must know that the Bai family is a second-rate power in the western region of the Upper Realm. And ranked quite high at that. Now they've been easily exterminated. This is simply unbelievable. All eyes turned to Suyu, filled with awe and shock. Bai Yuntian's legs went weak, his face turned pale.
In the next moment, his soul shattered, his eyes lifeless.
He was scared to death. TCH, is it really that serious?
You call yourself an upper realm genius, but you're not even as good as the so-called natives in your mouth.
Suyu pointed behind the crowd. The ancestor of Xuantianzan wanted to fight me as soon as he knew my identity. You're not even as good as that old beast. Everyone's faces turned between green and red, eager to retort but unable to speak. After all, with Bai Yuntian's example before them, who would dare provoke him now? Mu Qianxue took a deep breath and said bravely, Mr. Su must have come here to destroy the sect, right?
Her mind was sharp.
Hearing Suyu mention the ancestor of Xuantianzan, she immediately guessed why Suyu was here.
It was definitely because Li Shaoqing and the Xianyin machine offended this Su family prince, so those two along with Li Daoyan died in Xingcheng.
Suyu must be here to root out the problem and utterly destroy Xuantianzan.
Suyu smiled upon hearing this. You're very clever, so I can give you one more chance.
Submit, or die. Mu Qianxue was silent for a moment, and finally slowly lowered her head. Did you really mean it when you said you wanted the Mu family to regret?
Suyu smiled slightly. You are not qualified to negotiate with me now.
Mu Qianxue fell silent. After a moment, she sighed, I will obey your orders, Mr. Su.
Forcing the daughter of destiny to submit, villain points plus 100,000. Those who know the times are wise. Suyu glanced at her coldly. Don't think that submitting to me is a loss, you will understand the benefits in the future. Although Mu Qianxue looked unwilling, Suyu didn't care much. A tightly forced fruit may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst. Anyway, it's better to take it first. Mu Qianxue was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Suyu to act as if he was the one losing out. She might be slightly inferior in appearance compared to the two girls next to him, but she benefited from her youth. Within the young generation of the upper realm, there were not many who were more outstanding than her. If not for Suyu's overwhelming strength, she would never have made such a decision. Alright, don't stand there dazed, since you submitted, do your job well for me. Suyu scanned the upper realm geniuses in front of him, then coldly ordered Mu Qianxue, clear all these waste. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qianxue immediately turned around to walk toward the other geniuses, a fierce light flashing in her beautiful eyes.
Princess Qianxue, what are you going to do? Mu Fairy, you can't kill me. I am an elder of Tianhe sect. If you kill me, Tianhe sect will definitely not let you go. Princess Qianxue, I beg you to spare me.
Feeling the strong killing intent from Mu Qianxue, everyone at the scene began to plead for mercy, their faces frantic.
But Mu Qianxue did not waste a single.
After a brief shock, everyone panicked, frantically fleeing in all directions. Unfortunately, without the protection of their guardians, this group of geniuses had no power to resist in front of Mu Qianxue. With each attack, several people would die. In just a short moment, this group of geniuses was all slaughtered. Young master, your subordinate has not failed the mission. Mu Qianxue, holding the bloodstained frost sword, knelt on one knee before Suyu and spoke respectfully. Suyu slightly nodded, quite satisfied with her performance.
Get up. Hong Lian, change her into clean clothes.
Suyu waved his hand and then spoke to Hong Lian by his side.
Hong Lian responded and immediately changed Mu Qianxue into a fresh white dress, bringing tea for her.
Thank you for the reward, young master. Mu Qianxue took the tea, sipped it, and then raised her eyes to remind him, young master, although these people are dead, their guardians will be returning soon.
When they do. Guardians? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianxue explained, when I descended with them, there were guardians who followed.
In order to quickly locate the inheritance site, the guardians chose to act separately.
Right now, they should be returning soon. Suyu nodded.
This strategy was quite similar to his own plan. Suyu also had the Su family split up, with Yi Feng leading the charge to deliver orders to the major forces in the Cangqing realm. However, these people were unlucky they met him.
It's fine, I even hope they come quickly.
It will be perfect to catch them all in one sweep. Suyu smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. Then, he looked at the majestic mountain range before him. This was the headquarters of the Xiantian sect, a sect known as the unchallenged king of the eastern wilderness region. You've been jumping around for so long, it's time to settle the score. Suyu murmured softly. Before his words faded, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the void beside him.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Immediately, the void trembled as if thunder had exploded.
Then, within the void, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, arriving in an instant. Crack! The void shattered inch by inch, revealing a gap.
Then, the god burial sword embryo slowly emerged. Chapter 50, Breaking the Old Shackles of the Past, Only Now Do I Know Who I Am. Suyu flicked his finger, and the sword embryo shot up into the sky, expanding violently.
In the blink of an eye, the sword embryo grew to a size of 1,000 feet, floating in the void. An intense deathly aura filled the entire world, sending chills down everyone's spine.
This scene made Mu Qianxue's pupils contract, her eyes unable to hide the shock within.
So, the true strength of this man in front of her was so terrifying? Should she say, as expected of the emperor's son? But soon, Mu Qianxue felt a slight confusion. To deal with us, young master didn't even use 1% of his strength. Why does he need to act personally to destroy this small Xiantian sect? Suyu heard Mu Qianxue's murmuring but did not respond.
Instead, he looked at the Xiantian sect in front of him with a complicated expression. He was not unfamiliar with this place. In his memories, the original owner had sneaked into this place countless times, just to see that Liu Xueyan. And this led to Suyu inheriting the original owner's everything, leaving a small fragment of emotional ties in his heart. So, Suyu had to personally sever this cause and effect, only then could his thoughts be clear. Spare our lives.
Senior, spare us.
Please, show mercy and let us go. Inside the Xiantian sect, countless disciples knelt on the ground, trembling all over, kowtowing and crying out to Suyu. Under the pressure of the god burial sword embryo, they couldn't even stand up to flee. They could only wait for death to come in endless fear. Suyu's gaze was indifferent as he slowly stepped forward. Boom! The once lofty mountain gate, now before him, looked extremely laughable. He didn't even need to strike himself. Just releasing a bit of his momentum caused it to shatter and collapse. Roar! Suddenly, the guardian beast of the Xiantian sect let out a roar, charging toward Suyu with red eyes. Young master! No, let him handle it himself. Hong Lian instinctively moved forward but was pulled back by Su Jiuge. This was his past knot. Now, it must be broken by his own hands, or else, in the future, it may give birth to a heart demon, causing endless trouble. Su Jiuge said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Hong Lian had no choice but to retract her breath, obediently standing by Su Jiuge's side, her beautiful eyes always fixed on Suyu's back. She noticed that Suyu seemed to have entered some special state. Is it enlightenment? Or something else? Hong Lian didn't know, but she understood that after today, the already monstrous Suyu would likely become even more terrifying. I remember, there was a time when I was afraid that you would discover me more than once. Suyu's gaze was calm as he allowed the protective beast of the sect to charge at him, not retreating a single step. In the past, when the original master infiltrated Xiantian sect, what he feared the most was being discovered by this big black dog. This creature had a keen nose, a strong body, and if caught, a savage tearing would be inevitable. A month ago, when the original master was fleeing, it was this black dog that chased him, making him look utterly pathetic. Seeing himself in such a miserable state, before the person he deeply loved, caused the original master's soul to become depressed, eventually leading to a hopeless state. Bang! 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 Almost instantly, the protective beast crashed into Suyu. However, it couldn't even wrinkle the corner of Suyu's clothes. Then, everyone saw Suyu's palm lightly fall, and the entire protective beast was slapped into meat paste, blood splattering. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the people of Xiantian sect couldn't help but gasp, as if they were witnessing their own fate. Buzz. Buzz.
As the protective beast died, the last bit of fortune of Xiantian sect slowly dissipated. This signified the sect's fate had come to an end. At this moment, the diagram of extinguishing luck slowly flew out from Su Yu's embrace. Has the fortune been collected enough again? Su Yu's eyes flickered. The diagram of extinguishing luck automatically absorbed the surrounding drifting fortune. Since it swallowed the Liu family's fortune and showed a glimpse of the future last time, the diagram had become active again these days, seemingly accumulating toward a limit. He didn't know if this time it would show another fragment of the future. Su Yu slightly shook his head and ignored it, letting the diagram of extinguishing luck operate on its own. He reached out and summoned. The burial god sword embryo fell from the sky. In an instant, it transformed into thousands of small swords. The thousands of swords sang together, continuously reaping the lives of Xiantian sect disciples. In a short moment, Xiantian sect was already a field of corpses. These two weapons? Mu Qianxue's delicate face turned pale. She suddenly recalled a rumor. It was said that the Su family of the imperial clan originally rose by cultivating the demonic path, and the cultivation methods within the family were known for their ruthlessness. In the era when demonic cultivators were hunted down by everyone, the Su family was like a rat in the upper realm, everyone despised them. But since that sword god who suppressed the world appeared, and the Su family's rise to imperial status, the upper realm's structure had completely changed. People no longer discriminated against demonic cultivators, and even due to their rapid cultivation speed, demonic cultivators became highly sought after. Previously, Mu Qianxue thought this was nonsense. Although the Su family had demonic guards, most of their displayed strength had nothing to do with the demonic path. But now, seeing Su Yu wielding the diagram of extinguishing luck, a demonic artifact, and a sword that devours blood, flesh, and souls. Especially seeing that Su Yu didn't spare any living creature, even shaking eggs until the yolk was spilled, and slicing worms in half. Mu Qianxue believed it. I wonder, is it a blessing or a curse to submit to him? Mu Qianxue looked at Su Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She was very worried that one day, Su Yu might suddenly get hungry and devour her. Phew. Inside the great hall of Xiantian sect's mountain gate, Su Yu looked at the lifeless Xiantian sect, letting out a deep breath as he casually threw the burial god sword embryo. The space suddenly opened its mouth, swallowing it. Instantly, the burial god sword embryo reappeared in Su Yu's internal world. As time passed, he became more and more skilled at using his internal world and the laws of spacetime. Boom! With the last trace of life energy in Xiantian sect extinguishing, the scene fell silent. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flashed in Su Yu's eyes. After breaking through the knot in his heart, his cultivation naturally advanced further. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, minor success in divine power realm. Physique, world body, emperor level, Tai Bai celestial body, supreme level, central annihilation body, supreme level. Innate divine powers, world sword intent universe Qian Koan longevity and immortality innate metal chi virtue subdues all. Villain value, 220000. Breaking the old shackles of the past, today I finally know who I am. Su Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling delighted. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out. Completely destroy the Xiantian sect, villain value plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement, Massacre Maniac. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Void Beast Cub. Oh? Su Yu's eyes lit up. Did he really strike gold twice? Suddenly, a fluffy little beast appeared before him. This little beast resembled a calf, with a pitch-black body, fur legs, and a head that looked part lion and part tiger, appearing incredibly simple-minded. However, its limbs were surprisingly robust, its tail covered in barbs, and its claws sharp. They actually gave me a void beast? Su Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The void beast was among the oldest and most powerful ancient clans of all the heavens and races. Innately possessing the power of the void, its skin was tough and its body resilient, boasting unbeatable defense. Additionally, they had long lifespans and astonishing combat ability. Even among the lists of all the heavens and races, they ranked quite high. And Su Yu's Taishu sword body bore some resemblance to the Void Beast clan. Once, the Su family sought to find a Void Beast to cultivate for Su Yu, but they searched through the heavens and found no trace of one. Who would have thought that he would receive one without any effort now? Moo! The Void Beast affectionately nudged Su Yu with its fluffy head, making a whimpering sound that sounded very joyful. Being a creature that also controlled the laws of space, even without a system, it naturally gravitated toward Su Yu. Moreover, the two would be very complementary together. From now on, I'll call you Little Black. Moo Little Black seemed somewhat dissatisfied. But Su Yu didn't give it the chance to argue. Alright, go play in my world first. Before Little Black could get mischievous again, Su Yu forcibly tossed it into his internal world. The Void Beast would instinctively swallow the surrounding space at every moment, causing the space to become overly stable. In an ordinary world, this would not be a good thing. An overly stabilized space would lose the possibility of progress. But for Su Yu's crude world, this was a great blessing. This would save him a tremendous amount of effort. After settling Little Black, Su Yu slowly rose. He gently stepped down. Boom! The mountain range where the Xintian sect was located abruptly cracked open, as if cleaved by a sword. Below the ground lay the foundation of the Xintian sect, a one great spirit vein. Roar! Oh? Has it already coalesced into a dragon form? No, this is Dragon Qi, the Dragon Light Dynasty. How dare they encroach on my things? Chapter 51, The Woman in the Painting, My Partner? Su Yu's eyes grew cold. Spirit veins and dragon veins, though one word apart, are worlds apart. Spirit veins are natural roots nurtured by heaven and earth, continuously releasing spiritual energy, greatly benefiting cultivators in their practice. On the other hand, dragon veins are the product of cultivation dynasties. Though they serve a similar function to spirit veins, they are highly tied to the dynasty. If cultivators absorb too much dragon qi, they will subtly become subjects of the dynasty. The spirit vein before him had already been stealthily polluted by dragon qi from the Dragon Light Dynasty, nearly transforming completely into a dragon vein. Su Yu glanced at it and immediately discerned that the Dragon Light Dynasty had made their move a month ago. The timing coincided with the deaths of Xuan Yu and Xuan Bubai. How dare they touch my things, they have some guts. Su Yu snorted coldly and pointed with a finger. Roar! In the next moment, the entire spirit vein struggled violently, abruptly shooting toward the sky. But just as it soared into the heavens, it suddenly shattered into countless specks of light. What a pity! Mu Qianshui shook her head slightly. The spirit vein had been polluted by dragon qi, and to the cultivator, it was like poison, obviously no longer usable. But such a huge top-tier spiritual vein, being shattered like this, is truly a pity. If this spiritual vein hadn't encountered problems, it could have sold for a handsome price in the higher realms. The Long Guang dynasty, huh? Heh, I'll make you my next target. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura spreading. He had long been displeased with this damn dynasty. In the Xanqing realm, sects actually didn't pressure the commoners much. The former Su family of Qingcheng had little conflict with most cultivation sections. But that Long Guang dynasty had implemented oppression on everyone. Just looking at the Qingcheng lord's mansion gives a glimpse of the situation. The Su family ranked among the few major families in Qingcheng, yet they lived extremely hard, not to mention those powerless commoners. This was merely reflected in their daily lives. On a deeper level, there were all kinds of bullying, plundering, and more. If personal grievances were set aside, what Su Yu truly wanted was to destroy these so-called imperial path dynasties. Every emperor, before taking the throne, called for making their subjects live peacefully and prosperously. But what's the reality? The Son of Heaven shepherding the people, the word shepherd says it all. Buzz buzz. At that moment, the diagram of fate destruction suddenly buzzed, interrupting Su Yu's thoughts. Huh? What is this? Su Yu turned his head, holding it in his hand and examining it closely. He saw an image of a woman appear prominently in the diagram of fate destruction. She had a graceful figure, breathtaking beauty, and skin as white as jade. It seemed as if she descended from the heavens, making one wonder if such a beauty truly existed in the world. She stood above the river of time, gazing down at the masses, but her eyes were only hollow, emanating a faint sense of fragmentation. It was as if she was searching for something. Next to her floated a long sword. The sword body was dark red, like drops of blood falling, carrying a strong aura of malice. This. Feeling a familiar aura. Su Yu's expression suddenly changed, as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The aura of that sword was exactly the same as the grave god sword embryo. In an instant, the diagram of fate destruction trembled again. Following that, the woman in the painting abruptly turned her head, her narrow phoenix eyes fixed hungrily on Su Yu. Her gaze shifted from hollow to gradually clearer. Then, it transformed into wild joy. Big brother Su Yu, I finally found you. But just as the woman in the painting attempted to step out, the diagram of fate destruction suddenly closed, as if all its power had been drained, and fell directly to the ground. In an instant, countless feelings surged within Su Yu's heart. That woman's gaze, he felt it was inexplicably familiar. Yet, he couldn't remember where he had seen her. From how she addressed him, their relationship seemed to be Dao companions? Could it be that I will meet the woman in the painting later and become bonded with her? After picking up the diagram of fate destruction, Su Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. This thing really evokes mixed feelings. Peeking into a corner of the future can certainly satisfy some curiosity. But along with it comes even more confusion. To this day, Su Yu still felt disturbed by the image of himself nailed to the ground in the previous painting. Forget it, what's meant to come will always come. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will go straight. Soon, Suyu adjusted his mindset, no longer overthinking. After flattening the entire mountain range with a palm,
Suyu and his group set off on their return journey, heading towards Qingcheng.
Not long after a few people left. On the ruins, a figure in a blue Dao robe gradually appeared. This person was the Wang Daojun who had fled earlier. Interesting, a mere small realm has produced an imperial figure like this? Wang Daojun smiled lightly, his fingers continuously calculating something. However, no matter how he divined, he could not find any information about Suyu. The Su family truly lives up to being an imperial clan, even the sky's fate calculation cannot find any traces. Hee, just right. Perhaps with the support of the imperial clan's heritage, I can take that step. After murmuring this, Wang Daojun resolutely turned around. The direction he headed was none other than the royal city of the Dragon Light dynasty. Chapter 52, The Chosen One in the Su Mansion. Boom. Boom. A thick, endless glow shone over the green city. Various rare materials gathered in the sky, flowing with Suyu's intent. Eventually, these treasures taken from the surrounding forces by the Su family gradually fused into one, forming a giant formation. Boom! Suyu's large hand suddenly fell down, and the formation was instantly activated. In the entire world, the spiritual energy surged violently, pouring into the center of the formation like crazy waves. At this moment, everyone inside and outside the green city stopped their training and looked up at the sky. They saw a brilliant glow piercing through the sky. This glow was colorful, as if it fell from the ninth heaven, directly crashing into the clouds. Under this glow, everyone felt relaxed and comfortable, as if they were about to ascend into the sky. I didn't expect the young master to have quite a bit of research on formations. Su Jiuge was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Suyu to process the spiritual materials collected by the Su family so quickly and create a multifunctional great formation. This formation could both attack and defend, and also gather spiritual energy. Moreover, its effects were no less than a first-grade spiritual vein. The arrangement of the Heavenly Elegance Great Formation is complete. Villain value minus 100,000. Formation activation successful. Within the formation, the training speed is increased 5-fold, and comprehension effect is increased 3-fold. Not bad, with this formation, the training speed of the Su family can be greatly improved. Suyu slowly descended, nodding with satisfaction. He naturally didn't understand formations at all. But with the system in hand, as long as the villain value was sufficient, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. Since he wanted Suyu to stand at the top of the Xingqing realm, it was clear that just his own strength wouldn't be enough. Therefore, he planned to elevate the entire Su family's strength to avoid a void in their power after he was gone. Detected that a great fated person has appeared around the host. Name, Su Xiaoyu. Cultivation, bodybuilding realm 9th level. Physique, extreme fortune body, overbearing body. Remarks, a side branch of the Su family, awakened a natural extreme fortune body due to the spiritual aura entering the body after the activation of the Heavenly Elegance Great Formation, with incredible luck. Suyu's expression was strange. He didn't expect that an unexpected twist would turn his little sister into the chosen one. Su Xiaoyu. Suyu turned to look at a shy girl in the corner. Su Xiaoyu was 12 years old, her appearance was not stunning, but she radiated purity. She wore a plain dress, her skin was fair and delicate, and her big watery eyes shone with innocence and curiosity. Although she was only 12, her figure was beginning to take shape, with curves in all the right places. Her chest stood tall, her waist was slim, her hips were rounded, and her long black hair flowed down to her shoulders, making her look lovely and charming. Little sister, come here. Suyu waved his hand. Hearing Suyu's call, Su Xiaoyu quickly lowered her head and ran over. Brother Yu, what do you need from me? She looked up, revealing her white teeth, her face filled with admiration. Not just her, all the Su family members regarded Suyu as a guardian god, a great hero who rescued the Su family from peril. Now that she was called by Suyu, she felt no nervousness, but rather full of anticipation. You are now in the bodybuilding realm 9th level, it's time to consider breaking through to the core formation stage. Suyu flipped his palm, and a red crystal the size of a longdan floated into view, hanging in front of Su Xiaoyu. Suyu smiled slightly. Take it, it will help you break through your limitations. Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the red crystal in front of her, her face filled with disbelief. Brother Yu, is this the legendary innate spiritual crystal? So precious. The innate spiritual crystal was formed from countless essences of heaven and earth, containing immense spiritual energy, worth its weight in gold. A palm-sized innate spiritual crystal could equal hundreds of top-grade spiritual stones. Even Su Hansan had never dared to purchase one when he broke through to the core formation stage. It was just a slightly inferior condensing yuan pill. Take this, you can just keep it. Suyu feigned displeasure. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly trembled as she took the spirit crystal, softly thanking him. Thank you, brother Yu. Xiaoyu will definitely work hard to cultivate and live up to your expectations. Recruited the daughter of destiny, villain points plus 100,000. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled slightly. This might be the easiest time to recruit someone of great fortune, right? Well, as long as you know. Suyu nodded slightly and asked, I heard you are from a branch family? Yes, my parents died early, and Grandpa Hansan took pity on me and brought me back to the Su family. Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, carefully observing Suyu's expression, afraid that he would show any sign of disdain. However, Suyu's expression remained unchanged, which made Su Xiaoyu feel a little relieved. Silly girl, from now on in the Su family, you don't have to live so cautiously. Suyu smiled and rubbed Su Xiaoyu's head. This girl, at such a young age, already knows how to read faces. She must have suffered quite a bit in the past. Thank you, brother Yu. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu instantly beamed with joy, her heart blooming with happiness. With Suyu's words, no one in the Su residence would dare bully her anymore. Alright, you go cultivate. You don't have to worry about me. Suyu waved his hand, and Su Xiaoyu then retreated. Back in the Su residence yard, Suyu slowly sat down cross-legged. He formed hand seals, beginning to cultivate the ancient Taishu canon. Now, as his inner world became more stable, Suyu's understanding of divine powers was also growing faster. It won't be long before he can fully master the divine powers. By then, even at the peak of the divine palace, he wouldn't be afraid. Under the sage, he was invincible. Above the sage, he could still exchange one for one. At this moment, Suyu immersed himself in his inner world, communicating with the void beast Shelwi while absorbing the power of time and space around him, constantly strengthening his inner world. Meanwhile, in the Longguang dynasty, above the Lingxiao palace, the Emperor Zhou Nantian sat on the dragon throne, imposing and heavy, overlooking the ministers below. My lords, what do you think about the words of the Su family's envoy? As his voice fell, the court fell into a long silence. All the civil and military officials didn't dare to speak. The ministers exchanged glances, all seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There was nothing they could do. The Su family rose too quickly, and by the time they noticed, they had completely occupied Qingcheng. Moreover, it seemed that they had a powerful ally from the higher realm. The day the demon lord from the upper realms went towards Qingcheng. After that day, the head of Xuan fell, and Daozi Xuan Bubai completely vanished. One could guess what had happened without thinking. Thinking of this, Zhou Nantian let out a cold grunt. If it weren't for the fear of the upper realm's forces behind the Su family, he would never endure this and let the Su family develop and grow. Your Majesty, I think we should submit while the Su family hasn't taken action yet. If we submit first, perhaps we can still leave a good impression, but if the Su family acts first against our Longguang dynasty, I'm afraid. Suddenly, a strategist stood up, speaking bitterly. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. You are bold. You actually dared to betray the country for personal gain. This is unforgivable. Guards! Drag him out and execute him as an example. In an instant, the officials were filled with righteous indignation, all accusing him. Your Majesty, harsh words are hard to hear, but my every word is for the consideration of the Longguang dynasty. Please see clearly. The strategist knelt down, his forehead touching the ground, repeatedly bowing deeply. Submitting. Zhou Nantian frowned, pondering for a while, then casually said, drag him down and behead him. Your Majesty. Hearing this, the strategist panicked, desperately bowing, Your Majesty, spare me. He never expected that proposing submission would anger Zhou Nantian so much. The other officials also shook their heads and sighed. They all understood that this emperor was ruthless and could not tolerate dissenting opinions. Did they really think Zhou Nantian was just asking questions? He was merely looking for a way to deal with the Su family. Having been used to being the emperor controlling the world, how could he possibly submit? This is probably even worse than killing him. Bang! Suddenly, a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere, staining the ground red. A loyal minister and strategist of a generation just died like that. The minister's already ugly expressions completely froze in numbness. Now, the emperor's intentions were clear. That is, he would rather see his kingdom fall than deal with the Su family. Chapter 53, If you don't come, I'll come instead. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out from outside the hall. As expected of the Dragonlight Emperor, what a bold spirit. Wang Daojun smiled faintly, walking into the great hall, his gaze sweeping across the room, his eyes narrowing slightly. At his feet lay the dead body of the strategist. Zhou Nantian furrowed his brows. Who are you? Why did you intrude into my imperial palace? The imperial palace was guarded by millions of elite troops. How did this person manage to enter silently? Wang Daojun's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Who I am doesn't matter. All you need to know is that we have the same enemy. Oh? Zhou Nantian's eyes lit up. I wonder which powerful family from the upper world you belong to. Wang Daojun coldly said, "What status I have is not something you can inquire about."
Zhou Nanshan's pupils constricted, a hidden anger flashing through his eyes before he quickly calmed down, cupping his hands in greeting.
"In that case, please leave. I won't see you off."
With that, he waved his sleeve and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention.
Wang Daojun scoffed. "You don't think that because you have the support of the Dragonlight Kingdom from the upper world, you can ignore the Su family, do you?" Zhou Nantian opened his eyes, staring at Wang Daojun.
Two golden beams shot from his eyes, his tone deep. "You're a mere youngster, don't think you can scare me just because you know a few things."
Wang Daojun was not afraid, sneering. "Do you know how huge and terrifying the Su family's background is in the upper world? Don't say this half-baked empire of yours, even the Empress of the Dragonlight Kingdom herself would have to kneel before that person."
As soon as he finished speaking, he released a divine pressure unique to the Divine Mansion realm.
A Divine Mansion expert. He's actually a Divine Mansion expert. In an instant, the ministers were shaken. Zhou Nantian also looked fearful. The Divine Mansion realm was not unknown in the Dragonlight Kingdom.
But the other party came from the upper world's Divine Mansion. Even with the geographical advantage, they had no confidence to fight back. Not to mention the great enemy, the Su family, was right in front of them. It was not the right time to create another strong enemy. "I suggest you cooperate with me obediently and stop playing smart," Wang Daojun said coldly, his eyes filled with mockery and contempt. Zhou Nanshan's face darkened, but he gritted his teeth and nodded.
"What do you want, young friend?" Wang Daojun finally smiled. "Simple. First, appoint me as the national advisor, so that I can be bound to the Dragonlight Kingdom's national fortune." National advisor.
Zhou Nantian hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
"All right." Boom.
The next moment, a dragon's chi flew out from the depths of the palace, entering Wang Daojun's forehead.
"Ah, very good, a wise man knows the right time to act."
Wang Daojun clapped his hands and laughed. "From today on, we'll cooperate and jointly destroy the Su family." Having said that, he paused for a moment before continuing. "However, the emperor needs to be more generous and cooperate with my plans." Wang Daojun's gaze flickered, and he took out a piece of paper, writing swiftly. After a while, he handed the paper to Zhou Nantian.
"HM? Your plan is to turn my Dragonlight Kingdom into a massive formation? 3,000 starry universe vermilion sands, 6,000 night shining pearls, 300 million pounds of shin iron." Upon seeing the paper, Zhou Nantian couldn't help but exclaim, "Young friend, your appetite is a bit too big." Though, according to Wang Daojun's description, the formation would be immensely powerful. But, even if the Dragonlight Kingdom had the financial resources, collecting enough materials would still be impossible due to the lack of manpower. In response, Wang Daojun waved his hand indifferently. "These are just materials for the formation. Doesn't the Dragonlight Kingdom have billions of people? There may be many people, but..."
Zhou Nantian froze for a moment, then suddenly gasped sharply.
"You want to use blood sacrifices to make up for the shortage of formation materials?" Wang Daojun slightly nodded. "To achieve great things, one must not be overly concerned with small details."
Hearing this, everyone around turned pale, as if they had seen an endless sea of blood. They all knew that Zhou Nantian indulged in debauchery, and there weren't many treasures stored in the national treasury. If it all relied on blood sacrifices to make up for it, this would mean slaughtering all the mortals of the Longguang dynasty.
"Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please don't."
The ministers all knelt down and pleaded. However, Zhou Nantian shook his head and sighed, "Alas, please get up. If it weren't for the pressure of the situation, would I make such a decision? I do not wish to harm any innocent lives. Alas, it's all Su's family's fault. The deaths of these mortals are all because of the Su family. If I had the power, I would never allow them to wreak havoc on our Longguang. My loyal ministers, do you agree?" Zhou Nanshan's gaze was sharp as he looked at the civil and military officials present. Hearing this, the officials turned pale with anger but dared not speak out. In the end, Zhou Nantian looked at Wang Daojun, and the two shared a smile. "Then I must trouble the national teacher. You must ensure the power of the Great Formation. It doesn't matter how many of those commoners die." Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Su family in Xincheng remained as peaceful and quiet as usual. The only difference was that today, the entire air of Xincheng was filled with traces of the essence of heaven and earth, making people feel exceptionally comfortable. "Look quickly, there are actually 2 suns hanging in the sky?" Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. "It's a miracle. I have lived so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a strange scene. Hey, what is happening? Why are the 2 blazing suns in the sky getting closer?" On the streets, people were chattering animatedly. And all of this was just the beginning. In the sky, the 2 suns slowly merged together. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and the earth shook, as if the apocalypse had arrived.
Everyone was terrified, not knowing what was happening.
Only those with sharp senses noticed that this fluctuation was coming from within the Su residence.
Hiss. Could it be that young Master Su has made another breakthrough? No matter the reason, it's still a joyful occasion.
That's right, congratulations to young Master Su. Wishing young Master Su success on his path, rising step by step. In front of the Su residence, a group of people cheered together.
He.
Inside the Su residence, Su Hansan chuckled softly, looking at Su Yu in midair with a proud expression.
Sister Jiuge, has brother Yu broken through again? What level is he at now?
Su Xiaoyu blinked her big, round eyes, curiously asking. He has achieved great success in the Divine Power realm, he is just a step away from reaching the Divine Palace realm.
Su Jiuge gently combed her smooth black hair, smiling. Xiaoyu, you need to work hard too, otherwise, by the time your brother Yu breaks into the Divine Palace, you may still not have formed your core. Over these few days, Su Jiuge had also noticed the special aspects of Su Xiaoyu, so she took great care of her.
Su Xiaoyu pouted, muttering, I can't compare to brother Yu. Su Jiuge smiled without speaking. Thinking, you never know, you are an extreme luck body, anything is possible.
Moments later.
Su Yu in the air slowly opened his eyes.
Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, great success in the Divine Power realm.
Physique, world body, imperial level, Tai Bai heavily gang body, supreme level, central suppressing prison body, supreme level. Innate divine powers, world sword intent, universe Qian Koan, eternal life, innate gung gold chi, thick virtue bears all. Villain value, 560000.
Great success in the Divine Power realm, it has indeed improved immensely.
Su Yu murmured, revealing a joyful smile. Now, when he used Universe Qian Koan, he could already control the range at will. And he could also combine it with the world within his body. If he first expels the world inside of him and then uses this divine power, he could even repel existences in the sacred realm for a short period. However, I am still far from breaking into the Divine Palace realm, I need to accumulate for a while longer.
Now, it's time to collect debts. Su Yu looked at Yifeng, the 3-day deadline has passed, are there any forces in the Tsunqing realm that have submitted?
Yifeng shook his head, looking troubled. Young master, I have already conveyed your will, but up to now, no force has announced submission to the Su family. Su Yu sneered, good, very good. Since you won't come, I'll go myself.
The first one, I'll take on the Longwang Empire. Chapter 54, The Mad Emperor, the curtain is about to rise. Outside Longwang Imperial City.
Swish, swish, swish. With a series of sharp sounds of wind breaking, dozens of figures soared into the air. Each person carried a scroll on their back, stepping on flying swords, exuding a profound aura.
Everyone, hurry up, this is the last array node.
A few of them exchanged glances, all with heavy expressions. Now, the once bustling Longwang Imperial City was dead silent. The air was filled with a thick bloody smell and the eerie sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. As far as the eye could see, the land was ravaged, corpses lying everywhere, severed limbs and broken bodies, blood flowing like rivers. These scenes made the royal secret guards show sorrow on their faces.
The emperor had gone mad.
Since the national teacher arrived, the population of the Longwang Empire had drastically decreased, with countless civilians slaughtered.
Countless flesh and souls were refined into array discs, scattered throughout the Longwang territory. The Longwang Empire, vast enough to occupy an entire continent in the Azure world. But now, except for the eastern wilderness where the Su family resided, the entire Longwang Empire had no intact land left. Apart from some noble families and royal relatives, all the poor civilians were slaughtered. Boom, boom, boom.
As the secret guards unfurled the scrolls, the final array node within Longwang Imperial City was completed. The leader of the secret guards let out a sigh of relief, raising his gaze to the central area of the Imperial City where Zhou Nantian stood.
Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our duty, and successfully. Boom.
Since the array is complete, there's no need to keep you all. Before the leader of the secret guards could finish speaking, he felt a tremendous force from above. Then, several secret guards were sent flying, crashing into the ground, instantly exploding into a mist of blood. This blood mist was quickly absorbed by the array eye in the center of the Imperial City, vanishing completely. Buzz. In an instant, a towering beam of light rose from the direction of the palace. Soon after, a blood-red pillar of light rapidly expanded, like a barrier engulfing the entire Longwang Empire. Roar, roar, roar. At the same time, the eerie and terrifying sounds around became even sharper and more sorrowful, as if thousands of evil spirits were roaring, sending chills down the spine. National Teacher, is this array really called the Polar Demon Extermination Array? Zhou Nantian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Wang Daojun with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. At this moment, he, the emperor, was practically a mere figurehead, already a commander without an army.
Haha, Your Majesty, it's just an array, does the name matter?
It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat.
Wang Daojun didn't care about Zhou Nanshan's mockery, his gaze sharp, staring intently at the eastern position.
At the same time, he kept calculating with his hands.
Calculating the descendants of the imperial family, and even the son of the current emperor. The difficulty was unimaginable.
But Wang Daojun was not afraid.
On the contrary, he was excited, extremely excited.
This feeling of being on the edge of a knife, tasting blood, was something he absolutely loved. Especially when he thought about how, as a divine palace realm cultivator, he could make such a huge power suffer, it made his blood boil just thinking about it.
Once successful, this glory would be enough to make his name last through the ages.
But, he still had a slight worry in his heart. Because the Su family still had some foundation. Although the imperial prince hadn't returned to the imperial family and didn't yet have the capital to suppress the heavens.
Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse.
To avoid the other side pulling out some trump cards at the critical moment, Wang Daojun dared not be careless. Thus, before setting up this great array of polar demons, he was extremely cautious, not even revealing a single piece of information to Zhou Nantian, his ally.
Buzz!
The void trembled. Suddenly, the blood-red light pillar in the east violently expanded, turning into a blood moon. Upon seeing this, Wang Daojun laughed towards the sky. Now, the array is complete, only waiting for the east wind. Your Majesty, remember everything I instructed before, there must be no mistakes.
I understand.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Nantian immediately relaxed in his heart. He was originally worried that Wang Daojun would abandon him after successfully setting up the formation and would turn against him.
But now it seemed that the alliance between the two had an unbreakable feeling?
After all, the national fortune bound the two together like a rope. Before Wang Daojun detached from the identity of the national master, he couldn't hurt him at all.
With this, Zhou Nantian completely relaxed.
As long as he dealt with that imperial prince, everything would be over.
At that time, he could escape to the realms, find a small world, and continue to be his emperor. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
With this thought, a victorious smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Nanshan's mouth.
At the same time,
Su Yu and his group had already left the eastern wilderness region, flying on swords towards the central region, where the Longguang imperial city was located. This time, Su Yu brought along most of the Su family members to let them broaden their horizons.
After all, a person who is going to be the overlord of a realm can't have never been out of a small region, right?
However, they had not flown far when Su Yu frowned and stopped, looking heavy.
Young master? Hong Lian asked in confusion. Brother Yu, what's wrong?
Su Xiaoyu behind them also looked puzzled.
Su Yu looked down at the earth, and after a moment, said in a deep voice, have you noticed? It's too quiet? Hearing this, everyone immediately looked down at the surroundings. Sure enough,
all around was a dead silence, without a sound.
It was already noon.
If it were a normal day, there would definitely be cooking smoke rising along the way. But now, they couldn't sense a trace of human presence, and even faintly smelled a bloody odor. It seems that this time, the Longguang dynasty is going to resist me to the end. Young master, I have just scanned with my divine sense, and now, 90% of the population in the entire Longguang dynasty has disappeared.
Su Jiuge frowned and said.
Hearing this, the Su family members were all astonished.
What kind of disaster has happened? 90% of the population, that means over 10 billion common people. How could the Longguang dynasty be so ruthless?
It was obvious that these people were either moved to another place or sacrificed through some blood sacrifice method. But how could such an underworld dynasty conduct a sacrifice of the entire population in just a few days? Mu Qianxue took a deep breath, as if she thought of something, suddenly said, Wang Daojun.
It must be Wang Daojun. Who is Wang Daojun? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianxue quickly replied, he is the direct descendant of the Wang family in the upper realms Xuanwu domain.
This person is skilled in the ways of formations and calculations, and has another identity as a disciple of the Tiangong Pavilion. If it were only the Longguang dynasty, then no matter what they did, they couldn't possibly kill all the people in the dynasty in just a few days. So, all of this must have been accomplished through Wang Daojun's formation skills. Previously, I came to this realm with Wang Daojun and other people from the upper realm, and at that time, Wang Daojun proposed to directly conduct a blood sacrifice of a whole continent's beings in order to quickly search for the inheritance of the ancient emperor. However, we all rejected his proposal. I didn't expect he would still do it. Listening to Mu Qianxue's words, Su Yu frowned. This Wang Daojun seemed to really be a madman. To search for inheritance, he would sacrifice a whole continent's beings. He was even more wicked than the demon path. Compared to him, Su Yu felt he wasn't even worthy of being called a great villain. Just then, Su Yu suddenly smiled. Ding! Host detected at a critical node of the dynasty, triggering a special task. Please go to the Longguang dynasty's imperial city, destroy the dual formations of Dao and Demon, and kill the Emperor Zhou. Completion reward, 4 extreme seal. Looking at the sudden task that appeared before him, Suyu shook his head slightly. It seemed that the fall of the Longguang dynasty was already a foregone conclusion. Suyu's killing intent had already reached its peak. Honglian, Jiuge, follow me ahead. The next moment, Suyu stepped forward, his form like an arrow, suddenly accelerating towards the Longguang dynasty. Understood. Seeing Suyu move, Honglian and Su Jiuge no longer hesitated. The trio's speed reached its maximum. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 55. Please enter the trap? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind howled, stirring the clothes to flutter. It's here. Wang Daojuan's pupils contracted, staring intently at the outside of the imperial city. There, several powerful auras suddenly emerged, tearing through the clouds, like thunder from the 9 heavens descending, rolling in. Crack! The overwhelming momentum was astonishing, causing everyone's hearts to halt, as if doomsday had arrived. Even the watching families outside the imperial city could not help but shiver. Boom! In the depths of the clouds, 3 figures stepped down. High above, looking down, like 3 divine beings descending to the mortal realm. Suyu, Su Jiuge, and Honglian, 3 people hovered in the void, looking down with pride. Since you have seen the young master arrive, why do you not kneel? Honglian snorted coldly. Her fierce might was overwhelming, sweeping in all directions, crashing like angry waves, making the void itself crack. Why do you not kneel? The voice roared, shaking the land. This terrifying momentum made all the family heads tremble with fear, questioning in their hearts whether Wang Daojuan's array was any use. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Daojun laughed up to the sky. A mere ant, how dare you make me kneel, really a laugh. You still do not understand, your Su family is about to be destroyed. And the imperial prince you speak of is undoubtedly doomed. I advise you to be sensible and quickly kneel and surrender, otherwise, after I kill the imperial prince, I will eradicate you too. Wang Daojun wore a smile, his tone arrogant to the extreme. You dare. Honglian's face turned cold. She suddenly reached out her jade hand, striking out, forming a gigantic hand that smashed down. Shut up. Wang Daojun shook his head in disdain. He waved his large sleeve, and a vast force surged out from the depths of the imperial city. Boom! The two collided, yet were evenly matched. Honglian was surprised for a moment, but quickly realized the power of the array? As her voice fell, Honglian's delicate body shook and she rushed towards the core of the great array in the imperial city. Swish! However, just as she entered the imperial city, she found everything around her suddenly changed. She could not sense the laws of heaven and earth. She waved her hand, but nothing happened. Honglian was shocked. What kind of array is this? How could it make her innate divine power, the Red Lotus demon fire, unable to be summoned? Suddenly, a scarlet moonlight tore through the sky, slicing through the clouds, heading straight for Honglian. Not good. Honglian's beautiful face changed dramatically, and she hurriedly dodged. Boom! In the next moment, a blazing blood flame swept across, engulfing her within. Ah! A scream echoed. Under the burning of that blood flame, even the divine robes on Honglian burned through, causing unbearable pain. All of this happened in an instant, like lightning striking. By the time everyone regained their senses, Honglian had already retreated from the imperial city, her beautiful face pale. At this moment, her divine robes were tattered, and there were scorched marks between her arms and abdomen. How is this possible? Honglian's face was filled with confusion. She was a demon lord of the upper realm, the vice-head of the heavenly demon sect. Even though the one from the Wang family was also at the divine palace realm, it shouldn't be easy for him to crush her, even with the support of a great array, right? Young master, that array is strange. Honglian's eyes flickered as she spoke in a low voice. I understand, you focus on healing. Suyu stared intently at the red flames still burning on Honglian, his eyes deep in thought, and handed her a treasure pill. Honglian took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, that burning sensation vanished without a trace. Then, Honglian raised her head, looking at Wang Daojun, her eyes revealing intense killing intent. Wang family kid, today, you will definitely die. Wang Daojun laughed loudly. The demon lord Honglian is so arrogant. If you aren't afraid, why not try entering the city again? But this time you might not be so lucky. I will definitely make you perish. Bold. Honglian was about to step back into the imperial city. Wait, don't fall for his provocation. However, Suyu raised his hand to stop her. His gaze was fixed on a light screen in front of him. Detected the emergence of a great fortune bearer around the host. Name, Wang Daojun. Cultivation, early stage of the divine palace realm.
Physique, reincarnation of the demon saint body, Dao body. Remark, the legitimate son of the Wang family, heir of the heavenly machine pavilion. Reincarnation of the ancient demon saint, currently awakening part of his previous life's memories. To seize the fortune of the Su family of the imperial clan, he sacrifices 90% of the population of the Dragonlight Empire, setting up 2 grand arrays of Dao and demon. Reincarnation of the demon saint? Su Yu's lips curled into a sneer. No wonder he dares to be so rampant. What of the demon saint? Today, I'll beat you so badly that even your parents won't recognize you. Dare to hurt my people, you're really tired of living. Su Yu spoke indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Words are useless. Prince, why not step into the trap and test it? Wang Daojuan's face held a mocking grin, constantly sneering. Although Su Yu had revealed his identity with a single word, he remained calm and collected, as if victory was already in his grasp. Boom! Without a second word, Su Yu summoned the God Burial Sword, and with a single strike, he cleaved down. The sword was sharp, the sword intent overwhelming, and the entire sky seemed to be split in two, forcefully slashing toward the Dragonlight Imperial City. SSSSS. Where the sword aura passed, the blood-red light shield cracked inch by inch. Spatial laws? Humph. As expected of a prince, indeed, you have some skill. Wang Daojuan's expression changed slightly. He moved his palms, and with a loud roar, change formation, eternal night. In an instant, the center of the imperial city was filled with a blood-red light pillar, which instantly transformed into extreme darkness. After the darkness descended, it actually swallowed the unmatched sword strike entirely. Ha ha ha. A mere force of spatial laws, and you think you can break my formation? Wang Daojun laughed even more madly. Su Prince, why don't you kneel and bow to me twice, then announce your departure from the imperial family and become my adopted son? You're asking for death. Before Wang Daojun could finish his sentence, Su Jiuge was completely enraged by these words, raising his hand to press down, and a world-shaking demon lotus appeared. This lotus wasn't large, only the size of a palm, but once it appeared, it erupted with billions of rays of light. Each ray of light contained incredibly terrifying destructive energy. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Seeing this, Wang Daojun wasn't shocked, but instead pleased. As soon as Su Jiuge made a move, the frivolity on his face disappeared. Clearly, all his arrogance had been a disguise. It was all to provoke Su Jiuge into making a move. Two extremes reversal. He stretched out his right hand, and countless black chains appeared out of thin air. There were millions of them, wildly twisting and coiling like serpents, wrapping around the demon lotus. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the demon lotus was tightly wrapped up. At the same time, endless black mist rose up, spreading across the world, enveloping everything. Chapter 56, You sacrificed billions of mortals, so I will sacrifice billions of years of life. The endless black mist obscured everyone's vision. From a distance, it looked like the end of the world had arrived, filled with despair and eerie, unpredictable darkness. Bang! 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 The demon lotus trembled violently, making the sound of metal clashing. Su Jiuge's eyes revealed a look of doubt. This attack, although not even 1/100th of his full strength, was definitely something that those below the Saint Realm could not resist. Even someone in the Saint Realm would be directly obliterated by the demon lotus. Don't even mention sacrificing 100 billion mortals, even sacrificing 1 trillion or more, it's impossible to have such power. Kek. Jodo Demon Saint, is this the moment you finally realize this? Wang Daojuan's voice suddenly changed, becoming hoarse and ancient. In the next moment, a pitch-black ceramic jar slowly appeared deep within the imperial city. The endless chains had flown out from within the ceramic jar. Sky-devouring demon jar. Hearing this familiar sound, Su Jiuge's expression changed slightly. You are actually the Dao Yuan Great Saint? Wang Daojun smiled without speaking, continuously urging his technique, manipulating the chains to grind away the demon lotus. As time passed, the light above the demon lotus gradually dimmed, and it was finally completely obliterated. Great Saint? He's actually a reincarnation of the Great Saint? Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhou Nanshan's eyes changed slightly, and the look in his eyes towards Wang Daojun became full of dread. But once he thought about the fact that this great saint was now on his side, a sense of pride surged in him. The Su family is nothing. With the National Master's help, I truly have heaven's mandate. Ha ha ha. Wang Daojun cast a glance at him, a hint of sarcasm curled at the corner of his mouth. Destined by heaven? He. Wang Daojun scoffed coldly, then directly kicked Zhou Nantian into the devouring demon jar. National Master. You. Zhou Nanshan's face was filled with confusion. Why could he attack me? Isn't there national fortune? A mere little emperor from the lower realm, thinking he can show off in front of me? Wang Daojuan's face was full of amusement.
He allowed the national fortune to bind him, merely to use the national fortune spread throughout the Dragonlight dynasty as a medium, to quickly refine the entire Dragonlight dynasty.
How ridiculous, this little emperor still thinks he can handle me. I curse you. You should die.
Zhou Nanshan's shriek of extreme pain echoed through the sky.
Curse?
Don't worry, I won't kill you, you have plenty of time to curse.
Wang Daojun smiled brightly.
Then, no longer paying attention, he looked up at the sky.
Did it succeed? Wang Daojun's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the giant vortex in the sky. He had already refined Su Jiuge's magic power using the devouring demon jar.
Now, as long as he swallowed Su Jiuge's magic power, he could use it as a medium to steal the fortune of the Su family.
Rumble. Suddenly, the magic lotus in midair exploded with a bang. Damn it! Is it still too late?
Wang Daojun gritted his teeth and shouted, his face filled with anger. He thought that with the help of the devouring demon jar, he could easily suppress Su Jiuge's magic power and seize all of his fortune. But Su Jiuge was, after all, a true great saint. Even with the aid of the quasi-emperor weapon, the devouring demon jar, it was extremely difficult to do so.
I didn't expect to almost trip in the gutter. Su Jiuge furrowed his brow tightly.
The origin of Dao Yuan Great Saint was very mysterious, known to be an extraordinary figure from ancient times. When Su Jiuge was just a child, he witnessed the battle between him and the demon race's emperor, resulting in both sides suffering and both falling.
Unexpectedly, he was reincarnated as a descendant of the Wang family.
The devouring demon jar, said to have the ability to swallow heaven and earth, can refine a small world's quasi-emperor weapon. It is rumored that the original devouring emperor used this jar to brutally kill 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses.
Young master, be careful.
This quasi-emperor weapon is extremely strange. As long as it has a medium, it can refine anything.
Hearing Su Jiuge's words, Su Yu understood. So that's how it is.
Combining what Su Jiuge said with the introduction on the system panel, Su Yu suddenly understood everything. This Wang Daojuan's reason for sacrificial offerings was to stimulate that quasi-emperor weapon.
But, is this your confidence? Devouring demon jar? Not bad, I want it.
Su Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing an excited expression.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have triggered the task, treasure grab.
Task details: Wang Daojun uses the devouring demon jar, attempting to plunder all of Su Jiuge's fortune. As the main villain, the host should turn and grab this quasi-emperor weapon. Note, after entering the devouring demon jar, the system will instantly change the ownership of the weapon. Completion reward: 100,000 villain points, 1 chance for chaotic enlightenment. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Su Yu did not hesitate to accept.
Whether it was sacrificing civilians or injuring the Red Lotus, plotting against Su Jiuge, Wang Daojun was irredeemable and must die.
Kill. At that moment, Wang Daojun roared fiercely and took the initiative to attack. Since it didn't succeed once, let's do it a few more times.
9 Nether Demon Saint, I don't believe you can protect that burden while keeping yourself safe.
Countless chains immediately twisted toward Su Yu and Su Jiuge. Looking for death.
Su Jiuge's face turned icy as he slashed out with his sword.
Puff.
Endless chains were cut apart, turning into fragments that dissipated. Su Yu wasn't idle either, he stepped forward and charged. Even a peak great saint like Su Jiuge finds it hard to shake a quasi-emperor war weapon.
Who exactly are you? Wang Daojun's face turned serious, and he quickly stepped back. He even started to doubt, could his opponent be disguised as some holy master? Young master?
Su Yu, at this moment, scared Su Jiuge quite a bit.
What kind of monster is our young master?
If it were an ordinary practitioner of divine ability, let alone shaking a quasi-emperor war weapon, it would be a miracle if they weren't killed by the recoil. This thing really is quite hard. Su Yu pouted, shook his numb fist, and his gaze became slightly serious. What seemed like a plain punch was actually packed with secrets. When this punch was thrown, Su Yu externalized the world within him while simultaneously summoning the cosmic chaos. What looked like an ordinary punch was, in fact, a collision of 2 worlds. That's right, after a hard hit, Su Yu discovered that inside the devouring heaven demon tank, there was a world hidden. Moreover, the world within the devouring heaven demon tank was much stronger than his own inner world. Su Yu also sensed that the laws within that world were very unique. Perhaps, this is the secret of how the devouring heaven demon tank can refine everything? I really like this treasure. Su Yu laughed heartily, lightly tapped the void with his toes, and in an instant, he crossed a distance of 1,000 zhang. The moment his figure disappeared, thousands of chains covered the spot where Su Yu once stood. How is this kid as slippery as an eel? Wang Daojun gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn! If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't recovered his previous cultivation, how could this kid run wild? While he thought this, he urged the demon tank, trying to block Su Yu. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, endless black chains surged from the devouring heaven demon tank, quickly converging in midair.
In an instant, they formed a black ocean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A terrifying pulling force was born, distorting and tearing the surrounding void.
Suyu's body also paused in midair.
Is the space being stirred up again?
Suyu's eyes shifted slightly. It seemed his opponent had experience fighting against practitioners skilled in spatial laws, knowing they must first disrupt the void, or else they would be easily outmaneuvered.
Crack, crack, crack.
As if unable to bear that terrifying suction, Suyu's body bent slightly, as if being pulled by invisible ropes, wanting to be drawn near the devouring heaven demon tank. This feeling was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could be pulled into the devouring heaven demon tank and devoured entirely. I want this treasure for sure. Suyu's gaze gradually firmed. In the next moment, the god burial sword appeared in his hand. With one strike, the blood-colored sword energy swept across all directions. Swoosh! The sword energy collided with the chains of the ocean, and both started to obliterate each other. But soon, the blood-colored sword energy was worn down completely, while the ocean of chains showed no signs of lessening.
Su family's imperial son, obediently surrender.
A hint of anxiety flashed in Wang Daojuan's eyes. Although the devouring heaven demon tank was already bound to him, its quality was so high that even sacrificing billions of mortals would barely allow him to control it for long. Now, it had dragged on too long, and he was close to losing control.
Sorry, the one who should surrender is you.
However, Suyu coldly spoke. In the next moment, Suyu suddenly closed his eyes.
Then, a terrifying authority burst forth from Suyu. A vast sword intent slowly emerged above his head, overshadowing the sky.
This.
Wang Daojuan's pupils constricted, his face showing horror.
For he suddenly realized that under the pressure of that sword intent, the devouring chains of the devouring heaven demon tank could not continue to approach Suyu.
Younger master. Jiuge couldn't help but exclaim.
Because she saw that Suyu's black hair had instantly turned white again. At this moment, Suyu abruptly opened his eyes. Those eyes were filled with indifference and contempt.
Don't think that you are the only one who can use sacrificial methods.
Since you sacrificed billions of living beings, then I shall sacrifice my own billion years of lifespan. Let's see who is stronger.
Suyu laughed coldly.
The eternal being bestowed upon him infinite lifespan. At this moment all was compressed and gathered into this one sword.
Deadly slash. It thundered like lightning in Wang Daojuan's ears.
Wang Daojuan's heart trembled wildly. In his sight, sword intent filled the sky, weaving together to form a giant sword, heading straight for him.
No. How is this possible? This sword cannot be. It's definitely fake. It must be some kind of illusion, right? Wang Daojun shouted in terror, struggling madly, but it was all too late. Boom! A massive roar echoed through the sky. The sword light descended. With a crisp crack, a piece of the hell-devouring magic pot actually shattered. No! Chapter 57. The ship capsized? No!
Suyu shouted in great pain.
This was his quasi-emperor weapon. How could it break so easily? He didn't even know if it could be repaired.
Suyu shook his head slightly. Looking up, he found that this sword not only shattered the quasi-emperor weapon but also generated a massive amount of villain points.
Severely injuring the Child of Fortune, villain points plus 50,000.
Causing the Child of Fortune to waver, villain points plus 20,000. Causing the Child of Fortune to develop inner demons, villain points plus 50,000. The destined girl Humiliating has deepened her admiration for the host, villain points plus 20,000. The destined girl Su Xiaoyu has deepened her admiration for the host, villain points plus 50,000. The destined girl Mu Qianxua's mind is unstable, villain points plus 20,000. After a rough calculation, Suyu realized that this wave alone directly added nearly 400,000 villain points.
But what is this deepening admiration from Su Xiaoyu? This girl, is she showing signs of a twisted affection?
Forget it, I'll find a chance to educate her later.
Awesome!
Suyu's eyes sparkled as he shouted in delight. Anyway, his lifespan is infinite, and after the fusion of the eternal reverse wheel body, the lifespan boost from the world body is even more terrifying.
In just a few breaths, his head of white hair transformed back to ink black. After a slight sense, Suyu nodded.
At this speed, every 10 years, my lifespan will be enough to unleash such a sword.
A sword every 10 years, Suyu was quite satisfied.
After all, he was only at the Divine Passage realm, and to shatter a corner of a quasi-emperor weapon, one could only say it was all thanks to his long lifespan.
Moments later.
As the smoke cleared, everyone fearfully discovered that the Dragonlight Imperial City had vanished without a trace. In its place was a massive canyon, miles wide, with no end in sight.
Glub. Sounds of swallowing echoed.
Everyone was dumbfounded, severely frightened by Suyu's sword.
What kind of sword technique was that? It held such terrifying power. It truly could change the world with a single sword. This sword of the young master already carries a hint of the old family master's aura. Jiuge's eyes flickered, murmuring to herself. Just now, Suyu gave her an extremely terrifying feeling, as if standing before her was not the young master, but the legendary sword god Su Tian. Her words left Hong Lian beside her dumbfounded. The young master's swordsmanship, can it be compared with that old sword god? This was simply unbelievable. At such a young age to achieve this, when he truly grows up, what will happen? Hong Lian bit her cherry lips, gazing at Suyu's profile, her eyes dreamy. It seems I must hurry, otherwise, I might miss my chance. Behind Hong Lian, Mu Qianchua stared blankly at the battlefield, resembling a scene from a divine battle. She had just escorted the Su family here, and unexpectedly witnessed such a shocking scene. Isn't this too outrageous? That was a quasi-emperor weapon, almost in existence said to be invincible for eternity. But it was shattered by Suyu with a single sword? Suyu's strength was truly breathtaking. Young master, be careful. Suddenly, Mu Qianchua's beautiful eyes narrowed, pointing at the hell-devouring magic pot in alarm. She saw a blood-colored chain swiftly flying out of the hell-devouring magic pot, suddenly wrapping around Suyu's calf. Su family's imperial son, I admit you are strong. But this time, I win. The voice was hoarse, as if a devil crawling out from hell. How can he still be alive? Seeing this, Su Jiuge was greatly shocked. That sword even shattered a corner of the hell-devouring magic pot. How did Wang Daojun survive? You must know, he was just struck by that sword head-on. However, as that bloodied figure walked out from the abyssal demon jar, Su Jiugong immediately understood. Borrowing a body for rebirth technique? The figure emerging from the abyssal demon jar was actually Zhou Nantian, who had just been thrown into the jar by Wang Daojun. Chapter 58, Did I Let You Die? The medium is complete. The Su family's fortune perfectly helps me reclaim my former cultivation. Wang Daojun's hoarse voice came from the abyssal demon jar. At this moment, his aura had weakened to the extreme. Even though he had planted the medium in Zhou Nantian, this time borrowing a body for rebirth still left him severely weakened. There was no other way, Suyu's sword was simply too astonishing. If it weren't for the abyssal demon jar blocking 99% of its power, even his soul might have been buried under that sword. But even so, he was now left with only the last trace of his remnant soul, unable to activate the rebirth technique again. At any moment he could vanish, completely turning to ashes. As expected of the Su family. You are as stunning as that emperor. But unfortunately, in this battle, I win. He. Wang Daojun laughed maniacally. Damn it. Hurry up and release the young master. Otherwise, I will definitely imprison your soul in the abyss of demons, to be devoured by countless demons. Su Jiugong shouted sharply, her eyes burning with fury. But, as Suyu was now entangled by the abyssal demon chains, she found it difficult to strike without harming Suyu. It's alright, Jiugong's sister, no need to worry. But at this moment, Suyu remained calm, as if the one bound by the chains was not him at all. Are you this certain that you have one? Suyu looked at Wang Daojun, a playful smirk on his lips. Pretentious tricks. Wang Daojun snorted coldly, don't think about stalling for time, I know you are waiting for reinforcements. Don't waste your effort, today you will definitely die. After saying that, the abyssal demon jar flashed with light, directly pulling Suyu inside. Kid. Become the nourishment on my road to soar. Ha ha ha. Wang Daojun shouted madly. And at this moment, Suyu also revealed a smile on his face. Ding. Detected that the host entered the abyssal demon jar, the system begins to forcibly recognize the master. Master recognition in progress detected fierce resistance from the jar spirit. Jar spirit has been exterminated. Master recognition in progress. Please host deploy jar spirit and conduct Dao soldier engraving. Jar spirit? Where do I find a jar spirit? Suyu looked at the pitch-black interior of the jar, completely baffled. Ding. Any living being will do. A living being, huh? Suyu pondered for a moment, then slapped his thigh, looking at the void beast in his internal world. Little Black, the master needs you now. The sleeping Little Black opened its sleepy eyes, looking confused. Moo. Ding. Master recognition of the abyssal demon jar successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 villain points, one chance for chaotic enlightenment. Seize the Fortune Sun Dao soldier, obtain 50,000 villain points. Fortune Sun is on the brink of death, obtain 100,000 villain points. At the moment the abyssal demon jar changed masters, Wang Daojun's smile gradually froze. How is this possible? The connection with the abyssal demon jar is slowly disappearing. He was horrified, his face showing intense shock. Because he suddenly felt that the abyssal demon jar seemed to be rebelling against him. Although the connection had not completely severed, at least there was already a barrier. What does this represent? The abyssal demon jar recognized a new master, that Suyu as its master? How is this possible? Wang Daojun couldn't believe it.
This quasi-emperor Dao soldier had accompanied him for 10,000 years, almost inseparable.
Even when he fell back then, and his soul entered reincarnation, the abyssal demon jar closely followed. But now, why did that Suyu enter in the jar immediately showed signs of betrayal? Ah! No! He suddenly screamed sharply. Come out! Come out! Get your ass out here! He struggled desperately, trying to regain control of the abyssal demon jar.
No matter how he used his secret techniques, the heavenly devouring demon jar showed no reaction. This meant that he had completely lost control over the heavenly devouring demon jar.
Boom!
In the next moment, a vast aura suddenly leaked from within the heavenly devouring demon jar. At the same time, a sword-shaped pattern suddenly branded itself onto the demon jar. The heavenly devouring demon jar had completely become Suyu's possession. How could this be? Wang Daojun could not accept this fact at all.
Good. Young master, well done. Honglian couldn't help but excitedly cheer, bastard. Weren't you just so arrogant? Why are you so deflated now? Ha ha ha. You never expected this, did you? Our young master is stronger than you. What use is all your plotting? In the end, you were betrayed by your own Dao soldier. You deserved it. Ha ha ha. Wang Daojun stared blankly at the heavenly devouring demon jar, muttering unconsciously. I lost? No. I did not lose. I cannot lose. I still have my past life's cultivation. What do you trash think you can use to fight me?
Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red, as if he had fallen into madness, filled with brutal, murderous desire. Since the heavenly devouring demon jar chose that little bastard from the Su family, I will destroy everything, annihilate all. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the center of his forehead.
Sizzle!
In an instant, a golden light drilled out from his forehead and hovered in the air. Upon closer inspection, this golden light was actually a vertical eye.
This is the heavenly eye I had when I reached the Saint Realm.
It contains all the memories and cultivation from my past lives. At this moment, Wang Daojun howled to the sky, his entire being like a madman.
Since I cannot win, neither should you all think you will get away easily. Boom! The vertical eye released a dazzling brilliance. Not good. This guy is going to self-destruct with his great saint cultivation.
Seeing this, Jiuge was shocked and hurriedly used all her cultivation to try to stop it. In an instant, millions of magic lotuses bloomed simultaneously, each with overwhelming demonic energy, covering the entire area. However, in the blink of an eye, these magic lotuses were instantly destroyed. Jiuge staggered back several steps, her face pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Though she was at the Great Saint level, she was still a few small realms weaker than the former Dao Yuan Great Saint, and with his reckless self-detonation technique, she couldn't withstand it.
He. Pitiful ants, you dare try to stop me? Truly seeking death.
At this moment, Wang Daojun laughed wickedly.
Little bastard, you took the heavenly devouring demon jar. Even if my soul shatters, I will still kill you. The son of the great emperor, exchanging my life for yours, not a loss. Buzz.
At that moment, an endless number of chains surged out from the heavenly devouring demon jar. These chains carried an eerie aura and directly rushed towards the vertical eye.
Crack! The terrifying light released from the vertical eye was instantly pierced through, unable to block anything. In the next moment, the endless chains pierced straight into it and began devouring wildly. No! How is this possible? Why are you able to fully activate the heavenly devouring demon jar?
Wang Daojun was horrified to the extreme, and at the same time, deeply confused. He was at the Divine Mansion realm, and with the sacrifice of 100 billion mortals, he could barely activate the heavenly devouring demon jar to 30% of its power. But that Suyu, as soon as he touched it, was able to unleash the full power of the heavenly devouring demon jar? Using this small jar, isn't it a piece of cake? Suyu's calm voice slowly echoed. Then, he stepped out from the heavenly devouring demon jar. His posture looked nothing like someone trying their best to control an imperial Dao weapon. Instead, it looked like he was taking a stroll. Previously, Wang Daojun's relationship with the heavenly devouring demon jar was more like cooperation, so he could only rely on external forces to control the imperial Dao weapon. But now, the Su family had replaced the original weapon spirit with Xiaohe. Therefore, he could easily control the jar without using any spiritual energy. Of course, after the jar's spiritual energy was exhausted, he would still need to replenish it. Well, with this ready-made battery, I can still control the demon jar for a long time. Suyu smiled slightly and waved his hand. In the next moment,
Wang Daojuan's heavenly eye shattered piece by piece, transformed into specks of golden light scattered all around. Thud. Wang Daojun knelt on both knees, his face withered. His eyes bulged, and the fire of his soul in his eye sockets gradually extinguished. He slowly raised his head to look at Suyu, his eyes wide open, full of unwillingness. Su family brat, I will wait for you in the underworld. Ha ha ha.
Wang Daojun laughed harshly, his voice dripping with intense hatred, then his body exploded, and his soul gradually dissipated in the world.
Did I make you die?
However, in the next moment, Suyu frowned slightly and coldly snorted, Heaven-devouring demon jar, collect for me.
Chapter 59, Secrets in the Inheritance Land, Traces of the Woman in the Painting. Boom.
In an instant, boundless devilish mist surged from the heaven-devouring demon jar, enveloping the remnants of Wang Daojuan's soul power.
No. Let me die. Let me die.
Wang Daojuan's screams echoed all around. He instantly understood that Suyu intended to keep him around for slow torture. But understanding was one thing, being able to resist was another. Soon, Wang Daojuan's screams came to an abrupt halt, and his soul was completely absorbed into the heaven-devouring demon jar. He, a reincarnated ancient great saint, ultimately could not even manage his own end. He was completely under Suyu's control. Jiuge's eyes were filled with shock that lingered for a long time. Even she was quite astonished by Suyu's operation. To know, that was a quasi-emperor Dao weapon. It actually changed masters in an instant? How did the young master do it? She could see that even Wang Daojun had not fully mastered this quasi-emperor Dao weapon. Young master, how did you? But before she could voice her question, Suyu had already turned around and walked towards the jar. Jiuge sister, if you have any questions, wait until later to ask, I'm very busy right now. As Suyu spoke, he had already vanished from the spot. Looking ahead at the empty space, Jiuge's lips twitched. Alright. Jiuge shrugged her shoulders, since that's the case, she would ask later. After all, no matter what, the more monstrous her young master was, the better, right? Thinking this, Jiuge quickly stood guard in front of the demon jar, protecting Suyu. At this moment, outside the jar, Honglian suddenly smiled and said, Mu Qianxue, do you now know how lucky it is to submit to the young master? Beside her, Mu Qianxue's expression was incredibly complex. At first, she had not genuinely wanted to follow Suyu because she harbored some resistance towards someone like him from a large family. After all, the children of big families she had seen were almost all incompetent playboys who relied on their families to flaunt their power. But Suyu, time and again, had reshaped her view of the world. Each of his great feats could become a legend in the mouths of people if told in the upper realm. Qianxue understands now, and will definitely devote herself to serving the young master from now on. After a long time, Mu Qianxue finally nodded slowly, her gaze hot as she looked towards the position of the demon jar. Looking at her eyes, Honglian suddenly felt a bit regretful. Shouldn't she have kept her mouth shut? Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up with another inexplicable competitor? At the same time, inside the heaven-devouring demon jar. It was just as Suyu had guessed, it was a complete small world. Although it couldn't compare to the vastness of the upper realm, in terms of expanse, it was even broader than the azure realm. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The entire world was grey and lifeless. On the grey rock ground, there were mysterious patterns in black and white everywhere. Suyu gazed at these symbols, and his expression gradually became serious. I may have guessed wrong, the heaven-devouring demon jar is not an inner world but, it is itself forged from a world. After a brief observation, Suyu reached this conclusion. This quasi-emperor Dao weapon was actually crafted from a complete world as material. And the strongest ability of this quasi-emperor Dao weapon was refining. Suyu's thoughts flickered. In the next moment, the grey ground beneath Suyu's feet began to slowly rotate. Looking up, Suyu realized that this was not merely a continent. It is clearly a giant millstone of billions of miles. There are indeed two such millstones. After starting to operate, the two millstones turned in different directions. Little beast. You won't die a good death. And Wang Daojun, caught in the center of the millstone, was screaming in agony, awfully so. At this moment, Wang Daojun not only had to endure the crushing pain of the millstone but was also being bitten by billions of demonic shadows within the millstone. But strangely, no matter how he was tortured, his soul showed no signs of weakening. Torturing the child of fate, villain points plus 20,000. Torturing the child of fate, causing him to go mad, villain points plus 18,000. Suyu smiled brightly. Sure enough, his idea was correct. This guy not only became a battery for Suyu in his past life, but even now he was made into a tool to brush villain points. Although over time, the villain points were given less and less. But the frequency was high. Every few seconds, there would be 20,000 villain points coming in. It was simply too exciting. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the ultimate task. please kill the child of fate Wang Daojun. Completion reward, Supreme Physique Extreme Flame Body. Oh? Su Yu's eyes lit up. After a long time, finally another opportunity to obtain the Supreme Physique appeared. But, is it too cheap just to kill this guy? Sujia Emperor's son, give me a quick death. I can tell you a secret about the inheritance of the ancient emperor. Just as Su Yu was pondering whether to kill this guy now, he heard Wang Daojun's pleading voice in his ear. Su Yu frowned, a secret about the inheritance? This guy did indeed enter the Sanqing realm for the inheritance. Could it be that he really knows something? What secret? Su Yu asked coldly. In the inheritance place, there is a place of opportunity. It is a woman, standing in the river of time, waiting for something. A woman? The river of time? Su Yu's eyes suddenly burst with brilliance. The scene Wang Daojun described was exactly what he saw in the Book of Fates. Chapter 60, Ancient Secrets. Boom! Su Yu raised his hand and waved. In the next moment, the huge millstone abruptly stopped, making a thunderous noise. Tell me everything you know, I can give you a quick death. Su Yu tried hard to suppress the waves in his heart, but his slightly trembling pinky still exposed his inner unease. Ha, ha, ha. As the reincarnation of the great sage, Wang Daojun naturally sensed this, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seems that Su Emperor's son is very interested in this secret? Bang! Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face grew gloomy, pointing out a finger, and 1,000 void swords appeared in the air, piercing Wang Daojun's soul. Su Yu said coldly, don't think a few words can control me. Even if you don't speak, I can forcibly refine your soul and take your memories. Refining? Head, useless. Wang Daojun's face showed mockery, his smile still intact. Su Emperor's son, do you know how many years I've lived? A full 37,860 years. My memory is immense. Are you sure you can find that secret before the inheritance place opens? Upon hearing this, Su Yu fell silent for a moment. Wang Daojun's words were not wrong. More than 30,000 years, even with the help of the devouring demon jar, he had no confidence in completing such a needle in a haystack task in a month and a half. However, it was also impossible for Wang Daojun to use this to threaten Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes gradually turned cold. An invisible sword energy slowly gathered in his palm. As long as Wang Daojun said anything excessive in the next second, this sword would directly shatter his soul. As for that so-called secret, Su Yu could still find it himself after entering the inheritance place. Su Emperor's son, I know, this secret won't change my life. Wang Daojun looked at Su Yu's eyes, and his expression gradually became calm. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Truly, talented people emerge in every generation. In this era, there appeared such a monster as you. It's undoubtedly a disaster for your peers. After saying this, Wang Daojun didn't wait for Su Yu to respond. His gaze became hollow, as if he was recalling something. After a moment, Wang Daojun sighed deeply. My conditions are simple. First, do not involve the Wang family because of my matters. Second, after I tell you that secret, you must kill me immediately. Third, after you return to the upper realm, go to Bailing Extreme and retrieve the treasure I left there. It's a good thing, but unfortunately, I fell too quickly in my last life and didn't have time to study it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Fourth. There's more? Seeing Su Yu frown, Wang Daojun coughed lightly a couple of times and sighed. Then let's leave it at that. Su Yu's gaze flickered several times, then he nodded. I promise you, tell me that secret right now. If you say one more useless word, I'll refine you immediately. Alas, Su Emperor is indeed a person of great impatience. Wang Daojun laughed, then began to recount. The ancient emperor was a figure who reached the path tens of thousands of years before me. Although he did not succeed, he had already 1 foot in the emperor's realm, so he deserves the title of emperor. And the path he pursued was time. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 paths, with time being the most respected, and space being the king. The path of time holds many secrets. And when the ancient emperor touched the river of time and space, he saw the woman standing above the river of time. Perhaps because of her, the ancient emperor failed in his pursuit of the path. At this point, Wang Daojun showed a serious expression. I suspect that woman is some kind of taboo existence. Because after the ancient emperor achieved the path, that woman actually appeared within his path of time. You must understand that this is a path condensed from the essence of the emperor communicating with the source of the great path. Su Yu frowned. What does that mean? Let alone the emperor's realm, he still only had a vague understanding of the saint realm. Wang Daojun had no intention of keeping him in suspense, straightforwardly stating, the process of becoming an emperor is equivalent to copying the great path on a blank piece of paper. However, after he began to copy the great path, he found that he had also copied that woman along with it. What do you think that means? Su Yu's pupils constricted. That woman is equal to the status of the great path? Or, is she a part of the great path? Wang Daojun, upon hearing this, showed a look of admiration. No wonder you can defeat me.
Such comprehension truly allows for rapid understanding and the ability to reason further. Suyu sneered, stop wasting words, keep talking.
You haven't explained why that woman appears in the place of inheritance. Wang Daojun paused, then continued, the so-called place of inheritance is the transformation of the ancient emperor's sea of consciousness. Back then, after the ancient emperor achieved half an emperor, due to the limited lifespan, he dismantled himself, his flesh was buried in the burial ground, his soul went to the heavens, while his dantian was sent to the lower realm to bless the descendants. His path of time was naturally within the dantian. That so-called place of inheritance is actually the dantian of the ancient emperor. It is divided into 4 major heavens, east, west, south, and north. The projection of that woman is deep within the extreme cold of the north heaven region. As long as you carry a sword or anything related to spatial laws, you can trade with that woman's projection and obtain numerous treasures containing the laws of time.
What do you think? My secret is quite valuable, isn't it? After hearing this, Suyu's brow remained tightly furrowed as he asked, how do you know all this? I once obtained the qualification of the place of inheritance and personally entered it once, of course, I know.
Wang Daojun said flatly.
No wonder.
Suyu thought to himself, no wonder this guy wanted to slaughter the realm as soon as he entered the Changqing realm, it turns out he had once obtained the qualification of the place of inheritance? Suyu recalled that he, too, seemed to have accidentally obtained the qualification to enter the place of inheritance after killing Xian Bushi. I'm very satisfied with your secret. Suyu nodded, then summoned Xiao He with a wave of his right hand, coldly stating, refine him. Xiao He's eyes lit up, looking extremely excited as he eagerly flew towards Wang Daojun. However, before dying, Wang Daojun had a strange smile on his face.
Congratulations to the host for killing the child of fortune, Wang Daojun.
Villain points plus 200,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the ultimate task in gaining the supreme physique, Extreme Flame Overlord body. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the emperor of the Dragonlight dynasty, Zhonantian, and obtaining, for Extreme Seal.
Chapter 61 Gaining the Supreme Body Again, Entering the Divine Mansion.
Poof. So you looked at the place where Wang Daojun had vanished, silent for a long time, and finally snorted coldly, choosing not to ponder deeply anymore. He knew that this guy wouldn't kindly reveal all his secrets to him. Within those words, there were surely many traps. However, Suyu, confident in his own skills, thought that even if there were traps, he could slash through them with a sword. To be honest, this time, the gains have been quite substantial. Suyu opened the system panel.
Name, Suyu. Cultivation, great perfection of divine ability.
Physique, world body, imperial level, Tai by heavenly gang body, supreme level, central suppressing prison body, supreme level, extreme flame overlord body, supreme level not yet inherited. Innate divine abilities, world sword intent universe chin koan eternal life innate gung metal chi thick virtue can bear all.
Treasures, God-burying sword body, for extreme seal, fate annihilation map. Villain points, 1,260,000. Not bad, finally rich for once.
Suyu nodded in satisfaction, putting away the God-burying sword body in 4 extreme seal.
Little Black. He patted Little Black on the head, after we go out, you directly bring the sky-devouring demon pot into my inner world, and then use the power in the pot to nourish my inner world, understood?
Woo.
Little Black growled softly, clearly excited. Suyu, feeling a bit uneasy, reiterated a few times before heading towards the exit.
After all, this little creature controlled a quasi-emperor weapon, and Suyu was genuinely worried that it might accidentally break his inner world.
A moment later,
Suyu stepped out of the sky-devouring demon pot. Then, he pointed to pull the sky-devouring demon pot along with a piece of fragment into his inner world. In the future, as Suyu's inner world gradually improved, it might be possible to fully repair it.
Young Master Su, we are willing to submit to you.
As Suyu turned around, he found a large group kneeling before him. A casual glance showed that these were the rulers of major powers within the Changqing realm.
What's this? Before, none of you were willing to submit, and now you suddenly changed your minds?
Suyu said playfully. The crowd fell silent. Suyu sneered, I can give you a chance to join my side, but you must plant the slave seal.
Slave seal?
This. Hearing this, the crowd all looked bitter.
This slave seal was far more malicious than a slave contract.
Once planted, they would only be loyal to Suyu for their entire lives, no matter what they were asked to do, even if it went against their conscience, they would not dare to resist. If they went against Suyu, they would suffer the curse of the slave seal, their souls burned, in unbearable pain.
What's wrong? Are you unwilling?
Suyu furrowed his brow. Instantly, everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness enveloping them, making them shudder uncontrollably. They gritted their teeth, filled with humiliation. They were the respectable patriarchs of the Changqing realm, yet they had fallen to this state. Since this is the case, then you all go back and wait. I, Su, will visit each of your houses.
No. Young Master, we were wrong. We submit. Slave seal is fine.
Please, young master, spare us.
We truly wish to submit.
Suyu drew the corners of his mouth into a slight curve. Rest assured, as long as you all honestly work for me, I will naturally. Suyu once again placed the spiritual veins and materials he collected along the way into the heavenly and earthly exquisite array. After a few enhancements by him, the coverage of this array was no longer limited to Qingcheng, but radiated hundreds of miles into the distance.
Even nearby villages, towns, and other large cities and sects were included within it.
Half of the eastern wilderness region was shrouded in this great array, forming a giant formation.
Ha! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Suyu secretly nodded. His ultimate goal was to envelop the entire Xunqing realm with the heavenly and earthly exquisite array.
In this way, he could avoid situations where his enemies might steal from him. Although he was an imperial prince of the royal family, there might still be some madmen willing to take revenge at any cost.
If enemies truly destroyed the Xunqing realm when he was unprepared, it would likely become Suyu's lifelong obsession.
The urgent matter was to increase his strength, quickly step into the Divine Mansion realm, and then enter the Inheritance Land to explore. This Inheritance Land was a place only the chosen from the myriad universes could enter. If he accidentally failed, there would be no place to cry. Thinking of this, Suyu slowly closed his eyes.
System, since the Taisu sword body and the eternal reversal wheel body can merge, can my other physiques merge as well?
Suyu sat cross-legged, communicating his thoughts with the system. He had realized that having too many physiques was not necessarily a good thing. These supreme physiques with different attributes sometimes conflicted with each other and produced negative effects.
So, if merging was possible, it would be better to do so. Ding! To deduce possible fusion of supreme physiques requires 50,000 villain points. Would you like to perform the deduction?
Yes.
Suyu nodded without hesitation.
A mere 50,000 villain points were nothing for him now. He didn't even need to frown.
Moments later. Ding! Deduction successful.
The system has successfully deduced the possible fusion physique based on the host's current physiques. The host only needs to obtain the Fengyao Dao body, supreme body, and Jianmu Dao body, supreme body, to merge into the world-class physique Yuan Shi Dao body. Hearing this, Suyu narrowed his eyes, a look of joy appearing on his face.
As expected.
After obtaining the Central Town Prison body and the Tai Bai Heavily Gang body, he had this guess.
With the appearance of the Extreme Flame Domineering body, his intuition became even clearer. The Central Town Prison was of Earth attribute, and the Tai Bai Heavenly Gang body was of metal.
Adding in the other 3 supreme bodies corresponding to the 5 elements, merging these 5 supreme bodies together would definitely be against the heavens.
System, how many villain points are needed for a direct exchange for these 2 physiques? After contemplating for a moment, Suyu spoke again.
If the needed villain points weren't too many, it was better to exchange directly.
Ding!
Fengyao Dao body requires 500 million villain points. Jianmu Dao body requires 450 million villain points.
So expensive? Are you robbing me?
Suyu couldn't help but curse. He originally thought the supreme physiques only needed around 1 million villain points, but who would have thought it was directly 100 times more than he expected?
Ding!
The system shop displays clear prices, absolutely fair to young and old alike.
Fair to young and old alike? Clearly, it's something you can get by killing a few children of fate.
Hearing the system's prompt, Suyu wanted to curse a little more, but soon realized, and his expression became strange. The children of fate were nothing to him, he could easily wipe them out.
But what if the person who obtained this villain system was just an ordinary person?
The original script of the system should have been to make him contest wits and courage with the children of fate, continuously diminishing each other's fortunes, consuming a few years or even decades, centuries, and then having a decisive battle to slay them, right?
The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt it could be true.
If, as Suyu envisioned, he entangled with a child of fate for 100 years.
Then perhaps he could indeed accumulate hundreds of millions of villain points. Sigh, never mind, it's still better to kill major fortune users.
Suyu shook his head slightly. The best use of villain points for him was still for deduction.
Or exchange some functional items.
System, derive the most suitable method for me to break through the Divine Mansion.
Ding!
Deriving the perfect breakthrough method requires 30,000 villain points.
Do you want to proceed with the derivation?
Suyu nodded without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a vast stream of information surge into his mind.
In a split second, a faint divine light radiated from his forehead. Moments later, enlightenment appeared in Suyu's eyes. So this is the secret of the Divine Mansion?
Suyu murmured, activating his inner vision and focusing his attention on his purple mansion position. Immediately, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth as he pushed the ancient scripture of the void to its limit.
Purple chi comes from the east, breaking through the 9 heavens, the mansion gathers the stars, grasping yin and yang, with a thought, the world transforms, chaos opens the sky and I alone reign. Chapter 62, Is This Still Human? Suyu's voice echoed throughout the space, penetrating everything, resonating in the sky, giving everyone who heard it a refreshing feeling. This was the sound of the Tao, imbued with Tao principles, which, upon hearing, could even permanently enhance a regular person's understanding. Suyu took a step forward, appearing above the Su mansion. This breakthrough would radiate a lot of spiritual energy and Tao rhythm, perhaps even elevating the overall strength of the Su family by a level. System, initiate the physical inheritance. Then, Suyu communicated with the system to begin the inheritance of the extreme flame overlord body. Buzzing. In an instant, an intense wave of heat swept in, shaking the entire azure blue realm. So domineering. It's worthy of having the word overlord in its name. Suyu's breath became rapid, feeling a surge of blood boiling throughout his body. Unlike the stability of the central prison body, the extreme flame overlord body was more wild and overbearing, filled with an unstoppable momentum, as if everything in the world could be crushed by him. As his physique was fully activated, fire dragons circled around Suyu, wrapping him in a crimson light. Suyu sat cross-legged within, resembling someone bathing in a sea of fire, feeling every hair on his body stand on end, as if he were to rise to the skies and become the sun. With my foundational Tao as material, ignite the fire of the extreme flame overlord body, and build the supreme divine mansion. Suyu shouted, the heat in his eyes flickering, as strands of crimson energy converged towards his forehead, gradually forming a ball of blazing substance. Space law. This was all Suyu's comprehension of the laws of space, now refined and sublimated through the power of extreme flame. As long as he implanted it in his sea of consciousness, he could supplement it with spiritual energy to build the divine mansion. Once the divine mansion was established, Suyu would not even need to actively comprehend, but could continuously enhance his understanding of the laws of space every moment. However, at this moment, Suyu hesitated. What is the young master doing? Seeing Suyu's actions, Honglian and others couldn't help but be startled. It must be known that during a crucial moment of breakthrough, the worst thing is a disruption in rhythm, especially in the divine mansion realm where it must be done in one go to forge a more magnificent divine mansion. The higher the divine mansion, the deeper the comprehension of the laws, which concerns the potential of the cultivator in the future. However, Suyu had stopped at the very first step, making everyone hold their breath. Believe in the young master. Jiuge tightly clenched his fists and whispered. Honglian nodded, when I condensed my law seed, it was only the size of a grain of rice. The young master's law seed is the size of a fist, so surely he can build a 1,000-meter divine mansion, right? 1,000 meter? That seems unlikely? Beside, Yi Feng scratched his head, a bit in disbelief. He had learned from the distant memories of the Yi family's ancestors that ordinary cultivators entering the divine mansion realm could at most build dozens of meters high. Even ancient prodigies often reached a height of 100 meters. Only a very few geniuses could build a divine mansion near 1,000 meters. And these geniuses later all became towering figures in their own right. Some even reached the level of supreme beings. But now, could this legendary feat of the ancient era unfold before their very eyes? Su Jiuge shot him a sideways glance and coldly snorted, do you know how many feet of heart pillars the young master forged when in the ascendancy realm? Feet? Yi Feng's jaw dropped slightly, a bit taken aback. When did heart pillars become something measured in feet? He borrowed from the ancestral heritage of the Yi family and achieved ascendancy with ancient secret methods, but he only forged a heart pillar of 1 foot and 3 inches. Su Jiuge mentioned several feet, which truly exceeded his understanding. Seeing Yi Feng's dazed reaction, Su Jiuge scoffed disdainfully, saying blandly, the young master's heart pillar is 100 feet. What? 100-foot heart pillar? How is that possible? Yi Feng was stunned, his eyes wide, his mind buzzing. 100 feet. This was simply unheard of. If it weren't for the fact that the speaker was Su Jiuge, he was sure he wouldn't believe a word of it. Not just him, even the usually expressionless Mu Qianxue was also taken aback by this news. As a young lady of the Mu family, although she grew up in a small world, she encountered many fortuitous events along the way and gained numerous envious opportunities, like ancient inheritances and beast tributes, countless in number. But even so, when she was in the ascendancy realm, she had only forged a 9-inch heart pillar. Compared to Suyu, that was truly like a small witch meeting a great witch. No wonder the young master is so strong. Mu Qianxue murmured to herself. So, the young master has reached a realm that no one before him has achieved in each stage, and that is why the effects are so terrifying? In the upper realm, there were no young talents who tried to do this. But most people who attempted it saw minimal results. Continuously solidifying one's foundation may allow one to easily win against opponents of the same realm, but it can also slow down the pace of breaking through. When the time comes, others will crush you by 2 realms, how can you still play?
Only Suyu could not only break through absurdly fast, but his foundation was also shockingly solid.
Young master, you are creating history.
Yi Feng's eyes shone with excitement, feeling a rush of blood and a tingle on his scalp. This was so shocking, witnessing a legend being born was even more exhilarating than breaking into the divine palace himself. But before Yi Feng could feel excited for long, his expression suddenly changed, and his smile froze. This was because he saw Suyu directly throw the condensed seed of the law into the air. Ah! Everyone's reaction was the same, they were all stunned in place. Clearly, the law seed had been hard-earned, so why throw it away? Could it be that Suyu no longer wanted to break through? Young. Su Zhougao's lips moved, wanting to inquire, but in the end, she held back. Suyu's actions perhaps had his reasons. If she rashly interrupted, it might create negative effects. With this thought, Su Zhougao immediately unleashed Great Saint Power, sealing off the surrounding area for miles to prevent any accidents during Suyu's breakthrough. She understood that Suyu must be attempting something now. If he succeeded, the benefits could be unimaginable. So she had to be diligent and reduce all risks to a minimum. After Suyu threw the law seed away, he seemed completely unconcerned and slowly closed his eyes. Illusory flames continuously surged around him, burning fiercely. These flames were not ordinary flames but extreme flames that could incinerate all things. Suyu continued to temper his body and soul. As the tempering continued, a second law seed suddenly appeared on Suyu's forehead. And this law seed was no smaller than the previous one. Ha! Seeing this, everyone was astonished. A second law seed. Could it be that the young master is cultivating two paths simultaneously? Everyone's expressions varied. In the upper realm, there were indeed many talents cultivating two paths. However, this approach had obvious downsides. It was easy to become unskilled in both laws, requiring a massive amount of energy to harmonize and merge. Like Suyu now, directly refining two law seeds absolutely belongs to an existence that is extremely monstrous. Two kinds of laws cultivated together. Does this young master intend to directly build two divine residences? Hong Lian's expression was grave. Generally speaking, two cultivators of the same laws would choose to first build one divine residence, then slowly construct the second after reaching the divine residence realm. But now, it seems that Suyu wants to achieve everything at once? Wait, look. That's the third law seed. At this moment, someone pointed at another law seed and shouted. Sure enough, in the center of Suyu's brow, another new law seed appeared. 3 law seeds, 3 law seeds. Hiss. This scene made everyone present gasp in shock, their hearts stirred up like stormy seas. Even the top geniuses from the high realms rarely choose to cultivate 3 laws simultaneously. You must understand, cultivating 3 laws means spending 3 times the resources, 3 times the mental effort, and 3 times the training time compared to ordinary people. But looking at the law seeds Suyu had gathered, each one was even larger than the last. This indicates that Suyu had spent tremendous effort understanding these 3 laws before reaching the realm. Su Jiuge and the others' hearts raced, they felt as if they were witnessing a dazzling legend ascending into the sky. Wait. That's the 4th law seed? Just then, one person suddenly shouted. Su Jiuge, Mu Qianshui, and Yi Feng immediately looked towards Suyu's brow. Upon seeing it, they all gasped. In the center of Suyu's brow, unexpectedly, a 4th law seed appeared. 4 law seeds formed a circle, shining brightly. Su Jiuge took a deep breath, already numb from the shock in his heart. The young master is not cultivating 3 laws, but 4 laws? Is he still human? But before everyone could recover, the exclamations began again. Look, the 5th law seed has appeared. My God, how many types of laws is the young master actually cultivating at the same time? I think the only way to describe it is against the heavens. Hey, someone come quickly, Miss Mu has fainted. Chapter 63, Condensation, the Foundation of the World. Suyu proudly stood in the void, surrounded by a total of 6 law seeds, like the stars surrounding the moon. These law seeds were the seed of space, the seed of time, the seed of metal, the seed of earth, the seed of fire, and finally, the seed of the sword Dao. Suyu gazed at these law seeds, his eyes sparkling with divine light, his mind racing. Now, due to his supreme physique, he simultaneously grasped a considerable amount of the power of laws. However, with so many powers of laws, he couldn't, and didn't have the energy to comprehend them all at once. If he chose to cultivate them together, Suyu would have to start from the divine residence realm, repeating the training 5 times for each realm, needing to master each type of law power once. This meant his training speed would be incredibly slow. So, he had to make a choice. Yet, Suyu felt somewhat reluctant. Why not give it a try? Looking at the 5 law seeds, Suyu started to feel excited. At worst, it would just require 5 times the resources. As an imperial family, can the Su family not afford to raise him? Damn it, let's do it. With determination, Suyu was about to simultaneously build 5 divine residences. But just as he was about to act, he suddenly paused, a contemplative look on his face. It wasn't hesitation, but rather, a bold idea had suddenly sprung up in his mind. These law seeds, except for the sword Dao seed, were all brought by the supreme physique. So, since the supreme physique can fuse, can these law seeds also fuse? A gut feeling told Suyu that this was an extremely dangerous thing to attempt. Previously, the system's perfect breakthrough method only reached the step of refining the law seeds. All he needed to do was place the law seeds into his mind to succeed. But now Suyu wanted to go all out, and the risks were very high. Fortunately, he didn't have to take the risk himself. System, simulate for me the method to perfectly fuse the law seeds. Ding. Simulating this method requires 500,000 villain points. Yes. Suyu nodded without hesitation. 500,000 villain points are a lot, but compared to his path, it's nothing. System simulating, please wait. Ding. Simulation successful. Buzz. A vast, immeasurable memory surged into Suyu's mind. The enormity of this memory even made Suyu feel a sharp pain in his brow and his head swell. Hiss. After reviewing the method of fusion, Suyu took a sharp breath. No wonder the system priced it at 500,000, it's truly a case of you get what you pay for. I actually need to first fuse time and space, construct a time-space divine mansion, and then gradually fill it with the power of laws, ultimately achieving the world divine mansion? Suyu's eyes flickered. If he had acted rashly just now, directly tossing all the seeds of the laws into his sea of consciousness, he would probably have remained permanently trapped in the divine mansion realm, unable to progress for life. Indeed, the strongest ability of his system is still assistance. If he were to simulate it himself, it would take him decades without a chance of being this perfect. How unlike now, where he can directly obtain a perfect method of fusion. Boom! In the next moment, the seed of time and the seed of space fused simultaneously into Suyu's sea of consciousness. Boom! It was like detonating a heavyweight bomb. In the sea of consciousness, a mansion rose into the sky. At this moment, the mansion exuded dazzling golden light, as if cast from solid gold. Atop the mansion were two large characters, time-space. The appearance of the empire was simple, yet it revealed a dominating aura that seemed to rule over all life and death. The empire towered majestically, its aura encompassing the universe. At this time, the towering mansion stood silently in the sea of consciousness. Although it had no fluctuations, it gave off a feeling of surpassing all beings, as if a slight touch could reduce them to ashes. Who? Suyu slowly exhaled, looking around and finding that the flames brought by the extreme flame body had already extinguished. This made Suyu feel a wave of lingering fear. Just 2 seeds of laws almost drained him. If 5 were together, he would probably be squeezed dry on the spot. The path of time and space is so magical. Suyu squinted his eyes. After the time-space divine mansion was completed, he could clearly feel the existence of the power of time and space around him. This power is incredibly mysterious, different from the space laws or time laws he had encountered before. The path of time and space is a fusion of the two, involving the essence of the world, and is one of the highest laws. After constructing the time-space divine mansion, Suyu hurriedly stored the remaining seeds of the laws within the mansion for temporary safekeeping, planning to fuse them one by one once his realm was stabilized. I wonder, how strong am I now? After doing all this, Suyu was eager to try, suddenly glancing below. Honglian, you are also in the divine mansion realm, shall we have a spar? Suyu said loudly. Young master, I'm not in the divine mansion realm, I have now reached the half-step divine palace realm. Red Lotus smiled sweetly, her voice pleasant to hear. It doesn't matter, just come at me, don't hold back, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have enough fun. Suyu answered with a light smile, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Alright then, since the young master has said so, this little girl will play with you. Red Lotus said cheerfully, bending her legs slightly and pushing off, instantly appearing in front of Suyu. Immediately after, she raised her fair hand and swept towards Suyu. In an instant, boundless karma fire burned the sky. The surrounding space for thousands of miles was burned and twisted. Clearly, she knew that to deal with Suyu, she had to first disrupt the void. This move won't work on me now. Suyu suddenly extended his right palm, casually striking out. Rumbling. In an instant, the world roiled, the sun and moon trembled, and dark whirlpools floated out of thin air, each like a black hole deeply rooted in the void. In the next moment, the void within a radius of thousands of miles became instantly stable. No matter how the flames burned, they remained unmoved. Seeing this scene, Honglian and Jiuge both exclaimed, the Dao Domain? Chapter 64, so fragrant, so soft. What does Dao Domain mean? Suyu was taken aback and asked after standing still. At this time, Honglian had a complicated expression, pondering for a while before slowly explaining, after a practitioner perfects their divine palace, they will form a special feature called Dao Domain. And after a practitioner enters the holy realm, the Dao Domain can be upgraded to the holy domain.
It is precisely because of the existence of the holy domain that there is the saying that below a saint, everyone else is like an ant. At this moment, Jiuge also nodded and added, "That's right. I didn't expect the young master to condense the Dao domain in the early stage of the Divine Palace realm. It's truly rare. But the young master's current situation is still a bit unstable. Let's come down quickly and consolidate your cultivation first. Is the manifestation of the Dao domain the result of the fusion of two forces of law? Or is it that the fusion of the two forces of law has allowed me to touch the power of the Dao domain in advance?" Suyu muttered to himself, then shook his head indifferently. His realm was as stable as a rock, and there was no need to spend extra effort consolidating. "Honglian, use your full strength and let me see the gap between us." Suyu laughed loudly, his face full of enthusiasm. The next moment, he directly condensed the void into a sword and slashed towards Honglian. Seeing Suyu in high spirits, Jiuge could only smile wryly and shake his head, unwilling to continue advising him. "Well, I just hope the young master doesn't get his confidence shaken later." Jiuge assessed that, in terms of absolute power, Honglian was still slightly stronger now. After all, she was not only at half-step divine platform realm, but her flame lotus body had also been cultivated to a small completion stage. Combined, Honglian's true strength was enough to match a genuine divine platform level. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each realm. Though there were only 3 minor realms between early Divine Palace and late Divine Palace, actual combat power sometimes could differ by more than 10 times. Whoosh! At this moment, Suyu's sword light tore through the void, producing a piercing screech, impressive in its might. Since the young master insists on playing, then Honglian will let the young master see my true strength. But if the young master loses later, he must fulfill a special request of mine, okay? Honglian chuckled lightly, her eyes shimmering. She extended her right hand and drew her sword to counter, slashing at the sword light. Immediately, the flaming swords gathered in the sky clashed with the void sword energy. Boom! Accompanied by a huge muffled sound, terrifying shockwaves instantly spread out. Thud thud thud. Under the powerful impact, Honglian retreated several steps, each time landing leaving deep craters in the earth. How is this possible? She looked up at the boy ahead, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just now, in their clash, she was actually at an absolute disadvantage. To know, she was at half-step divine platform realm. And Suyu's sword was clearly just a test, likely using only about 10% of his strength. This. Honglian suddenly came to a realization. Suyu's statement about seeing the gap between them was perhaps to let her see clearly the distance between him and her. To have such combat power only after entering the Divine Palace. Only after personally experiencing it did Honglian understand the immense pressure one would face being Suyu's enemy. This is simply too abnormal. Honglian, as my maid, your strength is still lacking. Suyu's mouth curled into a sinister arc. Simply saying that won't allow me to have any special thoughts about you. The next moment, Suyu's body turned into an afterimage, instantly disappearing from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Honglian, his speed terrifying, like a ghost. What a fast speed. Truly worthy of the way of space. Honglian's expression gradually became serious. Hearing Suyu's words, her crimson lips lightly pursed, and her eyes suddenly shot out 2 blazing rays of light, followed by. The entire person was set on fire. Young master, don't underestimate me. Whoosh! The fierce flames of karmic fire surged madly from her body, instantly filling the entire space, scorching beyond belief. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The karmic fire burned the air, making a loud, intense noise. Burned the 8 wastelands. In the next moment, Honglian cried out in a delicate voice, and the karmic fire lotus was activated to its limits, her entire body shooting up into the sky, transforming into a 1,000-foot fire phoenix. Caw! A sharp cry echoed through the sky, shaking the heavens. The fire phoenix spread its wings, its whole body bathed in a sea of fire, the surrounding space distorted and shifted, as if it would shatter at any moment. Boom, boom, boom. The towering flames surged and roared, as if they were going to devour everything. That kind of temperature made one's heart tremble, even from a far distance. However, even though Honglian unleashed her ultimate move, she could not disturb Suyu's actions. Suyu kept flickering and moving in the void, each time flashing across dozens of miles. Though the karmic fire was incredibly fierce, it could not touch Suyu in the slightest. This scene caused a trace of anxiety to appear on Honglian's delicate face. Clearly, she could not maintain this state for long, and if a winner could not be determined in a short period of time, she would undoubtedly lose. But, could Suyu, as he was now, be so easily caught? Once the power of time and space was unleashed, the opponent could no longer affect Suyu's spatial laws by disturbing the surrounding spacetime as before. Because what Suyu used was not spatial teleportation, but direct movement on the time-space level. Fine, as my servant, I will give you a chance. Seeing Honglian growing more anxious, Suyu simply stopped in place, preparing to take her attack head-on. Then young master must be careful.
Whoosh! In the next moment, Honglian instantly separated from the fire phoenix form, and boundless karmic fire condensed into a sword, its blade shining brilliantly. Whoosh! In an instant, that fiery red sword beam shot through the air, directly aiming at Suyu's chest. Suyu remained still, letting the sword beam pierce through his body, and his form began to rapidly crumble under the scorching fire. The extreme heat even quickly carbonized his flesh and blood, turning it into flying ash. Young master! Seeing this, Honglian was startled, quickly retracting her sword. Damn! Young master, are you okay? Don't scare me! Honglian dispersed the karmic fire sword and hurried to Suyu's side. Young master? Ha! Young master, how come you're fine again? However, when Honglian reached Suyu, she found that the part where the fiery sword had pierced was perfectly unharmed. Even the clothes that had been burned to ash were restored, as if everything that had happened just now was nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Suyu smiled slightly and said faintly, "This mere karmic fire, how could it harm me? Young master, how did you do it?" Honglian's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity, as she poked Suyu's chest and couldn't help but ask. She was indeed very surprised. She had clearly seen Suyu suffer a serious injury, and even smelled the burnt scent. Logically speaking, such an injury, even a powerful being in the Divine Palace realm would find it difficult to recover from. Suyu laughed as he grabbed her jade-like hand. "Alright, stop poking, it's itchy. What just happened was merely an application of the power of time and space. You only hit the me of the previous second, but what does that have to do with the me of the next second?" Upon hearing this, Honglian showed a confused expression. As expected, they say the way of time and the way of space are the most difficult to understand. After young master explained, I still feel half understood. Honglian murmured. But soon, she realized the hand that Suyu was holding. She gave him a playful glare, but didn't resist. Instead, she naturally wrapped her arms around Suyu's waist, resting her head on his chest. Ahem, ahem. Suyu's pupils shrank, and his body stiffened for a moment. There are so many people watching, don't do anything strange. Honglian accidentally hurt young master just now, so now naturally she must make up for it. Honglian lowered her head and smiled softly. That smile was simply world-turning. But, from the trembling of her eyelashes, it was clear that her heart wasn't calm. Pa! Shameless! Mu Qianxue couldn't help but sneer when seeing the closeness between the two. Then, her face turned red, and a trace of envy appeared in her eyes. She envied Honglian's boldness in love and hate. However, she came from humble beginnings and had long been used to living cautiously. How could she have the daring of a demon sect leader like Honglian? Suyu sniffed the faint fragrance in the air, shaking his head with a bitter smile. This little devil really knows how to take advantage, always trying to take shortcuts whenever there's a chance. But, he had to admit, this little devil's figure was truly devilishly perfect. Her full and perky shape, the slender, supple waist was so irresistible, and holding her felt exceptionally soft and comfortable. If he could hold her while sleeping, it would definitely. Ahem, have you had enough hugging? Suyu pretended to be calm and snorted. Honglian will never have enough in this lifetime. Honglian blinked her big, watery eyes, leaning her head towards Suyu, looking all pitiful. The two locked eyes, with their lips barely half an inch apart. And it seemed like they were getting closer. Then we'll hug in the next life. At the critical moment, Suyu took a deep breath and teleported away. The inheritance land was about to open, and he didn't want to be lost in this soft paradise. If he got suppressed by another genius at that time, it would be too late for regrets. You're really heartless. Honglian stomped her foot, pouting, murmuring. Her look was so lovable, making everyone around them feel an inexplicable pang of sympathy. But soon, they bit their tongues to wake themselves up. Everyone was covered in cold sweat. After all, Honglian was the young master's maid, and they dared not have any other thoughts. Suyu didn't continue to entangle with Honglian, instead diving into his cultivation. Bang! Staring at the closed door, Honglian stomped her feet in anger. Humph! I don't believe you weren't moved just now. Thinking back to the warmth of his broad chest, Honglian couldn't help but lick her enticing lips, her face flushed. At first, she had only been interested in Suyu's imperial family background, but now, she had completely fallen. So young, yet so outstanding. It could be said that Suyu was a rare figure in all the ages. Such a stunning person, how could anyone not fall for him? Her heart was pounding. When she had just hugged Suyu, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Come on, keep going. They say a girl chasing a guy is like a layer of gauze. I don't believe I can't win you over. She took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and began focusing on her cultivation. After all, if her cultivation lagged too far behind Suyu, even if Suyu agreed, she might still feel inferior, right? Chapter 65, My Rules Are the Rules. Time passed slowly, and a month went by. Brother Yu. I've finally broken through to the core formation realm.
A joyful laugh rang out outside Suyu's door. It was none other than Su Xiaoyu. Congratulations! The door opened, and Suyu stepped out. He was dressed in a snowy white robe, with black hair cascading down like a waterfall. His handsome features were extraordinary, and his aura was as ethereal as an immortal. Brother, you seems different now. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling. My cultivation has slightly advanced. Suyu smiled and nodded. For his younger sister, who was the destined daughter, he was actually a little speechless. In just 1 month, she had only advanced from the peak of body establishment to core formation, and that was with his help. Wasn't this a bit too slow? Look at other fortunate people, like He Feng, who had already broken into the later stage of Divine Power Realm, preparing to break through to the Divine Mansion Realm. And Honglian was even closer, just a step away from the Divine Stage Realm, ready to break through at any moment. Thinking about this, Suyu stared at Su Xiaoyu again, examining her profile. Name, Su Xiaoyu. Cultivation, early stage of core formation. Constitution, extreme luck body, dominant body. Remark, a branch of the Su family, due to the activation of the heavenly array, her spiritual aura entered the body. Awakening born with extreme luck, luck defies the heavens. Luck defies the heavens? So it seems. Suyu stroked his chin in thought. Why you, big brother you, why are you looking at me like that? Feeling Suyu's fiery gaze, Su Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed red as she shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her dress. Give it a try. Ha! Suyu took out 2 pills from his storage bag, holding one in each palm, then clenched his fists with the backs facing Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, I have 2 pills here, one is just a common first-grade Qi nourishing pill, and the other is a 4th-grade Dragon Essence pill. Now, guess which hand has the Dragon Essence pill? If you guess right, I'll give that pill to you. After hearing Suyu, Su Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, then blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Guess? Suyu had a faint smile on his lips and nodded. Su Xiaoyu gently bit her lip, thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to Suyu's hand, trying to sniff with her nose. But after a moment, she pulled her head back in frustration. Don't overthink it, just rely on your intuition to guess. Suyu lightly flicked her forehead with his finger and said, somewhat impatiently. Oh. Su Xiaoyu pouted her rosy lips, covering her forehead and falling into deep thought. Soon, her eyes shone with bright stars, as if she understood something, and she nodded vigorously. Big brother you, it must be in this hand. Su Xiaoyu said with utmost certainty. Upon hearing this, Suyu opened his palm. Sure enough, the Dragon Essence pill lay in his palm, shimmering with a faint yellow glow. Interesting, come on, guess again. Suyu's eyes sparkled as he took out 2 more pills. This time, Su Xiaoyu still successfully guessed where the higher-grade pill was located. Suyu, not believing his luck, tried 100 times in a row. Yet, Su Xiaoyu guessed right 99 times. The only time she was wrong was when Suyu had switched the pills in advance using the power of time and space. Incredible luck, extraordinary luck. However, if external force is too overwhelming, relying solely on good luck still can't forcibly change the outcome. Suyu pondered thoughtfully. Then, a bright smile spread across his face. Xiaoyu, 3 days later, accompany me to a place. Okay. Su Xiaoyu did not ask where they were going. To her, Suyu's words were like the laws of heaven, and he would never harm her. In the following days, the two got along harmoniously, like siblings. Suyu taught Su Xiaoyu how to cultivate and had Ji Feng train her in combat, while Han Lian guided her on worldly experiences, and so on. Suyu felt that if this sister of his grew up, her achievements would surely be impressive. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Suyu called Han Lian, Su Xiaoyu, and Mu Qianxue close to him. Today is the day the great emperor of old opens his inheritance ground, you 3 will accompany me there. Upon hearing this, Han Lian exclaimed in surprise, but didn't that inheritance ground say only the young master could enter? Mu Qianxue echoed, yeah, the rule has always been that only the chosen heir can enter alone, no living being can be brought in. Suyu's lips curled slightly, calmly declaring, rules? My rules are the real rules. With that, Suyu flicked his sleeve and strode out of the courtyard. The 3 exchanged glances and quickly followed. Su Jiugao also followed closely behind, providing protection for them. Suyu walked in the center of the market, attracting the attention of the surrounding pedestrians. As a legendary figure in the Azure Green realm, he had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Especially recently, almost every day, people from various regions flocked to Qingcheng, eagerly waiting for Suyu to appear. However, Suyu did not linger in the bustling market. After leaving Su Mansion, he took out a jade token. After activating it, the jade token transformed into a beam of white light, shooting straight up into the sky. Following the direction of the white light, the crowd arrived before a massive light gate. The light gate towered into the clouds, about 100 feet wide, entirely silver white. glowing with a faint silver light, like the eyes of a deity gazing down upon all beings.
Suyu's expression was calm as he stepped forward, leading Hong Lian and the others inside the light gate.
Air, halt!
Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed from within the light gate. The sound waves twisted the whole void, making people's heads spin and their ears ring.
Who dares to disrespect the young master? Come out!
Next to Suyu, Hong Lian's face changed slightly as she shouted angrily. At the same time, Su Jiuge stepped forward, coldly staring into the depths of the light gate.
What? Have you forgotten the pain of losing your arm on that day?
Hearing Su Jiuge's words, the light gate trembled as if startled. A gaze pierced through the gate. Upon seeing who it was, the voice trembled. So it's you. The mysterious person felt a sharp pain in his teeth and couldn't help but touch his right hand. Months ago, it was Su Jiuge who cut off his right hand with a sword. Although it had been reattached, there's a saying that goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. When he saw Su Jiuge again, he always felt that the other party might suddenly draw their sword and attack.
Cough, cough.
The mysterious person cleared his throat and reluctantly said, "Ladies, did I not mention when I gave the heir qualification to this young master? Only the heir can enter the place of inheritance. Though he possesses the Tai Bai Tiangang body and has a great chance of obtaining the inheritance, rules must still be followed."
Rules?
What rules? Only those who have obtained the qualification can enter the inheritance place.
Suyu remained unfazed. Then you can also give them inheritance qualifications, can't you?
That's impossible. The mysterious person blurted out without thinking. If he could casually grant inheritance qualifications, why would he go to such lengths?
The emergence of the heir's qualification in the Sanqing realm was initiated by you, wasn't it?
Suyu remarked with indifference when he saw the man not responding.
This.
Hearing this, the mysterious person's mouth twitched violently. He wanted to deny it, but with Suyu's certain tone, it was clear that this matter had been confirmed, leaving him with no room to quibble. After all, after losing an arm, he had a feeling of frustration inside. Thus, he leaked the news of the inheritance place opening to the upper realm, hoping to attract people from the upper realm to give them a lesson. But he never expected that many from the upper realm would come, and in the end, it was this kid who laughed until the end. All the heir qualifications have been given out, there are no leftovers, the mysterious person said helplessly. Suyu smiled faintly and looked curiously at the light gate, saying, "I don't care, you must bring my people into the inheritance place. Otherwise, this so-called inheritance place has no reason to exist." Hearing this, the mysterious person's face darkened. Gradually, a face formed of pure white smoke emerged from the light gate. "Please be cautious with your words. There are not just me guarding the inheritance place. If you anger other forbidden existences, it won't just be you, your family behind you may also face disaster." After saying this, the mysterious person fixed his gaze on Suyu with an unfriendly expression. Moreover, how could the inheritance of the Eternal Emperor be obtained through outside force? If you are just a playboy who relies on family power, entering the inheritance place might be extremely difficult for you. Suyu narrowed his eyes, half smiling. After a while, he slowly shook his head and said, "Ignorant." After speaking, he glanced at Su Jiuge. Su Jiuge nodded in understanding. With a flick of his finger. Swish. Immediately, a black flash raced by, moving as fast as lightning. Sizzle. The mysterious person's face turned angry. Things are different now, the forbidden existences within the inheritance place have awakened.
Do you really dare to make a move?
Su Jiuge sneered. No wonder you are so confident today, it turns out you have backing. Smack. The mysterious person raised his hand and caught the object thrown by Su Jiuge. Upon taking a closer look, it was a pitch-black token. It was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, engraved with a yin-yang pattern, emanating a chilling cold vibe. Just a piece of... Is this the Abyss Demon token? The mysterious person's voice suddenly stopped. The pupils suddenly constricted, the expression filled with horror. The Abyssal Demon Order is a sacred object that can command the Su family's demon guards. You must know, the Su family in the upper realm is truly the #1 clan, a dominant force in the upper realm. The most crucial part is that there is a true emperor within the Su family. Though the Eternal Emperor has an imperial title, at his peak, he was merely a half-emperor, far from the living Su emperor.
The Abyssal Demon Order, how could such a noble item appear in a lower realm? Why are you from the Su family?
The mysterious person realized something, his expression fluctuating, his eyelids twitching wildly.
Ha. Su Jiuge coldly snorted twice, too lazy to say more.
Seeing this, fine beads of sweat oozed from the mysterious person's forehead, his eyes darting around as he hurriedly explained, Misunderstanding, I didn't know you were from the Su family." He instantly realized that Suyu wasn't bragging, he truly had the power to make the heritage land disappear. "In that case, little one will think of a way to let you all in." As he spoke, the mysterious person returned the Abyssal Demon Order, making a gesture of invitation.
There was no choice, he was wrong first. If the other side was weak, he would have to suffer in silence. But the other party happened to be the hardest rock in all the realms. In an instant, several beams of white light shone down, enveloping Su Xiaoyu, Hong Lian, and Mu Qianxue. Moments later, a mark appeared on the back of each of the three women's hands. Seeing this scene, Suyu raised an eyebrow. Should have done this earlier, right? This fellow's face-changing act was indeed quick. However, if it had been any slower, perhaps this little life would not have been saved. La la la. As she passed by the mysterious person, Su Xiaoyu stuck her tongue out at him. Now you know to be afraid of brother you. Afraid, please come in, Mississippi. The mysterious person forced a smile, secretly relieved, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Once Suyu and the others stepped through the light gate, the mysterious person silently breathed a sigh of relief. Under Su Jiogong's gaze, he cautiously closed the light gate. Please wait outside. The opening time of the Heritage Land is between 7 days to 3 months. Su Jiogong nodded lightly. The mysterious person respectfully retreated, leaving Su Jiogong alone standing outside the door. After doing all this, he muttered to himself, fortunately, they are not as bloodthirsty as the legends say. At first, he had thought Suyu was merely a descendant of some holy family in the upper realm. But now, as an ancient existence who lived to this day, he had almost witnessed the entire rise of the Su family. That truly was a group of madmen, each one powerful beyond measure, dominating the realms, their battle achievements legendary. However, he had heard that the Su family's bloodline power had degraded in recent times, showing a trend of having no successors. But now it seems, perhaps it is not as the rumors say? The mysterious person gazed at the Heritage Land, his heart stirred. This time, 3,000 inheritors were carefully chosen by him. Among them, there are not few who are once in a millennium astonishing talents. I wonder if the Su family heir can stand out among them. If he blends in with the masses, it would probably confirm the fact that the Su family's bloodline power is indeed declining. By then, the mysterious person suddenly shivered, as if he saw a catastrophe sweeping through the heavens descend once more. Chapter 67, A Lonely Boat Crossing the Bitter Sea. On the other side, after stepping into the light gate, the surrounding scene changed abruptly. Before them lay an incredibly wide river spanning across the void, the water rushing and roaring, like millions of heavenly steeds in gallop, thunderously shaking, magnificently imposing. Above the river, thousands of small boats could be vaguely seen floating, various weapons flashing with dazzling metallic glints, and overwhelming killing intent filling the air. Oh, another inheritor has arrived? Counting the numbers, this should be the last inheritor, right? I wonder how many Zhang of path boats he will ride. No matter how many Zhang, once they arrive here, they will all be ours. Cold taunts and mockery echoed from upstream. Ha ha. Accompanied by a loud laugh, a tall figure appeared on a 100 Zhang longboat, sailing through the waves, heading straight towards Suyu and the others. The man was over 3 zhang tall, his entire body swollen with muscles, about to burst his clothes, his arms as thick as iron columns, with a vicious look on his face, his yellow hair flowing wildly, holding 2 giant axes, extremely wild and brutal. Hiss. This is bad, I didn't expect the blood hell god's son to arrive first. Sigh, what a pity. Even beings who have reached the middle stage of the bitter sea like him are here, competing with us for resources. How are we supposed to play now? As the blood hell god's son was about to approach Suyu and the others, those who had been watching sighed in unison. The blood hell god's son was one of the best young talents from the blood god clan, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the divine ability realm, and his strength was unmatched. They were no match for him at all. Just then, Suyu suddenly moved. Whoosh! There was a soft whistle as Suyu made a sword gesture with his fingers, standing at the bow of the ship, and with a light swipe. Whoosh! Next moment, a jet-black sword energy streaked across the sky, directly slashing towards the enemy. Fast. Almost to the extreme. Danger. A strong sense of danger suddenly surged in the blood hell god's son's heart. Without thinking, he swung his giant axes fiercely, trying to block the jet-black sword beam. Bang! The sword energy collided with the giant axes, but there were no sparks as everyone had expected. Instead, it smoothly sliced through the axes as if they were tofu. With a slicing sound, the entire right arm of the blood hell god's son was severed at the shoulder. Blood sprayed out, staining a large area of the river red. The blood hell god's son let out a terrible scream, hurriedly pressing his left hand against the broken right arm, staring at Suyu in shock and uncertainty. It was then that he noticed that the ship Suyu was riding on was actually a 1,000 Zhang giant ship, and at the bow, 3 stunning beauties were serving him? The number of heirs is a fixed number of 3,000, and there are already 2,999. Why are there 4 of you here? The blood hell god's son asked in a deep voice. Could it be that there are some well-connected people in this emperor's inheritance place? Suyu did not respond, leaning comfortably in a chair on the ship's deck, eating grapes peeled by Su Xiaoyu, while enjoying her massage. This scene made everyone feel uncomfortable inside. How come we've been struggling through this endless bitter sea, and you arrive like you're on vacation? Hey! I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?
Seeing this, the blood hell god's son raised an eyebrow and shouted angrily. However, as soon as his words fell, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest.
Puff! The blood hell god's son spat out another mouthful of blood and staggered back. When he looked up, he saw Suyu slowly retracting his fist, and there was a clear fist imprint on his chest. He could injure him with a single punch from 10,000 meters away?
The blood hell god's son's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a trace of horror.
The other cultivator's pupils shrank, unable to believe their eyes. How could he injure a peerless genius at the Divine Palace realm with just one punch from so far away? Who exactly is this guy?
Suyu smiled faintly, slightly turning his head and casually said, "Qian Shui, take this person up for questioning." "Okay, young master," Mu Qian Shui replied in a crisp voice, her delicate hand snapping her fingers. Instantly, a cold, freezing aura surged, condensing countless ice needles in midair.
Countless tiny ice needles shot out continuously, accurately hitting the blood hell god's son's acupoints, sealing his meridians.
Then, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her delicate body leaping lightly, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared next to the blood hell god's son, reaching out her snowy white hand to touch his shoulder.
"Damn you, filthy woman, don't touch me." The blood hell god's son was furious, suddenly trying to break free. However, as soon as he tried to use his spiritual energy, his meridians instantly collapsed.
Put! The blood hell god's son spat out another mouthful of blood, his breath weakening, his face filled with deep caution.
This woman is too strong. Though her aura was the same as his, at the peak of the divine ability realm, she could render him completely powerless.
Humph! Mu Qian Shui snorted coldly, her jade foot lightly tapping, like an immortal stepping on the waves, her body soaring into the air. She slapped her palm onto the blood hell god's son's back.
Crunch!
In an instant, the blood prison god's spine shattered, and his body fell limp to the ground.
Silence! Dead silence! All the cultivators stared blankly at the scene before them, completely stunned. A single glance from a maid reduced a peak genius with profound powers to nothing? How is this possible?
You. The blood prison god struggled to rise, his face filled with terror, unable to utter a complete sentence. As a formidable peak expert, who in the southern ridge of the upper realm would dare to oppose him, except for a few sect disciples? He never dreamed that one day he would fall into the hands of a woman, and that this woman was merely a maid.
Then, how terrifying must the man on the giant ship be? So, tell me, what is going on here?
On the ship, Suyu looked down at him, his tone extraordinarily indifferent.
As a successor, you actually don't know where this place is?
If you say one more word, I will kill you. The blood prison god remained silent for a moment, then helplessly spoke, "This place is the first of the 8 ancient passes, the boundless sea of sorrow. Every successor arriving here brings a solitary boat, but this boat starts off only a few yards in size and moves very slowly, almost impossible to cross the sea of sorrow." As he spoke, he looked down at the giant ship beneath Suyu's feet, then fell silent for a long time.
"I've never seen a situation like yours." Continue. "Well, on this boundless sea of sorrow, the solitary boat beneath a successor's feet represents everything. To cross the sea, one must slay the sea beasts and allow the boat to devour them, thus making the boat larger and stronger. Of course, there is a faster method, which is to devour the solitary boats of other successors." "How to devour?" Morong Qianshui asked. The blood prison god curved his lips into a sinister smile. "After killing a successor, your boat will naturally devour the opponent's boat. On this sea of suffering, the size of the boat represents everything. As long as your boat is large and strong enough, you can easily kill the sea beasts, plunder their demon cores to enhance your cultivation, and even more easily encounter fortuitous opportunities within the sea of sorrow to gain precious ancient chances. Well, it seems the boat is indeed very important." Listening to the blood prison god, Suyu nodded slightly, then looked at him, amused. "You say all this without fear of me killing you and devouring your boat?" The blood prison god's expression showed no change. "If you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it long ago. Besides, this is common knowledge, what is there to hide?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. This blood prison god was quite direct, and he had clarity about the situation. "Lead the way for me," Suyu suddenly said. "Lead the way?" "Yes, I want to cross the sea of sorrow." Upon hearing this, the blood prison god looked utterly confused. "You possess a giant solitary boat and have a few formidable companions. Shouldn't you sweep through the sea of sorrow and seize all the fortuitous opportunities?" What the blood prison god said reflected the thoughts of most people. In fact, on the first day the succession site opened, the entire sea was divided into back, middle, and front regions, as well as the core area where opportunities and sea beasts were most abundant. In each area, there was a group of successors firmly in control. Any intruder would absolutely face encirclement and would have no place to bury their bones. He had been pushed out of the middle region and had ended up in this poorer back region. Suyu gave him a glance, his tone indifferent. Fortune? Is this garbage worthy of being called fortune? The so-called treasures in the Sea of Sorrow were not even worth a strand of Su Joga's hair. He had no need to compete with others for trash. The blood prison god suddenly fell silent. He wanted to refute, saying that the treasures he and his comrades fought fiercely for were not garbage. But recalling how he had been defeated at lightning speed, he found it impossible to argue back. Then, even if you don't want to seize the opportunity, you can't possibly break through layer upon layer of blockades alone. After holding back for a long time, the blood prison god finally found a reason to refute. Your solitary boat may be large, but in this sea of suffering, it can only rank somewhere in the middle. Rushing towards the second barrier like this is simply seeking death. They won't let you pass. Suyu shrugged, lazily leaning back in his chair, casually glancing at him, and said lightly, "Stop the nonsense, you clear the path, and you clear the path." "Fine, since you insist on seeking death, I can't stop you." The blood prison god shook his head helplessly, "But remember, if you encounter danger, this god will not care for you." "Talk too much." Suyu glared at him. Sigh. The blood prison god sighed repeatedly and turned to fly back to his solitary boat. He kept his word and did not take the chance to escape. Once back on his solitary boat, he first picked up his severed arm and reattached it, then made a gesture to the back, and immediately urged the solitary boat to rush in a certain direction. "Honglian, follow him." Suyu still appeared calm and unruffled. "Okay, master." Honglian immediately drove the solitary boat to catch up. Suyu's solitary boat was incredibly fast, instantly catching up to the blood prison god. Soon, the two boats wove back and forth across the vast sea of suffering, one in front and one behind. The blood prison god sensed the immense momentum behind them, filled with a sense of frustration. A solitary boat this strong, if it were him, he would first clear the entire rear sea area, and then slowly advance to the middle segment, trapping all those inheritors and sea beasts in one net. This idiot actually charged straight ahead. Such impatience would inevitably lead to suffering. Boom. At this point, the blood prison god had reached the edge of the middle sea area, and a giant wave appeared before him. The giant wave was bluish-black, towering about 100 meters, like raging tides crashing against the shore. Be careful. The water in this giant wave is toxic. It's their barrier to isolate those lacking in skill. The blood prison god warned. However, Honglian seemed to be oblivious, driving the solitary boat straight through the giant wave without any impact. These guys. Seeing this scene, the blood prison god cursed under his breath. These few idiots. Are they really too arrogant? Do they think the poison of the laws in the sea is just decoration? You should know, even with his blood god lineage, inherently immune to toxins, he wouldn't dare to bear it head-on. Within this giant wave, not only was there the poison of laws, but it was also mixed with special restraints laid down collectively by dozens of inheritors of array techniques. Not only could it simultaneously erode the body and soul, but the deeper you go, the more terrifying the strangling force. Even at the great accomplishment level of the divine ability realm, one could barely withstand it for a moment. Rumble. At that moment, a burst of dazzling fire suddenly erupted from the giant wave. Following closely, the red lotus fire burned fiercely, erupting uncontrollably. On it, countless law symbols glimmered, weaving together a mysterious pattern, carrying an extremely intense pressure. Even the water of the Sea of Suffering was used as fuel, continuously spreading around, showing a trend of burning everything. Damn! The blood prison god was startled and quickly maneuvered the solitary boat to evade. Boom! That red lotus fire erupted, burning the surrounding sea area empty. This giant wave barrier could not hold for even 2 seconds before crashing down. And the blood prison god's solitary boat was only grazed by a spark, immediately melting nearly half of it. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise, he would now probably be nothing but bones. Even so, he was charred all over, his clothes ripped apart, looking extremely disheveled. This was still because the red lotus fire did not actively harm his body, otherwise, he would have turned to ashes. Looking at the solitary boat in the distance, he swallowed hard. God Abode Realm. This woman is definitely in the God Abode Realm. Damn. Even the maid is in the God Abode Realm. What level must that person be? The blood prison god wanted to comfort himself, thinking that the other side might just be a rich kid relying on his subordinates. But he couldn't convince himself. Suyu's earlier methods would not be weaker than that maid. Oh dear, this giant dragon is coming, the local snakes inside will be in for it. The blood prison son's eyes glittered, and he couldn't help but smile. He couldn't care less about fixing the lonely boat and hurriedly chased after Suyu and the others. Before he could get close, he saw several dark figures rushing from a distance, blocking Suyu's path. What great audacity! How dare you destroy the great formation we set up? The leader was a yellow-haired youth, his earth elemental aura very thick, with dark, stormy eyes. There were also 6 other figures, all with powerful auras. They were indeed 6 half-step Divine Palace warriors. How did he bring them here? The blood prison son's face twitched. This was too much. The South Wilderness's Xuan son, a genuine early-stage Divine Palace expert, plus 6 half-step Divine Palace, all with records of battling above their level, a formidable team indeed. This kid, he's going to be in trouble. The blood prison son's mind raced, thinking he must warn them, but before he could speak, he heard the Xuan son coldly snort, "Get lost." A mere 1,000-foot lonely boat, thinking it can run rushshot over the middle stage? As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down, threw a punch, and the air shook, powerful winds howling, striking towards Suyu fiercely. Heavy earth elemental power mixed with purple, foul mist spread out, enveloping Suyu from all sides. Boom! The mist coalesced into a huge ghostly face, roaring as it pounced on Suyu, ferocious and terrifying, ready to tear him apart. As soon as the Xuan son made his move, it was a full-powered strike, not taking Suyu seriously at all. Chapter 69, Instant Kill. Unexpected gain. Hee, this hot-headed kid, coming in and trying to scare us? Humph. Just in time, the Xuan son isn't out looking for opportunities. It's fate that he's doomed. TSK, too bad for the beauty beside him, such a stunning creature, truly exhilarating. Around them, a crowd of inheritors gathered to watch the show, openly glaring at Suyu's group, eyes filled with ill intentions and greed. With such rubbish, how dare you call yourselves saints? Suyu raised an eyebrow, ignoring the terrifying ghostly face that was about to hit. Boom! Just as the ghostly face was about to collide with the lonely boat, a fire phoenix suddenly soared, opening its mouth and turning that huge ghostly face into ashes. Hiss! The crowd gasped, finally reacting. A divine palace. It was actually a divine palace realm. No wonder these people were so arrogant, directly incinerating the sea wave barrier. Seeing this, the Xuan son was also shocked. He sensed the Red Lotus's realm but didn't expect the adversary to be much stronger than he imagined. But soon, the Xuan son frowned and said, "You dare call the saints men rubbish?" Suyu smiled playfully, glancing around, and said lightly, "I'm not targeting you, I'm saying, all of you are rubbish." Boom! As soon as these words fell, the crowd exploded. Those with hot tempers roared, "You bastard, are you seeking death?" Ah, truly a hot-headed kid, still daring to stir up enmity in this situation. Kid, you think having a divine palace to protect you can ensure your safety? Let me tell you, today you can't escape. Kill him. Kill him. Hearing the ruckus around, the witch. The crowd laughed mockingly, completely disregarding the blood prison. The blood prison's divine son's face turned extremely gloomy, gritting his teeth in anger. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Suyu. "Stop wasting time with nonsense." Suyu coldly glanced at them and slowly walked toward the front of Class A. "I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight." The moment these words were spoken, the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Suyu's attitude was too arrogant. No matter how powerful the opponent was, he was clearly showing he didn't care about anyone at all. Most importantly, they were all elites from major sects and families, proud and haughty. How could they tolerate such humiliation? Damn it, this little brat is seeking death. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill him. Let him know what happens when words bring disaster. A few perfected divine ability experts roared and charged forward. However, as they got within 10 meters of the solitary boat, they suddenly stopped. Puff. 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 Then, the few of them widened their eyes in fury, their faces filled with shock and anger, and they lowered their heads. In the next second, several lines of blood shot out from their skin, and their bodies seemed to be sliced by fine threads, eerily splitting in half. Blood sprayed out, filling the sky. Silence. This scene was utterly shocking. What just happened? The few perfected divine ability experts exploded without any warning? The young man raised his finger slightly, cutting through the air from afar, and was able to kill those at the perfected divine ability level? This was simply a fantasy. Even ordinary divine palace experts couldn't kill these talented people so cleanly. What level had his cultivation reached? Everyone looked at Suyu with intense fear in their eyes. 3. Suyu's gaze was calm as he spoke softly. His tone was light, but it carried a chilling aura that made people shiver. The crowd fell silent, and after a brief daze, they quickly scattered like birds and beasts. The Xuan son deeply glanced at Suyu and did not flee like the others. The people beside him were also staring at Suyu warily, not leaving, because in their eyes, the Xuan son was more trustworthy than anyone else. You're strong, but you can't dominate the middle part of the bitter sea. However, I acknowledge your strength. We can share this sea area. The Xuan son spoke, his tone solemn, no longer carrying the previous disdain. Because, he had not clearly seen how Suyu killed those few people. 2.
But Suyu did not pay attention to the Witchgu Saint's son, still counting on his own. Seeing this, the Witchgu Saint's son's face turned green and white in anger.
Fine. Hope you remember this, don't regret it. He left a harsh remark before turning to leave. 1.
Suyu shook his head slightly. I said, disappear from my sight within 3 seconds.
Damn it. In the next second, the Witchgu Saint's son's expression changed dramatically, feeling an overwhelming terror approaching.
He suddenly turned around, but could only barely see an invisible sword energy rapidly approaching.
The way of space?
No wonder those few were killed like that by you earlier. Too bad, while the way of space is mysterious, if you know about it in advance, there is a way to counter it. The Witchgu Saint's son smiled confidently. Then, his hands pressed heavily on the solitary boat beneath him.
Buzz buzz buzz. Countless black goo worms continuously poured out from the solitary boat. This goo was called the devouring voidworm, extremely terrifying, capable of devouring even space itself. It was specifically used to target formations containing the way of space. Today, it was just the right countermeasure against the opponent's void sword energy. Buzz buzz buzz. The devouring voidworms covered the sky, charging towards Suyu.
The Witchgu Saint's son was extremely confident.
The density of these goo worms was enough to block the sword and allow him to leave unscathed. Humph.
Mountains and waters will meet, let's see how this plays out. However, just as he turned around with confidence, his face stiffened, and his pupils constricted. Because, he actually saw that invisible sword energy appear right before his eyes. This. He turned around in a daze, only to see the back of his own heels.
What? Why?
The Saint of Witchcraft was filled with questions in his mind. He did not understand why his devourer bug was rendered useless before this sword.
Poochie.
Immediately, the sword energy exploded, directly crushing his head along with his soul.
Hiss.
Seeing this, the other 6 were startled, their speed of escape suddenly increasing.
Schwa.
However, no matter how they fled, they could not escape that deadly power of time and space.
In an instant, 6 headless corpses appeared on the surface of the sea. Is the level of people in this inheritance place really this low? How boring.
Suyu shook his head and lay back down, looking relaxed. As if killing a god mansion was just nothing, while the 6 half-step god mansions were merely trivial.
This.
The blood prison god's son was dumbfounded.
His half-step body was engulfed by the sea of bitterness without him realizing it.
God Mansion was also killed in an instant.
What kind of realm is this person in? Could it be the God Platform realm? That shouldn't be, right? The God Platform realm can't enter the inheritance place, right?
The blood prison godson's throat rolled heavily. At this moment, he was extremely fearful. Luckily Suyu and his group had just entered the inheritance place and needed a guide.
If it were like just now, he would probably have been casually killed too, right?
7 boats about 1,000 feet long slowly floated toward Suyu. Soon, the lonely boat under everyone's feet suddenly swelled and transformed into a giant ship nearly 10,000 feet long.
Hey, brother you, I think I saw something glowing down below.
Just as Suyu was about to leave after killing the Saint of Witchcraft, Su Xiaoyu suddenly pointed at the sea below and exclaimed.
Oh?
Suyu glanced where she was pointing, and his expression changed slightly.
Chapter 70, Su Xiaoyu's Extraordinary Talents, Too Many Treasures.
Suyu raised his hand, conjuring a massive hand of void to fish that shining object up. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a dazzling treasure orb shimmering with moonlight.
Holding it in his hand, a cool sensation surged forth. This is actually the moon spirit orb?
Mu Qianxue recognized it carefully, her face filled with surprise.
Ha! Is this the legendary moon spirit orb that can wash marrow and change bones? Below, the blood prison godson was also full of envy.
He had seen related records in books. This item is extremely rare for cultivators. Moreover, it contains an immensely rich essence of moonlight, having miraculous effects on body tempering.
Not only that, but it can also improve one's physique, strength and aptitude, and even enhance comprehension.
In short, this is an extremely rare and peerless treasure.
Suyu nodded. This thing is indeed quite good, it's worth the trip.
After observing for a moment, Suyu directly handed the moon spirit orb to Su Xiaoyu.
Brother you, I can't take it. However, Su Xiaoyu shook her head and declined Suyu's kindness.
Suyu frowned slightly. What are you refusing for?
This thing was discovered by you.
Su Xiaoyu shook her head, her expression serious. If it weren't for brother you bringing me here, I wouldn't have been able to discover such a treasure, right?
Just accept it, you should accept it.
Seeing Suyu about to get angry, Su Xiaoyu's eyes turned and she suggested, how about this, we each take half. Upon hearing this, the blood prison godson sneered, this girl is too naive, the moon spirit orb is naturally formed, how can it be split without affecting its efficacy? But before he could finish his sentence, he saw Suyu's finger move slightly. The next moment, the moon spirit orb was split into 2 crescent moons by him. Seeing this, the blood prison godson was left speechless, his expression somewhat awkward. Suyu directly swallowed half of the crescent moon. Immediately, a strong moonlight aura burst forth from within him, flooding into his limbs and bones, continuously nourishing his body. After a moment, Suyu slowly opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Not bad, this item actually increased my physical strength by 10% and also slightly widened my meridians. After absorbing half of the moon spirit orb, Suyu handed the other crescent moon to Su Xiaoyu.
This item benefits you even more. Quickly take it and absorb it. Thank you, brother. Only then did Su Xiaoyu obediently take it. As she swallowed and absorbed it, a faint blue aura began to emanate from her body. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Su Xiaoyu's entire body began to sparkle with a strong moonlight. Not only that, her cultivation also began to rapidly rise. In just a few breaths, she had gone from the early stage of the foundation establishment realm to the late stage. She was already a delicate and beautiful girl, and after consuming the moon spirit pearl, she became even cuter and more playful. This little girl is quite sensible. Honglian couldn't help but walk forward and ruffle Su Xiaoyu's head.
Suyu, with a satisfied curve of his mouth, smiled. Although Su Xiaoyu was young, she already understood gratitude, which was commendable.
Xiaoyu, next you guide us in the right direction.
After thinking for a moment, Suyu suddenly spoke.
Ha? Me?
Su Xiaoyu froze when she heard, then quickly waved her hands. Brother Yu, I don't know the way.
Suyu smiled slightly. It's fine, it's better if you don't know the way. Just point in a direction based on your intuition.
After seeing Su Xiaoyu's luck, Suyu decided to slightly modify his plan, aiming to let her advantages show. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed, okay. After frowning and thinking for a moment, Su Xiaoyu pointed to the northwest.
I think that direction is good.
Suyu looked in that direction and saw that the northwest was covered with mist, seemingly nothing unusual. But in his eyes, there seemed to be a mysterious force blocking his sight, vaguely.
Suyu nodded and instructed Honglian to steer the ship. Soon, the massive ship sailed toward the mist-covered area.
It was unclear how long they had been traveling, the surrounding mist thickening, and the scenery hidden in the fog growing more obscure. Suddenly, the massive ship shook violently.
Not good. A sea beast is attacking. Honglian's face became serious. Boom!
The next moment, a giant whale, over 3,000 zhang in size, leapt out of the sea and charged toward the giant ship.
Hiss!
This is a 7th-tier demon beast, comparable to a divine mansion realm cultivator. Behind the ship, the blood-prisoned son of God shouted loudly. In general, demon beasts of the same tier are usually stronger than cultivators of the same tier due to their physical strength, not to mention the sea beasts of the bitter sea. This giant whale was red-black in color, with sharp teeth like blades, giving off a cold, chilling glow.
Demon beast seeking death. Honglian snorted in anger and flew forward to meet the giant whale. Boom! With a loud sound, a fire lotus bloomed in the sky.
Endless infernal flames swept out, instantly engulfing the giant whale and burning it to ashes.
Hiss!
Seeing this scene, the blood-prisoned son of God's pupils shrank sharply, his heart trembling wildly, filled with deep fear and awe. The giant whale just now was not something an ordinary divine mansion cultivator could defeat, yet it was easily slain by Honglian.
Young master, here is the demon core of the sea beast. Honglian slowly landed, holding a demon core the size of a washbasin. Suyu nodded. You keep it. Upon hearing this, Honglian pouted and said coquettishly, I want half too. Suyu rolled his eyes and smacked Honglian's bottom. Teasing the destiny girl, villain points plus 5,000. Young master, you really treat people differently. Honglian made a resentful face, handing the demon core to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you eat it. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened. She measured the size of the demon core with her hand, then looked at her little belly, and shook her head. No, sister, keep it, I can't eat it. It's fine, sister will refine it for you.
Honglian smiled sweetly and immediately ignited a flame, roasting the demon core over the fire. After a moment, she refined 4 pure streams of energy. Then, she sent these 4 energies into the bodies of the 4 people present.
Thank you, Sister Honglian.
Mu Qianshue's face was complex, feeling a surge of emotion in her heart. In the past, in the Mu family, when she received benefits, no one ever thought of her.
Sister Honglian is the best. Su Xiaoyu leapt up. He jumped onto Honglian and planted a kiss on her side cheek. Ha ha.
Little girl, you're so cute. Yes, that's how you please your sister. I'll make sure to give you all the good things in the future.
Honglian spoiled her. Come on, let's continue on our journey.
The giant ship set sail again, heading towards the northwest. Along the way, various rare treasures appeared as if they were free.
Su Xiaoyu's realm directly advanced from the core formation realm to the infant transformation realm.
Even Suyu benefited a lot, fatally showing signs of breaking through the middle stage of the Divine Palace realm.
Sure enough, Xiaoyu's constitution is meant for wandering outside.
Suyu felt deeply. When she was at the Su residence, this girl could go for months without breaking through a small realm. But since leaving the house, she had broken through a big realm in less than half a day. This speed was almost comparable to his own. Soon, the lonely boat continued its journey. However, this time, after just an incense stick's worth of time, Honglian stopped the lonely boat again.
More treasures?
Su Xiaoyu asked excitedly.
Honglian shook her head slightly, protecting her behind and turning to speak. Young master, ahead, there are people. Before them appeared a giant iceberg.
In front of the iceberg, 2 cultivators were showing off their skills, continuously digging into the iceberg. Upon seeing Suyu and his group, the 2 stopped in tacit agreement, staring at them with the intensity of facing a great enemy. These 2 were both imposing, wearing embroidered robes. One had a sword hanging from his waist, the other carried a long blade on his back. Stars flickered in their brows.
A 10,000-foot lonely boat, are you from the earlier part of the Bitter Sea? What are you doing here? One of them asked warily.
The other one then warned in a deep voice, everyone, this opportunity belongs to us too, we discovered it first, don't meddle. I advise you to leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude.
Boom.
As the words fell, a strong murderous aura erupted.
Feeling this killing intent, the blood-prisoned Divine Son's face changed dramatically. These 2. Could they be the 2 star masters of Xingyu's sect?
Oh?
You recognize us?
Hearing this, the 2 raised their eyebrows. That's right, I am 7 Kill, and this is my junior brother, Tanlang, 7 Kill said proudly. After confirming the 2's identities, the blood-prisoned Divine Son respectfully cupped his hands toward Suyu. Young master, these 2 are both at the Divine Palace realm, and they have a joint killing move.
If we are to deal with them, it's better to defeat them one by one.
Suyu glanced sideways at the blood-prisoned Divine Son, secretly thinking that this guy really is dedicated, not planning to ignore him, yet still following behind.
Suyu's expression remained calm, and he said lightly, this place is fated for me, I give you 2 a cup of tea's time to leave, otherwise, no mercy.
Preposterous.
7 Kill became enraged. Kid, are you tired of living?
Since you know our identities and still seek death, then my brother and I will send you to the west.
Humph. Blood prison Divine Son, huh?
How dare you leak our information, you'll pay for it later. As the 2 spoke, 7 Kill suddenly drew his sword and swung it out.
A dazzling blood-red light burst out, tearing through the sky.
At the same time, Tanlang also drew his long sword and slashed out. The blade light and sword shadows cut through the heavens, bringing with them a destructive pressure as they struck down.
In an instant, the void shattered, and the entire lonely boat shook violently.
The combined attack of the 2 Star Masters was overwhelming, enough to erase any ordinary Divine Palace cultivator.
With you 2, do you dare disrespect the young master? Honglian furrowed her brow, about to make a move. Let me handle this one.
However, she was stopped by Suyu extending his hand. My god-slaying sword embryo has not drunk fresh blood in a while. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward, forming a strange gesture with his hands.
Boom! With every step Suyu took, the heavens seemed to resonate. Invisible air currents swept in from all directions, gathering on his body. He seemed to be standing in the clouds, ethereal like an immortal.
Behind him, a massive halo appeared,
radiating with dazzling brilliance. What is this thing? Both 7 Kills and Greedy Wolf showed shock, their eyes fixed on the back of Suyu.
From the reflection in their eyes, it turned out to be a world. An endless vast river of stars emerged within it, as if embracing all things, deep and unfathomable. This scene was so magnificent that a feeling of smallness surged in their hearts, like ants gazing up at lofty gods.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
In the next moment, accompanied by dull sounds, the clash of swords and blades shattered against the gigantic halo, turning into a rain of light pouring down.
So strong.
He is definitely not something a divine realm can contend with.
What kind of being is this?
Greedy Wolf and 7 Kills faces changed wildly. They had used all their strength to unleash their strongest moves, yet still couldn't affect the other at all.
This was simply overturning common sense, exceeding their understanding. Run!
7 Kills shouted, his eyes filled with intense fear.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
At this moment, the heavens and the earth trembled. A 3-foot sword embryo slowly descended from the world behind the halo, stretching across the void. The surface of the sword embryo was rough, covered in cracks, and even had some rust. But despite this, its majesty was still unyielding. It continuously emitted a terrifying authority, as if it could suppress heaven and earth. It spanned the vastness, creating an immense sense of suffocation among everyone, making even breathing difficult, with hearts pounding so hard they seemed ready to burst.
Holy weapon? 7 Kill's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Who, exactly are you? Greedy Wolf also panicked, unable to stop himself from asking. A holy weapon, it was a tool exclusive to the Holy Realm, only those of the Saint Realm were worthy of using it. If an ordinary divine realm tried to manipulate a holy weapon, they would be directly turned into a dried corpse. You are not qualified to know. Suyu replied indifferently. He raised his hand and gently pressed down. In an instant, a tremendous and majestic aura burst forth. The burial sword embryo slowly descended, shaking the heavens and the earth. Damn! Fight him! Greedy Wolf, use that move! 7 Kills shouted in anger, desperately unleashing all of his power to try to stop him. Greedy Wolf also used a forbidden technique, squeezing out all potential. Both were resolved to fight to the death. In a critical moment, even their cultivation levels broke through a small realm on the spot. Clang! The clash of swords rang out. Sword light and blade light shone, enveloping the void, illuminating the sky. This area became dim, leaving only that one sword and one blade, piercing through heaven and earth. What a stunning strike this was! Su Xiaoyu clutched the corner of Hong Lian's clothes, worriedly saying, Sister Hong Lian, aren't you going to help brother you? Hong Lian's face became serious, she felt that this strike could already pose a threat to her. However, in response to Su Xiaoyu's question, she shook her head and smiled, reaching out to rub Su Xiaoyu's nose. Why, do you have so little faith in your brother you? Girl, just watch. If you can learn even a fraction of your brother Yu's abilities, it would be enough for you to be proud among your peers. Su Xiaoyu nodded, slightly confused, then focused on the battlefield above. Die! At this moment, 7 Kills and Greedy Wolf roared together, their swords clashing incessantly. Sparkles gathered, in the end, even the roars of dragons and tigers resounded, shaking heaven and earth. Crack! As the sword and the burial sword embryo touched. The long blade shattered inch by inch, while the ancient sword directly split into two. Boom! Greedy Wolf's body trembled, his chest collapsing inward, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. 7 Kills' face changed drastically. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, and then his head went black, losing consciousness completely. This. In the distance, blood-prisoned Divine Sun stared wide-eyed. That scene was simply too shocking. He had initially thought this would be a tough battle. He had even been ready to assist at any moment. But he never expected Suyu to single-handedly battle two proud figures in the divine realm, actually crushing them in an instant. A buzzing sound echoed in his mind, and his whole body was tingling. He vaguely heard Suyu's earlier words. I'm saying you're all garbage. It turns out, he wasn't exaggerating. He was just stating the facts. Go! What are you waiting for? Suyu sheathed his sword and said to Hong Lian. After jumping onto the glacier, Suyu thought for a moment and then turned to Shui Yushensi, saying, I'll give you a chance, are you coming? Shui Yushensi was a bit dazed, pointing at himself, scratching his head, and giving a silly smile. Senior, I'll come help you right away. Saying that, Shui Yushensi rubbed his fan-like palms and continued to dig downward through the ice tunnel that Qi Sha had once dug. Suyu and the others stood at the top of the glacier, sipping hot tea, enjoying the beautiful scenery, feeling quite comfortable. Not long after, Shui Yushensi suddenly exclaimed with joy, Seniors, we got it! Big prize! Chapter 72, You can do it, I'll just eat. Inside the ice wall, there was a small, purple-golden broken sword embedded within. As the ice wall cracked open, strands of deep purple light leaked out, looking especially mysterious. This thing, it looks like it has quite a history. Seniors, take a look. Shui Yushensi grabbed the broken sword and ran towards Suyu and the others. What is this? Suyu raised an eyebrow, his eyes slightly moving. This aura, it seems somewhat familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Me too, but this thing. Hong Lian pondered for a moment, her brows furrowing, a thoughtful expression on her face. Her mind flashed with various images, and suddenly, her body trembled. No! Quickly put that thing down. Hong Lian's voice suddenly changed, panic showing on her delicate face. But at that moment, it was too late. With a crisp crack, the broken sword instantly shattered into countless tiny black dots, which clung to Shui Yushensi's hand. Shui Yushensi felt as though his palm was being pierced by thousands of needles, sharp pain spreading throughout his body, and his entire right arm instantly went numb and lost feeling. He screamed in agony, and his entire right arm flew off into the air. Ah! He covered the wound, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down. At the spot where his arm was severed, not a single drop of blood flowed. His face turned deathly pale, clearly a sign of excessive blood loss. Plague weapon. That's a broken plague weapon. Hong Lian gasped, her face pale. Young master, retreat quickly. What is a plague weapon? Hearing Hong Lian's words, Suyu frowned slightly, but did not hurry to retreat. Hong Lian stared intensely at the tiny particles in the air, speaking quickly like beans pouring from a jar.
A plague weapon is a weapon of the alien demons, capable of destroying all vitality. Even cultivators who have entered the Saint realm cannot resist it.
And it spreads directly among cultivators, extremely dangerous.
What's most terrifying is, this thing not only targets cultivators, but it can gradually corrode the world. Hong Lian's expression was complicated. Logically, all plague weapons should have been destroyed by Emperor Su with great power 10,000 years ago. How come there are remnants here?
Could it be that the ancient emperor hid it on purpose? Upon hearing this, Su Yu's face showed understanding.
No wonder he felt the aura of the plague weapon was familiar. Because, when the old man once used his sight to pierce through the upper and lower worlds, Su Yu had sensed a strange aura behind him.
Looking at it now, that should have been the alien demons, right? So, we dug up an ancient virus while treasure hunting?
Su Yu's expression was odd.
Ding.
Host has detected the presence of corrupted energy around, please eliminate it.
Completion reward, 1 million villain points.
At the same time, Su Yu heard the system prompt in his ear.
1 million? When did the system become so generous? Su Yu thought for a moment.
It seems this plague weapon is a disaster for the system as well, it must be dealt with quickly. And just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Yu's gaze swept around.
Sure enough.
At this moment, the once pure white glacier was covered by a layer of black-purple, emitting a disgusting and foul odor. Blood prison, retreat first. Su Yu gave an order and walked straight toward the broken sword.
Senior, be careful. This thing is too terrifying.
The blood prison godchild gritted his teeth against the pain and walked behind Su Yu, his face filled with relief from having survived the ordeal. Had it not been for his quick reaction to sever his own arm before the plague spread, he would have surely died. Young master, this thing is probably beyond our ability to deal with. Without the power at the level of a supreme being, we can't do anything about the plague soldiers. This thing can even corrode the laws.
Hong Lian's face was serious.
Seeing Su Yu advancing rather than retreating, she urgently called out.
Only those above the supreme level can shake it?
Su Yu raised his head to look at the purplish-black smoke, his eyes narrowing. At this moment, he clearly felt a bizarre wave surging within the smoke. In no time, Su Yu suddenly shifted his gaze, his face turning pale, his brows tightly knit. This thing actually can devour the spiritual power within him through his gaze. In just a few seconds, a tenth of the spiritual power in Su Yu's dantian had vanished. Know that, he had only been observing from a distance. Senior, you really shouldn't push yourself.
Let's quickly go out and call for help.
Seeing this, the blood prison godchild advised. He had read ancient texts on the plague soldiers. Almost every time plague soldiers appeared, they would lead to catastrophic losses among living beings. He was merely lucky, this incomplete plague soldier had just awakened, its power still weak. Otherwise, today he would truly be in dire straits. Kick. From within the purplish-black smoke, a hoarse, low laughter emerged. Su Yu sensed a wild, unabashed joy from it. This thing seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence, knowing that no one here could deal with it.
A mere plague soldier dares to be arrogant?
Su Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. In the next moment, a vast and formidable aura erupted, rising straight into the sky, as if a dragon's roar echoed across the heavens.
Buzz. Time and space trembled, a pure darkness spreading from behind Su Yu.
It was an boundless world, peculiar in ways that were no less than that plague soldier. The blood prison godchild's eyes widened, all the hairs on his body standing on end.
What is this thing?
Earlier, he had witnessed Su Yu's inner world. But now, he had merely glanced at it and felt as if he was being watched by a great evil.
There seemed to be something within that wanted to come out. At that moment, Hong Lian suddenly slapped her thigh. How could I forget about this?
She relaxed a bit. If young master takes that thing out, this incomplete plague soldier is truly nothing to be afraid of. The blood prison godchild was stunned. What thing can deal with the plague soldier? He truly could not imagine what kind of method could counter that bizarre plague soldier. After all, even the power of laws could be devoured by that thing.
Below the Holy Realm, attacking the plague soldier would only be feeding it.
Even in the Holy Realm, it would be difficult to inflict damage on it.
Hey! Someone is coming.
The blood prison godchild pointed at the distance and said suspiciously, Senior, look over there. Following the direction pointed by the blood prison godchild, Su Yu turned to look. There, in the distant void, a blurry figure was quickly approaching.
Old man, I thought you were dead. Why are you only just arriving?
Su Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. The newcomer was the guardian of the inheritance ground, someone he had met twice before. Logically, if a plague soldier appeared in the inheritance ground, that person should have immediately come to handle it.
Kid, you've just entered the inheritance ground, and you've already caused such a big mess?
The guardian pointed at the purplish-black smoke, his expression heavy. This cursed thing, if it develops, will probably destroy the entire inheritance ground.
Suyu sneered, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Why is this plague soldier here? Isn't it your fault for not monitoring it properly as a guardian? The guardian. You're right, I can't argue with you. His eyes twitched, he said helplessly, alright, you all hurry and run. I also have no way to deal with this thing. I can only banish it along with this corner of time and space. Banish time and space. Hong Lian's pupils shrank suddenly, to banish such a thing. You are aiding the tiger. The plague soldier is already highly contagious. If it is exiled, it truly is like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Once it develops to a certain extent, it will eventually become a disaster for all worlds. I can't worry about that anymore. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. The guardian took a deep breath and waved his sleeve. In an instant, the entire iceberg began to shake violently. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Old man, if I help you solve this problem, what can you pay me? You help me solve it? Ha ha ha. Kid, what kind of joke are you making? If you can solve this thing, I will eat all the feces of the entire inheritance place. Hearing this, the guardian almost laughed out loud. He admitted that Suyu came from a noble lineage, and the force behind him was ridiculously strong. But this does not mean that he, in his 20s, could solve a problem that even a great sage would find troublesome. It's a deal. Question mark. Chapter 73. Damn it, you little brat, carry a quasi-emperor weapon with you? The guardian was stunned. Kid, has your brain broken? Who do you think you are? Even with your Su family, the number of people who can solve this is few. Ha? Wait, what's behind you? Inner world? The path of transforming the body into the world? Not bad. But, why the hell did you stuff a quasi-emperor weapon into your inner world? Are you insane? If this thing fluctuates randomly, won't you explode? The expression on the guardian's face gradually became wonderful. Until the devouring magic jar fully appeared before him, he suddenly shivered. Damn, it's actually the most ferocious existence among these quasi-emperor weapons. The guardian's heart surged with waves, but his face showed no signs of abnormality. He pretended to be calm and looked at Suyu. Suyu was also looking at him. The two sets of eyes met in the air. Blood prison, go find something for him to eat. If there isn't any, then you have to pull it out. Understood. Guaranteed to complete the task. The blood prison son held back laughter and darted out quickly. The guardian's hand, suspended in midair, froze. No need to take it so seriously. Boom. The devouring magic jar trembled slightly, creating a 10,000-foot wave of energy that spread in all directions. In an instant, the Tao resonated, and time and space reversed. The guardian's face changed wildly and instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky 10,000 feet high. Looking down, the gigantic iceberg had actually disappeared. The guardian's scalp went numb. So close. He was almost killed by the aftermath of that thing. Though the devouring magic jar was missing a corner and could not be compared to its peak state, even a starving camel is bigger than a horse, his little body couldn't withstand even a tiny bit. This plague soldier is really unlucky, just born and encounters such a freak thing. The guardian mumbled, clicking his tongue in admiration. In his sight, that purple-black cloud of smoke kept trembling, utterly terrified. Soon, all the tiny particles gathered into one point, transforming into that broken sword. Then, the broken sword didn't look back and broke open space to escape. Can you escape? Just because you can devour? Suyu sneered coldly, waved his hand, and said, Little black, swallow it. Muaow. A strange beast roar sounded from the devouring magic jar. Then, countless black chains surged out. However, these chains did not chase after the broken sword, but rushed towards the bottom of the sea of bitterness. In the next moment, a corner of purple-black iron was fished out by the chains from the seawater. In front of me, you want to play the trick of darkness? Suyu's mouth curved into a mocking smile. His perception ability was terrifying. He had already discovered that this plague soldier had split a corner to hide under the sea when escaping. Humph. Suyu snorted coldly. When the devouring magic jar swallowed the iron piece, it suddenly erupted. A strength so powerful that it poured out and directly pulled back the fleeing broken sword. Just because you rely on a medium to devour everything? Suyu sneered. The ability of this plague soldier was very similar to that of the devouring magic jar. But it is far from being as powerful as the devouring heaven demon can. For example, right now, Suyu only needs to use a fragment of the plague soldier to completely devour it. Roar! Infinite chains clung to the plague soldier, piercing it and producing a piercing scream. After dragging it into the can, two towering millstones began to spin. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The plague soldier, known to devour even the laws, seemed to have met its nemesis, being brutally crushed by the two large millstones. crack, crack, crack. With each crushing, it would shatter apart, letting out a cry of pain. This scene made the curve of Suyu's mouth become even more obvious. As the large millstones ground down, faint purple essence was extracted. What is this? Suyu tried to absorb some. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood up, feeling as if his pores had opened wide. This feeling was like a level of life was being sublimated. What is this thing? Suyu raised an eyebrow, instinctively sensing that this thing should be very precious, much more than he imagined. After a moment of thought, Suyu didn't rush to absorb it and decided to ask Su Jiuge about it later. Oh heavens, quickly seal your divine ability. How can you carry a quasi-emperor Dao soldier with you? Even if the imperial clan has a deep foundation, it shouldn't be made this way, right? The guardian bitterly smiled. A quasi-emperor Dao soldier like this should not appear in the inheritance place. If Suyu fully activated the devouring heaven demon can, it would probably sink the sea of bitterness with one strike. This inheritance place never said that quasi-emperor Dao soldiers couldn't be brought in, so who can I blame? Suyu said matter-of-factly. The guardian could only smile bitterly in silence. Besides you, which other divine mansion realm can fit a quasi-emperor Dao soldier into their inner world? Don't rush, old man, your dinner hasn't been prepared for you yet. Suyu smirked playfully. However, he still carefully stored the devouring heaven demon can into his inner world. After his nurturing over this period, the broken part was already showing signs of repair, so he couldn't let it all go to waste. The guardian looked pale. Can you not eat it? What do you think? Not long after. Suyu and his group left the middle section of the Sea of Bitterness and were personally escorted to the front section by the guardian. This old man really went all out to avoid eating that. Suyu glanced down, slightly nodding. At this moment, they were no longer on a lonely boat but on a luxurious chariot. The chariot was made of various precious golds, glowing with light, extravagantly beautiful, carved with dragons and phoenixes, highlighting nobility. Of course, the most impressive part was at the front of the chariot. Heavy 9 chains, each connected to the necks of 9 true dragons, vividly lifelike. The heads of the 9 true dragons all raised high, fierce, and majestic. This was a real dragon race. Even though it was just dragon corpses, it was enough. 9 dragons pulled the chariot, absolutely impressive. If this were to be seen outside, it would surely cause a stir. Such a carriage was a top existence even in the upper realm, only those above the Holy King could enjoy it. Of course, if one didn't have enough cultivation, they would probably be found by the mighty of the true dragon clan before showing off for a few days. Not bad, when we go to the upper realm in the future, this can serve as a simple means of transportation. Suyu smiled, casually tossing a few bottles of pills to the charioteer's seat. Senior, you are generous. The blood of this divine son received the pills and swallowed them, then began to drive the chariot, speeding over the Sea of Bitterness. Though he worked both as a laborer and a charioteer, he had no complaints at all. After all, the boss was giving him way too much. What these lords let slip through their fingers was stronger than all his hard work searching for opportunities. The 9 dragons pulled the chariot at great speed. The inheritors in the front section of the sea stared, dumbfounded, at this luxurious chariot. How was this made? Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Everyone else is on boats, so why are you on a chariot pulled by 9 dragons? Although the inheritors were envious and jealous, they could only watch in silence. The Sea of Suffering has restrictions above it, just wanting to go up is impossible. Soon, the 9 dragons pulling the cart rushed into the end of the Sea of Suffering and reached the other shore. The blood prison son opened the curtain and smiled. Senior, we have arrived at the other shore. Suyu nodded, lifted the curtain, and focused his gaze. This glance, however, changed his expression slightly. Here, a vast earth stretched infinitely. The environment here was not unfamiliar to Suyu. It was exactly the corner of the future he had first seen in the destruction diagram. He remembered it vividly. In the image, he himself was pinned to this continent by a towering giant sword. Chapter 74, The Human Race is Despicable? Are you sure? Boom. 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 The curtain of the dragon cart was blown up by the wind. Suyu sat at the top, wearing a long robe of black embroidered with golden patterns, with a red and white jade pendant tied around his waist, and his black hair tied up with a jade crown, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, nose like a hanging gallbladder, and thin lips tightly pursed into a cold arc. His eyes were slightly lowered, focusing on the other shore continent. In the distance, many inheritors were struggling to advance on the other shore. Seeing Suyu arrive, they only glanced at him before retracting their gaze. A few more who don't know their place. At the same time, the dragon cart gradually came to a stop. Senior, we have arrived at the other shore, you need to get off and move forward step by step. The blood prison son said, raising his hand to lightly lift the cart's curtain. Suyu nodded and stepped out slowly. Earlier, he had obtained information from the Guardian about the 8 levels of the inheritance site. If the Sea of Suffering was merely a means to sift through the sands of time, then this other shore continent was the true place for selecting geniuses. Step. Suyu took a step down. The moment his foot touched the soil of the other shore, a heavy and overwhelming pressure suddenly surged from all around. This feeling. It was as if he was stuck in a swamp, unable to move an inch. Moreover, the further he went, the stronger that oppressive force became, almost making it hard to breathe. The air here was thick and viscous, even breathing became extraordinarily difficult. Additionally, there was a mist that shadowed him, eroding his internal organs and perception from all sides. Even with Suyu's cultivation, he felt uncomfortable for a moment. What a strange place. Suyu was astonished. Fortunately, the pressure on the inheritors at the other shore was based on their cultivation level, otherwise, Su Xiaoyu with weaker cultivation would probably be stopped here. After standing still, Suyu did not rush forward, but turned to look at the dragon cart. This thing was too big to fit into the storage bag. However, it could easily be placed into his inner world. Thinking of this, Suyu waved his hand. Instantly, a dark space forcefully pushed open the surrounding space, enveloping the dragon cart. Then, the cart disappeared without a trace. Damn! How did I forget he has an inner world? The Guardian's annoyed voice echoed. Suyu glanced in a certain direction. I knew you wanted to wait for us to leave and then take this thing back, right? Cough cough. How could that be? I was just passing by. The Guardian chuckled awkwardly. I shall take my leave now. Immediately, without giving Suyu a chance to extort him further, he disappeared in a flash. Suyu shook his head, then turned to look at Mu Qianxue and the others. You guys, are you okay? Still, all right. Mu Qianxue's delicate face was slightly pale, but she could still grit her teeth and endure. After all, as the chosen one, she wouldn't fall in such a place. I'm fine. Honglian looked relaxed, making a heart gesture to Suyu. Suyu couldn't be bothered with her, turning his gaze to Su Xiaoyu. However, to Suyu's surprise, among everyone, the one with the lowest cultivation level, Su Xiaoyu, was the one feeling the most relaxed. She seemed like she didn't feel any pressure at all and instead had an expression of enjoyment. Indeed, luck is a part of strength. Suyu thought to himself, then withdrew his gaze. Stay close to me. Saying this, Suyu took the lead and stepped forward. With each footfall, there was a thunderous sound, as if he was bearing a mountain on his back. As everyone delved deeper, the once carefree Honglian, already drenched in sweat, her face as pale as paper, dense beads of sweat seeped from her forehead. Others were even worse. Mu Qianxue's legs trembled, her delicate body shook constantly, as if she was about to collapse. And the blood prison sun had completely fallen behind. Senior, you all go ahead, my limit has probably been reached. The blood prison sun forced a bitter smile and waved his hand. With such little strength, you dare to venture into the other shore, how foolish. What trash thinks they can step onto the other shore? Go home and find your mother to nurse. Ha ha ha. Hearing the blood prison sun's words, the surrounding inheritors immediately scoffed and laughed. They only started to venture toward the other shore after reaping enough benefits from the Sea of Suffering, but even then it felt difficult. Moreover, the blood prison sun had not perfected his current realm. Noise. Suyu frowned and snorted coldly. Immediately, a vast pressure was released. You. The one who spoke earlier was directly blown away by this pressure, bursting into a cloud of blood mist in midair. Seeing this, everyone stood on end, shivering in fear, not daring to speak again. Suyu glanced around, casually tossed a storage bag, treating it as a reward for the blood prison sun for helping them. Thank you, senior. The blood prison sun received the storage bag, full of gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. Then, the remaining 4, including Suyu, continued onward. Gradually, as they ventured deeper into the other shore, even Suyu began to feel the pressure. No wonder there are so many inheritors in the Sea of Suffering. The reason they hesitate to enter the other shore is probably this? Suyu pondered thoughtfully. They had not yet reached the end, but he was already breathing heavily. If it were those inheritors, they probably wouldn't even make it this far. Indeed. Honglian nodded in agreement. I estimate that the original intention of the inheritance land is to make inheritors struggle in the Sea of Suffering, continuously collect opportunities to strengthen themselves, and only when they perfect themselves can they step onto the other shore. So that's how it is? Then we. Mu Qianxue's lips curled into a bitter smile upon hearing this. No wonder she felt immense pressure. It turned out the other shore wasn't meant for them to step onto so quickly. She had just doubted herself, thinking she was too weak. Hey, what's that little fish doing? Mu Qianxue wiped the sweat and turned her head to see Su Xiaoyu calmly at ease. Not only did she show no sign of fatigue, but her aura had also visibly advanced, faintly hinting at breaking into the transformation stage. What is going on? Maybe I'm just more lucky?
Su Xiaoyu blinked her clear eyes and guessed.
Mu Qianshua's mouth twitched, feeling inexplicably suffocated. This family is simply not human. Each one more abnormal than the last.
Right now, she missed her own sister, who may have had her scheming ways, but at least she wouldn't feel so beat down.
Oh, what's that?
Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu spoke up. The three immediately stopped and followed Su Xiaoyu's gaze, only to see a river winding down in the distance, like a silver snake entwined, radiating misty spiritual energy. That river seemed alive, calm and unruffled, but contained destructive power. In the water floated transparent stones, sparkling with dazzling light.
Stardust stones. There are so many? Honglian's face lit up with joy. Mu Qianshua's eyes widened in disbelief. Does this mean we struck gold? Stardust stones are excellent materials for refining souls. However, they are rare and extremely expensive, making them hard to come by normally.
If found, it typically leads to fierce competition, even bloody battles.
But now, these stardust stones were piled together like a mountain.
The three turned their gazes toward Suyu, their eyes bright with hope. Then let's stop and take a breather, and take the opportunity to refine our souls with these stardust stones.
Sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting firewood.
Suyu shook his head with a smile. But it was indeed time to pause. If they continued further, Mu Qianxue probably wouldn't last much longer. On the other side of the continent, it seemed like the pressure was set according to the current limit of the inheritor's realm. The further they went, the closer the pressure got to the limit that the realm could reach. Mu Qianxue was at the peak of the divine power realm, but there was still a gap to cross this boundary.
All right.
Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Honglian and Mu Qianxue exchanged glances and both sighed in relief. Then, the three of them sat cross-legged, each taking a starstone to absorb and refine. Su Yu also stepped forward, picking up a starstone. Just as he was about to refine it, a cold snort sounded beside him. Kid, I found this treasure land first, do you want to die? Su Yu's expression changed slightly as he turned to look. He saw a massive stone slowly standing up on the silver river, with eyes the size of copper bells glaring at him.
This made Su Yu's eyebrows twitch. Such good concealment methods, you even managed to hide from me?
He was surprised in his heart.
You are from the Stone People clan? The Stone People clan, and you dare to call it that?
You, a lowly human, are only worthy of calling us the Stone Royal Clan immortal. The stone person sneered, mocking him. As he spoke, his arm suddenly stretched out, and an axe made of rocks instantly formed, smashing down with incredible speed, appearing directly above Suyu's head and chopping down fiercely.
Suyu didn't dodge, standing still as if he had been scared stupid. Kid, next life, choose a good birth. What trash of a race is the human race? Boom! The next moment, a huge sound echoed.
The stone axe struck exactly on Suyu's forehead.
However, a shocking scene unfolded. Crack!
Suyu remained completely still, and the stone axe began to crack into pieces.
This strange scene caused the Stone Royal clan's pupils to violently shrink.
He quickly retreated several steps, staring at Suyu, shouting angrily, "Who exactly are you?" His attack had great power, even a late-stage Divine Mansion realm cultivator would not ignore it, let alone someone simply resisting with their body.
Suyu's expression was unchanged. Stone People clan, I remember I have some at home, aren't they just mining laborers? How come in your mouth, you're more noble than the human race?
His voice was indifferent, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes.
Presumptuous. The Stone Royal clan cannot be insulted. Kid, you've made a huge mistake. The stone person's face was twisted with rage. Oh, really? Then I want to test your weight. Suyu sneered, and his aura erupted, instantly exploding like a volcano. Bang, bang, bang.
Just the aura alone made the stone person lose his balance, and he was sent flying, tumbling through the air.
So strong.
Both Honglian and Mu Qianxue exclaimed, no wonder he was their young master, his cultivation had improved even more since entering the legacy place.
You, what kind of monster are you?
The stone person struggled to get up, his face filled with intense fear and wariness.
Dead people don't need to know.
Suyu was too lazy to waste more words and directly summoned the god burial sword body, slashing down with one sword. In an instant, the void twisted, and the wind and clouds changed. The world seemed to be collapsing, and with the sword falling, everything around it dimmed.
Impossible.
The stone person clenched his fists tightly, all his spiritual energy surging out, forming two massive figures in front of him to block the god burial sword body.
Boom!
With a dull crash, the stone person exploded, and pieces of his flesh rained down from the sky.
Overestimating yourself.
Suyu shook his head slightly, casually tossing the remains into the sky-devouring demon jar to refine, then picking up another starstone to refine. However, before he could calm his mind to cultivate, a voice suddenly came from behind him.
Dao brother, you're really amazing. I've disliked this stone person for a long time, but Dao brother casually solved it. I admire you. Suyu impatiently turned to look. He saw a person holding a dust whisk, dressed in a green Taoist robe, exuding an air of immortality. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Detected a great fortune bearer around the host. Chapter 75, Dao brother, do you have time to dig a grave together? Name, Li Chongqing. Cultivation, Divine Mansion Realm Completion. Physique, Innate Dao Body, Dao Body. Note, Disciple of the Upper Realm Dao Sect, Expert in Divination. Finally appeared. Suyu was immensely gratified. Entering the inheritance site for so long, he finally saw a great destiny bearer. Dao brother, what kind of look is that? Li Chongqing felt the gaze and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He furrowed his brow and calculated with his fingers, but all he could see was a fog. Strange. Li Chongqing murmured, his face changing unpredictably. But no matter how he deduced, he still couldn't see anything related to Suyu. As time passed, Li Chongqing's forehead actually began to sweat, and his face grew pale. The child of fate Li Chongqing suffered a backlash, villain value plus 10,000. How could this happen? Li Chongqing was somewhat horrified. He considered himself extraordinarily gifted, possessing an innate Dao body, and was a person close to the path. From childhood to adulthood, he had never failed in his deductions. Even when encountering some saints, he could still deduce a thing or two. But forget it, this is good too. Li Chongqing shook his head and then said excitedly, Dao brother, are you interested in digging a tomb with me? Ha! Suyu was just thinking about how to harvest villain points when he suddenly heard Li Chongqing's words and was momentarily stunned, asking in surprise, dig a tomb? Whose tomb? Ha ha ha, who else's tomb here is worth digging? Li Chongqing replied with great excitement, the opportunities here in the inheritance site are just so. Even if you obtain the final inheritance, it's nothing special. After saying that, fearing Suyu might refuse, Li Chongqing continued cheerfully, don't think I'm bragging. Although the great emperor of ancient times is called an emperor, he's merely a half-emperor. The techniques he left behind can only get you to the supreme state, completely uninteresting. But if we dig his tomb, it's a different story. That's the lifetime treasure of a half-emperor. There must be countless riches and treasures inside. If we obtain them, we will surely soar high and dominate the skies. Moreover, you just need to help me open the tomb. At this point, Li Chongqing's eyes were shining. Hearing this, Suyu fell into silence. Why would a Taoist son, reputed as an unparalleled genius who appears once in 1,000 years, be so excited talking about tomb raiding? That enthusiasm even made Suyu feel a bit infected, growing some thoughts in his heart. What are you still considering, Dao brother? This is such a huge opportunity that I wouldn't tell others. If it weren't for that sword you just struck having the chance to break open the tomb entrance, I wouldn't even bother with you. Li Chongqing babbled on, seemingly very dissatisfied with Suyu's hesitation. Shut up. Suyu frowned, lead the way. It seemed he understood why he had been pinned on the other side by a sword. But even if he sensed a glimpse of the future, Suyu still had to go. Because he himself wasn't interested in that inheritance at all. He entered the inheritance site just to track down the woman who appeared in the Doom catalog. Now, since he could conveniently obtain something of greater value, why not do it? He. After being scolded, Li Chongqing wasn't angry at all. Instead, he grinned and said, all right. Dao brother, please follow me. Suyu turned his head and told the three women, you all focus on your training, I will be back soon. Ha? Where are you going, young master? Honglian slowly opened her eyes, looking puzzled. Oh, I'm going to dig a tomb with someone else. Ah? Honglian's mouth gaped open, somewhat dumbfounded, and she subconsciously asked, whose tomb are you digging? The great emperor of ancient times. Hiss. Suyu did not pay them any more heed, walking swiftly and soon disappearing from sight. Chapter 76, the distinguished Dao son almost died from the aftermath? Dao brother, this is where the emperor's tomb is located. Under Li Chongqing's guidance, Suyu came to a stop. Ahead was an unremarkable hill. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, seemingly lost in thought. He knew that the great emperor of ancient times, to be precise, had not truly died. In fact, the entire inheritance site was a transformation of his dantian. So, the tomb of the great emperor of ancient times that Li Chongqing claimed to have discovered. What is that? Dao brother, now you can see some knowledge. Li Chongqing stood to the side, watching for a while, his eyes revealing a fiery passion, and suddenly pointed at the earth mound. Yin and yang alternate, the stars guide the way. The Big Dipper points north, the cemetery door opens by itself. Boom! A loud noise. That originally ordinary earth mound actually cracked open directly, revealing a dark cave. Dao brother, dangers and opportunities coexist below, think it over carefully.
Li Changqing smiled broadly, then jumped into the tomb, disappearing into the cave. Hee, quite professional. Suyu shook his head and smiled, then followed closely, leaping into the tomb. Inside the tomb was dark and narrow, with space only enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Suyu followed Li Changqing through twists and turns, passing through 6 stone doors before arriving at a spacious stone hall. The deeper Suyu walked, the more he felt something was off. Even if the eternal ancient emperor really built a tomb for himself, it wouldn't be this shabby, right? Are you sure this is really the tomb of the eternal ancient emperor? Suyu frowned and asked, unable to suppress his doubts about his judgment. Li Changqing's face darkened and snorted, "Dao brother, are you doubting I dug up the wrong tomb? That's absolutely impossible." Li Changqing stopped, then took out a golden silk belt from his bosom. This belt was purple gold in color, inlaid with various rare materials, looking very beautiful, with a rune engraved in its center, exuding a heavy pressure. This is... Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling astonished in his heart. He truly sensed the imperial might on this belt, and that rune was also a mark exclusive to the imperial realm. Li Changqing wrapped the golden silk belt around his right arm, then suddenly lifted his right hand and slashed it down into the void. Buzz. In an instant, a sharp blade of light flashed, directly tearing through the void. Dao brother, how about that? This emperor's personal belt was something I accidentally obtained from this tomb, do you still doubt it? Li Changqing said proudly, back then, I worked hard to get it, this is the best evidence of the tomb owner's identity. Suyu nodded, no longer suspicious. Maybe the eternal ancient emperor was just bored and built himself a fancy grave? About 100 paces ahead, there is a wooden door, and there are 10 prohibitions on it, the treasure we are looking for is right there. Li Changqing's spirit soared, his gaze fixed eagerly ahead. However, I can break through the first 9 prohibitions, but the last one's defensive power is too terrifying, I really cannot handle it, so I plan to find a helper. Dao brother, listen to my orders in a moment, I'll handle the first 9 prohibitions, and you must destroy the last one completely, otherwise, we might have to leave empty-handed. Suyu nodded upon hearing this. Now that he was here, he was also quite eager to see what was hidden inside. The two walked quickly and soon arrived in front of that wooden door. The wooden door was covered with dense and complex patterns, seeming as if it had a life of its own, making people feel intimidated. I'm starting. Li Changqing took a deep breath, then stretched out both hands, slowly placing them on the wooden door. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave exploded, enveloping the entire area. In this wave, Suyu seemed to see the sky collapse and the earth crack, with sun and moon inverted. Crack, crack. A layer of faint white mist appeared on the wooden door, like clouds and smoke, blocking everyone's line of sight. Dao brother. Now's the time. I have already restrained the last prohibition. Use your strongest killing move, and you must completely cut through this layer of prohibition. In the next moment, Li Changqing's shout suddenly rang out. Strongest killing move? Stronger than the strongest. But I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Swish. Suyu did not hesitate, grabbed the buried god sword embryo, pouring all his spiritual power into it. Not only that, but Suyu also stacked the power of time and space onto this sword. Thunder rumbled. Before the sword struck, the heavy aura of time froze the surrounding space. Plus 50,000. The son of destiny, Li Changqing, was startled, villain points plus 50,000. And no, this sword of yours is just too terrifying, right? Li Changqing stammered. Looking at the frozen time and space, and the collapsing heritage site, he suddenly regretted letting Suyu unleash his full power. The random person he picked appeared to be the fiercest in the entire heritage site? However, at this moment, Suyu was completely focused on this sword, ignoring everything around him. Suyu's eyes shone brightly. In the darkness, he felt something deep within his heart. He grabbed the god-burying sword, waving it casually like the horns of an antelope. Buzz! A brilliant sword light swept through the void, fiercely slicing down on the layer of smoke. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening blast, the entire space shook violently. The layer of smoke was directly cut into 2, fragments flying everywhere, and the sword light, still powerful, continued to slash horizontally towards the wooden door. Bang! The power of the sword was frighteningly overwhelming, directly shattering the wooden door. Thunder rumbled again. At this moment, the deafening sound spread throughout the entire heritage site, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. All the inheritors looked around in shock, startled by the noise. The guardians felt their hearts race, and a bad premonition grew in their hearts. Plus 100000. Severely wounded the son of destiny, Li Changqing, villain points plus 100,000. Ah! Brother Dao, you have caused me great suffering. Li Changqing screamed as he flew back and crashed to the ground. Puff, puff. Blood gushed from his chest, staining his clothes red. He stared with bulging eyes, filled with disbelief and fear.
Is he even human? Just the aftermath of a single sword strike has severely injured me.
Although Li Changqing's body was strong, it couldn't withstand this level of impact.
This guy is definitely a monster. An unimaginable monster. The talents.
This. Su Yu's gaze wandered around the room, eventually settling on the white figure on the big bed.
Gulp.
Both of them swallowed hard. Su Yu looked at Li Changqing. I know why you were able to pick up the great emperor of ancient times belt outside.
What do you mean digging his grave?
He had a secret room to hide a beauty, and you ended up digging it out. Su Yu said with displeasure. He should have thought of this earlier. The great emperor of ancient times wasn't dead. How could a tomb exist?
Now that someone's little lover has been uncovered, how are they going to end this? I didn't want this either?
Li Changqing smiled awkwardly. How about we just leave? The two exchanged glances and then quickly began to back away. But just as they were about to exit the room, a lazy moan rang out as a stunningly beautiful woman slowly crawled up from the bed. Her figure was graceful and enchanting, her skin snow-white and tender, with delicate features and a face that sparkled. Moreover, she was only wearing a red belly band, with two long and straight, pristine white legs, round and full, her skin whiter than snow.
Husband, are you back?
The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked the two. So you nudged Li Changqing, she's calling you, hurry over, I'm not surnamed Chao, I can't handle this. Li Changqing smiled wryly, Dao brother, don't joke, people can die from this. The woman radiated a powerful aura, clearly not someone to be trifled with.
Dao brother, if we don't run while she's still dazed, we might not be able to escape later.
After saying this, the two dashed out simultaneously, moving very quickly. The woman let out a muffled sound, confusion fading from her eyes, replaced by embarrassment and anger. She suddenly looked down, seeing her exposed body, her beautiful face flushed, then gazed at the two fleeing figures, her eyes filled with killing intent as she shouted, two lecherous thieves, stop for me. Before long, the two escaped above ground. Li Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, he felt a powerful wind coming from behind, instantly causing his hairs to stand on end.
Oh no!
His face changed drastically, and he turned abruptly.
Boom!
A mighty poem fell from the sky, as if the entire heavens were collapsing, the void shattered, and before Li Changqing could even scream, he was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Fortunate son Li Changqing suffered a heavy blow, villain value plus 100,000. Hiss. Su Yu took a sharp breath.
Is the waking up anger really this fierce?
Knowing that Li Changqing wasn't that easy to kill, Su Yu didn't have time to care for him, swiftly slipping into his space and speeding away. At the same time, he quickly shouted, if there's a grievance, seek the right person, that guy tricked me into this room, if you have anything to say, go find him.
Lecher, I will definitely kill you today.
Behind him, the woman's gritted voice came.
This woman was simply unreasonable.
He had clearly clarified the truth, yet she still directed her anger at him.
Stop chasing. If you keep chasing, I'll fight back.
Su Yu frowned and shouted.
You still dare to speak arrogantly.
The woman's anger only intensified. Even if this matter is unrelated to you, you have seen my body, you must have your eyes dug out before this can end.
Nu.
The woman transformed into a streak of light and vanished without a trace. Moments later, Su Yu, who was pinned to the ground by a giant sword, suddenly sighed softly. This Li Changqing is really a pain in the neck.
After the Sage Realm used its domain, the speed was simply at its peak, and he couldn't retaliate at all. However, even if it was the Sage Realm, wanting to kill him was impossible. With the power of time and space, unless the opponent could slay all versions of Su Yu in a single moment, it was all useless.
Dao brother, I didn't cheat you. Li Changqing's voice echoed softly.
In all my calculations, how could I know that the ancient emperor had a mistress?
Hey, but this trip wasn't in vain. Look, what is this? Li Changqing chuckled, took out a storage ring, and handed it to Su Yu.
Dao brother, we agreed to split this job in half, this is your share.
Su Yu's eyes flickered, and his figure instantly became illusory. In the next moment, he vanished as if teleporting from under the sword, appearing unscathed in front of Li Changqing, not even a bruise on him.
Dao brother, you have great skill. Li Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. You're not bad either.
Su Yu rolled his eyes and looked inside the storage ring.
This, 5 sacred weapons, 10 supreme pills, and a fragment of a quasi-emperor weapon? Did you just make a comeback after being attacked?
Li Changqing grinned, patted his chest, of course. That foul woman slapped me, and cut you with a sword, so these things are compensation.
Well, Dao brother, do you think I'm impressive?
Not really.
So you took a deep breath, pointed behind Li Changqing, forget about all that, think about how to escape. This time, she probably won't let it go so easily.
The smile on Li Changqing's face gradually stiffened.
He turned around and was shocked to see the woman glaring at him with a face full of fury, her expression icy cold. Damn it! Li Changqing swore. He was scared out of his wits. Dao brother, help! Help! My life-saving means are already used up. If I die this time, I'm really finished. And you still dare to court death without any life-saving means? The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish, as they say, fortune favors the bold. Then go beg her to spare you. Foster father. The child of destiny Li Changqing acknowledges you as his foster father, villain points plus 200,000. Chapter 78, Who told him to call me foster father? You little rascal. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, so you couldn't help but laugh and cry. This kid wasn't just saying it casually, he really acknowledged a father. Forget it, since the words have come this far, how could he reject such a good son? Sigh, I really can't do anything about you. Suyu shook his head, stepped forward, and stood in front of Li Changqing. Foster father, it's up to you. Li Changqing shouted in a panic, hurriedly hiding behind Suyu. He was truly afraid. He had sneaked into the lower realm to dig a grave without any knowledge from his sect's elders. Moreover, with his life-saving means used up, if he acted tough again, he would really be done for. Shameless. Not only did you spy on me, but you also dared to steal my treasure. Today, you both must die. The woman in royal attire blushed, her eyes blazing with fire, glaring at Suyu and Li Changqing. With that flat figure of yours, who would bother to look? Suyu said in disbelief. Besides, we can eat shit, but we mustn't talk nonsense. I didn't steal your treasure. We should reason things out, right? Bullshit. The woman was even more furious at his words. You dare to argue? I clearly saw both of you sharing the loot, and now you deny it? Suyu remained calm. What sharing of loot? Those are offerings from my foster son, how would I know where he got them? Then I will kill him first. It's definitely not just a normal quasi-emperor Dao weapon. Dao brother, you are too powerful. Looking at the magic jar floating above Suyu's head, Li Changqing was dumbfounded, unable to help but swallow his saliva. With this thing on him, he could probably dig up the emperor's tomb, right? Damn it. The woman's face turned ugly. Earlier, she could still catch Suyu off guard using the Dao domain. But now, he had already summoned the quasi-emperor Dao weapon, and he had established an invincible position. Since you said you want to reason, then let's reason. The woman squinted her eyes and pointed at Li Changqing. It was he who led you to offend my palace, and it was he who secretly stole my treasure. You should hand him over, and this matter will be over. I won't pursue it further. How about that? Seeing that a hard stance wouldn't work, the woman changed her strategy. That's not possible. Why not? Didn't you say you wanted to reason? The woman frowned. Suyu shrugged and said calmly, I am the most protective, as they say, help family, not reason. Since he recognized me as his godfather, I must protect him. Li Changqing was deeply moved. Dao brother, no, godfather. Godfather, I bow to you. Hearing Suyu's words, the woman's beautiful brows shot up, and she coldly said, Are you playing with me? Don't think that just because you have a quasi-emperor Dao weapon protecting you, you can do whatever you want. You two are merely at the God Mansion realm. Even with a quasi-emperor Dao weapon, how many times can you control it? Suyu sneered, play with you? Is it possible that if I wanted to make a move, you'd already be a pile of bones? Alright, you want to bully me like this? Upon hearing this, the woman took a deep breath, as if making some kind of decision. She raised her head, gazing at the starry sky, then suddenly shouted, Husband, someone is bullying me. She had not wanted to expose her relationship with the ancient emperor. After all, this matter was not meant to be seen by the public. If this got out, the ancient emperor's reputation would surely be harmed. As the emperor's confidant, she had no desire for this to be revealed. But now, there was simply no choice. As her voice fell, a powerful pressure erupted suddenly from the void. This pressure came like a storm, causing everyone in the inheritance site to kneel to the ground. The guardian's face changed dramatically. The emperor's will has awakened. What's going on? Could it be that kid caused it again? He struggled to look into the situation but could not rise at all. At the same time, both Li Changqing and Suyu's faces changed, their breath becoming difficult. However, the two did not kneel like the others. PFF. Li Changqing's face contorted as he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. This is the emperor's pressure? Looking at the blood on the ground, Li Changqing's eyes turned, and with a stroke of luck, he calculated with his heart's blood. As he watched the divination display, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Good fortune. Good fortune. Though his internal organs were severely damaged, he laughed loudly, Dao brother, you are truly my benefactor. Li Changqing's Dao robe fluttered in the wind, his whole aura solidifying without release, and there were signs of a breakthrough. He looked at Suyu. Godfather, all depends on you. After saying this, he sat directly on the ground, preparing for an on-the-spot breakthrough. At this moment, however, Suyu paid no attention to him. His eyes remained fixed on the sky. Detected a great fortune bearer around the host. Name, Qin Gu. Cultivation, half-step emperor realm. Physique, Tai Bai Tian gang body, supreme level, but. Note, built the body at 3 years old, formed a Dan at 5, reached Saint Realm at 60, one of the rare conquerors of the ages. Once entered the Emperor's path with invincible momentum, but ultimately fell short by a move, achieving half-emperor. The ancient emperor, so he really didn't die? Suyu mumbled to himself, his eyes flashing with light. The emperor's pressure is indeed a good thing. As he spoke, Suyu also sat down on the ground, using the emperor's pressure to begin repairing the damaged corner of the sky-devouring magic jar. You. Seeing this, the woman was both surprised and angry. The emperor was about to appear, yet these two were one focused on breakthrough, and the other on repairing the treasure, not even considering the ancient emperor. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the starry sky, and a massive phantom slowly began to take shape. Terrifying beyond belief. It was a phantom figure in the shape of a person, with a pitch-black long sword behind it, exuding a chilling murderous intent. Swish! He opened his eyes, like two great suns rising, illuminating the ancient world. His gaze swept over the two below, Suyu and another, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Oh! These two young people are not simple. One is the Dao child of this generation of the Dao sect, and the other. His eyes flickered. When he saw Li Changqing, a trace of caution flashed in his eyes. After all, the Dao sect is one of the top 10 sects of the upper realm and has produced emperors with profound foundations. If he were at his peak, he would not be afraid. But now, he was left with only a remnant soul and a few strands of imperial thought, completely unable to provoke the other. And when he saw Suyu, he realized that this strand of imperial thought could not penetrate. You, who are you? The ancient emperor gazed at Suyu and asked in a deep voice. Suyu. Suyu was busy repairing the devourer demon jar, but when faced with the emperor's question, he still took the time to reply. Surname Su. The imperial thought murmured to itself, and its expression grew increasingly complex. If this person's background was what he thought, then he might be even harder to deal with than the Dao child. After a moment of thought, the imperial thought slowly descended. Husband. A woman flew into his arms. The imperial thought embraced her and asked, Are you saying that you were bullied by these two little brats of the divine mansion? How did they bully you? The woman gritted her teeth, filled with anger, and said, These two scoundrels sneaked into my boudoir, intending to plot against me. I discovered them, but they also saw my body and stole the treasures you gave me. Upon hearing this, the ancient emperor's eyes immediately narrowed, and the aura around him gradually intensified. Boom! The imperial might thicken like water, causing Suyu and the other to shudder. Yet, instead of being shocked, the two felt joy. One's breakthrough speed became faster, while the other's progress in repairing the magic item accelerated. Li Changqing even rolled his eyes. What your adoptive father said is true. With your flat figure, who would care to look? If you were naked, even that Taoist wouldn't bother giving you a second glance, yet you say they intended to plot against you? Put. You are looking for death? The ancient emperor coldly asked. At this moment, the two finally could no longer ignore this half-emperor and ceaselessly stopped speaking. Li Changqing sighed and looked at Suyu. Brother Dao, your judgment was indeed correct. This old guy is truly still alive. Saying this, Li Changqing took out a purple wooden Dao plate from his pocket. Originally, I wanted to interact with you as a regular person, but now, I'm done pretending. I'm laying it all out. Your grandfather is the heir of the Dao sect, the heavenly profound Dao sovereign, my master. After saying this, the whole place fell silent for 3 seconds. Li Changqing had a proud expression and gave Suyu a meaningful look. Brother Dao, how about you recognize me as adoptive father? Even if the ancient emperor strikes, I can still protect you. Suyu gently shook his head. You should protect yourself first. Li Changqing's smile stiffened. Suddenly, he turned around. But he only felt a terrifying force constraining him. He struggled to lift his head, horrified to find a giant hand already appearing in front of his chest. In an instant, Li Changqing was grabbed by the giant hand, suspended in midair. The ancient emperor's imperial thought coldly said, Even if you are the heir of the Dao sect, so what? Today, no one can save those who humiliate this emperor. No, it can't be. Li Changqing felt despair. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Suyu, and now he was being slapped in the face? Was this ancient emperor truly reckless? If he killed him, the reprisal from the Dao sect would be thunderous. Crack! Li Changqing's flesh began to shatter, his face changing dramatically. Damn, ancient emperor, are you serious? This emperor is already beyond hope of resurrection, a dying person. Why should this emperor fear anything? The ancient emperor's thought sneered. It was laughable that this Dao sect heir thought to intimidate him, not realizing he was close to his end, having no need to consider those unreal threats. I damn. Li Changqing was completely panicked, looking at Suyu, adoptive father. This time I truly rely on you. Help! Are you not feeling smug? Suyu glanced at him, indifferent, and said, Are you still pretending? Ahem. Li Changqing cleared his throat and chuckled awkwardly. I was just joking, adoptive father, don't take it seriously. If you have any tricks, hurry up and use them. I truly can't take it anymore. Suyu couldn't be bothered to deal with this troublesome person. His gaze fell on the void's imperial thought and he said, Mister, even though my son is at fault first, there's nothing I can do. Who told him to call me adoptive father? Let him go, or else, I will chop your imperial thought right now. Chapter 79, The Woman Above the River of Time and Space. Threatening the eternal ancient imperial thought, villain points plus 200,000. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped. The woman in palace attire looked at him as if he were dead. I didn't expect this kid to be so foolish, daring to challenge the great emperor. Li Changqing momentarily forgot his physical pain and looked at Suyu with admiration, saying, as expected of my adoptive father, impressive. At this moment, the eternal ancient imperial thought smiled out of anger, staring at Suyu without blinking. After a long time, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. He laughed. How many years has it been? I have not heard such words in countless years. I didn't expect it to come from the mouth of a mere young one in the divine mansion realm. The eternal ancient imperial thought shook his head, slowly lowering his hand. No matter whether you are from the Su family or not, today, you will definitely die. Boom. 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 With this action, the sky suddenly darkened, as if the whole sky was collapsing. An unmatched violent aura swept down, suppressing the world. Suyu's face sank heavily as he immediately activated the sky-devouring evil jar, bringing himself and Li Changqing into it. Buzz. Countless chains shot across, colliding hard with that astonishing palm. Bang! In an instant, the chains shattered like tofu dregs. That towering palm print rushed down, striking the sky-devouring evil jar, causing demonic energy to surge. Boom! 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 The entire inheritance ground shook, countless buildings turned to ashes. The other inheritors were in utter despair, with some barely having time to scream before being turned to ashes by the shockwave of this strike. Suyu's face was as dark as thunder. The eternal ancient emperor was too powerful. Even if he was only a semi-emperor and had only an imperial thought left, he was still incredibly terrifying. Just relying on the sky-devouring evil jar, it seemed impossible to deal with him. Moreover, the destruction of the void's deadly slash had been used not long ago, and Suyu's lifespan could not support striking that sword again. Could it be, to call someone? Suyu thought for a moment, then shook his head again. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to do that. What to do? Suyu frowned tightly, his mood growing heavier. Great Emperor! Please calm your anger. At this moment, a shout came from afar. Suyu looked through the sky-devouring evil jar and found it was the Protector. The Protector shouted while approaching, Great Emperor, this young man possesses the Tai-Bai celestial body, he is the disciple I carefully selected for you. Disciple? This kid just said he wanted to kill me, and you tell me you want to take him as a disciple? The eternal ancient emperor said with a mocking expression. Ah. The Protector trembled all over, sweat breaking on his forehead, hurriedly explaining, no. Bang. A dull sound rang out. The Protector exploded directly. Humph. I don't need anyone to teach me how to do things. The eternal imperial thought flicked his sleeve, his face full of indifference. Suyu stood there, with a complex mood. Although this Protector was a bit troublesome and had a bad personality, overall, he was still a decent person. But now, he just died like this? He has worked tirelessly for you for thousands of years, and you just kill him like this? Suyu asked. Just an ant, what does it matter if I kill him? The eternal imperial thought said disdainfully, as if he felt nothing wrong with what he had done. To die for me is his honor. Suyu took a deep breath. Then, his expression grew cold, silently activating the sky-devouring evil jar. Buzz. In the next moment, the sky-devouring evil jar turned into a beam of black light, racing northward. On the way, the magic jar extended 3 chains, bringing Hong Lian and others into it. Young master. It's good that you are okay. Just now, it seems that the eternal ancient emperor's imperial thought went berserk, and many inheritors died. Hong Lian said, her chest heaving with worry. Suyu nodded. I know, that guy is chasing from behind. Hong Lian's small mouth opened slightly. Ah? Suyu didn't explain much, just focused on driving the devouring demon jar. His gaze was fixed on the north. There, amid the shining aurora, a faint shadow of a woman could be seen. You, finally come. A low murmur floated into Suyu's ear. But when Suyu listened carefully, he heard nothing at all. His expression was complicated as he sped up the devouring demon jar again. His heart was filled with more doubt. Who exactly was that woman? Chapter 80, One Glance to Defeat the Emperor? Hee, kid, don't think just because you rely on a quasi-emperor weapon you can act recklessly. In this place, I am the will of heaven. Those who defy me will only face death. The vast imperial might envelop the entire void like an abyss, yet Suyu, locked by the imperial power, remained unmoved. You old man, you're quite talkative. You'll be crying soon. Suyu sneered. Good. The ancient emperor's will was slightly startled. He did not expect this kid to be so audacious, daring to be so arrogant even in a world formed by his own physical body's dantian. I want to see where you can escape to. The ancient emperors will sneered coldly, like a cat playing with a mouse, occasionally condensing imperial might to strike the surface of the devouring demon jar, shaking Suyu and the others inside into a daze. Crack. Under such overwhelming strikes, the devouring demon jar gradually became unable to bear the burden, and the corner that had just been repaired began to show signs of cracking again. Old thing. Do you know who my master is? How dare you treat him like this? I advise you to be sensible, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Seeing this, Honglian and Mu Qianxue could no longer hold back their anger and began to threaten with their voices. However, to their words, the ancient emperors will only treated it as a breeze, too lazy to respond. Kid, how about it? Your turtle shell probably won't hold for much longer. The ancient emperors will look down on Suyu and the others contemptuously. He planned to capture Suyu and slowly torture him to death. Ever since his path to the Tao failed, and his lifespan dwindled, his heart has turned darker. If he could crush these young talents, it would also fulfill some mental comfort. Boom. With two explosive sounds, the devouring demon jar once again showed a fine crack. Adoptive father, you and the 3 adoptive mothers need to think of a way. Inside the jar, Li Changqing said anxiously. Ha? What nonsense are you talking about? Suyu, already irritated, became even angrier hearing his nonsensical words. Cough, I think what he said makes sense. Honglian's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast an admiring glance at Li Changqing. Although she didn't know why these two became father and son after going out, this statement was indeed quite pleasing to the ear. Mu Qianxue lowered her head and said nothing, but from her expression, she seemed to feel similar to Honglian. As for Su Xiaoyu, her expression was complicated, not knowing what she was thinking. Adoptive father, if it really doesn't work, let's fight it out. Li Changqing's eyes flickered, and he suddenly appeared in front of Suyu. He pointed at the ancient emperors while outside the devouring demon jar. I still have a great saint weapon. If it self-destructs together with your quasi-emperor weapon, there might be a chance. After all, he is not the true half-emperor, but just an imperial will. All he has done is attack with imperial might. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes flickered. After a moment, he slowly nodded. I will try one last time. If it doesn't work, we will do as you say. Suyu raised his gaze to the distance. Now, they had quickly passed through the 7 barriers of the inheritance ground, and only a short distance remained to the last barrier, the extreme cold sky. Interesting, this emperor loves to watch ants struggle. The ancient emperors will smile brightly, pulling the palace-dressed woman into his arms and reaching his hand into her skirt. The palace-dressed woman blushed, but did not stop him. Instead, she lifted her dress voluntarily. With a rhythmic movement, the ancient emperors will trembled all over. And then he pushed the woman away. Rebel. Seeing this scene, Li Changqing had an odd expression, as expected of the great emperor, so fast. I think you should be given an additional title, the fastest man in eternity. Bastard. You seek death. The eternal emperor Nian grew furious, 2 beams of divine light shooting from his eyes, piercing directly at Li Changqing. Put. In an instant, the heaven-devouring demon cauldron was directly pierced through. 2 bloody holes appeared in Li Changqing's chest, and his body suddenly collapsed. Damn. This guy has been playing us all along. Li Changqing covered his heart, suddenly realizing, if he had used his full strength, this demon cauldron wouldn't have resisted even a bit, but unexpectedly. Hearing this, Suyu's expression also turned heavy. He wants us to see hope, and then wipe it out in one blow. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions. After all, the other party was an emperor, and it was reasonable that he couldn't fight back now. Suyu held his breath and focused, driving the heaven-devouring demon cauldron, diving directly into the extreme cold heaven origin. He's heading there? Looking at the heaven-devouring demon cauldron that vanished into the extreme cold heaven origin, the eternal Emperor Nian raised his brow. Husband, what happened? The palace-dressed woman asked. This little guy is quite clever, the eternal Emperor Nian smiled lightly. He actually knows of that area. It is the only place that this emperor cannot control.
After saying this, the Eternal Emperor Nian's figure dissipated, rapidly chasing after.
So what if he escapes in there? It's just a slower death.
In the extreme cold heaven origin, glaciers were everywhere. Looking around, there were silver-white peaks, lakes, grass, forests, etc., as if eternally still. Streams of fierce, icy winds whistled past, raising a sky of frost flowers, covering the entire heaven origin.
Moreover, the higher you went, the more terrifying the wind and snow became.
As they were about to reach the top of the heaven origin, even the hardness of the heaven-devouring demon cauldron was difficult to withstand the emerging storm, countless scratch marks appearing on the cauldron.
Foster father, at this rate, we might not make it to the top,
Li Changqing said with great worry.
Suyu's expression was calm. We must climb, even if we can't reach the top. If we can't get up there, we will surely die today.
As he spoke, he glanced at the wounds on Li Changqing's chest. Clearly from the strike of the great Emperor Nian, yet now it was almost healing. It seemed this guy was not as fragile as he appeared. He probably had plenty of trump cards left.
Suyu shook his head slightly, planning that if it didn't work out in a bit, he would just throw him out to try. Foster father, what is that look in your eyes?
Li Changqing felt a chill down his spine, uneasy. Suyu shrugged ambiguously, nothing, not important. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the heaven-devouring demon cauldron to rush upwards.
Boom! However, just then, an unexpected change occurred.
The surrounding void violently shook, suddenly freezing. At the same time, a towering figure suddenly appeared in front of them.
It was the Eternal Emperor Nian. He had somehow surpassed Suyu and the others, waiting here in advance. Suyu's pupils constricted, quickly stopping the cauldron.
Then, he felt the entire heaven-devouring demon cauldron was actually bound, completely immobile.
Suyu's gaze flickered. A dignified emperor also likes to use such underhanded methods?
The corner of the Eternal Emperor Nian's mouth curled into a sneer. A group of humble ants, with a single thought, I can decide your lives and deaths.
The more you struggle, the more excited I become.
Since you choose here as your burial place, this emperor will grant you your wish. The Eternal Emperor Nian snorted coldly, then stomped his right foot on the ground.
Crack! The void exploded.
Everyone felt a heavy shadow of death approaching. When the emperor made his move, there was simply no way to resist. Any means was futile.
Could it be that they would really be stopped here?
Suyu looked towards the little sword in his sea of consciousness.
He wondered if the old man could defeat this guy? Probably not, right? The great Emperor Hungu. It is the semi-emperor realm, with no emperor appearing, who can resist? Ha, Junior, obediently die. The ancient emperor laughed wantonly.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the entire spacetime shook. A brilliant ray of light burst from the very top of the extreme cold sky origin. The aurora flowed like an ocean, deep in the firmament. Everyone seemed to see a river running through the ancient, present, and future. The Tao was ringing, countless laws surged madly, rejoicing. It seemed that an existence terrifying to the extreme was about to descend. A horrifying wave spread out, shaking the entire inheritance site, threatening to collapse.
The wave of the Tao, it's the breath of the Tao.
The laughter of the ancient emperor abruptly ceased, his eyes filled with horror, staring at the top of the extreme cold sky origin.
How is this possible? He murmured to himself, unable to believe it.
Until he saw a breathtaking figure appearing at the top of the extreme cold sky origin, he fully confirmed that it was indeed the Tao. It was the figure he had imprinted upon witnessing the Tao that day. She wore a purple dress, stunningly beautiful. That face was unlike anyone from the mortal realm. Although there was only one person, the pressure on Ancient Emperor was overwhelmingly powerful.
Why you, who are you?
The Ancient Emperor struggled to speak. His body could not help but tremble slightly.
You are not worthy to know.
The woman lightly parted her red lips and said softly. As her words fell, the Ancient Emperor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Husband!
The woman in palace attire exclaimed. But the next moment, she was directly pulled by the Ancient Emperor and used as a shield against that divine might.
Bang!
The woman's heart instantly shattered, her eyes bulging, her face filled with disbelief.
Husband, you! To die for this emperor is your honor. The Ancient Emperor said coldly.
Then, the woman in palace attire was casually thrown away, her body falling straight down.
This old thing is truly heartless.
Li Changqing could not help but comment. Indeed, not worth a single strand of the young master's hair.
Honglian nodded heavily.
Although Suyu acted unconventionally, he was by no means this heartless, and compared to him, the Ancient Emperor was utterly defeated.
Humph. A mere ant, what do they understand?
After using his lever to block a strike, the Ancient Emperor suddenly fled outward.
He still did not know the identity of the woman in the sky, but he knew that if he did not run now, his trace of imperial thought would be annihilated. Rumble. The ancient emperor shattered the void in an instant and fled billions of miles away. But the purple-clad woman merely glanced at him lightly. Bang! The ancient emperor fell. The ancient emperor's thought was destroyed, villain points plus 2 million. Chapter 81, The One Transcending Time and Space, Luo Yao. Congratulations, host, for achieving the accomplishment, Destroy the Emperor. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Supreme Physique Fuyo Dao Body. Congratulations, host, for triggering a long-term task, Sweeping the Universe. Each time you defeat an enemy of the Saint Realm or above, you will receive generous rewards and villain points. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped, their eyes full of shock. This was too shocking. Just a glance, the Emperor's thought was shattered, without any ability to fight back. It was known that this was in existence at the Emperor Realm. Even if only a trace of remnant soul remained, it would be enough to sweep through the upper realms. Without the Emperor out, no one could resist. Yet now, it was erased by a mysterious woman, with just a glance. Honglian and the others all had faces filled with fear, not daring to look. Even Li Changqing, who had always been carefree, now wore a serious expression, staring at his feet, his hands trembling uncontrollably. We seem to know each other? But in the atmosphere about to freeze, Suyu suddenly raised his head, looking at the purple-clad woman in the sky, and asked. This sudden sentence shocked everyone greatly. Honglian was full of worry, fearing that the woman would again erase Suyu with just one glance. Li Changqing silently gave him a thumbs up. No wonder Master Dao called you adoptive father hundreds of times. You dare to chat up such a taboo existence, impressive. As Suyu's voice fell, the purple-clad woman in the sky suddenly smiled brightly. Don't you remember me, brother Suyu? She tilted her head slightly, revealing her pearly white teeth. Brother Suyu? Hearing these four words, Hong Lian, Mu Qianxue, and Li Changqing were instantly stunned. Suyu, brother? This terrifying woman actually called Suyu her brother? Goodness. Li Changqing immediately felt a dryness in his throat. His foster father must have quite an extraordinary background. At first, he merely guessed the other party might be from some ancient imperial clan. But now, it was likely far beyond imagination. Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the woman before him, not expecting that she really knew him. You really don't remember me? The woman in purple wore a disappointed expression on her pretty face. Suyu frowned and racked his brain, going through the memories in his mind, but he couldn't find any clues about this woman, and finally had to shake his head. Sorry, I really can't remember. The woman in purple nodded slightly upon hearing this. Well, perhaps the current you really doesn't know me. What is your name? Suyu suddenly asked. Luo Yao, the woman replied. After speaking, Luo Yao turned around and walked straight toward the depths of the sky. It seems our meeting is not at the right time, so I will take my leave now. That battlefield still needs me to oversee it. Just as Luo Yao took a step, she suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned around, her beautiful eyes fixing on Suyu, a faint smile curving her lips. Her figure appeared beside Suyu as if she had teleported. Then, with her delicate jade-like hand, she gently tugged Suyu's earlobe, her soft and tender body pressing against him, her breath as fragrant as orchids, her voice sweet. Brother Suyu, work hard in your cultivation, by the next time we meet, Yaoer might only be standing behind you. After saying this, she suddenly turned her gaze to Su Xiaoyu, right, little fish? Su Xiaoyu was still in a dazed state, suddenly being called by name shocked her, leaving her flustered. I didn't expect that, tens of thousands of years ago, you were also this cute. Luo Yao smiled like a flower, pecked Suyu lightly on the forehead, and then slowly faded away. Brother Suyu, come to the northern plains of the upper realm to find me. I should be in the Luo family's sacred grounds now. Su Xiaoyu looked up but found that Luo Yao had already disappeared without a trace. Tens of thousands of years ago? Suyu's eyebrows furrowed tighter, feeling that Luo Yao's actions were very strange, as if she was hinting at something. But right now, the information he had was simply too little. Just relying on a few words, it was hard to deduce anything useful. The only thing he could be sure of was that this forbidden existence named Luo Yao would share a close relationship with him in the future, and it seemed she also had a good relationship with Su Xiaoyu. Moreover, she revealed a crucial piece of information. She was a daughter of the Luo family from the upper realm. Young master, how are you? Hong Lian and Mu Qianxue rushed forward, each grabbing one of Suyu's hands, checking carefully. Once they saw that Suyu was unharmed, they finally sighed in relief and hurriedly asked. The two of them hadn't even dared to breathe, feeling that Luo Yao held an elusive hostility towards them, fearing that speaking up might provoke her displeasure. I'm fine, I couldn't be better. Suyu shook his head, his mind moving slightly to open the system panel. Name, Suyu. Cultivation, mid-level divine mansion realm. Physique, world body, imperial level, Tai Bai heavenly gang body, supreme level, central town prison body, supreme level, extreme flame overlord body, supreme level, Fuyan Dao body, supreme level uninherited.
Innate divine powers, world sword intent cosmic shin koan longevity innate gung metal chi thick virtue bearing all overlord flame melting furnace. Magic treasures, god burial sword embryo, for extreme seal, extinguish fortune codex, devouring heaven demon pot. Villain points, 4,260,000. This trip has been quite fruitful. Suyu narrowed his eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he murmured. Then, he called everyone and planned to leave this place. After all, he had achieved all the purposes for which he came. As for that ancient great emperor's inheritance, he was no longer interested at all. Not to mention receiving the inheritance, given his current feud with the ancient great emperor, he was afraid the other party would try to kill him at first sight. Next, once the Su family is settled, let's head to the upper realm. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. His acquaintance with Luo Yao probably began in the upper realm. However, just as Su Yu activated the heaven-swallowing demon jar and was about to leave the place of inheritance, no one noticed a very tiny purple-black particle inadvertently adhering to the heaven-swallowing demon jar. Gradually, it began to burrow into the cracks on the jar. Its appearance was strikingly similar to that of the plague soldier beneath the glacier back then. Only now, it seemed to possess a bit more grandeur and dominance. Chapter 82, Ascend. Pass through the world gate. Now that we are here, it seems a bit unreasonable to leave without taking something, right? As Suyu reached the edge of the inheritance place, he turned back and glanced, his eyes stirred slightly. At this moment, the inheritance place was already in ruins. After enduring the aftermath of an Imperial-level battle, the survivors were pitifully few. Suyu shook his head slightly, little black, let's do a good deed to the end. Since the Eternal Emperor's thoughts have dissipated, let's collect this world as well. M.O. The heaven-swallowing demon jar buzzed, as if responding to Suyu. Li Changqing and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what Suyu was planning. But the next moment, as billions of chains surged out from the heaven-swallowing demon jar, they instantly understood. Suyu was going to refine the entire inheritance place. It is important to note that the inheritance place was the transformed Dantian of the Eternal Emperor. So, he wanted to refine the Emperor's Dantian? Li Changqing, Dao brother, if you do this, it seems you'll have an unending feud with the Eternal Emperor. Suyu glanced at him sideways, isn't it already an unending feud? Li Changqing was stunned and then smiled, that's true. Rumbling. A doomsday-like scene descended. Although the time and space of the inheritance place were stable, without anyone in charge, it was gradually shattered by the heaven-swallowing demon jar and forcibly dragged inside. However, when the inheritance place completely perished, the bottom of the heaven-swallowing demon jar suddenly shook violently. Suyu raised an eyebrow, but after careful observation, he found nothing unusual and did not pay much attention. 1 month later. Within the Tsangqing realm, a large sun slowly rose into the sky. The once desolate corner of Qingcheng was now continuously expanding, having already become the core of the world and the focus of the entire realm. Dad, this is all I can do for now. Suyu slowly descended from the top of the sky, his gaze sweeping around, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Today, he was about to break through the void and ascend back to the upper realm. Not only did he promise his family that he would end his training upon reaching the Divine Mansion realm, but also because the laws of this lower realm were incomplete, the limit was the Divine Mansion realm. If he continued to stay in the Tsangqing realm, it would hinder Suyu's future cultivation. Su Hansan smiled, kid, you have already done well enough. The things you left behind are enough for the Su family to develop. This world is still too small for you, so hurry up, no need for more words, let's go. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. When he walked out from the place of inheritance, he had also taken a lot of good things along with the heaven-swallowing demon jar. However, most of them were taken out by him to help build the Su family. This also included some of Suyu's selfish intentions. If the small world where the Su family was located developed in the future, it would also be a significant help to him. Dad, I will wait for you in the upper realm. Suyu exhaled softly, then his figure soared into the sky. Behind him, Su Jiuge, Hong Lian, Mu Qianxue, Su Xiaoyu, and Yifeng followed closely. Most of them came from the upper realm, so they did not need to cross the Ascension tribulation to return. However, Suyu and Su Xiaoyu were different. When Suyu was sent to the Tsangqing realm, the imprint of the upper realm had already been erased. And Su Xiaoyu was originally a native of the Tsangqing realm. Therefore, when the two wanted to ascend, the tribulation of Ascension suddenly descended without warning. Rumbling. Above the sky, purple clouds rumbled. A terrifying heavenly might descended, shaking the 8 desolations and the 6 directions. All the cultivators below were filled with dread. This was the most powerful Ascension tribulation they had ever witnessed in their lives. More terrifying than ever before. One could even feel the distortion of the void. That kind of world-destroying aura was chilling. At this level, it could easily kill any practitioner at the Divine Passage realm. However, in front of Suyu today, it was completely insignificant.
Little fish, come closer to me, I will block the tribulation for you. Suyu picked up Su Xiaoyu in his arms and said lightly. This girl had only just touched the edge of the ascending realm. If she were scratched by this ascending tribulation, she might lose half her life. So, Suyu planned to directly cross it together with her. He raised his hand, and a palm print covered the sky, directly confronting the ascending tribulation. Bang! A giant palm of condensed spacetime force collided with the thunderclouds, producing a loud roar. In that instant, the thunderclouds were actually smashed apart. Hiss! Everyone gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. With a casual palm, he shattered the ascending tribulation. Such power was simply unbelievable. In the past, which practitioner didn't spend decades or even hundreds of years preparing for ascension, only to use all their cards, risking their precious artifacts breaking, just to barely ascend, but this member of the Su family treated the thunder tribulation like child's play. No wonder he is a once-in-an-age prodigy, his magnificence is truly admirable. Countless practitioners displayed expressions of admiration and awe. Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed as she gazed adoringly at Suyu's profile, murmuring, "Brother, you is so amazing." Rumbling. After the thundercloud shattered, deep within the sky, continuous booming sounds echoed, as if enraged, and even stronger celestial might descended, seemingly venting its fury. Gradually, beams of divine light shot down from the depths of the sky. Ancient and modern scenes flickered within the divine light. Everyone focused their gaze. They were astonished to find that those were scenes of ascenders crossing tribulations since ancient times. Moreover, as time passed, those ascenders seemed to be trending toward stepping out. Countless eyes were glued to Suyu. In this realm, is another genius about to ascend? Hee, it seems his luck isn't very good, he has triggered all the marks left by previous ascenders at once. Well then, let us seniors teach this kid a lesson. After the ascenders stepped out, they exchanged meaningful glances and then smiled knowingly. Li Changqing saw this and chuckled, "Fellow, it seems this world doesn't want you to leave, even the highest level eternal reflection tribulation has been brought out. If I want to leave, who can stop me?" Suyu remained calm, not at all concerned about the thunder tribulation, his hands forming seals, sending out strands of spiritual energy like flowing ribbons. Each strand of spiritual energy pierced through the heavens and earth like towering pillars, sweeping in all directions. Intense spacetime force burst forth. Sizzle, sizzle. In an instant, black fissures appeared in the air. The next moment, countless Su-Yes walked out from the fissures. Their number was exactly equal to that of the ascenders emerging from the divine light. Boom! In an instant, all Su-Yes unabashedly revealed their powerful presence. The terrifying momentum was simply shocking. Some of the closer ascender projections were directly overwhelmed and shattered by this aura. What's going on? Wasn't this kid just ascending? This aura is at least at the peak level of the divine mansion. All the ascender projections widened their eyes. They just ascended, how could it be this exaggerated? Run! Suddenly, someone shouted in alarm. Oh my! My imprint is still useful. Run away! My God! Run! Damn it, what kind of monster is this? All the ascender projections were in a panic, frantically fleeing into the distance. In no time, Suyu was left standing alone before the empty space. The booming sounds from deep within the sky gradually faded, as if acknowledging that it could no longer stop Suyu. Moments later, two beams of golden light slowly descended, heading toward Suyu and Su Xiaoyu. At the same time, a gate to the world was opened for a few people. Oh? Is this the golden light of all realms? Hong Lian's eyes lit up and she said, "My lord, this item is rare, it is transformed from the essence of the world. After absorbing it, the world imprint within you and sister Xiaoyu will vanish." World imprint? What is that? Suyu said in surprise. Hong Lian was speechless, she didn't know how to explain it. Beside them, Su Jiuge smiled slightly, took over the conversation, and said, "My lord and sister Xiaoyu come from the azure blue realm, so naturally you possess the imprint of this world. If in the future an enemy wants to exploit this, they can use this point to cast curses and other means through the azure blue realm as a medium. Now, the azure blue realm actively eliminating the imprint is to resolve a cause and effect for the young master. In short, it is a good thing." Hearing this, Suyu suddenly understood and looked deep into the sky. Good for you. In the next moment, he no longer hesitated and stepped into the gate of the world with everyone. Chapter 83, No, do you dare let the young master go mining? As everyone stepped into the gate of the world, the scene in front of them changed instantly, revealing a boundless ocean made of stars and worlds. "Young master, this place is called the Realm Sea, all heavens and worlds are within it. Previously, when we went to the burial soil, we also traversed the Realm Sea, but we took a small road and couldn't see such a spectacle." Su Jiuge said slowly. "Indeed, it's astonishing." Suyu nodded, feeling incredibly novel.
The realm sea before him was vast and boundless, with endless waves crashing, star rivers shining, and worlds rising and falling. This was a true great world. What shocked him even more was, turning back to look, the azure-blue realm he was in before appeared to be the size of a grain of sand. And worlds of this size existed by the billions in the realm sea. Oh? I didn't expect there would be so many ascenders today? Suddenly, a voice of astonishment came from ahead. In the realm sea, several figures glanced back. They were ascenders from various small worlds. However, most people only took a casual glance and continued to move forward in the passage of the realm sea. After all, most ascenders were the best of their respective worlds, strong and arrogant. Suyu didn't mind, enjoying the scenery along the way as he advanced towards the upper realm. In the center of the realm sea, a massive continent floated. Compared to other small worlds, it was unbelievably massive. And this was the Heavenly Enlightenment continent, known as the Upper Realm. Young Master, the passage we are taking is exclusive to ascenders. We will first land in the eastern extreme celestial domain, while the Su family is located in the ancient forbidden zone of the central celestial domain, requiring us to cross half of the upper realm to reach. Su Jiuge asked softly, so, do you need me to contact the demon guard to prepare a long-distance teleportation array? Suyu waved his hand, no need. We have been away from home for so long, there's no rush. He looked at the surrounding people, his gaze lingering on Mu Qianxue and Yi Feng for a moment. Before returning to the Su family, it would be just in time to visit the two's families. The two felt Suyu's gaze and their eyes sparkled with excitement. They instantly understood that Suyu's previous promise was about to be fulfilled. Soon, the group arrived at the eastern extreme celestial domain and stood before a realm gate. Su Jiuge took out a token from her arms, her eyes filled with reluctance, saying, Young Master, please wait a moment. I will go summon the leader of the demon guard to serve you. No need. Suyu shook his head lightly, looking into Su Jiuge's eyes. Jiuge, you are enough. Su Jiuge's body trembled slightly, her face flushed, and she nodded earnestly. Suyu reached out and gently squeezed her little hand, a smile appearing on his lips, then walked straight into the realm gate. He did not deliberately conceal his cultivation, but as soon as he entered the realm gate, an inexplicable pressure fell upon him, causing him to frown slightly. Suyu turned to look but saw the ascenders who had been ahead of him were now all huddled, with many faces bruised, appearing quite disheveled. What's going on? Suyu raised his eyebrows and asked. Look. What are you looking at? Hurry up and come over to register, a young man in a splendid brocade robe shouted angrily at Suyu. Beside him stood a woman in red, crossing her arms and mocking, these clueless bumpkins from the lower realm only realize the truth after getting a beating, huh? Suyu frowned and remained silent. Little brother, hurry up and come squat down. At this moment, a young man called out to Suyu, moving aside to make space for him. Seeing this, Suyu's expression was subtle. He remembered this person, back in the Sea of Realms, he was full of spirit, walking as if he was riding the wind. Unfortunately, just stepping into the upper realm, he was beaten up so badly that he could hardly walk. It truly shattered my dreams of becoming a great emperor with just 3 punches. Seeing Suyu hesitate to move, a few people with shackles approached him with bitter smiles, advising, little brother, you shouldn't be so stubborn. Although we were powerful figures in the lower realm, here, we are just ordinary people. I've mined spiritual stones here for a month, and I've figured things out. Yes, there are thousands of ascenders here every day. We, who could still be called respected in the lower realm, can't even get hired as miners here, only to be sold as slaves. I understand now why so many people weren't willing to ascend back then. Unfortunately, regretting now is useless. The crowd seemed to see their own shadows in Suyu and couldn't bear for him to suffer, advising him earnestly. Seeing this, the young man in the brocade robe looked displeased and ordered, Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Come over and squat down with your head in your arms, or else. Well, since we ascended on the same day, this counts as a fate. Suyu directly ignored that person and walked over, calmly instructing, remove the restrictions on them. Those who wish to stay will be given good jobs, those who want to leave, send them back to their original world. Hearing Suyu's words, both the brocade-robed young man and the woman in red were stunned, then burst into laughter. This guy must be crazy. He probably had it too easy in the lower realm, his head has gone silly. The two continued to scoff. The others helplessly shook their heads, as if they could already see Suyu's fate. A kind word can't convince a stubborn ghost. Little brother, remember to mention my name when mining. Although it won't be much help, it can save you some taxes. Suyu smiled slightly, I appreciate your kindness, but mining is something I'll pass on. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Li Changqing clutched his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. You dare to make him squat down and want him to go mining too? Do you know who he is? The brocade man scoffed and mocked, who? Could he be the son of a great emperor? Oh, I didn't expect you to be more accurate than me, a descendant of the Dao sect. Hearing this, Li Changqing gave a thumbs up to that man.
Congratulations, you guessed it right. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiuge walked out from behind, his expression as gloomy as water. How dare you treat my young master like this? Eastern Heaven Sacred Land, you don't want to live anymore? Chapter 84, Destroying the Sacred Land, Entering the Mu family. Boom, rumbled. The vast sacred might rolled and roared in the sky like thunder, shaking the entire void.
The brocade man was immediately pressed to his knees, his face full of terror.
A saint? No, this is a great saint?
He trembled all over, nearly suffocating from fear.
In his mind, one sentence echoed, how could a great saint appear in this ascender channel? Eastern Saint Lord, are you not coming out to see me?
A voice containing supreme power resounded through the skies. The voice seemed to carry from ancient times, shaking the entire Eastern Heaven Sacred Land.
In the Sacred Land, there is actually a great saint descending? I wonder which great saint it is. Did some fool in the Sacred Land offend this great saint?
Within the Eastern Heaven Sacred Land, all cultivators looked up, their expressions filled with confusion.
I wonder which fellow Daoist has arrived.
A flash of golden light passed by, and the Eastern Saint Lord stepped out slowly from the depths of the Sacred Land. His brow furrowed, his mind constantly pondering the identity of the visitor. Logically, he had been living in seclusion for many years and had no grievances with any other sacred realm.
Why would this great saint directly call him out by name? What is your esteemed name? What brings you here? The Eastern Saint Lord gazed at Jiuge and asked in a deep voice.
He did not recognize the woman before him, but felt her aura was somewhat familiar, so he chose to temporarily swallow his anger and understand what was happening first. However, the other party did not respond, instead letting out a cold snort.
This matter arose because of your Eastern Sky Sacred Land, yet you dare to ask me? Jiuge's tone was icy, her gaze locked onto the man and woman. Seeing this, the Eastern Saint Lord realized, raising an eyebrow, Qingshan, Yunmeng, what did you two do?
Qingshan's face turned pale as he hurriedly explained, Saint Lord, we didn't do anything.
Yunmeng's expression flustered, quickly countering, Saint Lord, please see clearly, we merely did what we were supposed to do, just asking that young brother to register, we didn't expect such a strong reaction. Upon hearing their words, the Eastern Saint Lord frowned, just that? Nothing else? Qingshan nodded repeatedly, nothing else. With that, Qingshan and Yunmeng exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. Presumably, with an ancestor stepping in, even though the other party was a great saint, they'd think twice before acting against them, right? However, the Eastern Saint Lord did not jump to conclusions based on their one-sided words. He slowly flipped his palm. Instantly, dazzling golden light shone upon the world. The realm of Dao manifested, as if a divine nation had descended. Under the power of this realm, time seemed to freeze, gradually beginning to flow backward. Scenes from earlier began to emerge one by one. The Eastern Saint Lord's expression grew more grim. I have always said, when dealing with people from the lower realms, we must treat them with respect. These individuals who stand out among the masses are, to some extent, not inferior to you who enjoy abundant resources. Yet now, you two dare to treat these people like ants to command at will, truly foolish. The Eastern Saint Lord scolded angrily, regretting in his heart. Originally, he established this checkpoint to attract talent. But unexpectedly, after thousands of years of neglect, certain people in the Sacred Land treated it like a slave market. This infuriated him immensely. Fellow Daoist, this matter was indeed wrong by my Eastern Sky Sacred Land, please do not be angry, I will definitely give you an explanation in the future. The Eastern Saint Lord lowered his head in apology. But just as he was about to continue, he suddenly felt the temperature around him drop sharply, as if he were in an 18-layer ice cave. Fellow Daoist, what do you mean by this? The Eastern Saint Lord's gaze grew slightly cold as he fixed his eyes on Jiuge. In the future? He. Jiuge chuckled lightly, a smirk forming on her lips. If this matter is not resolved, will there still be a future for the Eastern Sky Sacred Land? The Eastern Saint Lord's brow furrowed, his expression growing cold. Fellow Daoist, I admit my mistake and have already apologized to you. If you continue to insist on meddling, then the Eastern Sky Sacred Land will accompany you to the end. Truly apologized? Jiuge shook her head slightly. From start to finish, you have never even looked at my young master, yet you want to brush this off so easily? Having said that, Jiuge could not be bothered with further talk and turned back to Suyu. Young master, how do you think we should deal with the Eastern Sky Sacred Land? Upon hearing, Suyu waved his hand, just destroy it, I'm a bit tired. Since the Eastern Sky Sacred Land cannot manage this place well, let another take charge. As his words fell, Suyu yawned and stepped directly toward the exit. Young master, wait for us. Honglian and the others followed closely, their gazes towards the Eastern Saint Lord were extremely calm, as if looking at a dead person. Your family, young master? The Eastern Saint Lord looked astonished, his thoughts lingering on that word young master. Logically speaking, a figure in the Great Sate realm should be comparable to an ancestral figure, yet she called that young boy young master? It just so happened to meet this great sage. But now it seems, the reality is completely different from what he thought. Who on earth are you? The Eastern Sage King hurriedly stepped forward to ask. But clearly, the other side had already lost patience. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp streak of sword light slashed over. The sword energy surged, transforming into a gigantic sword wave of millions of feet. 9 Nether Demon Sword. You are. The Eastern Sage King's pupils shrank suddenly, and cold sweat broke out all over him. But it was already too late. Accompanied by a series of miserable screams, the Eastern Sage King's flesh was shattered inch by inch. Blood rained down, leaving no trace of his bones. A dignified great sage just fell like that. Sage King. Within the Eastern Heavenly Holy Land, everyone was dumbfounded. Their own ancestor, just like that, was gone? One sword, killed in an instant? What on earth are these people? In such a terrifying great sage realm, they were just the boy's protectors. What kind of existence have they provoked? Qingshan and Yun Meng were already completely desperate. This matter started because of them. Even if Jiuge didn't kill them, the Eastern Heavenly Holy Land wouldn't let them go. Rumble. Unfortunately, as a dignified demon sage, how could Jiuge show mercy? Countless demon lotuses bloomed at once. In an instant, the sky darkened and the earth faded. A sea of black petals swept up, turning into a terrifying storm, shrouding the entire Eastern Heavenly Holy Land. Puff! Puff! Ah! Screams echoed endlessly. The people of the Eastern Heavenly Holy Land could not withstand that destructive energy storm. Their bodies collapsed, and their souls vanished. In just a few breaths, a great Holy Land was directly flattened. Even as great sages, there are differences. Li Changqing clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "Motherly figure's grace truly makes Changqing admire her." Jiuge's pretty face turned slightly red, glancing at him and said impatiently, "Do you call every woman you see motherly figure?" "No, no." Li Changqing quickly shook his head, his face serious. "My adoptive father is a world-changing genius, not just anyone is worthy of being my motherly figure." "Enough, stop the nonsense." So you gave him a whack on the forehead. As a disciple of the Dao sect, should you not return to cultivate? Are you really planning to follow me to eat? That's not impossible. Li Changqing scratched his head. My original plan was to dig out the tomb of the ancient emperor and then start studying the tomb of another quasi-emperor, and that quasi-emperor just happens to be buried nearby. Isn't it a perfect stop? Why do you have to go against tombs? Suyu rolled his eyes. Hey, don't you think this is exciting? Every time we enter a tomb, it's a brand new experience, whether to find treasures and scriptures, or to encounter traps and zombies. It's really interesting. Li Changqing grinned, revealing a sickly smile. Just like last time, although we dug out a woman, didn't we also gain quite a bit? You make a valid point. Suyu shook his head. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. If you're willing to stay, then stay. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, reaching into Jiuge's embrace, and then took out a map of the upper realm. Oh? I didn't expect it to be quite close to the Mu family. Then let's go there first. What do you think, Qianxue? Suyu looked sideways at the nearby Mu Qianxue, inquiring. Mu Qianxue seemed a bit tense, nodded. I will follow your arrangements, young master. You've been out for so long, have your family sent you any news? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianxue's expression dimmed. I have no standing in the clan, perhaps even if I died, my parents wouldn't care much. I remember, it is your bloodline that remains of the Mu family, right? Suyu questioned in confusion. Logically, families in the upper realm should value bloodline inheritance more, right? Why would it be the opposite in Mu Qianxue's case? I don't know either. Mu Qianxue bit her lip and shook her head, indicating she also didn't understand. Let's wait until we go there and see. The two walked side by side, and Suyu occasionally asked questions to understand Mu Qianxue's background and what happened to her when she fell to the lower realm years ago. Every time Mu Qianxue finished speaking, Suyu would give some of his own insights. Gradually, tears began to fill Mu Qianxue's eyes, and her gaze towards Suyu became infatuated and soft. In this world, how could there be someone who understands me so well? Chapter 85, Mu Qianxue's betrothed is from the Eastern Heaven Holy Land? Half an hour later, Suyu and his group paused at the edge of a city. This city is called Tiannan, controlled by the Mu family. The city is bustling with activity, with even the lowest level practitioners being at the divine ability realm. Suyu and his group have a clear goal, so they did not linger on the road and quickly approached the Mu family mansion. Hey, little sister? Where have you been these days? Just then, a person by the side of the road suddenly pointed at Mu Qianxue and asked in confusion. Hearing this, Mu Qianxue paused for a moment, turned to the person, and said lightly, "Second uncle." Mu Yanchen, the second master of the Mu family, nodded his head. It's good that you are back. Then he frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you? Stay away from those untrustworthy friends. Your father said he would arrange a marriage for you next year, so you should behave and not cause trouble for us." Marriage and such. Mu Qianxue bit her lip, looking at Suyu with a hint of nervousness. "Ha? Little girl dares to talk back?" Mu Yangchen looked at their faces back and forth a few times, then suddenly, as if discovering something, pretended to be profound. "This marriage of yours was negotiated with great effort by the Mu family. The other party's status is not something just any ordinary person can compare to." Saying this, Mu Yangchen chuckled. "The other party is a direct disciple of the Eastern Heaven Holy Land." Eastern Heaven Holy Land? Hearing this, Suyu and his group all looked strange. Mu Yangchen, not understanding the implications, thought they were shocked by the name of the Holy Land. Immediately, he said with pride, "That's right. It is indeed the Eastern Heaven Holy Land. Although that person has some physical issues and is rather old, around 5 or 6,000 years, their status is beyond doubt. They are a genuine disciple of the Holy Land. You must know, that's a holy land with a great sage ancestor overseeing it. Our Mu family is also considered a big clan, but compared to this kind of powerful force, we are still quite far behind. Qianxue, you must understand that if we can connect with the Eastern Heaven Holy Land through this marriage, it would be of great help to our entire Mu family. This is a huge opportunity. Don't be willful and destroy yourself." He. Hearing this, Mu Qianxue's expression gradually became cold, and with a smile that did not seem like a smile, she said, "So, if this is such a great opportunity, why not let my sister go?" This. Mu Yangchen was at a loss for words, his expression changing several times, and finally he said solemnly, "Your sister is a genius who has the hope of becoming a saint. How could she marry at such a young age? As for you, well, you have ordinary talents, so you might as well marry early and contribute to the family. Are you done speaking?" Hearing the blatant disdain and contempt, a cold gleam flickered in Mu Qianxue's eyes. "Ha? What kind of attitude is that?" Mu Yangchen's face changed, and he shouted angrily, "I am your second uncle. It is proper for an elder to teach a younger. How dare you speak to me like that? Enough, Qianxue, let me handle this." Mu Qianxue wanted to say something, but was stopped by Suyu holding out his hand. "Who are you, a wild seed? Whatever happens within the Mu family does not require your interference." Seeing this, Mu Yangchen frowned, glaring at Suyu with dissatisfaction and angrily reprimanded. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu slapped him directly. The crisp and loud sound of the slap caused Mu Yangchen's cheek to swell quickly, his eyes wide open in shock as he looked at Suyu. "You dare! You are seeking death!" Around a dozen Mu family guards immediately surrounded Suyu and the others, drawing their swords with. Since she returned to the Mu family, these so-called relatives have been meddling in her life at all times. The care they speak of is all nonsense. They all use the banner of doing this for your own good to tie various interests to her. "Little brat, I'll kill you." Mu Yangchen, enraged and humiliated, shouted loudly, drawing out the sword at his waist, and rushed at Suyu madly. Suyu's lips curled up, forming a slight smile. His body swayed slightly, easily dodging, then casually kicked out. Boom! In an instant, Mu Yangchen was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall, tumbling down in a disgraceful heap, vomiting blood continuously. "Still want to bark like a dog?" Suyu snorted coldly, stepped forward, and placed a foot on Mu Yangchen's chest, looking down at him. Feeling Suyu's overwhelming power, Mu Yangchen's entire body trembled, his face filled with fear. "Stop!" At this moment, two people walked out from the Mu residence. The man was dressed in black, with a square face and an imposing presence. The woman was dressed in luxurious clothes, a noblewoman of extraordinary beauty, graceful and dignified. When they saw the situation in the courtyard, both were startled at the same time. "Qianxue?" The noblewoman frowned, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd, finally fixing on Suyu and Mu Qianxue standing next to him. Upon seeing her mother arrive, Mu Qianxue's gaze shifted uneasily. But in the next moment, a warm hand grabbed Mu Qianxue's soft hand, pulling her to his side. The two exchanged glances, and Suyu calmly said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here for everything." Mu Qianxue felt warmth in her heart and nodded slightly, whispering, "I'll listen to the young master." "Mu Qianxue, who is he?" Seeing the intimate interaction between the two, the noblewoman's eyebrows shot up, coldly asking behind her. Mu Qianxue's father was furious, gritting his teeth and staring at Suyu, saying each word with venom, "Boy, let go of your hand." Mu Wanqian's face darkened to the extreme. If it weren't for the engagement, he would have directly made a move and slapped Suyu to death. "Qianxue, at this critical moment, do you want to kill your parents with anger?" Qianxue scolded, her gaze filled with the meaning of "How can you be so hopeless?" as she looked at her daughter. Mu Qianxue stood still, saying nothing. She lowered her head, her long hair draping down, covering her expression at this moment. But her hands remained tightly clenched together, without any sign of loosening.
Seeing this, Mu Wanxian's anger flared even more. This rotten girl. I knew it, her heart has never been with the Mu family. After just a few days, she's already gotten involved with some wild brat outside. Compared to your sister, you make me feel ashamed. Why didn't you just die in the lower realms back then? Do you really think this way? Hearing these words, Mu Qianshue's eyelashes trembled, her eyes reddened. Since she returned to the Mu family, her heart had always been filled with her parents. Even though her sister was more favored, even though she had repeatedly been treated unfairly, she had never once thought of leaving the Mu family. Because, after all, they were her biological parents. She believed that as long as she worked hard enough, she would definitely be able to change the impression they had of her. But at this moment, Mu Qianxue realized she was wrong. This family had no trace of family affection, only interests, naked interests. Her sister was favored only because of her better talent, more able to bring profit to the family. The reason she was brought back was not for love, but because the Mu family wanted to use the bloodline within her to exchange for greater benefits. Thinking of this, Mu Qianshue's eyes darkened, and the last glimmer of hope for the Mu family vanished. Master! You shouldn't say that. Qianshueyan's eyes flickered, realizing Mu Qianshue's abnormality. She quickly walked up to her and spoke in a soft, kind tone. Qianshue, your father was just angry. Don't take it to heart. Mu Qianshue shook her off, her face calm as she said, I know whether it's just anger or not. Once, I always thought these words were just your way of encouraging me. Now, I find it so ironic. With a cold laugh, Mu Qianshue said, what if I say I'm willing to return to the Mu family, but only if that engagement is annulled? Would you agree? Hearing this, Qianshueyan's smile instantly disappeared. You damn girl, are you asking for death? What's so good about that brat? In just a few months, he made you so devoted that you don't even want your parents anymore? We went through so much trouble to take you away from that barren lower realm, and this is how you repay us? At the same time, Mu Wanxian roared angrily, rebellious girl, you dare to negotiate terms? Let me tell you, this engagement is set in stone. Even if the heavenly king himself comes, it won't be undone. A chance to soar to the heavens is right in front of you, and you refuse? I really don't know what you're thinking. Mu Qianshue laughed in anger. Oh? Then why don't you marry him? Don't you want to soar to the heavens? You. Mu Wanxian's face turned red like pig liver. He swung his hand fiercely, slapping toward Mu Qianshue. I'll beat you to death today, you unfilial girl. Slap. However, before the slap could land, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, lifting a foot and kicking his chest. Boom. A domineering, violent force swept out, sending Mu Wanxian flying instantly. Critical hit on the protagonist's father. Villain value plus 20,000. Ah. A miserable scream echoed through the entire house, accompanied by the sickening crack of breaking bones. Qianshueyan was dumbfounded by the sudden action, staring blankly at the wailing Mu Wanxian on the ground. A moment later, she snapped out of it. You bastard! How dare you act recklessly on my Mu family's territory? Her sharp, piercing roar was filled with fury and killing intent, her gaze vicious and cold. Men! Take this scoundrel down! Show no mercy, cripple his cultivation first. The moment her words fell, several powerful auras suddenly emerged, vast and overwhelming. This was the foundation the Mu family had built over the years, now fully displayed, shocking the surrounding forces. Ha! A mocking, disdainful chuckle sounded. Just a mere Mu family, and you dare disrespect young master? You won't even get past me, let alone make Ninesong's sister take action. Honglian snapped her fingers, and a crimson flame flickered at her fingertips. With a flick, the fire rapidly spread, transforming into a sea of flames, engulfing the Mu family members. Whoosh! Blazing fire roared, and the temperature soared instantly. Before those cultivators in the Divine Mansion realm could even get close, they were burned to ashes by the karmic fire of Honglian. Ah! Shrill, agonizing screams rang out one after another as panic spread through the Mu family. Qianshueyan's pupils contracted violently, her heart pounding. Why you? What kind of person are you? You're not worthy of knowing. Honglian sneered, if I reveal my young master's identity, you'd be scared to death. Stop. Mu Wanxian trembled as he struggled to get up from the ground, his arrogance from earlier completely gone. Clutching his chest, he could feel that several of his bones had been shattered by Su Yu's kick. To think he was at the half-step divine platform realm. Yet this young man had effortlessly injured him. His true strength must have already reached the divine realm. So young, yet possessing such power, his future was immeasurable. His talent alone was hundreds of times stronger than Mu Yunyun, whom the Mu family had poured all its resources into training. And with so many strong figures by his side, his background was surely extraordinary. At this thought, Mu Wanxian's mind spun rapidly, calculating his next move. Father! What happened to you?
From deep within the Mu family estate, a petite figure hurriedly ran out. Seeing the sudden appearance of the young girl, Suyu was momentarily stunned before his brows furrowed slightly. Was this the younger sister Mu Qianxue had mentioned before? The girl looked around 12 or 13 years old, about the same age as Su Xiaoyu. She wore a light yellow dress, looking delicate and cute. But right now, her face was pale, her eyes red, with tears streaming down her cheeks. She helped Mu Wanqian up, her face full of worry. Bad people. You're not allowed to bully my father. She suddenly raised her head, glaring fiercely at Suyu and the others. Yun, how can he be a bad person? Hurry, call him brother-in-law. Mu Wanqian's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. He was even trying to flatter, asking Mu Yunyan to call Suyu brother-in-law. This sudden sentence even left Suyu stunned for a moment. What kind of person is this? Did the kick just now make him dumb? Mu Qianxue's face once again became complicated, her understanding of the Mu family deepened even further. She shook her head and said, Mu Wanqian, you really disgust me. At this moment, even being insulted by being called by his name, Mu Wanqian showed no signs of anger. Qianxue, since you're not happy with that marriage contract, then don't marry. He didn't think it was wrong at all, his eyes shifting, he looked at Mu Yunyan. But, the East Heaven Holy Land has already agreed, we can't break the contract. Since you won't marry, let your younger sister marry instead. Qianxueyan also laughed and echoed, good. Isn't this double happiness? The two of them sang in harmony, as if the previous conflict never existed. Mu Wanqian even wanted to host a wedding for them. Mu Qianxue was not fooled by their attitude, her brows furrowing tightly. Are you all crazy? She's only 11 this year, you want her to marry an ancient fossil who might have lived for thousands of years? This is pushing her into a pit of fire. Qianxue, what are you talking about? Mu Wanqian waved his hand indifferently and said, although the other party is older, that's an advantage, right? Older people care more, and besides, the East Heaven Holy Land has abundant resources. After Yunyan marries, she will live very happily, don't you think? Mu Yunyan naively nodded, though she didn't understand what Mu Wanqian meant, she still echoed, father is right, sister, why are you going against father? Mu Qianxue was speechless. She understood now, this girl had been completely brainwashed, standing on Mu Wanqian's side without knowing right from wrong. She was clearly speaking up for her, but was treated as ungrateful. Mu family. Mu Qianxue could not hide the disgust in her eyes. After today, I have no ties with the Mu family. With that, Mu Qianxue took out a storage bag and began taking out one by one the treasures and spirit stones she had received from the Mu family. This process was quick, so quick that she almost couldn't believe it. Upon thinking about it carefully, it turned out that she had never actually received much from the Mu family. All her cultivation resources, techniques, and so on, were all earned from her own efforts outside. Even the things she had contributed to the Mu family over the years were far more than what they had given her. Qianxue, do you really have to be this heartless? Mu Wanqian's face darkened, and he spoke in a deep voice. Heartless? Have you ever had feelings for me? Mu Qianxue snorted coldly. You are my only biological child, how could I treat you badly? Mu Wanqian sighed, all these years, it's the parents who owe you too much. Mu Qianxue responded coldly, don't make it sound so grandiose. You only think I have value now because of my connection to the powerful young master. Mu Wanqian's face twitched, unable to hold back his inner thoughts being exposed. No matter what, you are still the bloodline of the Mu family. If you want to leave now, this little bit of treasure is not enough, right? Seeing that he couldn't keep her here, Mu Wanqian's expression changed, his eyes turning greedy. Mu Qianxue's lips curled into a mocking smile, over the years, what I've earned for the Mu family has repaid my debts for being born. If you still want to pester me, don't blame me for being merciless. Qianxue. Mu Wanqian was about to say something, but Mu Yunyan pulled on his sleeve timidly and said, Father, sister is too bad, if she wants to leave, let her leave. Don't you have me, isn't that enough? Mu Wanqian nodded with a smile, alright, with Yunyan here, it is indeed enough. He turned to look at Suyu and his group, shaking his head slightly, young people, don't be too full of yourself. Right now you might look down on my Mu family, but what will you do when my Mu family forms an alliance with the East Heaven Holy Land? East Heaven Holy Land? Suyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Mu Qianxue, isn't that the Holy Land we just destroyed? Is it called the Eastern Saint Land? Chapter 87, Contact the Yi family, prepare for the ghost marriage. Mu Qianxue smiled gently, young master, your memory is truly good. Indeed, the Eastern Saint Land has been destroyed by Sister Jiuge with one sword. Oh, that's good. Suyu nodded. Then, he held Mu Qianxue's hand and stepped outside. Since Mu Qianxue had decided to cut ties with the Mu family, he naturally respected her decision. There was indeed no need to stay in the Mu family. Suyu glanced at Mu Yunyan with some amusement.
He can only hope that this little girl won't regret it in the future.
Humph. Bad person. What are you looking at?
If you keep looking, I'll tell Dad to poke your eyes out. Mu Yunyan said with her hands on her hips, her expression extremely arrogant.
Suyu shook his head, too lazy to argue with a little girl, and turned to walk away. Looking at the distant figures, Mu Wanchuan scoffed dismissively, destroying the Eastern Saint Land? What a joke!
They really aren't afraid of the wind, just flashing their tongues. Suddenly, Mu Wanchuan seemed to think of something and snorted, Xueyan, go relay a message to the Saint Land, telling them everything that kid said, saying someone insulted the Saint Land.
Qian Xueyan's eyes brightened upon hearing, okay, my lord.
Since that rebellious girl wants to play the part of the first month, then don't blame us for playing the 15th. Just some spirit stones and a few magic swords wanting to repay the grace of birth, really wishful thinking. Mu Wanchuan's face darkened. If she is unwilling to give more treasures, then let the Saint Land take action and capture her, marrying her off together with Yunyan.
After speaking, Mu Wanchuan squatted down and pinched Mu Yunyan's face. Yunyan, you're getting married, are you happy? Mu Yunyan didn't understand what getting married meant, but still cheered joyfully, of course I am happy.
Since childhood, she had always been the most spoiled one in the family. So, when she first learned that her betrothed was Mu Qianxue, she felt a little sad. Why wasn't she the first to get chosen since it was a good thing? Now that Mu Qianxue had rejected the engagement, she was happy enough.
Mu Wanchuan nodded in satisfaction. Yunyan is still filial.
He stroked his beard and looked up at the sky, dreaming of the future.
As long as they successfully marry into the Eastern Saint Land, then with the power of the Saint Land, the Mu family could at least rise to the 4th grade family level.
At this moment, it was dusk, and the sunset was casting its rays. In the sky, a figure quickly approached.
Xueyan, why did you come back so fast? Seeing Qian Xueyan return, Mu Wanchuan asked in surprise. He didn't brag. As soon as she landed, Qian Xueyan said this incomprehensible sentence.
At this moment, her complexion was extremely pale, and her lips trembled violently, as if she had seen something incredibly terrifying.
What are you trembling for? What do you mean he didn't brag? I told you to report to the Saint Land, what did you do? Mu Wanchuan frowned, visibly impatient. I arrived at the Eastern Saint Land.
Qian Xueyan swallowed her saliva, still feeling somewhat shaken, but I found that all the people of the Eastern Saint Land are dead.
What? Mu Wanchuan was horrified and quickly asked, what the hell is going on?
Qian Xueyan shook her head, I don't know, but when I arrived, the entire mountain range had turned to scorched earth, not a blade of grass grew. Moreover, the people there said that the Eastern Saint Land offended a certain young master, and his protector casually used one sword to annihilate the entire Saint Land. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanchuan felt his entire head buzzing.
Indeed, the Eastern Saint Land has been destroyed by Sister Jiuge with one sword. Mu Qianxue's words echoed in his mind like thunder. Turns out, he really didn't brag. Turns out, that person's identity was truly beyond imagination. Turns out, the Saint Land he had worked so hard to curry favor with was utterly insignificant before that person. Then, where is that young master? Mu Wanchuan's voice trembled. Qian Xueyan shook her head, they have already left Tiannan City. It's over. Completely over. Mu Wanchuan's legs went weak, collapsing onto the chair. In an instant, he lost all his strength and means. Opportunities for soaring into the sky were right before his eyes. He could have ingratiated himself with a force 100 times stronger than the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Land. Yet now, he not only failed to seize the opportunity, but also offended the other party completely. Do you think, if I kneel before Qian Xuan apologize, she would change her mind? Qian Xueyan shook her head again, she has utterly lost hope in us and the Mu family. Sigh. In that case, let's contact the Ye family from the Cemetery of Earth, they were interested in Yunyan's physique before, right? That marriage of the dead may be strange, but after all, the other party is a far ancient quasi-emperor. Having Yunyan as a concubine for him isn't considered disgraceful. Mu Wanxian sighed, deep worry appearing in his eyes. After all, if the other party wanted to take revenge on Mu Qianxue, the Mu family would face the risk of destruction at any moment. Even the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Land was annihilated with a single sword strike, let alone the mere Mu family? Now, only that holy clan, the Ye family, can change the fate of the Mu family. They could destroy the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Land at will. But if they faced the Ye family, they might have to think twice, right? After all, that was a great clan that has produced quasi-emperors. One can assume that with the Ye family as a backer, the other party wouldn't dare to casually attack the Mu family. Mu Wanxian breathed a sigh of relief. Father, what is a marriage of the dead? Mu Yunyan asked curiously. Instinctively, she felt that it wasn't a good term. Mu Wanxian smiled broadly, this is a fortunate event that your sister couldn't even wish for, now it's all yours. That's great. Hearing him say this, Mu Yunyan's doubts vanished. No matter what, as long as it's a benefit that Mu Qianxue cannot get, then it all belongs to her, Mu Yunyan. Chapter 88, You Don't Want to Marry? What does it matter to me? Cemetery of Earth.
A realm of silence and darkness, an eternal color in this world. This heavy gloom pervades the entire world. However, deep within the Cemetery of Earth, the head of the Ye family, Ye Yuan, was full of joy.
Are you saying that the Mu family has agreed to the marriage of the dead? Ye Yuan looked at the elder behind him. The elder nodded, that's right.
Mu Yangchen has sent word back, saying he agrees, but the target is not the extremely cold-bodied Mu Qianxue, but rather the wind and cloud holy body Mu Yunyan.
Mu Yunyan? A wind and cloud holy body? Isn't that even better? Ye Yuan laughed heartily, good. Good. Ha ha.
Truly a blessing for my Ye family.
Ye Yuan laughed with immense joy.
Ever since a few months ago, when Suyu entered the Cemetery of Earth and took away Ye Feng, the Ye family's plan to resurrect their ancestor Ye Fan suffered a heavy blow. Without Ye Feng as the vessel, the Ye family's plan cultivated over 10,000 years could almost be declared bankrupt. However, not long ago, Ye Yuan unexpectedly found an ancient scripture deep within the Cemetery of Earth. It was called the Miaoxian Xian Tianjing. Furthermore, after obtaining this ancient scripture, he also unearthed a mysterious corpse. Ye Yuan raised his gaze towards the black corpse sealed within numerous great formations, his expression slightly solemn. This corpse had a terrifying background. He conservatively estimated that this person had at least been at the saint respect level in life. Even with his peak saint grade mastery, he couldn't harm it in the slightest with a full-powered strike. After acquiring this corpse, Ye Yuan developed an idea. That was to use it as a vessel to resurrect their ancestor Ye Fan. Though this corpse has no blood relation to the ancestor, through the secret method recorded in that ancient scripture, using 9 women of supreme physique as sacrifices, he could imprint a miniature formation in the corpse to carry Ye Fan's soul. Once successful, Ye Fan would not only instantly restore to his peak state in life but could also advance further with this corpse. This would mean that the Ye family found a broad path to success. As long as Ye Fan recovered, the Ye family would surely regain its former glory. However, what troubled Ye Yuan was that finding 9 women of supreme physique was too difficult. Even if the Ye family exhausted their resources, it would be challenging to gather them. Thus, these days, Ye Yuan had been quite distressed. Now that the Mu family had settled the agreement, he just needed to find the final woman of supreme physique. Ye Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. At this moment, the elder spoke again, Master, it is said that someone has seen Yi Feng's trace in the eastern heaven sacred land. Yi Feng? He's not dead? Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow, wasn't he taken by that Su family's person? Ahem. The elder's expression was strange, that's right, because the eastern heaven sacred land was indeed destroyed by that Su family's protector with a single sword. So, he not only isn't dead but has been subdued by that Su family member. Moreover, according to the intel from our spies, that person is currently bringing Yi Feng to the Yi family. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's face instantly turned extremely serious. He was almost forgetting this son. But now, he had to pay attention again. Because of Yi Feng, the Yi family almost fell out with the Su family. And now, after expelling Yi Feng from the Yi family, he found himself once again standing against the Su family? If that Su family young master supports Yi Feng, wouldn't it hinder the Yi family's great plans? Tap, tap. Yi Yuan's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table. His gaze gradually turned icy. Finally, he stood up, took a deep breath, and said, the countless generations of the Yi family have devoted countless efforts and costs to revive our ancestors, it must not be destroyed in my hands. Even if it costs me my life, it cannot be allowed. Even if the opponent is a descendant of the imperial family, it doesn't matter. After saying that, Yi Yuan turned and walked out of the room. He absolutely could not allow the revival plan to fail. Thus, everything that posed a threat must be nipped in the bud. The elder's face was agitated, trembling uncontrollably. Does the master mean to go to war with the imperial family? At the same time, on a busy street, Suyu was leisurely strolling around. He held a folding fan, with a faint smile on his face, giving a warm and friendly feeling to others. Behind him stood Su Jiuge and Han Lian, both holding a precious sword, their faces veiled, exuding an excellent aura. At this moment, Mu Qianxue was acting unusually, standing beside Suyu, chatting and laughing with him. She already possessed unparalleled beauty, and now dressed in new attire, she looked even more refined, like a fairy from a painting. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but look back at her beauty. Among the group, only Yi Feng furrowed his brows, his body always tense. The closer they got to the burial land, the harder it was for his heart to calm down. Don't be nervous, I promise to help you against the Yi family, and I won't go back on my word. Suyu saw through his thoughts and turned with a smile. Yi Feng forced a smile, saying, thank you, young master. Yi Feng understands, but I just can't help it.
Suyu patted his shoulder, saying nothing more. He understood how Yi Feng felt right now. The Yi family was the nightmare of Yi Feng's childhood and also his obsession. The reason Suyu didn't go directly to confront them was not only to accompany Mu Qianxue to relieve her mind but also to sharpen Yi Feng's will. This kid had good talent and opportunity, but his mindset was lacking. If he could endure and train, he might become a prominent figure in the future. The group strolled and stopped, spending a long time in this city, experiencing the customs of the higher realm. During this time, many unwise people, envious of the beauty of the women around Suyu, wanted to pick a fight, but they were easily dealt with by Honglian. As they walked, they encountered big cities or markets and would stop to rest, traveling for several days before deciding to speed up. As they neared the boundary of the burial land. Ha! Suddenly, Suyu paused. His gaze fell on a tall platform in the distance. The platform was built in the wilderness, distinctly out of place with the surrounding desolation. In the center of the platform was an eye-catching character, Happiness. This character, typically used for great joy, was now paired with pure white. Yet, the platform was shaped like a big red envelope. Red and white intertwined, creating a very strange sight. Mu Yunyan? Mu Qianxue followed Suyu's gaze, her eyes narrowing in surprise. How did she end up here? Is she your sister? Suyu also recognized the person in the center of the stage. She was petite, with a delicate face like jade, eyebrows like willows, and skin that was soft and tender. Her autumn-like eyes were sparkling with spirit. But she looked a bit lonely, as if she were isolated from the world. She frowned, seemingly lost in some painful memory, completely opposite to her former spoiled young lady image. At that moment, a group of men and women suddenly rushed onto the stage, surrounding Mu Yunyan. Miss, the auspicious time has come, it's time to get into the bridal sedan. A girl resembling a maid pulled out a phoenix coronet and wedding attire. However, Mu Yunyan seemed not to hear anything. Yunyan! Hurry up and go! Mu Wanxian showed displeasure, grabbing her arm and pulling her outward. Mu Yunyan struggled and screamed, "No! Father, I won't get married, let go of me, let's go home, I won't marry." At first, Mu Yunyan had no objection to the marriage, even feeling a bit happy about it. But a few days ago, she accidentally overheard a maid below let something slip. The so-called ghost marriage was to make her marry a dead person, to be a wife to a corpse. Mu Yunyan was terrified, crying and shouting in fear, but in the end, her parents forcibly pushed her out of the door. Marriage is a major event in life, you can't mess around. Now that it has come to this, whether you want to or not, you must marry. Mu Wanxian snapped coldly, then looked at the two men beside him. Take the young lady to the bridal sedan. These two men were sent by the Yi family from Zongtu. Both of them were at the late stage of the divine mansion realm, easily lifting Mu Yunyan and heading towards the bridal sedan. Looking at the pale, creepy bridal sedan, Mu Yunyan cried tears of despair and shouted, "I don't want to marry a dead person. Father, why are you forcing me?" Mu Wanxian, filled with rage, slapped her across the face with a clear crack. Unfilial daughter, what do you know? That is the ancestor of the Yi family. Marrying him means soaring to the top, do you understand? Mu Yunyan covered her face, disbelief filling her eyes. These words were incredibly familiar to her. Once, her good father had said the same to Mu Qianxue. At the time, she could not understand, thinking Mu Qianxue's refusal was just ignorance of good fortune. But now that it was her turn, she completely understood. Her own father was truly willing to sacrifice his daughter for gain. Mu Yunyan struggled wildly, and in her panic, she caught sight of a familiar figure. It was like grabbing onto a lifeline. She shouted, "Sister! Sister, save me! I don't want to marry a dead person." Upon hearing her, the crowd froze in an instant, everyone stiffly turning their heads. When they saw Suyu, all their hearts sank. If he intervened, it might truly be impossible to force Mu Yunyan to marry into the Yi family. At this moment, however, Suyu showed no intention of intervening, instead turning to look at Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue understood that Suyu was handing over the decision to her. As long as she said a word, she could alter Mu Yunyan's fate. However, Mu Qianxue only smiled sarcastically. "Mu Yunyan, on a day of joy, why are you still crying?" Mu Yunyan shook her head frantically. "I was wrong. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you, I shouldn't have scolded you, I was really wrong. I don't want to marry, I truly don't want to marry." Hearing this, Mu Qianxue said nothing, slowly taking out half a spirit stone from her bosom and throwing it. "Whether you want to or not, has nothing to do with me. This half-spirit stone is my wedding gift." After saying that, she turned to look at Suyu. The two exchanged a smile, then quickly walked away. "Mu Qianxue, I hate you." Watching the few people leave, Mu Yunyan's face was filled with resentment. She hated that Mu Qianxue clearly had the ability to save her, yet stood by and did nothing, even throwing out half a spirit stone in mockery. "Wait for me. Miss, it's a day of great joy, don't say such gloomy things." Seeing Suyu leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes upon Mu Yunyan were like gazing at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. No one lingered with her any longer. Mu Yunyan was forcefully shoved into the bridal sedan chair. That just scared me to death. That person from the Su family suddenly appeared without making a sound. After all this was done, a guard from the Yi family, still shaken, said. Another guard patted his chest and said, thankfully, that person didn't interfere. Otherwise, the consequences might have been unimaginable. You too, do you know that person just now? Mu Wanxian walked over, with a look of astonishment on his face. We don't know him. The two answered in unison. They were joking, how could they dare mention someone like Suyu? Mu Wanxian was suspicious and wanted to ask more, but was directly interrupted by the two. The auspicious time has arrived, it's time to go. As the words fell, a deafening sound of a swana echoed. At the same time, red and white flowers flew through the air, and the festive yet eerie atmosphere instantly filled the air. Mu Wanxian shivered, forcibly suppressing the confusion in his heart. He mounted his horse, leading the grand procession towards the burial grounds. No matter what, with the Yi family as a backing, Suyu's forces behind him surely wouldn't dare move against the Mu family, right? Mu Wanxian is really something, he actually thought of marrying Mu Yunyan to a corpse? After walking a distance, Suyu shook his head, looking at Mu Qianxue, and said, having a father like that, it really must be hard for you. Mu Qianxue felt the warmth in her palm and smiled faintly, it's not hard at all, after meeting you, everything else is just floating clouds. Her gaze was unwavering, full of deep, unabashed love. This was completely different from Mu Qianxue's behavior before. If it were before, she would never have had the courage to openly confess her love. But now, after leaving her family, her world only had Suyu left. Suyu naturally understood this. But he did not take advantage of it to take Mu Qianxue for himself. Right now, the love Mu Qianxue felt for him wasn't much, it was more about dependence and the fear of being abandoned. So what Suyu was doing now was simply comforting and accompanying her. If he were to give her a title, it would definitely be one of priority. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly looked at Su Jiuge. Young master, what's wrong? Su Jiuge, blushing from being stared at, softly asked. She usually had a domineering, queen-like aura, but now in front of Suyu, she looked shy, making Suyu almost lose control. It's nothing, how much longer until we reach the burial grounds? Suyu asked. At our current speed, we should arrive in 3 days, Su Jiuge thought for a moment before replying. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded and his eyes flickered. In these past few days, he hadn't stopped his cultivation but had been accumulating his foundation. After ascending from the lower realm, the first thing a cultivator must do is undergo a baptism. A baptism with the stronger and more complete laws of heaven and earth from the upper realm. This would greatly enhance the cultivator's potential, and it was something every ascendant must do. Suyu hadn't undergone the baptism right after ascending because his accumulation was insufficient, and the place wasn't suitable. But now, it was the perfect moment for the law baptism. Buzzing. Suyu waved his hand and summoned the 9-dragon carriage, stepping into it. Jiuge, thank you for your hard work. No problem. Su Jiuge nodded and followed him in. Soon, the carriage slowly began to move. Booming. As the 9 dragons took to the sky, infinite laws of heaven and earth turned into flowing beams, pouring into the carriage. From afar, it looked like a dazzling meteor cutting through the night sky, stunningly beautiful. As Suyu gradually transformed during the law baptism, all major forces in the upper realm suddenly began to stir. Chapter 90, The Sword Path of Time and Space, one sword breaking the sky. How could this be? The genius list, which has been silent for years, why is it suddenly stirring? Could it be that some genius from a certain family is about to be added to the list? No, something's off. This change in the genius list probably signals the beginning of this golden age. The genius list was created by the ancestor of the Tianji Pavilion, the former emperor of heaven. This list automatically gathers all the talents from the upper realm. Younger geniuses under the age of 50 have entered the rankings. In the entire upper realm, there are at least hundreds of billions who meet the age requirement, but only 100 exceptional individuals can appear on the list. These people can be said to be the rarest of the rare, truly the favored children of heaven. Any genius who can be ranked on this list will, in the future, at the very least, achieve the status of a holy king. However, for nearly the past 10 years, the rankings of the genius list have never changed. But today, the genius list is unusually active, showing signs of agitation. And this situation has persisted for a long time, and even now it has not stopped. Inside the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Elder Wang Qiankuan has a complicated expression on his face. The genius list shows this situation, which usually only happens before a genius is about to enter the top 10. Upon hearing this, the elder beside him changed his expression dramatically and exclaimed, "Does this mean that this suddenly appearing young person is entering the top 10 right away?" Wang Xianquan nodded, his face becoming more serious. If this is the case, then his potential is exceptional.
Those in high positions always plan carefully, act cautiously, and think deeply. Although the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, controlled by Wang Qianquan, is behind the scenes and does not display itself like other powerful forces, the information controlled by the Hall is not weaker than that of any major power. Yet, this suddenly appearing young genius has no information available at all in the Hall of Heavenly Secrets.
What this means is self-evident.
Elder, could this person be a certain genius from ancient times who has sealed himself until now? The elder asked.
Wang Qianquan shook his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That should not be the case.
If it were someone from ancient times, the genius list would have already recorded them. Even if they haven't appeared on the list, there would still be some information left.
This person is entering the list for the first time and also arriving in the upper realm for the first time.
I suspect this young man ascended from the lower realm and was recorded by the genius list after undergoing the baptism of laws.
He is actually someone who ascended from the lower realm?
The elder's eyes widened in shock, trembling uncontrollably.
This is a bit.
What Wang Qianquan said was reasonable and logical, but they found it hard to accept this fact. It is important to know that the lower realm has always been synonymous with barren and backward. Due to the incomplete laws and lack of resources, practitioners who ascend from the lower realm are viewed by them as uniformly mediocre. They find it nearly impossible to compare with the geniuses of the upper realm. Thus, when Wang Qianquan reached this conclusion, they found it truly unbelievable.
Are you forgetting something?
Wang Qianquan slowly turned around and said mysteriously, in the upper realm, there is a forbidden clan whose rule is to exile clan members to the lower realm and then bring them back after their growth reaches a certain level.
Hiss. Elder, are you implying that it is Su? Silence.
Wang Qianquan interrupted the elder's words and warned sternly, remember, you have heard nothing tonight, know nothing.
If anyone inquires, just respond in this manner, understand?
If someone gets carried away with their words and offends that clan, do not blame me. Hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent, their expressions filled with reverence. If this truly is the child of that clan returning from training in the lower realm, then this unreasonable situation can be clearly explained. After dispersing everyone, Wang Qianquan's eyes moved slightly. For this young man to return to the upper realm right now is a bit too coincidental.
The ancient path of the boundary sea is about to open, could he be here for that?
That makes sense, the opportunities on the ancient path of the boundary sea are far too important. If one wants to contend for the throne this lifetime, this place is a necessary path. Thinking this, Wang Qianquan picked up a brush and wrote a few words, ordering them to be sent to the major powers in the upper realm. Then, he stood up and slowly pushed open the long-sealed door and walked out. The great era begins, and it is time for the Hall of Heavenly Secrets to choose sides.
On another side.
At the edge of the burial soil.
As colorful light blossomed, a stunning figure stepped into the air.
Her garments flowed gracefully, and waves of energy surged around her, as if a celestial being had descended. The woman's beauty was captivating, her skin delicate, and her delicate features left people in awe. A pair of beautiful eyes seemed to hold the vastness of the starry river. The heavens dimmed in despair. At this moment, the woman stood in midair, on a 9-dragon chariot, looking down at the expanse below. The burial soil has arrived, yet the young master remains closed off and has not come out.
There shouldn't be any problems, right? Su Jiuge's face showed concern.
She really wanted to pull back the curtain to take a look, but was afraid it would disturb Su Yu. But if something went wrong during such a significant event as the law's baptism, the consequences could be light, like damage to his foundation, or severe, risking his life.
Don't worry, foster mother. It's just a simple law baptism, for my foster father, isn't it just a small matter?
Li Changqing shook the dust with a calm expression.
I hope so. Su Jiuge nodded. She understood the reasoning.
But the person inside was too important to her, some concern only created chaos.
Fortunately, she didn't have to wait long.
Before long, a tall figure slowly walked out from the chariot. This person shone with a 7-colored glass-like glow, extraordinarily heroic and majestic, exuding an overwhelming aura that made one unable to help but want to worship him.
It was Su Yu.
Su Yu stepped out and suddenly appeared high above in the sky. The colorful light flowed around him like shadows. This scene made all the cultivators around the burial soil turn their heads in surprise.
Who is this? Such a mighty aura, he must be a genius on the genius board, but why does he look so unfamiliar? Wow, the peak of the divine palace level, yet he gives me the feeling of facing a sacred realm. No wonder he has such blessings, it turns out he has strong capital. Could it be he is some ancient monster who has mastered youthful appearance? Are you silly? How could an ancient monster possess such an overwhelming vigor?
Perhaps, who knows? Everyone was discussing, but no one dared to approach.
Time and space.
At this moment, Su Yu gazed at the sky and softly uttered the words time and space.
As soon as his voice fell, everyone felt as if they were seeing double. Suyu suddenly transformed into millions, countless Suyas simultaneously producing incantations, creating a virtual figure that intertwined and converged. Finally, it condensed into a magnificent sword shadow. Immediately after, Suyu grasped the sword with both hands, controlling it to swing fiercely towards the void. Boom! A colossal sound echoed across the vast lands. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, and the world darkened. Booming! A rumble like mountains collapsing and the earth breaking apart erupted, deafening. In the next moment, the sky split open with a hundreds of feet wide fissure, like a black hole, devouring heaven and earth. At both ends of the crack, it was pitch black and eerie, resembling the terrifying mouth of a monstrous beast from the primordial chaos, horrifying and shocking. Above the crack, lightning flickered faintly, with arcs filling the air, creating a pressure that was nearly suffocating. This sword! It has definitely reached the Divine Palace level. At this moment, everyone's expression changed dramatically. This sword was simply apocalyptic. Suyu stood proudly, hands behind his back, looking down upon the world, his indifferent gaze sweeping the four corners, his voice ethereal, like the voice of an ancient god, shaking the heart and resonating in every inch of space. I, Suyu, today comprehending the time and space sword Tao, leave this sword behind for those with fate to understand. This sword is named Eternal Moment. Boom! The sound echoed, spreading throughout the entire world. Eternal Moment? Time and space sword Tao. Hiss, what is the background of this Su surname man? Su surname, could it be he comes from that forbidden family in the central heavenly domain? Everyone was incredibly shocked. At the Divine Palace realm, being able to create a whole new Tao, it was simply monstrous to the extreme. Even among those on the genius board, perhaps there were none to compare to him? After the brief shock, everyone rushed forward, eager to understand the sword mark high in the sky. That sword had cleaved open the heavenly gate, parting the clouds to reveal the sun, lingering for a long time. Moreover, it seemed to exist independently in a certain time and space. Even if birds flew by, they could not perceive it. Even the prohibitions above the burial soil had not been triggered in the slightest. This showed how terrifying this sword was. If one could comprehend a little, it would greatly aid their cultivation in battles. Suyu slowly descended, an icy blue light flashing in his eyes. This was the power of the source Tao of the water element of the Rise Tao body. After completing the baptism of the laws, he immediately carried out the physical inheritance. With this power, a seed of the law of water formed in the sea of consciousness, and then the temporal god mansion was built to perfection. After the temporal god mansion reached perfection, Suyu realized the sword path of time and space. With a single sword strike, he could instantly create thousands of versions of himself from a second before and after, while simultaneously striking out a sword. This is equivalent to a 10,000-fold amplification. Only then could Suyu strike a sword in the god mansion realm that was comparable to a sword in the Divine Palace realm. Name, Suyu. Cultivation level, peak of God Mansion realm. Physique, world body, imperial level, Tai Bai celestial body, supreme level, central town prison body, supreme level, extreme flame overlord body, supreme level, Feng Yao Dao body, supreme level. Innate divine powers, world sword intent universe Qian Koan eternal life innate gun metal chi thick virtue carries all overlord flame melting furnace source flow. Treasures, God burial sword embryo, for pole seal, annihilation chart, devouring sky demon jar. Villain points, 8,450,000. 5 elements supreme physique, only one last type to complete it. Suyu murmured. As long as he could obtain the last wood element supreme physique, he could unify the 5 elements and merge into a second imperial level physique. Suyu had a feeling that this was the key to breaking into the sage realm. Boom! 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 However, just then, a pure white petal suddenly flew from the horizon and hovered before Suyu. Immediately, the petal burst open and transformed into a number. 9. Chapter 91, Entering the Burial Ground. This. In the distance, Li Changqing's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his face filled with horror. Foster father, you're on the list, and you've directly ranked 9th. Ha? Suyu was confused. Li Changqing rubbed his face and quickly explained to Suyu what the hero list was. 9th, huh? Suyu felt somewhat dissatisfied. Why only 9th? How is this ranking done? Hearing this, Li Changqing's mouth twitched. Big brother, you just came to the upper realm, and you are already ranked 9th among hundreds of billions of peers. Are you not satisfied? My situation is special, I'm different from you all. Suyu shook his head slightly. He not only had a system, but his father was also a current great emperor. Not ranking first would be hard to justify. Forget it, now that I'm on the list, is there any reward? No. Then what's the point of being on the list? Just for show? You're right, it's just for show. Being 9th on the hero list, just think about how impressive that sounds. Suyu rolled his eyes and asked, then what rank are you on? Ahem. Li Changqing was stunned, then quickly turned his head away. I also think this list isn't worth much, rankings are meaningless. You didn't not make the list, did you? Suyu asked with a strange expression. Don't call people out for their weaknesses, foster father, you're going too far. Li Changqing gritted his teeth. Suyu, a tiger father has no son, you better pull your weight. Li Changqing wanted to cry but had no tears. This list isn't just for the current young generation, it's also for those prodigies who have been sealed since ancient times. Oh? Suyu's expression shifted slightly. Li Changqing knew what Suyu was thinking inside. You being ranked 9th doesn't mean you are 9th among this generation, but 9th among all young generations throughout history. Su Jiuge nodded. Young master, your achievements have already surpassed those of the former family head. Hearing this, Honglian, Mu Qianxue, and everyone who knew Suyu's background were stunned. Surpassed the family head? You must know, the head of the Su family is that one. Now, Suyu has actually surpassed the child emperor? Mu Qianxue's face turned somewhat pale as she lowered her head. With such a Suyu, does she even deserve him? She came from a middle-class family and was now a lone wanderer, having already parted ways with her family. A deep sense of inferiority once again filled her heart. Not just her. At this moment, even Hong Lian, who usually acted boldly, felt somewhat dazed. Looking at Suyu radiating immense light, Hong Lian suddenly felt powerless. Suyu was quite calm as he stepped forward and took both their hands. Stop standing there stupidly, let's get down to business. You too remember, this young master is not ungrateful. Since you accompanied me through tough times, I will take you to the top. After speaking, Suyu pulled the two of them one step forward, stepping into the burial ground. Hong Lian and Mu Qianxue both responded in unison, tears glistening in their eyes. Following Suyu is truly the luckiest thing in their lives. Whoosh! Inside the burial ground, a fierce wind howled, and dark clouds surged. As soon as they stepped in, countless corpses appeared before Suyu. What was even more eerie was that these corpses were all looking at him, their heads slowly turning with his movements, as if they were alive. It seems some people are not very welcoming to our arrival. Seeing this, Suyu smiled faintly, almost mockingly. When he came to the burial ground last time, he didn't encounter such a situation. He keenly sensed that someone wanted to intercept them here ahead of time. Suyu sneered, the more you don't want me to enter, the more I will. Ki-kak. Ki-kak. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold and sharp scream echoed. One by one, the skeletal figure's eyes shone with blood-red light, suddenly leaping up, charging towards Suyu and his companions. These things had bones that were dark green, exuding a gloomy light, and their claws were as sharp as blades, extremely eerie. Hong Lian's eyes turned cold as she raised her hand and slapped forward. Boom! The infernal flames soared like pillars, instantly enveloping the entire area. Flames danced like dragons, and large swaths of skeletons were instantly burned to ashes. Kikek, mere infernal flames can't harm me. However, a few skeletal figures ignored the infernal flames. Accompanied by hoarse roars, the burnt skeletons rapidly reassembled, returning to their original forms, continuing to charge at Suyu. Suyu was just about to strike when suddenly someone rushed out from his side. Wuliang Tianzuan, adoptive father, let me take care of this. A voice called out, and a giant tower appeared, smashing all the skeletons that had charged forward, then enclosing them within. Li Changqing's eyes sparkled, as if he had seen a stunning beauty, madly harvesting in the burial ground. I almost forgot, this kid really enjoys this. Suyu shook his head and laughed, choosing to let Li Changqing act as he wished. With him leading the way, Suyu and the others easily penetrated into the core area of the burial ground. However, all the way down, Suyu's expression became serious. Something is not right, this place is not the burial ground. Suddenly, Suyu spoke in a low voice. Chapter 92, Are you digging his grave? At the same time. At the edge of the burial ground, in a corner. Yi Yuan held a tattered formation flag, watching the ground beneath him with a playful expression. Since you want to join in the fun, then I shall let you enjoy it to the fullest. He looked at the formation flag in his hand, and a heavy stone finally fell from his heart. This flag had a mysterious origin, a treasure he found deep within the forbidden area of the burial ground. Its function was simple, it could open an entrance at any location, leading directly to the forbidden area deep within the burial ground. And just now, he had used this flag to open an entrance the moment Suyu and the others stepped into the burial ground. In this way, he successfully led them into the deepest part of the burial ground. That place made him tremble even at the thought. Let alone having only one protector at the great sage level, even if a holy king entered, they would probably be lost for good. This time driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, not only can I clear the Yi family's suspicion, but I can also eliminate Su family's prince, a thorn in my side. It's a perfect plan, killing two birds with one stone. Yi Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, feeling proud of his cleverness. Then, he held the formation flag and leisurely flew towards the Yi family's location. Now that the big problem was removed, it was time to seize the moment and accomplish the Yi family's great plan for eternity. This place is not the burial ground, then where is it? On the other side, Li Changqing was extremely surprised at Su Yu's words. He had spent years wandering in the burial ground, searching for suitable graves, and was very familiar with everything here. But now Su Yu said this was not the burial ground? I always feel something is off. Su Yu frowned, sensing that the dead silence here was 100 times more intense than when he came last time. Young master, what should we do now? Hong Lian said with worry. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Since we are here, we should be at ease. No matter what this place is, as long as we reach the end, we will get the answers. Before his voice fell, the ground under the three of them suddenly trembled. Roar! A vast wave swept around, and a terrifying tempest arose in the entire world. Soon after, the ground collapsed, revealing a pitch-black abyss. From beneath the abyss, creepy sounds echoed. The expressions of Su Yu and the others changed suddenly. Yi Feng furrowed his brows tightly, then as if realizing something, exclaimed, "This is the forbidden area beneath the burial ground. It is the grave called the Netherworld Purgatory." Netherworld Purgatory? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. It is said that in the distant era of the primordial beginning, countless powerful beings fell here, their bodies turning to skeletons, their souls vanishing, both form and spirit obliterated. Yi Feng explained, many strong warriors died here. Later, countless powerful beings chose to enter the burial ground to bury their bodies, seeking a chance for resurrection. It is said that even the remnant souls of emperor-level beings hide here, and once touched, there is no escape from death. Emperor level. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. Burial earth, burial ground, just one word difference, but the distinction is like heaven and earth. The burial ground is truly a forbidden zone for living beings. Remnant soul of an emperor level, that is not a half-baked thing like the emperor's will of the eternal ancient emperor. If they truly encountered it, Su Yu and others probably wouldn't even react before being completely devoured. But we clearly entered from the edge of the burial earth, how could we directly appear in the forbidden area beneath? Yi Feng was very puzzled. But soon, he realized, his expression turning grim, only my old man could silently change the entrance to the forbidden area. After speaking, Yi Feng looked at Su Yu, saying, "Young master, we must leave here quickly. Otherwise, if we accidentally provoke the taboo, we might be the ones suffering." Leave? Upon hearing this, Li Changqing shook his head, having a different opinion. The lonely graves and wild mounds above the burial earth have all been dug up. How can there be any fragrance in this burial ground? Such a precious place, how could we easily leave? As he spoke, he picked up the compass in his hand and began to calculate mystically. After a moment, Li Changqing's eyes lit up, exclaiming with joy. Foster father, the quasi-emperor's great tomb I told you about earlier is probably right in this burial ground. No wonder why I couldn't find it before, it turns out it was hidden right here. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and his complexion gradually paled. In the next moment, his throat bulged, and he suddenly opened his mouth wide, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn! Too close, it backfired. Li Changqing clutched his chest, wincing in pain. Brother, are you okay? We're in this ghostly burial ground, and you still dare to dig graves? Yi Feng was shocked by this guy's reckless behavior, realizing for the first time the gap between himself and a top talent. Although he had cultivated the unrivaled path before, it now seemed like nothing more than a pretender's false invincibility. I think we should not take risks. If something goes wrong, it would be more trouble than it's worth, Mu Qianxue exhaled a white breath, worriedly said. Yi Feng nodded, then shook his head. Although the burial ground is extremely dangerous, encountering a chance could also be quite extraordinary. As far as I know, the head of the Yi family, Yi Yuan, has entered here multiple times and gained quite a bit. After speaking, Yi Feng's expression became complicated. Once, by chance, I also came to this place and was pointed by a quasi-emperor's remnant soul, allowing me to steal some of the heritage of the Yi family's ancestors. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence. So, should we go or not? Hong Lian looked at the others, frowning, asked. Su Yu frowned in thought, unable to make a decision. His purpose for this trip was not to take risks in such high-danger areas. But as an old saying goes, you can't go back once you are here. Got it. Su Yu slapped his thigh. Such a choice should be left to professionals to decide. Little fish, you tell us how to choose. At these words, several gazes focused on Su Xiaoyu's face. Ahem. Su Xiaoyu was startled, quickly waving her hands. No, I don't know how to choose for such a decision. It's fine, just go with your instinct. No matter what happens, Big Brother will stand by you. Su Yu guaranteed while patting his chest. Su Xiaoyu wanted to cry without tears. I think we can listen to Longqing's nephew. Su Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and finally said. Then let's go. Su Yu did not hesitate and kicked Li Changqing's butt. Lead the way. Li Changqing covered his butt, letting out a hey, then scratched his head and shot a glare at Su Xiaoyu. What do you mean by nephew? La la la. Su Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Hee, if you call me brother's adoptive father, doesn't that make me your little aunt? Truly a small person with a big mind, growing up you're probably just like your brother. Li Changqing rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with her, and jumped straight into the deep abyss ahead. On the cliff, the dry bones reached out to the crowd, trying to bite them, but Suyu casually cut them down with a sword, scattering the bones on the ground, unable to block their steps. The deeper they went, the colder and more sinister the air became. Li Changqing looked at the compass, extremely serious. In the dead of night with a high wind, ghost fires flickering. Holding the compass, the heart follows intention. Suddenly, Li Changqing changed direction and flew straight towards a certain point. The crowd followed closely behind. Soon, Li Changqing stopped, staring intently at a giant pit in front of him. It was an incredibly grand deep pit, countless veins forcibly twisted and gathered together, resembling an enormous coffin. And on this giant earth coffin, there was an imperial character glowing faintly. Ming? Could this be the tomb of the ancient Ming emperor? Su Jiuge said with a strange expression. Brother Changqing, you said the emperor's tomb, it wouldn't be the ancient Ming emperor's tomb, right? Yi Feng swallowed hard, his expression also subtle. That's right, do you know him? Li Changqing, unaware of the two strange expressions, casually replied. At this moment, Suyu stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and pointed at Yi Feng. Do you know what the ancient Ming emperor's real name is? Li Changqing looked blank. No, what's wrong? Suyu shook his head slightly. His real name is Yi Fan, the ancestor that the Yi family has spent countless years trying to resurrect. Chapter 93, Entering Yi Fan's Tomb. Hiss. What a coincidence. Li Changqing gasped, looking astonished. He had also heard the story of Yi Feng, knowing he was once considered a vessel for resurrecting the Yi family's ancestor, a pitiful person. But he did not know that the ancient Ming emperor's tomb he had always wanted to excavate was that of the Yi family's ancestor. Yi Feng nodded. That's right, such a coincidence. But this can also be seen as a fortunate accident. Digging his grave, I have no psychological burden at all, and even want to dig him out and crush his bones. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, Brother Changqing, I will go down to the tomb with you later, I am familiar with this place. Before, he had cooperated with a remnant soul of the emperor in the burial ground to steal some things from the ancient Ming tomb. He could say he was very familiar with this place. Suyu grinned, his eyes deep. Old thing, intentionally leading us to the burial ground, didn't expect his own grave would be dug? Xiaoyu, you deserve the credit for this. Suyu rubbed Su Xiaoyu's head and draped a jade pendant around her neck. Earlier, he actually preferred to leave. If it weren't for Su Xiaoyu, they probably wouldn't have found the tomb of the Yi family's ancestor. The Yi family had gone through great pains to bring them here, trying to buy time. Unexpectedly, in the end, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Fate truly plays tricks on people. Soon, with the help of Yi Feng, who had been here before, everyone smoothly found the entrance to the ancient Ming tomb and all walked inside. However, just at the moment when everyone walked in, a soft "oh" sounded. Immediately after, a wisp of blue smoke slowly floated out, gathering in the air to form a face. Senior? Yi Feng was shocked. He did not expect that this remnant soul of the quasi-emperor would still cling to him after they had stolen the ancient tomb together. The face appeared to be illusory and transparent, yet its gaze was incredibly sharp, staring at Suyu and Yi Feng and the others. After a moment, the face looked at Yi Feng and said solemnly, Kid, have you ever heard the saying, greed leads to the snake swallowing the elephant? That time 10 years ago was already quite the limit. Now that you bring these rabble in, it is likely that you will only go without return. Before the remnant soul could finish speaking, Su Jiuge frowned and stepped forward to interrupt. A dead ghost should not meddle in the affairs of the living. Can't you just practice your ghost technique and survive in peace? Impudent. Although I only have a remnant soul left, how can a mere great saint like you judge me? The remnant soul was furious. In my heyday, I was unmatched in the upper realm, known as the Quaking Waves Quasi-Emperor. When my emperor name was uttered, who dared to challenge me in the upper realm? Oh? What's the matter? Do you still want to make a move and show off your emperor's might? Su Jiuge showed no fear. She could see that this remnant soul of the Quaking Waves Quasi-Emperor was merely a facade. Without a physical body, a soul is like a rootless floating weed, destined to gradually dissipate into the world. Furthermore, he was merely a remnant soul. If it were not for his high realm in life and having found a ghost cultivation technique after death, he would have long since vanished. Yet even so, this soul now was not much different from a wandering ghost, barely surviving in this half-human, half-ghost state. If he attempted to attack forcibly, before reaching his target, he might very well dissipate first. I want to see how you all die. Having seen through the truth, the Quaking Waves Quasi-Emperor simply decided not to maintain his stance, drifting to the side to make way. Yifeng was instantly filled with admiration.
As expected of a member of the imperial clan, their vision is indeed exceptional.
Thinking this through, Yifeng was no longer afraid and strode behind the others into the ancient tomb.
Humph. What a rude bunch of youngsters.
I want to see how you all perish.
The Quaking Wave's quasi-emperor, having stepped back, became angrier and could not help but observe from afar, eager to see how Suyu and the others would fail. Back then, relying on the remnants of his quasi-emperor power and the special status of Yifeng as a descendant of the Yi family, he had barely stolen 1/10,000th of the treasures of the ancient quasi-emperor.
And now, these people thought they could steal the treasures of the ancient quasi-emperor just with a great saint.
It was simply wishful thinking.
This is a dragon-trapping great array.
As soon as he took the first step into the tomb, Li Changqing squinted his eyes and said.
In front of everyone, countless blades and swords stood erect, as if filling the entire tomb.
These blades and swords were stacked one after another, forming a circular cage that sealed off the entrance of the tomb. Every sword and blade was different in style, some blood red, others silver. These swords and blades shimmered with a faint light, vaguely exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent.
Be careful, this array is a bit sinister.
Li Changqing casually threw a divine weapon into it.
Boom!
In an instant, the divine weapon was shredded into pieces, leaving not even a trace behind.
Everyone was shocked upon seeing this.
Yifeng strongly agreed, this array is extremely strange. Back then, it was that Quaking Wave's quasi-emperor who led the way, allowing me to pass through the dragon-trapping great array by a stroke of luck.
Now.
Li Changqing furrowed his brows tightly, trying various methods, but could find no way to unlock the array.
This dragon-trapping array was set up by a quasi-emperor. Even after years of damage, its power, though diminished, was by no means something ordinary strength could influence. But if one were to seek an escape route by convention, it probably requires a lot of time. Let me give it a try.
Seeing Li Changqing's anxious look, Suyu shook his head and smiled.
Adoptive father, do you have confidence?
Li Changqing was somewhat doubtful. After all, this trapped dragon formation was too powerful, even he, an expert in formations, was helpless.
Let's give it a shot.
Suyu casually replied.
Sigh.
Li Changqing sighed. As far as he knew, Suyu had not specialized in formations, and it was likely that trying would be in vain.
Well, let him try then.
If it doesn't work, he would use some hidden cards himself.
Humph. With just these abilities, do you dare to enter the ancient burial tomb?
Behind them, the angry wave quasi-emperor wore a disdainful expression. He had clearly seen that among these people, only that girl was at the peak of the great sage realm, while the others were at best at the peak of the divine mansion.
With such weaklings, they actually wanted to enter the ancient burial tomb?
I advise you to hurry and get lost, otherwise, if you disturb the person in the tomb, you will surely end up with your bones left unburied.
Nonsense. Isn't it just a broken formation? Why shout?
Suyu furrowed his brows. Then, he stepped into the great formation. Under the worried gaze of everyone, Suyu surprisingly entered as if in an uninhabited realm. The blades pierced right through him, as if both were not even in the same spacetime.
Chapter 94, Wedding. Boom! With a huge roar, the entire tomb began to tremble violently.
Swords clashed, and a heavy killing intent filled the air. However, Suyu seemed to be outside the world, and the surrounding killing intent was completely unaware of him.
Could it be that this kid has a way to restrain this formation? The angry wave quasi-emperor was shocked. You must know, this great formation was a real quasi-emperor level formation, even a fraction of its power shouldn't be something mere divine mansion realm people could withstand.
But surprisingly, Suyu had safely crossed this grave of swords.
Incredible!
Li Changqing also showed a look of astonishment. He knew some of Suyu's methods, but he didn't expect him to achieve this step.
Don't just stand there, follow me.
Suyu turned around, and the power of time and space laid out a road leading to the distance behind him. Li Changqing, Honglian, and others quickly followed, hurrying forward.
Is this really possible?
The angry wave quasi-emperor's expression was complicated. After thinking a moment, he quickly chased after them. As he passed through the grave of swords, somewhat not believing, he released a wisp of soul power to try and touch a broken sword.
Bang! With a loud bang, that wisp of soul power was instantly annihilated into nothingness.
Hiss! He groaned, his expression in pain. Clearly the loss of that wisp of soul power was not small for him.
That power actually can ignore this formation.
Looking at the backs of the crowd as they moved farther away, waves of shock rose in his heart.
This person is not simple.
Perhaps he really can reach the deepest part and obtain that thing. That thing, a treasure that can allow him to return to life. Thinking of this, the angry wave quasi-emperor no longer hesitated and quickly chased after them. On the other side, Suyu and his group had already passed through layers of formation restrictions and reached the depths of the tomb. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed.
What is this? Li Changqing's eyes narrowed, staring intently at the scene before him. He saw a black hole appear ahead. The black hole emitted a terrifying aura, like a hellish abyss, making one's scalp tingle. And within the black hole, several broken stone tablets could be vaguely seen standing there. The surface of the tablets was covered in dust, with inscriptions that seemed to be some ancient script, difficult to decipher. Surrounding the black hole, there were more than 10 corpses, all white bones, not looking like human beings, but more like monstrous beasts. Besides these bones, there were also piles of decayed corpses lying. No wonder it's the tomb of a quasi-emperor, it really is filled with dangers. But the bigger the risk, the greater the reward. With that, Li Changqing slightly closed his eyes, his face filled with pain as he took out a half-finished talisman from his chest. Buzz buzz. The talisman was dark yellow, with wrinkled edges, and even only half of it remained. But once it appeared, a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Su Jiuge raised an eyebrow, a talisman personally made by the Supreme? That's right. Since it was my suggestion to come here, I can't let you all do all the hard work alone, can I? Li Changqing smiled faintly, flicked his finger, and the talisman swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a paper symbol over 10 feet tall. The talisman burst with dazzling golden light, leaping like flames, and an extremely hot temperature spread out. SSSSSS. Where the symbol fire passed, even space itself collapsed. Roar. At the same time, the more than 10 corpse soldiers suddenly opened their eyes, their pupils blood-red, releasing beast-like roars. They stomped their feet and charged at Li Changqing, their sharp claws tearing through space, accompanied by a piercing whistle. Get lost! Li Changqing shouted, forming a hand seal, and the symbol fire shot out. Boom! In an instant, the flames swept through, engulfing the corpse soldiers. Sla! Sla! The symbol fire burned the corpses, emitting a sizzling sound, black smoke rising, and a foul odor spreading. Roar! Screams echoed through the entire mountain range. The corpse soldiers twisted and struggled wildly, but it was utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to ashes. And in the moment their bodies were consumed by the flames, dazzling crystals fell. Oh! I didn't expect this unexpected gain. Li Changqing picked up the fallen objects, his face filled with joy. This is a rare refining material, containing spirit, quite rare indeed. Li Changqing looked it over for a moment before handing it to Suyu. Suyu took it without hesitation. Then, everyone turned their gaze to the entrance, which looked like a black hole. Without hesitation, Suyu took a step and entered. At this moment, in the Li family's tomb, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixed on the forbidden area. Someone has entered the ancient Ming's tomb. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could immediately kill the intruder. But right now, it was the critical moment to start the ceremony, and he absolutely couldn't be missing. Damn! Yi Yuan was extremely anxious, but could only finish the task at hand before dealing with the intruder in the tomb. But he wasn't too worried. The ancient Ming's tomb was filled with quasi-emperor level methods. Even his closest blood relatives had to be extremely careful. Those lucky bugs who had entered would probably be tortured to death in no time, right? With that thought, he raised his head and looked at the 9 women on the high platform. These 9 women were all extremely beautiful, wearing phoenix crowns and xiaopao. Hurry up and worship. Yi Yuan said lightly. Hearing this, the elders below immediately understood and began making arrangements. At this moment, the entire Yi family was decorated with lanterns and banners, red candles burning high, guests filling the halls, creating a lively scene. At this moment, however, the family members of the 9 brides had expressions that weren't quite right. They looked at each other, all feeling deceived. The Yi family had previously declared that they didn't want their distant ancestor to be lonely, so they wanted to arrange a marriage for him, promising great rewards once the marriage was settled. But after they agreed, they realized. What the heck is this? This isn't a marriage at all. The Yi family's distant ancestor, even in death, still had such big demands? He wanted 9 wives and concubines in one breath? This is simply insane, right? Although they were extremely displeased, at this point, since they wanted to get the Yi family's benefits, they could only endure. At this moment, one of the brides standing on the high platform had 2 lines of tears falling from her face. Sister! I was wrong, come, save me. Mu Yunyan silently wept. At this moment, she truly regretted. She had originally thought marriage was a good thing, but she never expected that she was marrying a dead man. But when she finally managed to convince herself to accept it, she